Chapter 1 Departing from Sect and Returning Home. Qingyun Sect, Servants' Courtyard. Zhoping sit cross-legged, a faint theory, all gradually converging from all directions, slowly surging Jintoist Bodhi. His abdomen began to rise and fall rhythmically, as if something was on the verge of solidifying. His breath steadily increased, and a subtle pressure began to manifest. Just as his energy was about to react at zenith, an abrupt change occurred as it emerged from his abdomen, instantly turning crimson. Like a inflating balloon, the energy within him dissipated entirely, leaving not a trace behind. The turbulent flow of energy sent the furniture in the room swaying, and the doors rattling. Blood trickled from Zhoping's lips, his fluctuating energy leaving his complexion as palely parchment. Yet again, he failed. Hesitate softly, wiping the blood from his mouth before hast a large Vinga cultivation elixir from his robiantal winget, closing his eyes to meditate. After considerably time, the turbulent agitation within him gradually calmed. Though his abdomen rather nant soft considerable stagnation, there was no reassurance done. The appealing goff spiritualari fi ses was o futmost importance, requiring the utmost diligency and care. Shu dunafail to stabilize a thyrner gynatime limiter, the risket sustaining hidden injurious detriment talto future cultivation. Asha gaze datha paledon and the horizon, he exhaled deeply and, with great fort, rose to his feet, making ease weight over deserterio of the sect. Originally an ordinary worker from Blue Star, Zhoping had unexpected liperished from a work, only to find himself reborn in a world of cultivation. In this realm, not only were rather free spirit de mortals traversing the heavens, butyl soy mortal beings who enjoyed eternal life, with ferocious beasts sandy monas intidies rampant, rendering the lives soft mortals saced inefficantas grass. Zhoping was tame or soul reincarnate instead, had been reborn as an infant in this world, starting anew. He was buzzed with loving parents and a robust, kind-hearted elder brother, creating a warm and nurturing environment. However, due to the ineffectiveness of his system, which proved to be useless, Zhoping had no intention of seeking the path of cultivation. He planned to it until he was older to employ methods so fearing Monito improve his familiar circumstances, cherishing the joy of familial togetherness. Yet, when he turned 8, a transformed beast infiltrated the village, devouring 3 families, total Angelivan lives, which utterly shattered Zhoping's courage. It was then that truly understood the tight was not a matter of desire or indifference, but rather that this world was fraught with peril, whereath alive soft mortals are even less significant than its or weeds. Thus, for the sake of his own life and that of his family, his tireless slice-up method stopped pursuing the path of cultivation. However, all required aptitude of his system, he learned that possessed known, rendering him incapable of cultivation. It was not until he turned in the discovered his system could actually enhance his aptitude. Ding Fire 10. Spiritual aptitude low grade. Cultivation level chi awakening realm. A rudimentary system panel materialized in Zhoping's mind, further weighing down his thoughts. This system had been with Zhoping since a heiser birth, yet beferethia often, had remained oblivious to its mysteries and potential. He in line that Ding Fire would increase beyond point of year, but its effects, or whether it could be acquired through a thermians, remained a mystery. It was only when he cumulated Ding Fire to 10 points at the agoftent the definitely realized this size stem could indeed enhance his aptitude. With 10 points off Ding Fire, his aptitude doeth elevated to low grade, reaching the minimum threshold for cultivation, thus allowing him to be accepted as a servant spellbeaching. Yet, Adicade had pissed, and Zhoping remained stagnant at the awakening realm, unable to breakthrough. Today marked that 20th year of his current life, and it was his fort had tempted opening. Spiritual RFI star brain eye, through doth refining realm, butans more, had failed. Seeing Ding Fire accumulated to 10 points again without her previous indication of fanuptia to the increase, Zhoping's spirit sank in toad spare. Adicade wasted, alas. As Zhoping will keed along, he cold and felt but sigh. Perhaps accumulating more Ding Fire could indeed lead to another enhancement of his aptitude, but with only own point gained a year, and thought chi awakening realm offered a longer lifespan than that of an ordinary person, it was still merely a feud kadesh hamak to me could he for this wandering persetof these? These would be his final attempts since had failed now on could no longer enhance his aptitude, Zhoping was unwilling to ostian immortimi on the mount. In Thisikon life, if there were in a threat sto his life end, normpant beasts, he would have preferred to remain in that small mountain village, nestled beside his parents, caring for them. If he continued tackling to ispathy, he wouldn't lie squander more irsanthes mountain 20 years or even longer. Perhaps there would come a day when he could indeed append the spiritual orifices, Buten must first care for their parent she could no taloi son stubbornisto led to lifelong regret. His reason for embarking on the path of cultivation was largely to protect this family in this world if you were eaten never evansy parents last time, or fulfill his filial duties, then what was the point of cultivating? Harika led leaving ometan though his parents were healthy, a fuse trance of Wida had appeared at her temples. Many years had passed wondered how they were faring now. Perhaps Siam trilifeteto be stranged from the path immortally, Zhoping mused excellently. The chi awakening realm is barely sufficient forma to protect me family, why should insist in pursuing thy obsession? After 10 years of hardship, he had resigned himself to his fate. Even in this foreign world, with Thosla system, he remained just the ordinary Zhoping had always been. Not some esteemed child doth it could not expectamic. In this life, a complete family, healthy parents, and having witnessed the brilliancy of cultivation were already agrapelzing. At that moment, Arabustman approached. Up and recognizing Zhopingan's sensing, thundulating Gowron faint scent of blood surrounding him, his expression turned complex, even filled with admiration. Asha clasped Hishans in greeting. Brother Zhou. Junior brother Zhang. Zhoping returned the greeting, but felt a twinge of pain in his abdomen, furrowing his brow in discomfort. This junior brother Zhang, named Zhang Xian, was also Servant disciple, having joined a few years after Zhoping. Duito past asks, they had developed a certain camaraderie. Brother Zhou, there is no need for such formality should focus Sony. Held hand avoid aggravating our injuries. Zhang Zuan hurried forward, wishing to support Zhoping, but washelted be Zhoping's outstretched hand. It's nothing serious, I'm not dead yet, Zhoping joked, eliciting a chuckle from Zhang Xian. What then asked curiously, may I a square brother Zua shedded? Having Galso Timteto op in spiritual orifices, Hekud not fail to notice Ethia, rajarounding Zhoping, which unmistakably indicate diatanather failure. Typically, when Onefa said such failure, they would rest for several days storcuperate, fear fulofuperdizing their foundation. Yether was Zhoping, clearly only just stabilizing eyes injuries, with the faint scent of blood stillingering hauk be out walking about so soon, especially in case. Zhangzuan was naturally puzzled. The main peak? The main peak? Zhangzuan was astonished. A servant disciples, these eldom ventured tothmanbeak. Their lowly statusment the kudresia vetisks from the servants' gourtyard, rendering a triptych main peak necessary, and they wooden line druth of the formaldisciples. Toth main peak for what? Zhangzuan was about to inquire further when has sudden lie stopped, aerialization dawning upon him. Toth disciplinary office, totally of ethisect, Zhoping replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Junior brother, it's getting late Taiwan Tholdi, Alpa no longer. A mistake Maleeve. With that, Zhoping turned towards main peak, leaving Zhangzuan standing there, rooted in place, gazing at his retreating figure. Zhangzuan watched Zhoping grow distant, his expression increasing lie somber. Among the servant disciples, if the ruisinity revered themist, I certainly notany formal disciplio relder in charge, but Zhoping, having persevered Faradkid, diligent listening his skills through an anshine, and withstanding multiple failures in his attempts to brain eye through, his resilience had become legendary among the servant disciples. Manyof Tim had managed to endure thus for Duito Zhoping's influence. Even if any other servant disciple in Tethir lack of aptitude and chose to leave the Zekford mundane world, Zhang Suan would na they've been surprised after all, that path off immortally was fraught with challenges. Yet as was Zhoping, ho had persisted for 9 years, that brother ho hated him Ted 4 times without yielding, anto de was choosing to abandon the path off immortally and depart into Themer tal realm. Higher ned to Kalaudo Zhoping, toppled with him to stay, but found himself frondered speechless, hitarded tumult of emotions. How could he not comprehend that Zhoping had undoubtedly faced diatanather failure, leaving him utterly disheartened, prompting his resolute depart the sect? How could he possibly intervene? Perhaps, in the future, Hituo would find himself departing in succustat of despair. Brother Zhou, take care on your journey. Zhou Ping Gui vied back in acknowledgement, then vanished ta the forest. As the disciple from the disciplinary office struck Zhou Ping's name from the servant trosterain reclamidis j de token, it signified that Zhou Ping was no longer disciple of Qingyun sect. However, before departing Thesict, Zhou Ping had exchanged Alice contributions for a decent chi induction technique and several spells, which her regarded as final mementos. Should his descendants Saris brothers descendants possess apta to deant the future, perhaps the sea could service legachido establish their family. Chapter 2 Returning Amino. Nestled among the great banyan trees, there lay his Malvillage, home to nearly 100 families. A stream flowed gent live from the mountains, meandering past side of the village, flanked by fields of varying sizes, where a golden rice swayed like an ocean, tended by diligent farmers. At noon, wisps soft smoke wafted through the village, carrying Thessentoff cooking. At last, I have returned. Adel figure emerged from foods, his garments teared from the journey, Thothis injuria had healed completely. Zhou Ping gazed to Thessomi Watten familiar land of Fisbirth, Andy Arswelled and Hyzes. Qingyun sect weighs 1,000 miles away from Baishi village, beset with high mountains, sand, treacherous rivers, and plagued be bonded Sithid taken him 3 long months to finally arrive here. Tis precise live forth his reason that Zhou Ping found exceeding difficulter return home in the past. After odd Kadav seeking the path, had ultimately achieved nothing, leaving the vise ag sophis parents blurred in his memory. I wonder how my father and mother are faring, gas, smiled her brother grown of in my robust. As Zhou Ping traversed the dirt slope towards the village, his thoughts wandered. Even if I cannot discover the immortal to longevity, my skills should suffice for establishing a home. I can engage in farming while hunting wild beasts and gathering mounta indelicacies, subsequently seeking game means to build a family. Surely, these will improve our household circumstances and provide immigrants with the nourishment they need for a longer life. If life truly becomes arduous, I could take up a position in the Countessa Templetendant. It may be fraught with dwinger, yet it remains a potential avenue. His gaze fell upon the distant Dunji mountain, grand and majestic, enveloped in a mystique of swirling clouds and lush greenery. Numerous ferocious beasts roamed within, and it was rumored that supernatural creatures thrived there, deterring ordinary folk from venturing to. Themonstrous being the Thedance Rika Davos in Baishi village had emerged from Diranji mountain, ultimately subdued on lie through the combined efforts of Father Zenman. However, since joining Qingyun sect, Zhou Ping had gained some understanding of the mountain. Stretching over house and soft miles, it was stand boundless. Baishi village was merely Yakarnarafono fits many foothills, where the spiritual energy was faint and scarce, rendering cultivation exceptional challenging, especially Ositla within the borders of the territory. Any creature possessing true spiritual prowess would not linger here instead delvidi pinto mountain in search of enlightenment. Thebes the Thedrevius lie invaded could have been an anomaly thought for tuata, Sligan's ancients, yet it was first priorito an ordinary old animal. Shouldnother such creature diretto salt the village, it would soon experience the effectiveness of Zhou Ping's abilities. Thoth Kuling Griom wasn't a formal stage of cultivation, it did not imply a weakness akantatatofmer immortals. With his physique nurtured by spiritual energy, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. A cultivator like Zhou Ping could arbor between 7 and 9 strands of spiritual energy within, allowing him to execute some rudimentary techniques derived from the sparse energy available. Of course, even those rudimentary techniques were more than sufficient to contend with common spirits, wild beasts, not to mention ordinary humans. Yet, as he had yet condensed his spiritual orifice and was current lifer from areas recent spiritual energy, every strand of energy weighs arduous to co. Ls, and Zhou Ping would not squander it recklessly. Beneath the ancient tree at the village entrance, several children were a hoifulai playing, their laughter drawing attention to Zhou Ping's arrival. Were you? Where did you come from? A robust child with a fierce countenance broached, a mixture of caution and curiosity in his inquiry. Zhou Ping was momentarily taken aback, sensing a vague familiarity with the chilled, yet cold not placid. Was your guardian? My father is Shaudakian, that child replied earnestly, not stepping aside but staring directly at Zhou Ping. Hearing this, Zhou Ping chuckled as she placed large hand upon the boy's shed, gently ruffling his hair, and could not but reflect. Daki Anson Hasgronsamick. I am from Zoo Family played with the hour, father sin seckled. The child, wise beyond his years, showed no fear, pondering aloud. Era Therodoltsa haven't met from Saner's family? Zhou Pinglin said towards say feudamid children at the distance seeing do said which family hailed from. Heritrivid several piece off candy from ease way stand spread theme in his palm. Take the cinture them. The candies, murky and yellow-brown in hue, appeared unappealing, yet they made the children see as game with delight. The stout childs Nachadonia Jurly and Arteden Totha throng, but suddenly halted Dan turned back to Zhou, exclaiming, Thank you, uncle. In the next moment, a cacophony flaughter rare up to among the children. Zhoping excellently, as if witnessing his own child who'd reflected back a team. Hathan strode to purposefully towards the village. At midday, the heat was oppressive, and given the proximity of the fields to the village, the farmer's natural lidded not dinithophiles but instead made their way home, carrying their tull sand chatting in small groups. Upon seeing Zhou Ping, a stranger, they regarded him with cautious scrutiny. Afa recognized him but, being unfamiliar, did no taproact agree with him. Eventually, Zhou Ping arrived at a corner of the village, where about a dozen households is stood. In contrast to theather homes in the village, these dwellings appeared somewhat dilapidated dandaged, with several made of earthen brick sand. Baishi village had only been established for Ramers of any Toetai years, formed by refugees settled in Gentheria, resulting in a population of about 100 households, scattered among Marathantin surnames. Unlike other villages, where a thriving population was often centered around Donia Rayfumes. A high vantage point who drivial thathi houses were rangeding, cluster soft 3 to 5 year retinine, forming small circles within the village, indicative of a particular familiar surname. In several instances, there were clusters of over 10-tiled houses, intermingling impressively. Naturally, these Ebelinged Baishi village's largest clans, the Qian, Wang, Lu, and Sun. Living communally and junneting against external threats, Themere Populau Safamali became, the stronger their standing within the village. Shoot the next 100 years pass without upheaval, Baishi village would like Clire main dominated by these 4 families. In contrast, the Zhu family, Bangazmalerklin, had most emigrated to the village after its establishment, their numbers feeble, akin to a handful of kittens. To avoid being bullied by the larger families, they had Toba and Togather for mutual support. Thesmal cluster off houses Zhou Ping no Fei said Washima to such families, cohabiting at the village sedge, barely enduring the oppression from the larger clans. The children had just encountered Wirilso from the smaller households, naturally playing Togather due to their parents' connections. Gazing at the familiar entrance to Hisham, Zhou Ping was overwhelmed with emotions. Has stepped forward and rapped gently on the door. Hois it? A strange Malay voice responded from within, unmistakably not that of his mother, Wang. Zhou Ping's Easnerode, and a heavy thought settled in his heart, conjuring thworst possibilities. Throughout history, Mountain Village shad produced Thiershario frogs of Samathing, had befallen his family, they might be left complete illicitute, with no trace remaining. Thuather Dwooden door slowly opened Akrak, revealing Gayung farmer woman how cautiously peered outside. Upon seeing a stranger, Shiurad Lai attempted to shut the door. Yet, Zhou Ping shan't forcefully halt at the door, causing Fuman to stumble back in alarm. I'd man Takno, is this Themi of Zhou Leiahan? What is your relation to Zhu family? Zhou Ping's voice was gold, an array of subtle pressure emanating towards the farmer woman. Bangalical, shudder Ned pale with fright, momentarily rendered speechless. Sualian, what is happening outside? At that moment, an aged voice emerged from within, and a frail, stupid figure appeared, leaning on a cane. With a facet ched with wrinkles and hair as whiteous now, it was Zhu's mother, Huang. Zhou Ping stood frozen in place, tear swelling in his eye Isashara shed towards Wang, embracing her tight-lined refusing to let go. Mother, I have a been in filialson. Pinger, estate you, Pinger? Huang was momentarily dazed, her merkies fixated in Zhou Ping, her trembling hands reaching out, as if she could scarcely believe a Thishnabeth for her. Myson. Themotharan sung clung to a Kother, weeping profusely. The farmer woman struggled to rise from the ground, yet remained cowering in the corner, too frightened to approach. She had long heard Hurus ban spiaka feunger brotherho had left o pursueth epatho of cultivation aid ago, and thof he's ent moni and items back from me to time, had never turned. Never did she imagine if they to pon finally seeing him, who'd appear such a fearsome figure. After considerably time, Huang finally steadied her motion sand, filled with hope, asked, Michael, no Thadio have returned, will he only a vegan? Upon meeting Huang's gaze, fled with hoppy and almost pleading, Zhou Ping could no longer contain his motions, tears is streaming down his face. I will no leave again I will stay and accompany you both. That as a ling world beyond the mountains was not some thing, a humble person like him could aspire to remaining in the village at a honorous parentimik. Good. It's wonderful Tadioi. Huang was overcome with excitement, tightly embracing Zhou Ping as if comforting a young child. She then pointed to the farmer woman beside her, saying, This is your sister-in-law, Lin Suilian, the daughter of the 4th Lin from Linjia village, 10 miles away. Greetings, uncle. Lin Quilian hastily Rosata greeted them. Zhou Ping followed Huang's gaze, taking Gijud look at his sister-in-law. Dressed in simple homespun garments, Shibori an ordinary appearance, with hands roughened betoil, embodying decency o fatalage and tanned honest farmer's wife. I wash her sheerly aran frightened my sister-in-law, Zhou Ping glowered his posture and apologized to Lin Suilian. Tomorrow, I will venture into the mountains to hunt some megami to make amends. Fine at he mountains surreparilis, uncle, you should not go. Lin Quilian exclaimed in alarm, herfis bettering concern. It's nothing to worry about. Zhou Ping guevidishan dismissively, turning to Huang and inquiring, Mother, where air father and elder brother? It's nearly harvest time, and to prevent pests and birds from imaging the crops, the Arabis and the filed sand won't return until latter. Saner will come to fetch food for them soon. Saner Ijirnafui is 5 years old this year. I have become an uncle. Zhou Ping was momentarily taken aback, then filled with immency. Theban doth blood is thicker than water for most people, familiality is surpassales, and Zhou Ping was no exception. Then I shall deliver it later is still remember thway. By theway, didn't Tizenbach thought Munafori auto beland and build a new house? Zhou Pinglin see doth it dilapidate der thin hut, its roof patched countless times, what os the houses still look like these? Your mother savedet, intending to seat for your marriage, she replied. Mother, Zhou Ping reproached, I sent that money for yous. What are you savenge it for? Huang gazetted Zhou Ping with loving concern, your father and your old it's no longer necessary for us to enjoy life. You have worked hard outside, and in the future, y'all will need to start a family there will be in a play seswario require funds. Regardless of firewords, I shall also venture into the field stow lend my assistance. Zhou Ping, feeling an irritable surge within, Castaglan sought the blazing outside, a wavy of concern was Shinjaverum for his family. Hath internet to Lin Quilian and inquired, Sister-in-law, where is Themiel? Is shall to Ketover. Ina flurry, Lin Quilian retrieved a bamboo basket from the cooking patand handidito, Zhou Ping within lay 6 or 7 fresh baked flatbreads, glistening faintly with oil. Zhou Ping accepted the bamboo basket and stepped outside, making ease way towards the fields, guided by the contours off his memory. Chapter 3. The dispute the houses stood in stately rows, flanked by mulberry and elm trees in front and back, bestowing by Shi village with a picturesque, pastoral charm. Zhou Ping strolled between the dwellings with a bamboo basket in hand, his heart brimming with joy as he surveyed his surroundings. Even though his soul hailed from another realm, this quaint village was undeniably the home of his lifetime. As the saying goes, one finds it hard to part from one's native soil. Now that he had returned and beheld all that was familiar, memories of yesteryears surged forth, flooding his mind. This naturally drew curious glances from some residents, yet none dared to approach him after all. Zhou Ping had spent a decade cultivating his skills in Qingyun Gate. Though he had not ascended to the celestial path, his ethereal demeanor and fair, delicate skin set him apart from the rustic folk. Despite their skepticism, no one dared to inquire further, fearing he might be some wealthy scion. Provoking him could potentially invite calamity upon themselves. Although the villagers appeared unsophisticated and simple-hearted, they were, in truth, quite astute. Lacking foresight did not equate to foolishness. Soon, Zhou Ping reached the village's edge, where he could see the meandering Baishi River flowing serenely in the distance. It spanned a mere few zhong. hardly qualifying as a large river, yet the sunlight danced upon its surface, casting shimmering reflections. The banks of the stream were cultivated into fields of varying sizes, the rice swaying like waves under the gentle autumn breeze, producing a rustling sound. This very stream sustained the livelihoods of hundreds in Baishi village, and its isolation amidst towering mountains shielded it from the ravages of war, rendering it a veritable paradise. He strode purposefully towards his family's farmland, 6 mu of land set apart from the river. Though cultivating it was laborious, Zhou Ping's father, Zhou Dashan, had toiled relentlessly to support their family of 4. As he approached the fields, he spotted several figures standing on the ridge, one of whom bore a striking resemblance to his elder brother, Zhou Hong. However, before he could feel joy, he noticed that a dispute seemed to be brewing. With the figures pressing against his brother and hints of violence looming in the air, fury ignited within him, and he rushed forward with haste. "Zhou Laohan, this land belongs to my family. How dare you plant here?" A shadowy man bellowed from the ridge. "We are all neighbors. Since you've already planted, I shall not make things difficult for you." "Let this crop serve as compensation," Zhou Hong countered, stating that they had previously reached an agreement. "Agreed? When did we ever say that?" The shadowy man sneered. "Get out of my way, or I'll have you dragged to the magistrate's office to see who the judge favors." "You?" Zhou Hong's face flushed with rage, his body trembling as he longed to strike the man before him. "What? Intending to resort to violence?" The shadowy man scoffed arrogantly, his eyes glinting with malice. At that moment, several burly men surged forward, menacingly forcing Zhou Hong to retreat. Despite his anger, Zhou Hong thought of his family behind him and swallowed his indignation. "This land was painstakingly cleared by us. You're all a bunch of scoundrels." A frail child behind Zhou Hong shouted defiantly, only to be met with a fierce glare from a man, causing the child to cower in fear, retreating to Zhou Hong's side, weeping uncontrollably. Zhou Hong hurriedly shielded the child with his body. The elderly Zhou Dashan, his back hunched with age, approached humbly, a forced smile on his face as he grasped the man's clothing. "Lu Da, the harvest is near. We've tended to the land, so let us reap this season's rice." Lu Da disdainfully shrugged him off. "The grains grown on my land are not for you to collect." Zhou Dashan, already frail, stumbled backward from Lu Da's shove, landing painfully on the ground, wailing in agony. "Father, grandfather." Zhou Hong's eyes turned crimson as he rushed to check on Zhou Dashan, only to be met with a vision that ignited his fury. Zhou Dashan's arm had struck a rock, bloodied and mangled. The little boy knelt beside Zhou Dashan, tears streaming down his face as he clutched his grandfather. Lu Da noticed this, a flicker of concern crossing his face, yet he continued to shout arrogantly. "Old fool, still trying to swindle me. Damn it, Lu Da, you son of a dog." Zhou Hong roared, charging at Lu Da like a raging bull, catching him off guard and sending him sprawling. The men surrounding Lu Da rushed to intervene, but Zhou Hong, being a robust farmer, engaged in a fierce standoff. "Dare to collide with me? Kill them." Lu Da scrambled to his feet, disheveled and enraged, when suddenly he felt an overwhelming force strike him from behind, propelling him several zhang away. "Who do you intend to kill?" A voice resonating with fury pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention. Zhou Ping stood there, his expression frigid as he regarded the Lu family men, a fierce energy swirling in his sleeves, rendering them motionless with fear. "Who dares meddle?" someone shouted, and in a flash, 4 or 5 men charged at Zhou Ping like ferocious bears. Zhou Ping moved with the grace of a sparrow, evading their assaults. Channeling his spiritual energy into his fists, he struck them down with formidable force, leaving them sprawled on the ground, unable to move, groaning in pain. Next, he approached Lu Da, raising his arm slightly as a flash of golden light descended swiftly. "For injuring my father, I shall sever one of your hands as punishment." "Ah, my hand." Lu Da let out a wretched scream as his hand was severed, blood gushing forth, collapsing to the ground in agony. "It is Celestial Master." The men, utterly terrified, knelt and bowed their heads in fear. "Celestial Master, spare us. Celestial Master, have mercy. Get out." Zhou Ping bellowed, causing them to flee in terror, dragging the pitiful Lu Da along without daring to linger. "Zhou Ping, however, felt a momentary weakness. He had expended a significant amount of spiritual energy in that confrontation. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on it. He rushed to examine Zhou Dashan's arm. His expression grave as he channeled the remaining traces of his spiritual energy to staunch the bleeding and bind the wound. Afterward, he tended to Zhou Hong and the child, ensuring they were unharmed. Once he had finished, he felt a sense of emptiness. The toll of his earlier exertions had drained him significantly. After all, in the Qi awakening realm, spiritual energy was scarce. He had used up most of his reserves in casting spells and healing his family. Leaving him utterly depleted, he was grateful he had arrived in time. Had he been any later, his father might have faced dire consequences. Though he had yearned to eliminate those men, he ultimately chose restraint, both for his own sake and for his family's. As long as he had not opened his spiritual veins and truly stepped into cultivation, he remained akin to an ordinary person, bound by the same earthly laws, albeit with greater strength. Only after opening his spiritual veins and becoming a Qi refining practitioner would he be considered separate from the mundane world. If he had killed them in a moment of rage, the Liu family would assuredly seek retribution, and they were not a family to be trifled with. They had connections that reached the halls of power. He could not lead his family into a life of fugitive despair. Thus, he merely incapacitated Liu Da, while the others would recover after a few days of rest. This served as a warning to the Liu family and conveyed a message. Zhou Ping had returned, seeking only a peaceful existence, but should they dare to harass his family again, he would not hesitate to act with cruelty. The 3 generations of Zhou men were already petrified by the bloody scene. Gazing at Zhou Ping with trepidation, fearful of inciting the ire of this celestial master. Finally, Zhou Hong scrutinized him closely, a flicker of recognition igniting a spark of hope within him as he hesitantly asked, "Is it you, Ping?" Zhou Ping turned his head, smiling at the 3 of them, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Father, brother, I have returned." Chapter 4. Seeking peace it truly is Ping-er. My Ping-er has come home. Zhou Dashan wept tears of joy, overwhelmed with emotion. 10 years prior, Zhou Ping had been identified by a county celestial as possessing the potential for cultivation, promising to seek the celestial path to protect his family. And he had left without a word since a decade had passed in the blink of an eye, and Zhou Dashan's hair had turned white, his body frail. He had resigned himself to the belief that he would never see his youngest son again in this lifetime. Yet today, Zhou Ping had returned. He yearned to embrace his son, yet felt an unfamiliar awkwardness, tinged with a hint of reverence and fear. Zhou Hong, standing nearby, felt a rush of joy, yet hesitated to approach. Even though Zhou Ping stood before them once more, the transformation from the frail youth in their memories to the celestial master before them was monumental, creating an unbridgeable chasm of awe and fear. Zhou Ping perceived this distance and sighed inwardly, aware that such estrangement and reverence would not easily dissipate. He cradled the child in his arms, gazing fondly into the innocent eyes of his nephew. "Brother, this must be my nephew. What is his name?" "His name is Changhe, as we hope he will be long-lasting like the Baishi River," Zhou Hong replied earnestly, then awkwardly urged the child, "Quickly greet your uncle." Though the recent events had frightened the little boy, being merely 4 or 5 years old, he was not burdened by the same fears. Curiosity overtook him, and he shyly greeted, "Hello, uncle. Little Changhe is truly well-behaved." The resounding call filled Zhou Ping's heart with joy, as he playfully tousled the child's hair and retrieved some treats from his sleeve for Zhou Changhe, who gazed at them with gleaming eyes, completely forgetting the pain he had just endured. "Little Changhe, do you understand why I let them go?" Zhou Ping asked, his eyes fixed on his nephew. He believed that one could discern a person's character from an early age. It is to instill fear in them. Once they are afraid, they will not dare to act again, Zhou Changhe replied, his youthful face displaying determination. "And why father took me to the fields to drive away wild boars, using stones to strike wooden sticks, but leaving one side open, causing the boars to flee in that direction. However, if all sides are blocked, the boars will charge at us." "Very clever," Zhou Ping said, stroking his nephew's head with satisfaction. He was indeed a chip off the old block, but if the knife is sharp enough, even a wild boar in a frenzy can be killed. A fierce glint appeared on Zhou Changhe's youthful face. Though I am still young, I remember every instance of bullying in the village, and one day, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine." Zhou Ping's heart trembled. His nephew was merely 5 years old. Yet he bore the weight of such bitter experiences, which made him so perceptive. He instinctively hugged him tighter, feeling a pang of guilt. "Uncle has returned, and you shall never be bullied again." Though Zhou Ping did not voice this vow, it resonated deeply within his heart. "Father, elder brother, let us return home now." Dashin surveyed the golden rice fields with a heavy heart, unable to let go of the crops during the harvest season. "It is all right. I am here," Zhou Ping reassured him. Then cradling Zhou Changhe, he linked arms with Zhou Dashin as they made their way home. Zhou Hong hurriedly put away the hoe, grinning as he followed behind. From a young age, his younger brother had always been clever and resourceful, and now that he had returned, this farmer felt a newfound sense of security. In the small village of Baishi, the news of the return of the Zhou family's second son, a seeker of immortality, quickly spread, stirring various reactions among the villagers as they sought to ascertain details to adjust their attitudes towards the Zhou family. The Lu family, descendants of Lu Taigong, had grown to over 10 households, comprising 40 to 50 members. At this moment, the Lu family's courtyard was crowded to capacity. An elderly man, over 70, sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed as he smoked a pipe. Surrounded by other elders, while the younger men wore expressions of anger, in the center of the courtyard, Lu Da lay on the ground, moaning in agony, his arm well bandaged at the site of injury. "Elder brother, what shall we do?" An elder inquired of the man at the head. This elder was named Lu Quan, the patriarch of the Lu family, who remained silent, absorbed in his pipe, while the younger men began to argue amongst themselves. "Indeed, we cannot allow the Lu family to be bullied like this," one said. "But that Zhou family's second son is a master of the immortals," another countered. "And what of it? He has returned to our village. How formidable can he truly be? If he were a genuine immortal master, we would have long since perished, and Lu Da would not have returned. I see him as nothing more than an unworthy individual who failed to attain the Tao. I have encountered many like him in the county, claiming to be immortal masters, yet no more powerful than us. Some within the Lu family were well informed, even if they lacked knowledge of the intricacies of the immortal path. They understood some secrets. The county did boast several immortal masters who, having lost hope of transcending, chose to return to mundane life and enjoy earthly pleasures, becoming landlords. Although they possessed some techniques far superior to those of mortals, they remained bound by the laws of the mundane world. Only those who had truly attained the Tao could act with impunity, wielding life and death over mere mortals. If Zhou Ping were indeed an immortal master, he would have likely slain Lu Da and others to instill fear. Instead, he had only injured them, clearly harboring reservations. "Why should we fear him? Let us just kill him," a man shouted, inciting a chorus of approval from the others. "Kill him! Kill him!" The clamorous shouts seemed as though they would lift the roof off the courtyard, each person seething with righteous indignation. Yet, Lu Quan slammed his pipe onto the table, and silence fell immediately. "Why the uproar? Why stop now?" Lu Quan chastised. "How has my Lu family produced such bloodthirsty individuals? When faced with a problem, all you think of is violence. If all of you were so impulsive, my family would have been finished long ago." His words rendered the crowd mute, each person shrinking back like turtles retreating into their shells. The few elders present, while displeased, refrained from contradicting him, knowing it would undermine Lu Quan's authority. Once he had vented his frustration, Lu Quan's demeanor softened, and he pointed at one of the men. "Lu Hong, explain to everyone what has transpired." All eyes turned to a robust man, who felt suddenly awkward, his body trembling with tension. "What are you standing there for? Speak." Lu Quan's displeasure was evident as he barked. "It was that Zhou old man who encroached on Lu Da's land. We went to demand it back. But they not only refused, Zhou Erlang even went so far as to beat us severely." As this revelation emerged, the Lu family members were instantly filled with righteous fury, itching to confront the Zhou family, yet held back by the silence of their elders. "Oh? Is that so?" Lu Quan sneered, casting a glance at his brother Lu Zhong, whose face was ashen, struggling to contain his anger. "Lu Da, Lu Hong, and the others who had caused the commotion were all under Lu Zhong's branch of the family, and their initial wrongdoing only added to his ire. "Lu Ming, you speak," Lu Quan commanded, pointing to another individual. "Yes, grandfather." A young man with a scholarly demeanor stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the elders before addressing the crowd. 10 years ago, Uncle Zhua passed away, and the 12 acres of fertile land he owned were divided between Lu Da and Lu Hong. At this point, Lu Zhong was visibly pained, covering his face with his hands in remembrance of his son Lu Zhua, who had died young. It was precisely Lu Zhua's untimely death that had led Lu Da and his brother to become so idle and reckless. Lu Ming could only bow in apology to Lu Zhong, who gestured for him to continue, assuring him he was fine. However, Lu Da, despite having fertile land, chose to neglect it, allowing it to fall into disrepair, living off the wealth left by Uncle Zhua. Lu Ming continued. The land was adjacent to the Zhou family's fields, with a 2-acre plot directly bordering theirs. Thus, at the beginning of the year, Zhou Hong approached Lu Da to verbally agree to rent that plot, offering him 40% of the harvest in return, to which Lu Da readily consented. This revelation caused the expressions of those present to flicker with understanding, for they knew that a 40% rental agreement was quite favorable. This was not like the fields of the landlords, which, although fertile, had been neglected for years and required significant effort to reclaim. The first year would certainly be arduous, and a yield of 2/3 of what an equally sized plot would produce was already commendable. Who would willingly undertake such a laborious and thankless task if not for the Zhou family's lack of land, forcing them to rent and cultivate? Throughout the year, the Zhou family had labored tirelessly to reclaim the land, clearing stones and pests, and now, at last, they were seeing the fruits of their labor. Yet today, Lu Da had come demanding the harvest, outright denying their agreement and attempting to seize the 2 acres worth of yield for himself. At this point, many of the more honest and hard-working Lu family members began to show their anger. After all, they were farmers who understood the hardships of tilling the land. Even though Lu Da was one of their own, resentment began to brew among them. In the midst of the argument, Zhou Laohan had been injured by Lu Da and his group, which incited Zhou Erlang's wrath, leading him to use his supernatural abilities against the Lu family members. Lu Ming spoke slowly, placing particular emphasis on the term supernatural abilities. As Lu Ming eloquently recounted the events, the vast majority of the Lu family members fell into silence, their earlier rage dissipating, now casting cold glances at the wounded Lu Da, though a few still wore displeased expressions. "You have all heard. Who do you believe is in the right?" Lu Quan's voice echoed through the courtyard. "Zhou Erlang injured several of you in an instant, yet did not strike any fatal blows, indicating he does not wish to become enemies with our Lu family. It is Lu Da who has pushed the Zhou family too far. But Lu Da cannot simply be bullied," someone interjected. "What, do you wish to resort to violence?" Lu Quan raised an eyebrow, surveying the crowd before rising to his feet. "Then consider the well-being of your families. Zhou Erlang is not an ordinary man. If you push him too hard, what will become of your loved ones? Will you be satisfied only after another lies here like Lu Da?" His words left the crowd in contemplative silence, and Lu Quan seized the moment. "This situation is Lu Da's own doing. Do not drag our Lu family into it. If you wish to avenge him, think carefully about whether it's worth sacrificing your lives for such a fool. After all, even though Zhou Ping had not attained the Tao, he was no mere mortal. If he were to commit a murder, the authorities would inevitably pursue him, but by then, the Lu family might well have faced their own demise. Lu Ming, you take a few men to the Zhou family and negotiate a resolution." Lu Quan instructed Lu Ming. "Yes, grandfather." Lu Ming departed the courtyard with several men from the main branch of the family. Lu Quan looked at the sea of heads before him, feeling somewhat weary, and waved his hand. "Everyone, disperse." Yet at the very last moment, he caught sight of Lu Da lying on the ground, and a flicker of compassion stirred within him. Henceforth, the clan would allocate 100 jin of rice to Lu Da's family each year. After all, they were still Lu clan members, no matter the circumstances. Upon hearing this proclamation, the remaining members of the Lu family, still present, revealed expressions of delight. Previously, even though they recognized Lu Quan's decision as the most rational, they had felt a tinge of disappointment towards the clan. Fortunately, the clan had not entirely forgotten them. Once the crowd had dispersed, Lu Quan slumped in a chair, rubbing his temples to alleviate the fatigue weighing down on his mind. As the leader of the clan, the burdens he bore were particularly heavy, almost suffocating him. In truth, he had long been aware of Lu Da's oppression of the Zhou family. However, such occurrences were not uncommon in rural life. Wealthy households exploiting the less fortunate, landlords taking advantage of laborers. Moreover, as the head of the Lu family, he was inherently inclined to side with Lu Da. Little did he anticipate that Zhou Erlang would not only return from his quest for immortality but also possess formidable strength, necessitating a peaceful resolution. After all, although the Lu family had only been established for 4 or 5 generations, it had flourished, branching out and establishing a foothold in Baishi village, subtly trending towards becoming a notable clan. Thus, it was imperative to develop steadily and minimize disputes and calamities. In due course, as the family thrived, they could afford to establish a clan school, enabling their descendants to cultivate both literary and martial skills, ensuring the prosperity and glory of the Lu lineage. If fortune favored them further, perhaps 1 or 2 gifted children might emerge to seek immortality, and they would not even dare to wish for enlightenment, being content if they could achieve what Zhou Erlang had. The mere presence of Zhou Erlang, even before attaining enlightenment, had made him cautious, primarily due to his formidable abilities, capable of inflicting harm with his mystical arts. Yet, Lu Quan's lament was not for Lu Da's bullying and thuggery against the Zhou family, but rather for Zhou Ping's genuine attainment of supernatural powers. Had Zhou Ping been an ordinary individual, Lu Quan would not have hesitated to covertly eradicate the Zhou family. Alas, Zhou Ping was not just anyone. Even if Lu Da had perished on the spot, Lu Quan could have reported Zhou Ping to the authorities without hesitation. Yet, Zhou Ping had only incapacitated Lu Da, sparing his life. Lu Quan found himself unable to act on his thoughts, fearing it would dishearten the clan members. Even if Zhou Ping had not achieved enlightenment, he would still be bound by the law. Nevertheless, he was a cultivator, and the government would inevitably show him some leniency. Such a severed hand served merely as a warning, inadvertently solidifying enmity and setting the Lu family against a formidable foe. They could either remain patient and refrain from retaliation or strike decisively to suppress the threat entirely. Otherwise, they would invite disaster upon the family. How could he not die? Lu Quan cursed under his breath. Unsure whether he was referring to Lu Da or Zhou Ping, gazing wistfully at the ceiling as he sighed, "Father, the family you entrusted to me is exhausting me. My brothers feign respect while harboring resentment towards me for my perceived unfairness. And the children are oblivious, stirring up trouble. I am truly weary. Yet, your great-grandson is a good boy, steady and visionary, having passed the provincial examination. I hope to pass the Lu family legacy to him. May your spirit in heaven protect him to achieve success next year," allowing the Lu family to shine. In response, there was only an echoing silence. Chapter 5. Purchasing land upon returning home. Zhou Ping had yet to enjoy a moment of joy with his family when visitors began to arrive in droves. Most of them hailed from humble households like the Zhou family, neighbors banding together. Naturally, they wished to uncover the truth behind the Zhou family's predicament. "Farewell, Uncle Chen," Zhou Hong said as he saw off a frail, white-haired elder, before finally returning indoors. The old man had not walked far before he turned to glance back at the Zhou household, a flicker of light igniting in his murky eyes. In the future, these small households will have to rely on the Zhou family. Perhaps I can also seek vengeance for my ancestors through this. Uncle Chen ambled homeward, hunched over, resembling a senile old man. Upon entering the house, Zhou Hong found his brother massaging his forehead, looking utterly fatigued. Old Chen is indeed a pitiful man. In his old age, he has no one to rely on, save for a daughter still in her youth. "Pinger, what do you think?" Zhou Dashan remarked, his tone hinting at deeper sentiments. "Father, why do you speak of such things? You should focus on your own health," Zhou Ping replied, somewhat irked. "Your father is right. You are no longer young and should consider settling down." Huang Shi chimed in that I've seen that girl. She is quite lovely and industrious. Your father and I are aging as long as we can witness you and Hunger living well, establishing your own family. We would die without regrets. Truly, what nonsense. You are still in good health, Zhou Ping chastised lightly, attempting to bridge the gap with familial banter. Yet, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. He had not anticipated that the first matter upon returning home would be the insistence on marriage. Zhou Hong, meanwhile, sat nearby, enjoying time with his wife and children, chuckling at his brother's evident distress, reminiscent of years gone by. Spiritual energy possessed miraculous healing properties for mortals. Within just a few hours, Zhou Dashan's arm had formed scabs. Visibly on the mend, I will think about it more, Zhou Ping said evasively, repeatedly pondering how the Chun family's daughter sounded vaguely familiar. Just then, a commotion arose outside. Is old Zhou home? Zhou Hong approached, his face suddenly darkening. You are not welcome here. Be gone. The visitor was none other than Lu Ming. Upon hearing Zhou Hong's rebuke, the individuals behind Lu Ming bristled with anger, yet Lu Ming merely smiled calmly. Bowing slightly, my cousin is foolish and has erred. I come to apologize on his behalf. Hearing this, Zhou Hong's demeanor visibly softened. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Lu Ming's demeanor made it difficult to respond with hostility. Considering the actions of Lu Da and his cohorts, Lu Ming entered the house under Zhou Hong's guidance, only to find the old man, though emaciated, with bloodstains marring his clothing, causing his eyes to widen in alarm. The methods of the immortal were truly formidable. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for bones to regenerate into flesh. He must not provoke them. Reflecting on his earlier fantasy of overwhelming Zhou Ping with sheer numbers, he found it laughable. Even if successful, he knew the toll it would take on his own kin. After all, they were blood relatives, not mere soldiers. One could not force family members to their doom. Ping brother, I have come today to offer my apologies. Lu Ming's expression shifted, filled with remorse as he bowed his head. It is my cousin's folly that led to this mess. Not only was he greedy, but he also brought along several brothers to injure the old man. I was alarmed and ashamed upon hearing this. Rest assured, Lu Da has been thoroughly reprimanded, and such actions will not be repeated in the future. Let us hope so, Zhou Ping replied with a wry smile, clearly skeptical of Lu Da's punishment. He simply gazed at Lu Ming, awaiting the outcome of this matter. After all, the Lu family was numerous and powerful, while his own family was relatively weak. Even if he were strong, it would not change the reality. However, that did not mean the grievances against the Lu family would simply dissipate. One day, he would reclaim what was owed. For now, all he could do was feign compliance, pretending to welcome the offer, ensuring peace within his household. As compensation, all the grain from Lu Da's fields will belong to your family. How does that sound? Ping brother? Lu Ming suggested, discreetly observing Zhou Ping's reaction. Yet, Zhou Ping remained silent, merely staring at him, leaving Lu Ming feeling uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the old man grew impatient, eager to leap at the offer, 2 mu of grain entirely for them. The surplus could buy a small donkey, making farming and transporting goods much easier, and it could also serve as a companion for his grandson. After all, Zhou Dashan was a farmer. Even with his son returning from a quest for immortality, it was difficult for his mindset to shift. However, he was aging, no longer the pillar of the family, and before his 2 sons, even if he wished to speak, he kept his thoughts to himself. Zhou Hong and the others, though tempted, turned their gaze to Zhou Ping, awaiting his decision. Very well, Zhou Ping replied slowly, but I wish to purchase that piece of land. Upon hearing the first part of his statement, Lu Ming exhaled in relief, fearing Zhou Ping would demand an exorbitant price. Yet the latter's next words caused his brow to furrow. That land belonged to Lu Da. He couldn't arbitrarily decide on such matters. Lu Ming was about to protest when Zhou Ping promptly interrupted him. 0.6 taels per mu. What do you say? Instantly, several people in the room gasped, their breaths quickening. Let it be as my brother wishes. Lu Ming grinned, delighted. What did it matter if he took the liberty when it meant a little extra? After all, high-yield fields generally fetched upwards of 10 taels, while medium fields hovered around 8 taels. Although Lu Da's 2 mu had once been considered medium quality, they had not been cultivated in years and were now overgrown. Selling for 5 taels would be pushing the limits. Son, isn't that a bit too high? Huang sure couldn't help but interject. Mother, I have my plans, Zhou Ping reassured her. His intention in purchasing land was indeed strategic. Since he aimed to settle in Baishi village, he could not allow his descendants to toil endlessly for sustenance. At the very least, he aspired to be a landowner. Furthermore, he He requested Lu Ming to spread the word throughout the village that he would buy any plots of land for a price, one tael, higher than the market rate. Lu Ming was left speechless by Zhou Ping's words, astonished that a mere quest for immortality could yield such wealth, effortlessly rivaling the Lu family's decades of accumulated resources. However, who could blame him for not having a prodigy in his family? All he could do was watch with envy. Nevertheless, Zhou Ping's request for assistance from their family is a promising sign, indicating that Zhou Ping not only seeks to avoid conflict, but also wishes to turn enemies into friends with the Lu family. "Brother Ping, I assure you, I will handle this matter with utmost finesse," Lu Ming said with a smile. "I shall take my leave for now. Later, I will dispatch someone to the county to inform the officials. By tomorrow, we shall have the land deed sorted." Once Lu Ming and his companions departed, Huang anxiously inquired, "Ping, this cannot be taken lightly. Do you truly possess such wealth?" "Indeed, at a price exceeding one tael. Many families will likely be willing to sell. What shall we do if funds run short?" Zhou Hong interjected hastily. "Lu Ming hasn't gone far. I can catch up with him in time." He feared that his younger brother might be unaware of the land's true value, leading to inflated pricing. A single acre of land, after a year of toil, leaves hardly 100 when after taxes and provisions for the family. And in a poor harvest, one might even have to borrow to make ends meet. To raise the price by a tael is akin to savings accumulated over several arduous years, in the long run. Selling land would inevitably result in a loss, but common folk seldom have spare coins. If difficulties arise, selling becomes the only option. Many families in the village are struggling, and even a few dozen acres could require hundreds of taels of silver. Who among them could afford that? As the saying goes, if kindness is not widespread, malice may arise. If funds are insufficient and only a few families' lands are purchased, even if they bear no grudges, there would surely be discontent. Zhou Hong was in a state of turmoil. He understood that his brother's intent was to secure a better future for their family. Yet why not purchase from each family discreetly? Such grandiosity invites trouble. "Do not worry. I have wealth," Zhou Ping replied with a calm smile. In fact, he was even more affluent than Zhou Hong and the others had anticipated. During his time at Qingyun's sect, although merely a servant disciple, he had diligently completed tasks over the past decade, accumulating several spirit stones. Upon leaving the sect for the mortal realm, he naturally converted the spirit stones into mundane gold and silver for future use. On the surface, one spirit stone could be exchanged for 10 taels of gold. Yet due to their rarity, the actual exchange rate often soared to 13 or even 15. Nevertheless, only disciples who had left the sect were willing to engage in such exchanges. Zhou Ping managed to convert his holdings into 78 taels of gold, and the exchange rate for gold to silver generally stood at 5 or 6 to 1. Hence it was often referred to as the 5 or 6 exchange. This meant that Zhou Ping possessed nearly 400 taels of silver. In addition to various other items, making the purchase of 100 acres entirely feasible. By Creek Village, with its mere 100 households, was surrounded by mountains, and the cultivable land barely exceeded 1,000 acres. While this may seem ample, the number of families willing to sell is scant, for land is the foundation of a family's legacy. To sell it for fleeting pleasures would be sheer folly. If Zhou Ping could indeed acquire 100 acres of fertile land, he would be overjoyed. If funds truly fell short, he could always venture to the county town to find other cultivators willing to part with their possessions for cash. That evening, Zhou Ping ascended a nearby hill to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, finally restoring his spiritual energy. Yet, given the thinness of the spiritual aura in this region, his recovery was painfully slow. He could only accommodate 9 strands of spiritual energy. Otherwise, merely restoring his energy would take several days and nights. He also took the opportunity to assess his family's talents, for if anyone possessed inherent gifts, even in advanced age, they could still cultivate their essence, promoting longevity and warding off illness. Alas, even Zhou Changhe, the most promising among them, only exhibited half an inch of spiritual light above his head, far from the 1-inch threshold required for cultivation, sealing his fate away from the path of immortality. The others fared even worse, revealing only faint glimmers of spiritual light. Such opportunities for immortality are indeed rare. Zhou Ping sighed softly. He had attempted to use Ding Fire to enhance the talents of others, but to no avail. It seemed to only work on himself. Discontent, he tried once more. Yet the Ding fire remained unchanged, neither increasing nor decreasing. The next day, the front of the Zhou household was abuzz with voices, a throng of people densely packed together. Zhou Hong stood at the forefront, resolutely blocking everyone. "Oh, not push. It is far too early for such commotion," a ragged, white-haired elder shouted. "Is it true that your family intends to buy land?" His family possessed about 10 acres, which had fallen into neglect after the deaths of both his sons on the mountain. He was unwilling to sell cheaply to the larger families, now hoping Zhou's intentions were genuine. "Why, brother is a cultivator. How could he deceive you?" Zhou Hong bellowed, showing no signs of panic. Last night, Zhou Ping had displayed several gleaming gold ingots to them, weighing several pounds. Upon hearing this, the elder's face lit up with joy as he pushed forward, anxious not to miss the opportunity, fearing that by the time it was his turn, there might be no funds left to make a purchase. Others, too, pressed forward eagerly. With their families in dire financial straits, they could not afford to let this chance slip away, especially not to those unscrupulous larger families, who would crush them down to sell at a loss. Further away, under a roof's eave, several figures observed the scene at the Zhou household. "Elder, are we truly going to watch the Zhou family buy land like this?" A man beside Lu Quan could not help but speak up. "Are you out of your mind? Since Zhou Erlang wishes to turn foes into friends and has not encroached upon our land, why should we oppose him?" Lu Quan replied irritably. "Some families grow large, and inevitably, there are those who lack common sense." Yet what he did not express was that if the Zhou family exhibited any signs of decline, he would swiftly turn ally into adversary, striking a decisive blow. Meanwhile, members of the Qian family were also closely monitoring the Zhou family's situation. Qian Yuanqing, the clan leader, was a rotund man with a round face. If not for the occasional glint of brilliance in his squinted eyes, one might mistake him for a mediocre and ineffectual individual. "Clan leader, how should we treat the Zhou family moving forward?" a young clansman inquired. Qian Yuanqing observed Zhou Hong bustling about and replied, "Wait. The Zhou family is fundamentally weak, and Zhou Erlang has yet to attain enlightenment. He cannot live many more years than us. What does it matter if they flourish for a time? But what if they grow stronger?" The young clansman pressed anxiously. His family had only 2 sons. Even if given several decades, could they possibly outnumber their clan? Such a possibility is negligible. If he truly had hopes of breaking through, he would not return to our small village. Qian Yuanqing chuckled. Those few cultivators in the county, which one of them did not return because they lost hope for advancement? Over a decade has passed, and now they are all aging. Have you seen any who have broken through? Let them be strong if they wish. The gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. Then why not join forces with several families to eliminate him? This way, we won't be oppressed by the Zhou family, the young clansman suggested. Those words, Qian Yuanqing's expression shifted dramatically. "You truly are foolish. Though he has not yet attained enlightenment, that does not imply he lacks means. Just yesterday, several members of the Lu family were injured by him in an instant. Do you possess such capabilities? But I heard that cultivators who have not attained enlightenment are not particularly strong." The young man retorted. Qian Yuanqing scoffed. "They may not be exceedingly powerful, but they are still stronger than us mere mortals. If a real fight breaks out, do you wish to sacrifice a few lives? 10? Or 20? If he were to retaliate fiercely and drag down a family with him, would that not merely benefit others? Our Qin family consists of only a few dozen people. Do you wish for all to perish? I warn you, if you dare to speak recklessly again, I shall personally ensure your demise. Do not drag me down with you." Due to Zhou Ping's presence, these affluent families were cautious, fearing that if they cornered him, they might end up being pulled down with him. Fortunately, cultivators in the Qi Awakening realm have lifespans similar to ordinary people, at most living slightly longer. Once Zhou Ping passes away, the Zhou family will not outnumber them. Furthermore, their families are larger and will continue to grow. Who knows, one day they might produce a high-ranking official or a cultivator. What is there to fear? The larger the family, the less likely they are to take risks. At that moment, several constables and a middle-aged man in an official robe approached the Zhou household. "Lord Lin has arrived." With the constable's shout, it was as if a thunderclap had struck. The previously noisy crowd fell silent, and everyone promptly knelt on the ground. "It is the magistrate." The common folk knew only that a high-ranking official had come, unaware of his identity. However, the clan leaders of the larger families paled at the sight. Recognizing him as Lin Ruahai, the magistrate of Qingshui County, they hurriedly emerged from their homes to kneel along the roadside, not daring to show any disrespect, though the magistrate's position was not particularly high. He was not someone they could afford to offend, especially since he oversaw tax collection. If he held a grudge, life would become quite unbearable. Yet Lin Ruahai paid them no mind, steadily making his way toward the Zhou household. A look of delight evident in his eyes. "Child, you are saved." Upon hearing the commotion, Zhou Ping stepped out of the house, surprised to find an official present, and felt a surge of doubt. Ordinarily, changing the land deed only required a common official for registration. Why had a magistrate been summoned? Was the Liu family up to no good? Zhou Ping, after all, had not attained the status of a true immortal master. When meeting court officials, it was only proper that he offered a bow. Yet there was no need for him to prostrate himself like the common folk. Just as he was about to perform a respectful gesture, Lin Ruahua stepped forward with brisk strides, firmly linking his arm with Zhou Ping's. "But, Master Zhou? You jest. Sir, I am merely a wayward soul returning home." Zhou Ping was taken aback. Although he had encountered a few modest cultivators in the county, he had not expected such deference from an official. One must remember that the dynasties of this realm were established by great cultivators. Despite being a mere minor official, one could easily be framed with a crime, at which point high-level cultivators would come to suppress them. "Ah, not at all," Lin Ruahua waved his hand dismissively. "The Immortal Master's path is one of great promise. It is merely a moment of confusion that prevents a breakthrough. How could one call it a lack of destiny?" Though it was mere pleasantry, it filled Zhou Ping's heart with joy. "I have heard reports from the villagers that there has been a significant change in land ownership, coupled with the arrival of an immortal master. Hence my visit to handle this matter, and to behold the master's esteemed countenance," Lin Ruahua remarked with a smile. Yet Zhou Ping harbored doubts about his true intentions, suspecting there was more at stake. Just as he was about to inquire further, Lin Ruahua preemptively addressed the kneeling crowd. "Everyone, rise. Who is responsible for the land change? Speak up promptly." Zhou Hong, perplexed by the unfolding events, could only muster the courage to step forward. "Sir, it is I, a humble villager, seeking to purchase land." "Whose land do you wish to buy?" Lin Ruahua inquired, adopting a tone of official duty. "It is my own, my own," an elderly man interjected, clamoring ahead of the others. "Very well," Lin Ruahua declared loudly, then pointed to a constable. "Accompany him to measure the land, ensuring no deceit occurs." The measuring process commenced with fervor, for those who reported falsehoods or discrepancies with the original land deeds. Adjustments were made on the spot, meticulously recorded in the ledger. As the constables departed, Zhou Ping's mood grew increasingly somber. Being merely a nascent cultivator who had yet to embark on the genuine path of cultivation, he sensed that this earnest attention from the chief scribe was indicative of a pressing matter. As time passed, the sun ascended to its zenith. Zhou Hong found himself clutching over a dozen pristine land deeds. Yet he could not summon a smile, as they felt as burdensome as hot potatoes in his hands. In total, there were 83 acres, comprising 6 acres of prime land, 18 acres of moderate quality, and 59 acres of inferior quality, the constable reported to Lin Ruahua. Adding to the existing 6 acres, the Zhou family now possessed 89 acres, a quantity sufficient to establish themselves as landlords in a household of 6. The neighboring wealthy families watched with envy. While each possessed hundreds of acres, they were outnumbered. However, it was evident that these villagers were selling their land out of desperation, with many of the middle and lower quality plots being sold due to their families' dire circumstances. "Conduct a thorough re-examination. There must be no falsifications. Upon our return, I shall treat you all to tea," Lin Ruahua stated earnestly. "Yes, sir," the constables replied, exhausted from a morning of labor without any reward, harboring some grievances. Fortunately, Lin Ruahua was not oblivious to the need for small favors. His offer of tea was, in truth, a promise of monetary reward for the constables. The land had already undergone 2 inspections, rendering errors unlikely. It was merely for the sake of appearances before the Zhou family. Once the constables returned with confirmation, Lin Ruahua turned to Zhou Hong with gravity. The land has been verified. Ensure that crops are sown early next year. Though the land tax is minimal, it accumulates over time. Zhou Ping's expression shifted dramatically. While it seemed that Lin Ruohua was earnestly advising them not to neglect the land, it was, in reality, a veiled threat. It was apparent that there was a significant request behind his visit, and without compliance, the Zhou family's future would be precarious. Brother, perhaps we should flee, Zhou Hong whispered to Zhou Ping, his demeanor serious. We could hide in the mountains. He feared that this matter would bring harm to his brother, contemplating escape to the wilderness. Zhou Ping felt a surge of warmth and gently patted his brother's hand, soothing his anxious heart. Fear not, I shall protect us. Old Zhou, prepare for a life of comfort ahead. An elder gestured towards Zhou Dashan, causing him to beam with joy, never having looked so content, his wrinkles appearing more animated. Huang's wife was surrounded by a throng of women. Despite her worried expression, their congratulations drowned out her concerns. You are truly fortunate to have such a wonderful son. Has your second son found a match? How about my daughter? Zhou Ping gazed at the smiles of the two elders and suddenly felt something clasping around his foot. Looking down, he saw his nephew, Changhe, clinging to his calf with a playful grin. Uncle, hug. Zhou Ping smiled instantly, lifting Changhe into his arms. Was this not the moment he longed for? When the soldiers come, the generals will block. When the water flows, the earth will cover. Since Lin Ruohua has a need of me, it is unlikely that the matter is beyond my capabilities. Chapter 7. The arrival of malefic energy. When the crowd dispersed, Zhou Ping approached Lin Ruohua directly, bowing respectfully. May I inquire what business the esteemed official has with a humble villager? There is no need for such formalities, Immortal Master. Please, rise, Lin Ruohua urged, swiftly pulling Zhou Ping to his feet, his tone earnest. I hope you will enlighten me, for otherwise, my heart remains uneasy. Lin Ruohua sighed deeply, sorrow evident in his eyes. To speak candidly, I do indeed have a matter of utmost urgency, and I implore the Immortal Master to save my child. As he spoke, Lin Ruohua was about to kneel. But Zhou Ping deftly caught him. Your complexion appears healthy. I see no signs of peril, Zhou Ping remarked, perplexed. Despite a few strands of white in Lin Ruohua's hair, he appeared vigorous and in the prime of life. Showing no signs of illness. It is not for me, but for my child, Lin Ruohua replied, covering his face with his hand, tears streaming down. A month ago, my mischievous child fell into a well while playing. Though he was rescued, his health has deteriorated rapidly. Within a month, he has become emaciated, and no remedy seems effective. I have sought help from the few immortal masters in the city, but they claim it is malevolent energy gnawing at his bones. A condition exceedingly difficult to eradicate, leaving them all powerless. Driven by desperation to save my son, I resorted to this course of action, and I beseech the Immortal Master for understanding. Lin Ruohua was aware that his actions were somewhat underhanded, leveraging authority and affection, but the love for his son compelled him. After all, those immortal masters were at a loss, and while true enlightened beings could be found in Qingshui County, the cost of their assistance was exorbitant, far beyond his means. Thus, upon learning of an immortal master in Baishi village, he hastily made his way here, grasping at this last thread of hope. Zhou Ping furrowed his brow. Malevolent energy took many forms. Yet Lin Ruohua's vague description left him unable to assess the situation accurately. I shall accompany you, for I have yet to see the matter clearly. I cannot guarantee my abilities, so I hope you will not hold it against me should I prove ineffective. Rest assured, I will, Lin Ruohua replied earnestly. Zhou Ping then followed Lin Ruohua towards the city of Qingshui County, situated several dozen miles away, taking care to offer last-minute advice. Brother, be sure to protect our parents, and seek out some villagers to work as laborers. Do not seize the crops from the fields, for they represent a year's worth of hard work. By next year, we too will have land to cultivate, cloth to weave, and then we can send Changhe to school. Yes, I will remember everything, brother. Zhou Hong grasped his brother's hands tightly, tears brimming in his eyes, fearing this might be their final farewell. Do not let our parents worry. I am, after all, a cultivator. Even if I must act against others, I must weigh my actions carefully. At last, Zhou Ping departed with Lin Ruohua and his entourage towards the county. Zhou Hong steadied himself, then returned to the crowd, feigning nonchalance. The villagers selling their land were driven by desperation. Now, the Zhou family could rent it back to them at a 50% rate, and they were grateful. Zhou Dashan and his wife felt some concern, but Zhou Hong managed to assuage their fears. Meanwhile, Liu, Qian, and the Wang clan gazed at the departing group from a distance, increasingly wary of the Zhou family. Astonished that Zhou Erlang had formed ties with the chief scribe. It seemed that Baishi village was destined to be dominated by the Zhou family henceforth. Qingshui County spans approximately 130 miles, encompassing 8 townships and over 100 villages, with a population exceeding 40,000. In another world, this would be considered a sparsely populated county, yet here it was deemed quite populous. However, Zhou Ping understood that this realm was vast and boundless, with hidden paradises existing, resulting in a population far greater than in his former life. After walking for about an hour and a half, a modestly sized town appeared before Zhou Ping, measuring no more than 400 zhang in length and width. Easily visible from a height, upon entering the town, Zhou Ping felt numerous probing gazes upon him, and he sensed subtle fluctuations of energy concealed amidst the bustling streets. Their origins elusive, it dawned on him that these were likely other nascent cultivators, much like himself, seeking refuge in this place. Yet he paid them no mind. He was not here to stir trouble, nor did he intend to encroach upon their interests. This was also why Zhou Ping chose to remain in Baishi village. There, he could easily suppress several wealthy families through his own strength. However, the situation in the county seat is markedly different, characterized by a labyrinth of intricate power dynamics. Here, one encounters formidable figures such as court officials, alongside wealthy landlords and families comprised of those cultivating the spirit-awakening realm, all of whom have long since divided the pie that is Qingshui County. Should I lead my family to this place, we would undoubtedly find ourselves embroiled in a fierce contest of interests. If anything were to befall my family along the way, Zhou Ping would be left with nothing but regret, and it would be far better to remain a carefree local tyrant in Baishi village. Once my family flourishes in the future, I can then reconsider these matters. Yet, Lin Ruohua seemed entirely oblivious to the prying eyes around him. After dispensing a few taels of silver to dismiss the yamen runners, he took Zhou Ping on a tour through the eastern and western parts of Qingshui County, ultimately arriving at an old and dilapidated courtyard. Zhou Ping surveyed his surroundings. The courtyard was not opulent but rather dim and worn, having suffered from years of neglect, with certain areas even showing signs of damage and damp moss creeping forth. After such a long journey, would you like to rest for a moment, Ping Di? Lin Ruohua inquired. There's no need. Let us first attend to my nephew's ailment, Zhou Ping replied, waving his hand dismissively. The journey has merely left my legs weary, yet my internal spirit energy remains untouched. In that case, please follow me, Lin Ruohua responded, visibly excited as he led the way. Zhou Ping followed closely behind, casting furtive glances around, and soon became convinced of one thing. Lin Ruohua was likely an honest official, which explained his lack of wealth. Of course, it was also possible that he had spent much on his child's treatment. Just as Zhou Ping was about to cross through a doorway, a servant who had been trailing him suddenly whispered, Xianshi, someone has asked me to convey a message to you. Please do not speak too much. Had it not been for his heightened senses post-cultivation, Zhou Ping might have missed the utterance entirely. He turned his head subtly to glance at the servant, but discerned nothing amiss. It appeared that Lin Ruohua's son's illness harbored deeper implications. Upon entering the room, they found Lin Ruohua seated beside the bed, gazing sorrowfully at the frail figure lying there, tears streaming down his face. After a prolonged silence, he managed to compose himself and turned to Zhou Ping, saying, Ping Di, this is my son Zhao He, merely 8 years old. How could he be afflicted by such suffering? As he spoke, Lin Ruohua was once again overcome with grief. Let me take a look, Zhou Ping said, unable to bear the sight. He stepped forward, and upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. The child on the bed was emaciated, resembling a withered branch, exuding a faint chill. His body was mottled with a bluish hue, and his eyes were bloodshot and ghastly. Yet, beyond the initial shock, Zhou Ping began to observe more closely and quickly discerned the reality. This was not some malevolent force. Rather, It was clearly the yin sha energy, a type of material essential for cultivation in the qi refinement stage. Such energy tends to coalesce in places that are cold and have seen death, and if one were to inadvertently absorb it, they would feel as though they had plunged into an ice pit. Their vitality stifled and body rendered inflexible. Zhou Ping noted that the remedies on the table were all of a highly yang nature, which was precisely what had preserved the child's life. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the yin sha energy was not particularly dense. However, if this energy were not expelled, it would gradually sap the child's vitality, leading to his current state. There were primarily two methods employed by those in the spirit awakening realm to contend with yin sha energy. The first involves using spirit energy to wear it away until it completely dissipates. This method is the most common, but it requires a great deal of time and effort, often necessitating dozens of cycles to achieve thorough eradication. Due to the significant drain on one's mental and spiritual resources, few choose this path. The second method involves utilizing special techniques to collect the energy into a container for use as cultivation material in the qi refinement stage. This approach is more systematic and acceptable. Yet the collection techniques are closely guarded secrets among various sects, making it something not all practitioners are privy to. After all, there are myriad types of natural energies in the world, each requiring different collection methods. And it is only natural that some would lack the knowledge. Zhou Ping now understood that the spirit awakening practitioners within the city were not truly helpless. Rather, they were unwilling to assist. Lacking the specialized collection techniques, they were left with the first option. However, the energy drain involved was substantial. Given their advanced ages, their bodies constantly required spirit energy for sustenance, making it improbable that they would risk their well-being merely to save this child. Furthermore, the compensation offered by Lin Ruohua was too meager to sway them. It is worth noting that Lin Ruohua was merely a lowly clerk and did not warrant their favor. Ultimately, the resources Lin Ruohua could provide were limited to gold and silver. Such incentives would hardly entice those older practitioners who valued their lives. If he could procure some life-extending treasures, it might yield different results. Zhou Ping's arrival had instilled a sense of fear in them. As they worried he might unveil their deception, prompting the servant to relay the message. Zhou Ping had no intention of exposing the ruse. He was well aware of the disparity in importance between a mere clerk and several spirit awakening practitioners. He felt a sense of relief, knowing that among the 13 collection techniques he had mastered, one indeed pertained to yin sha energy. This knowledge was thanks to an icy cave associated with the Qingyun sect, where Zhou Ping had once spent 3 months collecting yin sha energy to fulfill an elder's task, emerging from that ghastly place feeling as though he were frozen solid. The collection technique had been part of the reward for completing that task. Ping Di, do you have a solution? Lin Ruohua implored, his gaze filled with hope. Though it may be challenging, there is indeed a way. Allow me to prepare for a moment, Zhou Ping replied with a calm smile, surveying the surroundings before retrieving a small porcelain vial from the table and making his way outside. Although Lin Ruohua was in a state of anxious urgency, he dared not approach, instead admonishing the servant. Hurry and follow him. In the courtyard, Zhou Ping drew a small amount of well water from a deep well. Despite it being the height of autumn, the water felt icy to the touch. This well had once witnessed death, remaining perpetually in shadow, and thus had gradually gathered yin sha energy. Naturally, collecting yin sha energy was best accomplished with the infusion of such cold water, as for the identity of the deceased. Zhou Ping had no desire to investigate. He filled the small porcelain vial with the water and quickly returned to the room. As he passed the servant, he discreetly accepted something from the servant's hand. Zhou Ping strode purposefully to the bedside, commanding, "Everyone step back. I am about to begin." To his words, the onlookers instinctively retreated several steps, while Lin Ruohua craned his neck anxiously from a distance. In that moment, he was no longer a mere county clerk but a desperate father, consumed by concern for his beloved son. Zhou Ping placed one hand upon the child's abdomen while the other continually formed different hand seals. Channeling spirit energy through his palm into the child's body, he immediately sensed a bone-chilling energy emanating from the child's lungs, its coldness intensifying the child's already frigid form. Zhou Ping dared not be careless. He stirred the spirit energy amidst the yin energy, gradually drawing it forth and allowing it to flow back into his own body. Suddenly, white mist erupted from his arm, and countless hairs stood on end. radiating waves of chill. The child's complexion transformed from bluish-purple to a healthy hue, and the rise and fall of his chest indicated the return of vitality, eliciting an overwhelming surge of excitement from Lin Ruohua, who held back his emotions for fear of disrupting Zhou Ping's incantation. The hand seals continued to shift, containing the yin sha energy within Zhou Ping's forearm, causing his arm to shift rapidly, turning pale and purple. Zhou Ping's forehead glistened with cold sweat, and he carefully maneuvered his arm, positioning it over the porcelain vial while forming the necessary hand seals. In an instant, a torrent of cold energy surged into the vial. Merging with the water contained within, however, the released aura caused the room to drop in temperature, prompting shivers among the distant onlookers, their eyes betraying fear. With a stone sealing the opening, the coldness dissipated significantly, leaving only the icy porcelain vial in Zhou Ping's hand. Zhou Ping's forehead was now slick with sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. In just this brief moment, he had expended a significant portion of the 9 strands of spirit energy within him. If he found the collection technique to be arduous, one could only imagine the tremendous difficulty of relying on brute force to wear it away, which explained why the elderly practitioners in the city were reluctant to act. Yet, a glimmer of joy shone in Zhou Ping's eyes. The yin sha energy was now within reach. Chapter 8. The village chief. As night fell, within the Lin family courtyard, the flickering candlelight illuminated several figures seated at the table. Though the fare was not exquisite, it was nonetheless quite bountiful. Ping Di, allow me to raise a glass in your honor, Lin Ruohua said, his face flushed and his steps unsteady, clearly intoxicated. Yet he solemnly offered a toast to Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping downed his drink in one go, his own face reddened. Rising, he laughed, brother, you are too kind. Allow me to return the toast. As a cultivator, he possessed a sturdier constitution than an ordinary mortal, making it less likely for him to become inebriated. Although he could expel the alcohol using spirit energy, Zhou Ping wished to retain some for self-defense, and thus he would not squander it on this occasion. Lin Ruohua swayed, leaning heavily against Zhou Ping, and began to weep bitterly. Brother, today I am filled with joy. My Lin family has had only one heir for 3 generations, and now, at over 40 years of age, I have finally been blessed with this child, cradled in my hands as though he might shatter, cherished as though he might melt away. Everyone in the family dotes on him, wishing for him to grow strong. Yet, who could have foreseen this calamity? My elderly mother weeps in anguish, her sight now lost to tears. Ping Di, you are the savior of my Lin family. Should you require anything of me in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I would gladly risk my life. Beside them, Madame Lin also wept, inclining her body in gratitude. I humbly thank you, benefactor. Zhou Ping embraced Lin Ruohua's arm, softly reassuring him, do not worry. He is already on the path to recovery. However, let Zhao He rest for a few more days. Gentle activity and exposure to sunlight will do him good. Absolutely, absolutely, Madame Lin immediately responded. Ping Di, I have nothing of value to offer in return. Lin Ruohua, thoroughly intoxicated, exuded the scent of alcohol as he extracted a piece of yellow paper from his sleeve. He could only secure for you the position of village head in Baishi village. I hope, dear Ping Di, that you can show some understanding and not hold a grudge against my elder brother. Zhou Ping's heart leapt with joy at this news, yet he quickly comprehended the implications. Lin Ruohua, being merely a chief clerk, held a 9th-rank official title, which appeared respectable. However, Qingshui County had established the position of county vice prefect, and the responsibilities of the chief clerk and the vice prefect largely overlapped, with the latter holding a higher rank. Thus, Lin Ruohua would inevitably be rendered powerless, his position merely a facade. It was no wonder that the old cultivators within the city remained indifferent. After all, it hardly seemed worthwhile to risk their lives for a mere village head in a remote area. Yet Zhou Ping felt a flicker of delight. Those fellows may not care for the position, but he certainly did. For one must recognize that, although the role of village head is modest, its status within the village is unquestionable. The village head is tasked with assisting the government in tax collection and labor duties while also ensuring that the villagers abide by the law. To attain the position of village head is akin to becoming a local sovereign in Baishi village. However, due to the 4 prominent clans' refusal to yield, the position had long remained unfilled, with the responsibilities shared among the 4 clan leaders. The county, naturally, paid little heed, considering it a trifling position. As long as taxes were collected and no disturbances arose, who cared who held the title of village head? Now that Zhou Ping had aided Lin Ruohua in such a significant way, he had indeed secured this position for Zhou Ping. My dear brother, how can you speak so? Though I pursue the path of cultivation, I remain an ordinary individual. If I were to ascend without a grasp of governance, I would only burden you further, Zhou Ping replied slowly. Baishi village is my homeland. I am familiar with my neighbors, and the community is harmonious. I will manage affairs with ease and will not stir up disputes. Lin Ruohua was deeply moved by Zhou Ping's words, and in his drunken stupor, he caused quite a ruckus at the banquet. It was only when the night grew deep that Lady Lin assisted the inebriated Lin Ruohua back to their room, allowing Zhou Ping to retire to his guest chamber for rest. However, upon returning to his room, Zhou Ping found little inclination for sleep. His complexion, though rosy, bore no trace of intoxication as he held several items in his hands. Among them was the appointment letter for the village head, several thin pieces of gold leaf, and a small porcelain vial emanating a chill. Gazing at the delicate gold leaves, Zhou Ping couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed he had unexpectedly come into some wealth. These gold leaves had been given to him by a servant, essentially a bribe from the various families of cultivators. Of course, they could hardly be termed true cultivator families, as aside from a few Qi spirit realm practitioners, the rest were mere mortals, better classified as local gentry. Only when a new generation produced gifted individuals with a legacy could they genuinely be called a cultivator family. Yet, while methods of cultivation are abundant, finding a gifted individual is a rare treasure. Even Zhou Ping had prepared excellent cultivation techniques and spells for future generations, but if no descendants possessed the aptitude, all efforts would be in vain. Reflecting on this, Zhou Ping felt a twinge of melancholy, swiftly dispelling such thoughts. The gold leaves, though light in weight, would be equivalent to several taels of silver, enough to purchase 2 or 3 mu of land. Quite generous indeed, Zhou Ping mused, as he tucked the gold leaves into his bosom. Within the city, there were 5 elder cultivators, each having contributed 3 or 4 taels. However, Zhou Ping did not feel belittled. After all, who would complain about receiving too much money? He needed to buy land, construct a home, acquire livestock, and establish a household, all of which required funds. With unspoken benefits obtained and kindness extended on both sides, what could be more advantageous? Zhou Ping then held the small vial in his hand, the icy chill invading his body, yet he furrowed his brow. He sensed that the already sparse Yin-Sha energy within was gradually dissipating. Although the rate of dissipation was slow, it was undeniably occurring. Alas, he sighed, this little vial is but an ordinary object, incapable of containing Yin-Sha energy. Were it a jade vial, it would be far more effective at isolating the energy. It seems I must act swiftly. The longer I wait, the less I can sell it for. From the moment Zhou Ping recognized the Yin-Sha energy, he had intended to collect it for sale. Cultivators in the Qi refining realm require the refinement of worldly energy, and Yin-Sha energy is indeed sought after by some. Zhou Ping had previously harvested Yin-Sha energy and was aware that high-quality energy could be worth 2 spirit stones. However, the one before him was of inferior quality and continually dissipating. Selling it for half a spirit stone would be a stroke of luck. If too much time passed, he might not even be able to sell it for that. But to whom should I sell it? Zhou Ping pondered, feeling somewhat vexed. Being new to this place, he had no connections. As for seeking help from the Pingyuan Huang family of Qingshui County, it was a distant journey, and he lacked the courage. The Pingyuan Huang family resided to the east of Qingshui County, nestled against a formidable mountain, with a clan numbering in the thousands and possessing 2 or 3 Qi refining practitioners, a true cultivator family. As a mere Qi spirit realm practitioner, Zhou Ping feared that if he were to approach them, he would be swiftly eliminated, with no recourse for redress. As for why Lin Ruohua did not seek assistance from the Pingyuan Huang family, it was not merely due to poverty. He could not afford to impose upon them. The Pingyuan Huang family was nearly autonomous within Qingshui County, and Lin Ruohua could not dare to exert pressure in such a manner. Suddenly, Zhou Ping recalled that while he lacked connections, he could consult with the elder cultivators in the county. They had been rooted here for decades and must possess some insights. The next day, After bidding farewell to the Lin family, Zhou Ping began to inquire about the reputations of the elder cultivators within the city, ultimately deciding to visit a benevolent individual, the Li residence. A truly imposing sight greeted him. Standing before a grand estate, Zhou Ping observed the majestic stone lions at the entrance and the ornate roof tiles, exuding an air of dignity and splendor. A small door opened to one side, and an elderly doorkeeper inquired softly, "May I ask who you are looking for? Please inform your master that Zhou from Baishi is here to pay a visit." The doorkeeper closed the small door, and shortly thereafter, the main gate of the Li residence swung open abruptly. "Please follow me," the old doorkeeper said, stooping respectfully as he gestured for Zhou Ping to enter. Navigating the winding corridors, Zhou Ping finally grasped the magnificence of the Li family. The estate was lush with greenery, adorned with artificial hills and creeping vines, a sight to behold. It was no wonder that these cultivators, having returned to the mundane world, preferred to reside in the grand city rather than in remote villages. Were Zhou Ping in their position, he too would have hesitated to abandon his family in Baishi village. The city was replete with luxury and opulence, while the mountain village was sorely lacking. As they entered the main hall, the old doorkeeper silently withdrew. Within, an elderly man with a celestial demeanor and white hair was watering plants, his splendid silks lending him an air of worldly charm. "Greetings, fellow cultivator," Zhou Ping said with a bow. The old man set down his watering can, turning with a wave and a smile. "Having descended into the mundane world, there is no need to address me as fellow cultivator. I am Li Mu. May I ask how to refer to you?" "Zhou Ping, at your service." Elder Li Mu paused, then burst into hearty laughter at the honorific. Both were Peak Chi's spirit realm practitioners. In a world where strength reigned supreme, he would even be considered inferior to Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping's respectful address of Elder Li conveyed ample respect. "It appears you have recently descended from the mountain. May I inquire which immortal mountain you trained upon?" "Qingyun sect," Zhou Ping replied nonchalantly. Unbeknownst to him, Li Mu was taken aback. The dynasty Zhou Ping hailed from was Zhaogua, a vast territory spanning 8,000 miles. The most powerful faction was the Zhao royal family, beneath which lay numerous significant powers, each with high-ranking practitioners. The Qingyun sect was among these powers, although it ranked lower. It was not comparable to minor sects. Li Mu had initially assumed Zhou Ping was a disciple of a small sect nearby, perhaps even a junior brother, and thought they might band together in Qingshui County. To his surprise, Zhou Ping was a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Even if Zhou Ping were to forsake the path to immortality, with the multitude of prodigies in Qingyun sect, there was a chance he might know formidable senior brothers, making him a force to be reckoned with. Li Mu's mind raced with thoughts, as he presumed Zhou Ping was merely a novice disciple of the Qingyun sect, perhaps lacking in aptitude. Little did he know that Zhou Ping was but a dispensable servant within the sect. "I am rather short-sighted. I hope you can forgive my ignorance," Li Mu said with a bow. "You jest." "Elder, what plans do you have now that you have returned home?" Li Mu inquired calmly, though inwardly he felt a surge of anxiety. He feared that Zhou Ping might express a desire to settle in the city. Qingshui City was quite small, already divided among several factions. Should Zhou Ping establish himself here, conflict was inevitable. Previously, Li Mu had not been concerned. After all, with multiple forces opposing him, Zhou Ping would find it difficult to gain a foothold. However, the situation had changed. Zhou Ping's connection to the Qingyun sect loomed over him like a mountain, weighing heavily on his heart. Li Mu's subtle shift in demeanor did not escape Zhou Ping's notice. While he indeed sought to leverage the Qingyun sect's reputation, he feared the consequences if his true status were revealed. My parents are aging and cannot leave their homeland. As their child, I naturally wish to fulfill their wishes. Upon hearing this, Li Mu's tension evaporated. "Your filial piety is truly commendable. It earns my utmost respect." Zhou Ping bowed once more. "Elder Li, I have come to visit today with a request." "What is it that you seek?" Li Mu asked. "I wish to entrust the esteemed Elder Li with the sale of this item." Zhou Ping retrieved a small porcelain vial from his bosom, instantly causing the atmosphere within the room to turn frigid. "In Sha Qi," Li Mu exclaimed in astonishment, quickly realizing that the young scion of the Lin family had been healed by Zhou Ping, who had also collected the ominous energy using a unique method. A pang of envy struck him. Indeed, the disciples of the grand sect were in a league of their own. If only he possessed such skills, this windfall would rightfully belong to him. However, as long as Zhou Ping refrained from exposing their deception, it was of little consequence. While I have no objection to the sale, I must mention that the quality of this yin sha qi is rather subpar and is dissipating continuously. It may be challenging to fetch a good price. Li Mu remarked slowly. Even selling some would be quite satisfactory. Li Mu nodded slightly, mindful of household affairs, and then recalled Zhou Ping's intention to establish a home in the mountain village, adding, if you are pressed for time, I could purchase it myself, albeit at a lower price. Then I must thank you, elderly, Zhou Ping replied, having no desire to linger over the yin sha qi, eager to sell it and return home. Since Li Mu expressed interest in buying, he was more than willing. Li Mu took the small vial and examined it closely, yet his brow furrowed in discontent. The quality was inferior and insipid, leading him to offer merely 6 taels of gold. Deal. Zhou Ping felt no resentment, recognizing that Li Mu had indeed haggled, but the price remained within his tolerance, and he was unwilling to quarrel over a trifling sum. Oh no, I spoke too high, Li Mu lamented, vexed by his inexperience in commerce. He should have quoted a lower price first before negotiating upwards. Li Mu summoned a servant to bring forth 6 gleaming taels of gold, which he handed over to Zhou Ping. Accepting the money, Zhou Ping had no intention of tarrying. After bidding farewell to Li Mu, he hurried towards Baishi village, the bustling county town failing to detain him even for a moment. As the saying goes, each sect has its own methods. Though Li Mu did not possess the technique to gather yin sha qi, his sect had some proficiency in nurturing the essence of the world. By employing a special technique to refine the yin sha qi, he managed to solidify it somewhat. Subsequently, through a transaction with the representative of the Pingyinhuang family, he astonishingly sold it for 8 taels of gold. Netting a profit of 2 taels, however, this was of no concern to Zhou Ping. The majestic and towering Daong mountain range loomed in the distance, and although it appeared so near, Zhou Ping took over an hour to return to the village. Gazing at the familiar scenery, a sense of joy welled within him. This trip to the county had not only yielded nearly 50 taels of silver, but had also forged connections on both sides, culminating in his appointment as the village chief, a truly bountiful harvest. Just as he was about to head home, he spotted 2 figures, one large and one small, gazing anxiously from a nearby hillock. It was none other than his elder brother and nephew. Brother, Changhe, what brings you here? We were worried about you, Zhou Hong replied with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. I feared the villagers might speculate and spread rumors, so I hid here to avoid being seen. Zhou Ping felt a surge of emotion. Uncle, have some food, young Changhe said, standing on tiptoe to hand a piece of flatbread to Zhou Ping. Thank you. Zhou Ping accepted the bread and took a hearty bite. Its taste was not particularly exquisite, yet it stirred his spirit. Come, let us return home. He was determined to construct a new dwelling, to invite a scholar to teach Changhe literacy, to ensure his parents could enjoy their twilight years, and to establish the Zhou family for generations to come. Chapter 10. Building the house upon his return to the village, Zhou Ping promptly summoned the representatives of the various surnames to the village entrance, presenting the village charter before them. From this day forth, I, Zhou Erlang, shall be the village chief of Baishi village, and I shall endeavor to lead our village towards prosperity. Zhou Ping proclaimed from the platform. I hope all uncles and brothers will lend their support, fostering harmony within the community and goodwill among neighbors. Below, the 4 prominent clans seethed with resentment, yet dared not voice their discontent. After all, Zhou Ping possessed mystical abilities and had cultivated a close relationship with the county's chief clerk, making it unwise to provoke his ire. Grandfather, do not be vexed. We are not the only ones anxious. Lu Ming reassured the irate Lu Quan. I inquired in the county, and it turns out the son of Lord Lin was afflicted with a grave illness, which is why he sought out Zhou Erlang. Since he possesses such remarkable abilities, we should not antagonize him. He could be a source of aid in times of illness. Moreover, the Zhou family is not numerous. Even over a decade, we would surpass them in numbers. So why should we contend to the death? Once Zhou Erlang grows old, he shall, like the elder mystics in the city, be of little threat to us. Aunt Min mentioned that Cousin Xiao has garnered military merit and been promoted to a squad leader. Should we not provide some support to help him navigate this? Lu Quan, still irate, felt that having contended for the position of village chief against the other three clans for decades, Zhou Ping had easily seized it, leaving him momentarily frustrated but not irrationally angry. After pondering Lu Ming's words for a moment, he replied, "We can provide some support, but we must also consider his character. Our clan's resources are limited, and we cannot afford to squander them." After all, the Lu family had only recently risen to prominence, with most of its members still toiling in the fields. It was only in Lu Ming's generation that they truly began to flourish. With Lu Ming studying literature, Lu Hai practicing martial arts, and good-hearted Lu Xiu serving in the military, as long as Lu Ming attained scholarly success or Lu Xiu became a 100-man commander, the Lu family would naturally rise alongside them, and they need not fear Zhou Ping. This was a common strategy for clan prosperity. The mediocre would protect their homes and families, while the astute would consolidate their clan's resources for cultivation, eventually allowing their achievements to benefit the family and uplift their kin, thereby creating a complex web of familial power. Though the four prominent clans were filled with envy and resentment, they harbored no further ambitions. Despite Zhou Ping's momentary glory, the Zhou family's foundation was too fragile to pose any real threat. Amidst the crowd, the small households rejoiced. The rise of the Zhou family and Zhou Ping's ascension as village chief was splendid news for them. Previously, the four major clans, leveraging their status and numbers, had oppressed these small households mercilessly. As the village chief was responsible for the collection of taxes and labor, those affluent households often informed the small ones of their dues only at the last moment, rendering them unable to gather sufficient grain for tax payments or fulfill their labor obligations, forcing them to resort to financial compensation. But how could the small households afford such expenses? They were left with no choice but to sell their meager land. They had even approached the county for redress, yet the wealthy had not technically violated any laws, leaving them in a state of despair upon returning to the village, where they would face further humiliation and exploitation. Otherwise, how could the affluent own such vast tracts of land while the Zhou family, a humble household, possessed merely a few acres, having lost their land bit by bit? If this continued for several decades, these small households would eventually lose all their land and be condemned to a lifetime of servitude to the wealthy, at their mercy. Yet the Zhou family was different. With fewer members, their rent was lower, ensuring that for several years, these small households could enjoy a better life. Chen Bo, concealed within the crowd, gazed up at Zhou Ping, deep in thought. "Everyone, let us exert ourselves and raise the main beam." A strong voice bellowed, "Hey, heave, heave!" On a level plot of land, a dozen men were hard at work, laying the foundation and erecting the main beams, in the distance. Countless large blue stones and thick logs piled high, with sand and gravel forming small hills. Zhou Hong set down a large bucket of mung bean soup, observing the bustling scene ahead with great delight. After Zhou Ping returned home, he had instructed him to recruit carpenters and stonemasons from the county, expressing his desire to construct a large courtyard with 3 sections for their family to reside in. Zhou Dashan and his wife naturally advised against such extravagance, arguing that a structure of such size was unnecessary. After all, a 3-section courtyard consisted of over 10 rooms and occupied a full 2 acres. While it might not seem large to the affluent, it was excessive for the Zhou family, which currently numbered only 6, barely filling half the space. Constructing a 2-acre house would be a heavy emotional toll for a farming family. Yet Zhou Ping countered, "Father, mother, our family may be small now, but it will grow in the future. I am considering the welfare of our descendants and aiming to establish a solid foundation for them. Only by living together can our descendants maintain strong familial bonds and harmony, enabling us to unite as one. Just like those affluent clans die. In fact, I even think this is too small. Once our descendants multiply, I will extend the construction to encompass the surrounding area." Thus, Zhou Dashan and his wife were persuaded by Zhou Ping's reasoning, and Zhou Hong's parents had no objections either. As Zhou Changhe grew older, they had already harbored thoughts of building a new home, watching the workers labor diligently as the courtyard gradually took shape. Zhou Hong envisioned the future scenes of living there and, with a cheerful grin, shouted, "Everyone, take a break and come have some soup to quench your thirst." The men promptly set down their tools, eagerly rushing over. "Thank you, boss. One of the men said respectfully as he received the soup. The boss is truly benevolent. Not only does he pay us generously, but he also ensures we are not overworked, providing us with soup to refresh ourselves. In all my years of labor, I have never encountered such kindness, remarked a frail old man, shirtless, as he took a hearty gulp. Who can argue with that? Once this work is done, the money I save will be enough for my eldest to find a bride, chimed in another man with graying hair. How can the Zhou family afford to be so generous? One man asked incredulously. If I were in his position, I wouldn't spend money so freely. No matter how wealthy, it would eventually dwindle. The Zhou family was once just like us, 3 generations of toil in the fields. Beside him, a villager from Baishi village, filled with a sense of envy, remarked on the fortunate turn of events for that family, which had produced a celestial master, thus elevating them to a position of respect. Celestial master? Some expressed confusion, questioning why he would not reside in the city as a lord. Who knows? Perhaps he simply prefers it here, came the reply. The stonemasons and carpenters from the county erupted into laughter. Dismissing the notion, you must be joking. Who would cherish this desolate mountain land? At that moment, a figure appeared in the distance, galloping on a spirited steed, stirring up clouds of dust. It was a young man of exceptional bearing. Clad in a green robe, his eyes ablaze with intensity, holding 2 rabbits in his hand. This was, of course, Zhou Ping, whose family affairs required no attention from him, and with the autumn harvest ongoing, it was not yet time for tax collection. Leaving him with little to do in the village, feeling quite bored, he ventured into the mountains to hunt some game. Brother, I shall return home now. The sun is scorching, do take care not to overheat. He called out to Zhou Hong, casting a glance at the men before making his way home. I understand, Zhou Hong replied with a smile, ruffling his hair. The county men, previously brimming with bravado, now stood dumbstruck, reduced to a state of meekness akin to quails. Not long before, Zhou Ping had gazed at them, secretly employing a technique of intimidation, instilling a sense of dread that penetrated their souls, while it did not harm their bodies. It surely unsettled their minds, serving as a subtle reprimand for their idle gossip. Chapter 11. A proposal. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhou Ping spotted his sister-in-law busily preparing a meal in the kitchen. Though referred to as a kitchen, it was merely an outdoor stove with makeshift coverings to shield against the rain. Sister-in-law, these are the wild rabbits I caught. Let us slaughter one for dinner and keep the other for Changha to play with, Zhou Ping declared as he tossed the rabbits into a cage. Uncle, it would be wise to avoid the mountains for a while. I've heard that things have been rather unsettled up there. Lin Shuilian cautioned, wiping the sweat from her brow. It's nothing to worry about. Ordinary game poses no threat to me, Zhou Ping replied with a grin and proceeded toward the house. Just before he crossed the threshold, he overheard voices inside. Brother Zhou, what do you think of my daughter Nianxiu and Erlang? A familiar elderly voice inquired. Nianxiu is a sensible and family-oriented child. Of course, she is wonderful, and my wife and I are very fond of her. However, I must discuss this with my son Erlang. If he is not interested, then there is nothing to be done, came the reply from Zhou Dashan. The first man sighed, yet his determination remained resolute. When will Erlang return? That, we do not know, Zhou Ping interjected as he stepped inside, immediately drawing the attention of the 3 individuals present. Huang Shi rose to approach him, brushing off the dust from Zhou Ping's clothing, and affectionately said, "You must be tired. Come and rest." She then took him aside, inquiring about his well-being. Pinger, we were just speaking of you, Zhou Dashan remarked, reclining leisurely in a rocking chair. Zhou Changhe, on the other hand, had already been sent to an old scholar in the village for his early education since the day Zhou Ping returned. Zhou Ping's gaze then fell upon the last person present, and to his surprise, it was Chen Bo. He felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing him. After making some inquiries, he finally realized that Chen Bo was also a villager from Baishi. Though the Zhou family resided in the east of the village while the Chen family was located in the west, despite their close-knit community, the distance had kept them unfamiliar with one another. Chen Bo had a daughter named Chen Yanxiu, which was where Zhou Ping's sense of recognition stemmed from. During Zhou Ping's childhood, he had mingled with a group of children to avoid suspicion, not daring to reveal his mature intellect. Among those children was a lively girl who played alongside them, exuding the energy of a boy. This was none other than Chan Yinxiu. However, in those days, they only called her by her childhood nickname, and with over a decade having passed, his recollection had naturally faded. Aniu, Zhou Ping recalled her nickname, allowing a smile to escape his lips. Master Zhou, Chen Bo stood, intending to address Zhou Ping, but given their distant relation, and Zhou Ping's current status as both village leader and celestial master, he could only refer to him as master. Chen Bo, there is no need for such formality. We are all fellow villagers here. Just call me Zhou Ping, Zhou Ping replied. Very well, master, Chen Bo acquiesced, bowing his head. I have come today to seek your hand for my daughter. Zhou Ping's expression faltered. What is this, Chen Bo? Although I knew Ningxiu in our youth, we have long since lost touch and have not seen each other again. Matters of marriage, if not founded on mutual affection, will only lead to trivial disputes. Why force such a thing? Let us not even discuss whether I am willing. It is still uncertain if your daughter would consent, and to make decisions on her behalf seems rather presumptuous. My daughter Ningxiu would certainly agree, Chen Bo insisted, lowering his head. He then steeled himself. If you find my family too humble, I would even offer her as a concubine. This declaration. The other three in the room gasped in shock. Chen Bo, have you come to peddle your daughter for wealth, now that you see my family has prospered? Zhou Ping inquired, his brow furrowed. Since his return, he had received numerous marriage proposals, and he was well aware that many were motivated by financial gain. Yet, he had never encountered someone like Chen Bo, willing to sell his daughter as a concubine. It is essential to understand that in this world, the distinctions between a wife and a concubine are monumental. Regardless of whether one is a primary or secondary wife, any family wishing to marry must report to the authorities for registration and inclusion in their family tree. Within the household, a wife holds a significant position as one of the home's mistresses. Conversely, a concubine possesses no rights whatsoever. She is merely the property of the master, in the grand estates. If favored, she may fare well, but if not, even the servants may look down upon her. Even among rural folk, families would rather marry their daughters to commoners than send them to wealthy households as concubines. Please leave, Chen Bo, Zhou Ping commanded, having issued a clear dismissal. If he desired, there were countless eligible women within a 10-mile radius. He had no need to ally himself with someone who would so readily demean his daughter for financial gain. Chen Bo's willingness to sell his daughter for profit raised concerns about what he might do in the future, and Zhou Ping felt it unnecessary to invite trouble upon himself. Chen Bo opened his mouth to speak, but, upon meeting Zhou Ping's cold gaze, could only retreat timidly. Just then, a graceful figure rushed in, grasping Chen Bo's arm and whispering, "Little Erzi, it is not my father seeking wealth. It is I who am willing." She gazed defiantly at Zhou Ping, yet her trembling form revealed her underlying fear. As she stood before him in silence, Chan Yinxiu's heart raced. She recognized this was one of the few opportunities for her and her father to seek revenge, and she was determined to seize it. Moreover, the person before her was her childhood companion, prompting her to call Zhou Ping by his childhood name in hopes of stirring old feelings within him, even if they might be long dormant. Zhou Ping regarded the young woman before him. While her beauty may not have been striking, she possessed willow-like brows and an oval face, her eyes reflecting an inescapable sorrow. At that moment, she gazed at him with unwavering resolve. Her garments were worn and tattered, and her hands, calloused from years of toil, were pale and rough, her skin a pale yellow, a testament to the hardships faced by a farmer's daughter. Chan Yinxiu sensed Zhou Ping's scrutiny and felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Hastily concealing her hands behind her back and lowering her head, "Master," she called out, her voice trembling as she grew increasingly desperate. She understood that her reputation might be tarnished after this day, yet she resolutely spoke again. Zhou Ping finally snapped back to attention, silently observing Chen Yinxiu and asking, "On what basis?" Chen Yinxiu found herself at a loss for words, her head bowing in silence. Chapter 12. The Old Grudge of the Chen family. In the end, Zhou Ping acquiesced to marry Chen Yinxiu, a decision not rooted in childhood affection but rather influenced by a particular item she had entrusted to him. Once they had exited the Zhou residence, they ventured to a secluded corner far from the village. My grandmother, namely Hui Ling, is the last survivor of the Li family, Chen Yinxiu began, her voice steady. The last of the Li family? Zhou Ping inquired, intrigued, for he had never heard of such a family. Anticipating his curiosity, Chen Yinqiu elaborated, 70 years ago, Baishi village was not known by its current name. It was called Li Jiazhuang. Though it comprised only a handful of households, they were all of the Li clan, cultivating the fertile land by the White Creek, living harmoniously. Zhou Ping was taken aback. As this contradicted his understanding of Baishi village's history, he recalled that decades ago, some refugees settled here, establishing their lives and eventually leading to the present-day Baishi village, which now boasted numerous surnames. Realizing this, Zhou Ping acknowledged that his own family had only settled here from his grandfather's generation, and thus his knowledge of Baishi's past was merely hearsay. Chen Yinqiu spoke with palpable resentment. However, during that time, a catastrophic drought struck Nanyang Prefecture in the Zhao Kingdom, wreaking havoc across 9 districts and dozens of counties, leaving countless people homeless and starving. At that time, the patriarch of Li Jiazhuang was my grandmother's father. My great-grandfather, known for his benevolence and kindness, a renowned philanthropist. While other landlords in neighboring villages turned a blind eye to the plight of the refugees, my great-grandfather not only welcomed them but also distributed porridge and charity, allowing some to remain in Li Jiazhuang, providing them with land to cultivate at minimal rent. Though the intention was to recruit some laborers, there was also a hope that they might weather the storm. Little did one know that this news would spread among the refugees, leading a group of them to Li's village, where they slaughtered the entire Li family, and this very group of refugees is now known as the 4 Great Clans. Chen Yinqiu's voice was laden with a chilling coldness, brimming with animosity towards the 4 Great Clans. Beside her, Zhou Ping remained silent, resolutely vowing to himself that his family could never afford to be too merciful, lest they meet the same fate as the Li family. My grandmother, resourceful as she was, disguised herself in tattered garments and smeared herself with dung, emitting a foul odor that allowed her to blend into the crowd and escape being recognized as a refugee. However, during such a calamity, it was exceedingly difficult for any refugee to survive, let alone seek help for revenge. Thus, she could only live incognito in Li's village, which is now Bai Creek Village. Chen Yinqiu spoke solemnly, lowering her head, stating that the remaining 89 members of the Li family met with no mercy, and the Li family's lands were divided among the 4 Great Clans, who brazenly assumed ownership of the territory, erasing all traces of the past. Suddenly raising her gaze, she looked at Zhou Ping with pleading eyes. My grandmother, before her passing, remained fixated on the notion of vengeance, dying with her eyes wide open. I possessed the land deed for the 210 mu of land formerly owned by the Li family. If you, esteemed sir, are willing to assist my family in avenging this wrong, my father and I shall serve the Zhou family for generations. Chen Yinqiu abruptly fell to her knees, her forehead striking the ground. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping promptly inquired, since you have the land deed, why do you not seek assistance? Chen Yinqiu's face bore a bitter sadness. After all, the deed was dated 80 years ago and had long since lost its value. Who would be willing to confront the 4 clans over something so useless? Zhou Ping, realizing his oversight, slapped his forehead, understanding that the validity of the deed had long expired, especially given how firmly the 4 clans had entrenched themselves. This meant that the only assets of true value were the 2 of them, an elderly man and a frail peasant woman. The landowners from neighboring villages would never risk their resources to confront the 4 clans over 2 elderly and weak individuals. Moreover, there were only a few formidable figures in Qingshui County, namely the county magistrate, the county lieutenant, and the Huang family from Pingyun, known for their cultivation prowess. However, whether Chen Yinqiu and her father could garner their attention was another matter entirely. The magistrate and the lieutenant had numerous family assets and would not stir up a ruckus for a mere 200 mu of common farmland. Nor would they tarnish their reputations by competing with the people. As for the Huang family from Pingyun, they resided over 100 miles to the east and would not traverse such a distance for mere mortal lands. Only if there were a mountain rich in spiritual energy would they consider coming, as those mountains would possess the potential for cultivating spiritual fields. Yet, the nearby hills were all low and devoid of any spiritual essence, making it even less likely for the Huang family to visit. In reflecting on this, it seemed that Chen Yinqiu and her father were indeed the most accessible individuals who might be swayed. I am willing to become your concubine and serve the Zhou family for generations, provided you can help my family seek revenge. Chen Yinxiu again bowed her head fervently to the ground. She understood that Zhou Ping was perhaps the only glimmer of hope she could grasp throughout her life. Zhou Ping, now the village chief, had no intention of leaving by Creek Village, and it was inevitable that a conflict would arise between him and the four great clans in this small village. With a growing population and limited land, harmony could not possibly endure. It would ultimately lead to a struggle for survival. If Zhou Ping were unwilling to assist them, they would truly be at a loss. "Very well, I agree to marry you," Zhou Ping stated calmly, "and it shall be as your husband." Chen Yinxiu, who had almost resigned herself to despair, suddenly felt as if she had received a celestial reprieve. Is this truly so? She could scarcely believe her ears, her heart racing as she lifted her gaze to Zhou Ping's visage, only for her spirits to dim once more. After the outpouring of her wrath, the true heart of a peasant girl was revealed, humbled to her very core. Zhou Ping, however, noticed her despondent expression but chose not to comment. His willingness to marry Chen Yinxiu stemmed from several motivations. Firstly, as his family grew, there was a need for someone to manage domestic affairs, and trusting others was fraught with uncertainty. Given the Qin family's dwindling numbers, she made for an excellent choice. Should he take her as his wife, he would not need to worry about her family's expansion in the future. Secondly, there was the matter of the 200 mu of land. Although the deed had lost its validity, in any realm, strength of arms remains the ultimate truth. Zhou Ping intended to seize that land once his family rose in prominence, and marrying Chen Yinxiu would provide him with a legitimate pretext. One could resort to force, but it must be justified and adhere to societal norms. Otherwise, one would be deemed a bandit and face public scorn, or worse, attract the ire of the authorities. Thus, any act of appropriation would be cloaked in moral or legal pretenses by those in power. Much like the landowners who would deceive and oppress their neighbors to acquire land legally, Zhou Ping's marriage to Chen Yinxiu would be viewed as an act of vengeance for her family, lending it a sense of legitimacy. This would not only align with societal expectations, but would also earn the approval of the public. In contrast, taking her as a concubine would invite criticism. While both actions may yield similar outcomes, their implications would be vastly different. Chapter 13. Can I add a little for my child? In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed, as the sun and moon revolved. The seasons shifted into late autumn, with nature waning, and all creatures retreating to prepare for the impending long winter. To the east of By Creek Village stood a grand residence, adorned with blue bricks and black tiles. A sight to behold. This was none other than the Zhou family's estate, which Zhou Ping had completed just before winter, after spending nearly 300 taels, much to Zhou Dashan's chagrin. 3 months prior, Zhou Ping had married Chen Yinxiu, hosting over 20 banquets for the villagers, which stirred excitement in the surrounding areas and made the local peasant girls envious. After all, even the grandest of landowners would not celebrate such an occasion on this scale. Especially considering the Zhou family's modest means. The Wang family, along with the Lu family, could only breathe a sigh of relief, merrily bringing gifts of congratulations. Behind the scenes, they laughed at Zhou Ping's ignorance of prudent household management. I see Zhou Erlang has merely had some good fortune. I initially thought he was facing a formidable adversary, but it turns out he is simply a fool. Lu Quan chuckled heartily in the hall. Having gained a bit of wealth, he now indulges in pleasures instead of establishing a stable foundation. With the grand estate and countless recent purchases, they estimated he had spent no less than 500 taels. Lu Zhong remarked, just the other day, Zhou Laohan was still full of himself, but now he hides at home, not daring to show his face, as his funds dwindle. Rumor had it that Zhou Erlang had returned home only to spend his days hunting in the mountains, neglecting his household responsibilities. He even acquired a fine horse, which required several hundred when just for fodder daily. I would like to see just how much wealth the Zhou family has left to squander. He spat venomously, harboring resentment towards Zhou Ping, considering that Lu Da was his grandson, and regardless of their distance, they could not allow outsiders to bully them. Lu Ming, however, remained unconvinced. While their expenditures seemed excessive, the new estate and fertile fields ensured they could sustain themselves, even if they lived off their reserves. Zhou Erlang could easily rebound and rebuild his family's wealth. Despite their apparent prosperity, each clan had numerous members, and the daily costs of living were immense, making it unwise to underestimate Zhou's family. Furthermore, what if this were merely Zhou's ruse to deceive them? Haha, Ming'er, I know all these principles, but I am still pleased. Lu Quan waved dismissively, regarding the notion of Zhou's deception. The silver spent could not be fabricated. As long as we diligently cultivate our own lands, everything will become clear in due time. Lu Quan then added, I've heard Lu Xiu has garnered the attention of a certain captain in the army and has been promoted to personal guard. Indeed, Lu Ming replied earnestly. Lu Quan pondered for a moment, deciding to select 3 of the most virtuous among Lu Wu's group and send them to serve in the military. Grandfather, isn't that too many? Lu Ming exclaimed urgently. The Lu family's 4th generation numbered barely 20. And excluding the children and women, only a little over 10 remained. As Lu Ming's father's generation aged, the responsibilities naturally fell onto their shoulders. Farming, seeking goods in the mountains, trading, and selling, all required manpower. Sending 3 away would burden the remaining clan members, and the others would likely be unwilling. Yes, brother, the military is fraught with peril. How can we expose the children to such risks? Lu Zhong chimed in, attempting to dissuade him. What do you understand? Lu Quan retorted, Our Lu family is newly established. To gain a firm foothold, we must seize every opportunity. Now that Lu Xiu has prospects in the military, we must rally the whole clan to support him. Should we be fortunate enough to establish ties with a captain, upon Lu Xiu's return, he could at least attain a minor official position, or perhaps even advance further. Let alone Lu Xiu. If you can pass next year's provincial examination and become a jurin, I will mobilize the entire clan's resources to support you in seeking official appointments. Grandfather, Lu Ming attempted to interject, but Lu Quan cut him off. Ming'er, you must understand that the family is the root of every clan member. We rise and fall together. At this moment, Zhou Ping found himself amidst the vast expanse of the Great Banyan Mountain. Several miles away, as he traversed the forest, his keen eyes caught sight of a wild deer darting through the underbrush. Swiftly, he knocked an arrow with his left hand and drew the bowstring back with his right. With a swift whoosh, the arrow pierced through the dense foliage, striking the deer squarely in the abdomen, causing it to collapse, blood flowing profusely. Zhou Ping's face lit up with delight. However, he refrained from approaching it immediately. Instead, he retrieved a piece of parchment from his waist, meticulously sketching out a map of the terrain. A closer inspection would reveal that the illustration was none other than a topographical map of the mountains surrounding Baishi village. The mountain towered over 100 zhong, with thin spiritual energy and no sign of demonic creatures. Yet, it was sun-drenched and humid, suitable for cultivating spiritual herbs. As Zhou Ping muttered to himself, he continued to jot down notes on the parchment. From this vantage point, he could also see the distant Baishi village, with wisps of smoke curling upwards from chimneys. His hunting excursions over the past months were not merely for pleasure. They were a means to assess the surrounding mountains for any signs of demonic entities or common earthly energies. After all, he could not forget the incident when a monstrous creature had descended the mountain, claiming the lives of over 10 individuals. Without thorough investigation, how could he find peace of mind? If there were indeed earthly energies present, the painstakingly gathered resources could fetch a handsome sum, and he could establish a connection with Li Mu. Furthermore, he aimed to ascertain the distribution of medicinal herbs and whether the concentration of spiritual energy met the criteria for cultivating fertile land. Baishi village had numerous families that occasionally ventured into the mountains to gather herbs, particularly the 4 prominent households, who were seasoned and well acquainted with the local terrain. As for cultivable land, he had scoured all the small hills near Baishi village, yet found none. Zhou Ping secured the wild deer onto his horse and gazed westward, where the majestic and expansive mountain ranges loomed, their energy palpable, with towering peaks hidden in the sea of clouds, brimming with spiritual essence and radiating brilliance. The spiritual energy in that region was far more concentrated than in Baishi village, and one could faintly hear the roars and howls of beasts. This was the deeper recesses of the Great Banyan Mountain, where it was highly likely that the monstrous creature had originated. After merely glancing at it, he turned away, as it was several dozen miles from Baishi village, and not of immediate concern. He then set off in the direction of Baishi village, contemplating his future plans. His recent lavish expenditures were due to the fact that his family had become too conspicuous. Much like a sudden windfall, it could attract the envy of others. Unlike the prominent Liu, Wang, and Qian families, his household was rather small. If he were to attract the greed of ill-intentioned individuals, losing wealth would be the least of his worries. The safety of his family would be far more concerning. After all, he could not be in two places at once, and how could he ensure the safety of his entire family? Thus, he chose to spend generously, converting his wealth into immovable assets such as land and homes, while also spreading rumors that his resources were dwindling. This way, even if others were envious, they would not be driven to desperate measures. As long as he remained, these fixed assets could not be taken from him. Suddenly, Zhou Ping froze, a look of astonishment crossing his face. His system, unchanged for 20 years, had inexplicably presented new information. Ding fire, 10 qualities, low-grade cultivation level, Qi Ling realm descendants. When I have a child? Nian Xiao is pregnant? Zhou Ping was taken aback and bewildered. Soon, he realized he could check the qualities of his descendant, with indicators for enhancement appearing thereafter. I can allocate points to my child? Chapter 14. Low grade. Zhou Ping naturally dared not recklessly enhance the qualities of his unborn child. With a swift motion, he mounted his horse and galloped towards home, navigating through the trees and over stones as if traversing flat ground. In just half an hour, he arrived at the front of the Zhou family estate, where a young servant approached to take his horse, leading it to the stable in the backyard to be fed. As the family had begun to grow, it was no longer feasible to allow his relatives to toil endlessly, especially since his sister-in-law had recently been confirmed pregnant. If he did not hire a few servants, the burden would fall entirely on Qian Yinxiu. Thus, Zhou Ping purchased 2 male servants and 3 female maids from the young servant, all hailing from respectable but impoverished families, aged around 13 or 14. Ensuring a sense of reliability, passing through 3 gates, he arrived in the backyard, where Huang Shi was engaged in light conversation with his sister-in-law and Qian Yinxiu, flanked by 2 maids. The last maid was tending to Zhou Changhe's daily needs. While also overseeing his studies, Zhou Ping cast a subtle glance at Lin Suelian's belly. She was only 3 months pregnant, and it was still too early to discern anything. Yet, he felt a surge of joy within him. This was the continuation of his lineage, the second child of his brother. If all went well, their family would no longer be a single line of descent. Moreover, with his wife also expecting, a flourishing family would herald a prosperous future. It was impossible to discern anything from Qian Yinxiu, and had it not been for the system's display, he would have been oblivious to her pregnancy. Pinger has arrived. Come sit, Huang Shi called out upon noticing Zhou Ping. Dear husband, both Qian Yinxiu and Huang Shi responded, while the 2 maids bowed their heads in greeting to the second young master. Although Zhou Hong managed the family's affairs, Zhou Dashan remained the patriarch as long as he was alive, with Zhou Hong and his brother serving as the young masters. Mother, sister-in-law, Zhou Ping replied, then turned to Qian Yinxiu, speaking softly, Qiu-er. Qian Yinxiu, sensing something unusual in Zhou Ping's tone, approached him with a worried expression. What is it? Did something happen in the mountains? In the early days of their marriage, Zhou Ping had often been absent, wandering through the mountains, leading her to despair and doubt her choice. However, upon witnessing him sketching maps late into the night, she began to understand his intentions, feeling a sense of joy. Zhou Ping's creation of mountain maps was a secret matter, unknown even to his sister-in-law and parents, yet he did not conceal it from her. Such openness naturally deepened their bond. Have you been feeling unwell lately? Zhou Ping asked gently. Not particularly, just a bit fatigued and lacking appetite, Qian Yinxiu pondered, only to pause suddenly. She had indeed felt inexplicably tired in recent days. Her appetite diminished and her body warmer than before. Initially, she had thought nothing of it, but Zhou Ping's inquiry made her suspect. Perhaps she was pregnant? Husband, Qian Yinxiu's eyes glimmered with joy and apprehension, even glistening with tears. The joy stemmed from the knowledge of carrying a child, a part of her family's bloodline. Even if she could not take revenge in this life, she would ensure that the hatred was passed down to future generations. As her children and grandchildren were born, they would ultimately avenge their family's demise. Yet, the process of pregnancy was fraught with peril, and how could she not feel anxious and fearful? I hunted a wild deer today. I'll have Chunlan prepare it for dinner to nourish your body, Zhou Ping reassured her. In recent months, He had utilized his hunting expeditions as a guise to explore the mountains, returning with wild deer, hares, and other delicacies for the family to enjoy for sustenance. In a few days, I will summon a doctor to conduct a thorough examination. Whatever you say, husband. Zhou Ping, upon hearing this, prepared to leave, intending to visit his elder brother and nephew. Feeling somewhat out of place in the backyard, however, he was suddenly stopped by Chen Yanqiu grasping his sleeve. Husband, if the child is born, what name should we give him? Zhou Ping contemplated for a moment. If it's a boy, he shall be named Zhou Minghu. If it's a girl, simply Zhou Yuan. Zhou Minghu, Zhou Yuan. Chen Yanqiu repeated softly, though unaware of the deeper significance behind the names. She sensed they were quite excellent. Unlike the names of rural folk, Zhou Ping's choice of names was not arbitrary. They reflected his ambitions. Having roamed the mountains, he had observed the entire area for dozens of miles. Baishi village was encircled by mountains, with only a few narrow paths leading to the outside world. From the mountaintop, it resembled a vast bowl, with Baishi village nestled at the bottom. The Baishi River flowed, glistening like silver under the blazing sun. Visible from afar, to Zhou Ping, it appeared as a parched lake, with only streams remaining. Naming his child Minghu was a hope that he would one day encompass the entirety of Baishi village. Claiming this region for the Zhou family, as for Yuan, it referred to soaring eagles and kites flying high in the wind, embodying his aspirations for his daughter, that she would not be bound to the soil like a peasant girl. Zhou Ping then made his way towards the east wing, retreating to a concealed area. Descendants. 1 qualities, low grade. This was the appearance of the system panel. With a thought, the 10 points of Ding fire vanished, replaced by the quality changing to low grade. Seeing that Chen Yanqiu was still engaged in conversation with Huang Shi, without any signs of abnormalities, Zhou Ping let out a sigh of relief. He had refrained from enhancing the qualities of his unborn child in the mountains, fearing that a reckless enhancement might impact Chen Yanqiu in some way. Even if something were to happen, he could promptly attend to it, preventing any unforeseen disasters. After observing for a while longer and confirming there were truly no irregularities, he felt at ease and proceeded towards the east wing. Given that his offspring possessed cultivation potential, there was no need for his family to engage in a life-or-death struggle with others. Simply conduct your affairs with humility, and in a decade or so, Baishi village will naturally belong to the Zhou family. After all, without the presence of a celestial master, one must be astute and capable for generations to survive in Baishi village, in order to keep the likes of Wang Sun and Qian Lu at bay. Now that the descendants possess the aptitude for cultivation, it suffices to wait for them to grow and become celestial masters, ensuring the family's prosperity for decades to come. In the east wing, Zhou Hong and his son, one large and one small, sat engrossed in some activity. If one were to speak of the greatest transformation within the Zhou family, it would undoubtedly be them. As the saying goes, wealth and power nurture a person. In just a few months, Zhou Hong had become a different individual. His attire was no longer made of coarse linen or old rags, but rather vibrant silk garments that exuded an air of nobility. He dealt with the servants and tenants in such a manner that he commanded respect without raising his voice, his gaze deep and no longer bearing any trace of the muddy, earthy origins. In these recent months, he had managed the affairs of the Zhou family with remarkable organization, employing a mix of strictness and kindness that kept the tenants in line. His younger brother had arrived. Upon catching sight of Zhou Ping, Zhou Hong paused his calculations. Elder brother, there is plenty of time ahead. Do not overexert yourself, Zhou Ping expressed with concern, handing over a meticulously drawn map. I have traversed the nearby mountains and marked some good locations. Just remember, there are traces of large insects near Derong Mountain to the west, and I even spotted a black bear. In the future, when foraging for herbs or goods, we must avoid that area. Upon seeing the map, Zhou Hong's eyes lit up. Of course, I am aware of that. With this map, our family can begin to venture into the mountain trade. He unfurled the map, marveling at its potential, but then sighed softly, rolling it up and concealing it in a secret compartment of the room. However, he was ultimately wary of involving outsiders. It was better to first cultivate their fields properly and wait for the river to grow older before embarking on the business of foraging in the mountains. Currently, the greatest issue for the Zhou family was their insufficient number of descendants. Were there more people in the family, Zhou Ping would not have to squander wealth out of fear of intruders at night. With sufficient manpower, they could utilize Zhou Ping's drawn map to engage in extensive trade of mountain goods. Yet, they were indeed too few. Were it not for Zhou Ping's presence, the Zhou family would likely be consumed by the villagers of Baishi in an instant. As for the four great clans, which one was not wealthier than the Zhou family? Yet, who would dare to covet? It was merely a matter of numbers. Even without a celestial master like Zhou Ping, no one would dare provoke them. Suddenly, Zhou Changhe, who was transcribing sacred texts, interjected, "Then why not enlist Uncle Chun and our maternal relatives to assist us?" Zhou Ping smiled lightly, while Zhou Hong bent down, affectionately patting Zhou Changhe's head. Indeed, their child exhibited a maturity far beyond that of ordinary children, displaying restraint and prudence. Thus, for the sake of his future ability to support the Zhou family, they naturally provided him with an education to broaden his horizons, sharing certain secrets with him, though he remained a child. Still unaware of the treachery that lurks within people's hearts. Because they do not bear the surname Zhou, this matter must not be disclosed to mother or grandmother, Zhou Hong cautioned. He understood that Lin Sulian held the Zhou family dear. But she also had ties to her maternal family. Those connections could be useful, but not just yet. If they were to call upon them now, Zhou Hong feared that the Zhou family might one day be extinguished. The saying goes, the hearts of men can be treacherous. If someone from the maternal side were to become consumed by greed, coveting the Zhou family's legacy, and allied with those other clans to sever the Zhou lineage, what would Zhou Hong do? Would he sever ties with his wife in a show of righteousness? Moreover, if those from the maternal side were to control the herbal trade, reclaiming it in the future would be no simple task. Thus, Zhou Hong would rather keep the map hidden away than allow outsiders to meddle in their affairs. Only when Changhe grows up and the Zhou family holds sway in all aspects will they be safeguarded against the encroachment of their maternal family. Chapter 15. Zhou Minghu as spring gives way to autumn and cold yields to warmth, Zhou Ping exhaled deeply, a stream of white light erupting from his mouth. Since returning home and stirring up activity in Baishi village, it had been 5 years since he established his residence and took on the role of a landlord. Although he had long since abandoned the hope of cultivation, Zhou Ping persisted in exhaling for 2 hours each day, nourishing himself with spiritual energy. What if one day fortune smiled upon him, and he opened his spiritual orifices, achieving the realm of qi refinement? If there were a qi refinement practitioner present, why would he need to contend with those few families? It was likely he would have already been recognized as a celestial clan by the county, establishing himself in the region. After all, this world was far from peaceful, teeming with demonic beasts and malevolent spirits. 3 years prior, a wolf that had gained intelligence had charged down from the mountains, brutally killing a laborer from the Sun family. It was only through Zhou Ping's use of magical steel nails that the creature was subdued. Bringing the matter to a close, it was after consuming the flesh and blood of that wolf that Zhou Ping sensed a loosening of his own bottleneck. Through relentless day and night training, he had also experienced a setback in breaking through, yet finally, a thread of spiritual energy had increased within him. Zhou Ping's face displayed joy, but he also sighed lightly. Only when the spiritual energy within him reached 16 strands or more could he genuinely approach the threshold of opening his spiritual orifices. Yet, Zhou Ping's innate talent was of the lowest grade, allowing him to contain only 9 strands of spiritual energy, compelling him to continuously attempt breakthroughs to elevate his limits. However, after years, he had only gained a single strand. Should he attempt to open his spiritual orifices with such progress, hope seemed bleak, and he would likely meet with failure once again. "Daddy, I can sense the spiritual energy." A youthful voice suddenly broke through Zhou Ping's thoughts. It was a child, exquisitely carved like jade, with flawless white skin and eyes brimming with delight. He was Zhou Ping's eldest son. "Zhou Minghu, Daddy, I can feel a thin mist around me. It's so icy and cool." Zhou Minghu exclaimed, dancing about as he reached for the air around him. "Minghu is truly remarkable." Zhou Ping smiled, ruffling his son's hair. "Now, just as I instructed, sit cross-legged and absorb that mist into your body." Zhou Minghu nodded eagerly, then obediently settled down to meditate. Zhou Ping looked on with pride at his son, envisioning the future of the Zhou family. 5 years ago, he had enhanced Zhou Minghu's aptitude while he was still in the womb, elevating it to the lowest grade. While aptitude is categorized into 4 tiers, low, middle, high, and exceptional. The lengths of spiritual light varied within each tier, leading to disparities among individuals. If one's spiritual light measured between 1 and 3 inches, it was deemed low-grade, representing the most arduous foundation of the cultivation world, where only the exceptional might hope to break through to chi refinement. Those with spiritual light measuring between 4 and 6 inches fell into the middle grade, often regarded as true disciples in most sects, with some smaller sects viewing them as successors, almost certain to break through to chi refinement. Those with spiritual light measuring between 7 and 9 inches were classified as high grade. Even in a sect as prominent as Kinjiunmen, they were treasured as heirs, each a potential candidate for the foundational realm, and some even had hopes of advancing to the Shindan realm, as for spiritual light that filled an entire foot. That was exceptional aptitude. Barring unforeseen circumstances, one was destined to achieve the Shindan realm, a future assured in any sect. Although both father and son were of low-grade aptitude, Zhou Minghu's potential was marginally superior to Zhou Ping's. Zhou Ping's spiritual light measured only 1 inch and 5/10, while Zhou Minghu's extended to 1 inch and 9/10, a mere thread away from 2 inches. This indicated that Zhou Minghu's future was destined to be broader than Zhou Ping's. He might very well become a chi refinement practitioner, enabling the Zhou family to join the ranks of cultivation families. Zhou Ping gazed at his son's stubborn little face, filled with both pride and concern. At just under 5 years old, Zhou Minghu had been studying and practicing for 2 hours daily since the age of 3, leaving no time for leisure. Meanwhile, other children of his age in the village spent their days in play. Yet, it remained uncertain how many years it would take to reach the pinnacle of the awakening realm in such a spiritually barren land. The awakening realm was the foundation of cultivation, and it was not overly difficult to achieve. Even the most mediocre practitioners could reach its completion. It was further divided into 4 minor realms based on different stages. The first minor realm was the sensing of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, also known as spirit sensing. Within the world, myriad energies existed, with heavenly and earthly spiritual energy being the mildest and most abundant. The human race, inherently fragile, must first nourish themselves with this spiritual energy until they can open their spiritual orifices, allowing their bodies to withstand more potent heavenly and earthly energies, enabling them to cultivate with specific energies. Otherwise, they risk violent backlash, harming their lifespans and bodies. Once, Zhou Ping had collected Yinsha energy, a type of heavenly energy, cold and malevolent. Recklessly introducing it into his body would result in his meridians suffering from icy pain. For any practitioner, spirit sensing was not particularly challenging. Even someone with Zhou Ping's low-grade aptitude could achieve it within 2 or 3 months. It was said that those with high-grade aptitudes could manage it within a single day. Zhou Minghu's aptitude was slightly superior to Zhou Ping's, so theoretically, the time required should be shorter. However, being but a child, his thoughts were often scattered. After just a quarter hour of meditation, his mind would wander, coupled with the spiritual barrenness of Baishi village, far inferior to Qingyun Mountain. It took him over a year to finally sense the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Once spirit sensing was achieved, the next step was to draw the spiritual energy into one's body, gradually condensing the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy within to create a sensation of spiritual energy inside. Zhou Ping had spent a full 3 months to condense merely 3 strands of spiritual energy. The more exceptional one's qualifications, the greater the spiritual energy that can be condensed during this stage, which significantly benefits future cultivation. The third minor realm involves the circulation of the cosmos, wherein spiritual energy forms a cyclone within the body, thereby cleansing the marrow and purging impurities. The more spiritual energy one possesses, the more potent the cyclone becomes, attracting external spiritual energy in a continuous cycle until reaching the body's maximum capacity. Zhou Ping, possessing merely a meager aptitude of 1 inch 5, is limited to a maximum of 8 threads of spiritual energy. In contrast, Minghu, with a spiritual light of 1 inch 9, may potentially condense up to 12 threads in the future. The higher the qualifications, the greater the capacity for spiritual energy at the awakening realm. Conversely, the lower the qualifications, the lesser the capacity. Zhou Ping has even encountered a menial disciple with a mere 1 inch of spiritual light, whose body could only accommodate 7 threads of spiritual energy. After spending 3 years on the mountain, he regrettably succumbed to the mortal realm, On the other hand, the prodigious disciples of the Qingyun sect can accommodate as many as 35 threads of spiritual energy at the awakening realm, and the spiritual apertures they open are proportionately larger than those of ordinary individuals. The final stage represents the first critical juncture in cultivation, completely separating the celestial from the mundane. This is achieved by detonating the cyclone to open spiritual apertures. The more powerful the cyclone, the greater the likelihood of successfully opening these apertures, which will also be more stable and expansive. Through the exploration of countless generations in the cultivation world, a conclusion has been drawn. Possessing more than 16 threads of spiritual energy is certain to result in the opening of spiritual apertures, marking the initial limit of 3 inches of spiritual light. However, this does not imply that possessing fewer than 16 threads negates the possibility of opening them, akin to pushing open a door. Greater force is advantageous, yet even a gentle push may suffice if the right circumstances align. For instance, consuming rare heavenly materials or elixirs could cause a dramatic surge in internal spiritual energy. Alternatively, employing powerful artifacts or formations could artificially elevate the concentration of external spiritual energy, facilitating its influx into the body and thereby paving the way for aperture opening. Nevertheless, regardless of the method, the costs incurred are substantial. Thus, Zhou Ping resorts to the most perilous yet common method to elevate his limits, the mirror-shattering technique. After a decade at the Qingyun sect, he has spent 6 years reaching the pinnacle of the awakening realm, yet his internal spiritual energy remains at a mere 8 threads, leaving him with no hope for a breakthrough, forcing him to continually risk failure in pursuit of advancement. Following his first unsuccessful attempt, he nursed his injuries for a full 6 months, yet his spiritual energy limit only increased by half a thread. Subsequently, he would dare to attempt a breakthrough roughly every year, ultimately achieving 9.5 threads of spiritual energy upon leaving the sect. During these 5 years, Zhou Ping also attempted another breakthrough, which again ended in failure. However, his spiritual energy had become more refined, and with the consumption of wolf demon flesh for nourishment, his internal spiritual energy increased by 1 thread. Yet he understood that even with such perilous breakthroughs, the increments have grown increasingly minuscule. Perhaps further growth is possible, but it is highly unlikely to exceed 12 threads. Qualification determines the limit. Much like a small blade of grass, no matter how hard it strives, it cannot grow into a towering tree. Ming, whose qualifications surpass his own, it is conceivable that he could initially reach 12 or 13 threads. Should he continue to break through and elevate his limits, he could potentially reach around 14 or 15 threads, with a significant chance of success. Chapter 16. Lu Xiu returns home. Although Zhou Ping currently sees no hope for a breakthrough, he is nonetheless filled with joy, for he has finally discerned the source of Ding Fire. Ding Fire. 10. Qualifications. Inferior. Cultivation. Awakening Realm. Offspring. 2. Merely 5 years have passed, yet Ding Fire has once again coalesced to 10 points. This is because Zhou Ping has discovered that Ding Fire indeed generates 1 point each year, with the source being himself and his bloodline descendants. Over 5 years, he and Zhou Ming who have precisely condensed 10 points of Ding Fire. This implies that the more descendants he has, the more points of Ding Fire will be generated annually. Even if the requirements for enhancing qualifications are substantial, as long as there are enough descendants, accumulation is assured. Naturally, another possibility exists. Only descendants whose qualifications have been altered by Ding Fire can produce it. Having unraveled the mystery of Ding Fire, it has been a year since Zhou Ming whose birth, and with Chen Yinxiu needing to recuperate, the matter was temporarily set aside. It wasn't until this year that there was again movement in her belly. Gazing at the 10 points of Ding Fire, Zhou Ping felt compelled to ponder whether to use them to enhance the qualifications of his unborn child, or to save them for his own future elevation. After all, he remains uncertain whether all descendants can condense Ding Fire, or only those with qualifications. Should it be the former, it would indeed be a joyous outcome. However, if it were the latter, it would necessitate first enhancing the qualifications of his offspring, ensuring there are enough qualified individuals for rapid accumulation of Ding Fire. Resolutely, Zhou Ping chose to utilize these 10 points of Ding Fire to elevate the qualifications of his yet-to-be-born child. After all, regardless of the outcome, this is still his child. The heart of every parent cherishes their offspring. How could one not love them? once they embark on the path of cultivation, even without opening spiritual apertures, they will live significantly longer than ordinary mortals. His parents, siblings, and Nianxio are all mortals, destined to depart before him. This is an unchangeable reality. However, his child, yet to be born, still has a chance to alter fate. And he cannot bear the thought of sending off his own child. Even though Zhou Ping is aware of the considerable risks involved in his decision, he remains willing to proceed in the cultivation world. While it is true that not all children born to powerful practitioners possess cultivation qualifications, the stronger the practitioner, the greater the likelihood that their offspring will have such qualifications. Conversely, the weaker one's cultivation, the lesser the chance for their descendants. Descendants of practitioners at the Foundation establishment realm possess qualifications in approximately 20 to 30% of cases, while those of practitioners at the Profound Pill realm and above have 100% likelihood of possessing qualifications. Yet in the mundane world, among hundreds, only one child may possess cultivation qualifications, and even then, 99% of those will be of inferior quality. However, high-level practitioners remain few in number, and their formidable strength results in a significantly reduced reproductive capacity. It is precisely due to the scarcity of cultivators and the existence of monsters and demons that many cultivators continually fall. Hence, those at high levels are compelled to establish sects and select potential cultivators from the masses. Even accepting individuals like Zhou Ping with inferior qualifications, allowing them to cultivate before returning to the mundane world to marry, raise families, and protect their communities. After all, even the most inferior qualifications still surpass those of ordinary mortals, increasing the likelihood of their descendants possessing cultivation qualifications. Furthermore, having a certain level of cultivation can provide protection for a community. This is a hidden agenda pursued by all powerful humans. The human race has not been a dominant force for long, and vast regions of the world remain wild and ravaged by beasts. However, human cultivators are exceedingly rare, making it impossible for them to expand their territories. They can only devise means to produce more cultivators. For instance, Qingshui County lies at the border between humanity and the wilderness, with its ley lines long ago ravaged in conflict, and it has taken nearly 300 years to recover, resulting in the current scarcity of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, even though the likelihood of descendants of awakening realm cultivators possessing qualifications is slightly higher than that of mortals, it remains exceedingly slim, given that the base number of mortals is vast, comprising 99% of humanity. To prevent cultivators at the awakening realm from oppressing the masses and monopolizing local resources, a system has emerged whereby their status is equivalent to that of ordinary mortals. After all, awakening realm cultivators are inherently stronger than mortals. If they were granted a superior status, the resources they consume could sustain dozens of ordinary individuals, leading to widespread poverty among the latter, who would struggle to thrive and reproduce. Consequently, the offspring of awakening realm cultivators and those of mortals possess similar chances of having cultivation qualifications, naturally favoring the larger population base, of course, even if their statuses are equal. Awakening realm cultivators remain vastly superior to mortals. Just like Zhou Ping, a single individual can intimidate an entire clan and support a family. It is only upon reaching the Qi refinement realm that a true separation between the celestial and the mundane occurs, as those who attain this level typically possess commendable qualifications, significantly increasing the likelihood that their descendants will also possess cultivation qualifications. Should a member of the Zhou family achieve the Qi refinement realm now, they would instantly receive the same recognition as the Pingyun Huang family to the west, being conferred a title as a governing family of cultivators. Naturally, this also entails corresponding responsibilities. This explains why, despite Zhou Ping being a cultivator, the four prominent families harbor no significant fear of the Zhou family. They believe that no further cultivators will emerge from it. The Zhou family's foundation is too weak, relying solely on Zhou Ping to carry the burden, and it may take many years to catch up with the other families. They merely need to wait for Zhou Ping to pass away. However, had they known that Zhou Ming who possesses the potential for cultivation, the four families might have resorted to desperate measures to eliminate him. Even Zhou Ping would be expendable if it meant achieving their goals. If all of Zhou Ping's offspring were to possess cultivation qualifications, it would attract not only the four families but the entire world of power. A solitary cultivator with offspring capable of cultivating would undoubtedly harbor an earth-shattering secret. In such a scenario, not only would the Zhou family face annihilation, but the entire Qing Shui County would be obliterated in the ensuing conflict, leaving no trace behind. Alas! Zhou Ping sighed heavily, having witnessed the brutality of the cultivation world. He understands the inherent dangers. Yet, one cannot allow fear to stifle the family's progress. Each additional cultivator opens broader horizons for the future. Moreover, these are his children. He cannot allow them to precede him. Zhou Ping's thoughts weighed heavily upon him, when suddenly, urgent shouts rang from outside. Second brother. Both father and son suddenly stood up and walked outside, only to see Zhou Hong running towards them. After 5 years, Zhou Hong had become somewhat portly, increasingly resembling a wealthy landlord, exuding an air of authority, though there were a few strands of white hair at his temples. Zhou Ping was already 25, and naturally, Zhou Hong was just over 30, though in the prime of life. The hardships of farming in his youth had taken a toll on his body, leaving lingering injuries that even Zhou Ping's nurturing with spiritual energy could not fully alleviate, resulting in the inevitable appearance of gray hairs. This was the lamentable fate of all farmers' sons who toil in the fields. Hard labor hastens aging, and many appeared as if they were already nearing 50 by the age of 30 or 40. Zhou Hong was relatively fortunate, having managed to recuperate somewhat. In stark contrast, Zhou Dashan had been left with numerous ailments, and now appeared quite aged, spending his days in a rocking chair in the courtyard. Watching his grandchildren frolic, "Brother, what has happened?" Zhou Ping inquired, his brow furrowed with confusion. Zhou Minghu, standing to the side, respectfully called out, "Uncle." Zhou Hong first scrutinized Zhou Minghu closely, then nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He was well aware of the secret regarding Zhou Minghu's potential for cultivation, and thus never overlooked his feelings, even though Zhou Minghu was merely 5 years old. After all, with Zhou Minghu possessing the aptitude for cultivation, it was clear that he would lead the Zhou family in the future. Relegating Zhou Hong's lineage to a secondary status, by garnering some weight in Zhou Minghu's heart now, it would ensure that his own lineage would not fall too far behind in the future. "Lu Xiu, that soldier from the Lu family, has returned," Zhou Hong whispered. Zhou Ping's eyes suddenly widened. During the past 5 years, he had continuously suppressed the 4 families in his role as the village chief. Yet those families were as slippery as eels, eluding his grasp. Furthermore, each of the 4 families had their own backing, leaving him with no choice but to remain in a stalemate. Zhou Ping asked, "What identity did he return with?" "It is said he has come back as a sergeant, having earned some military merit. Apparently, he broke his leg on the battlefield while saving someone, thus had to return home to retire." Zhou Hong explained. "What about Lu Wu? Did he return with him?" Since he intended to dismantle the 4 prominent families, it was crucial for him to gather intelligence on their circumstances. Among them, the Wang and Sun families had members serving as officials in the county, which, although lacking formal rank, still wielded some influence within the bureaucracy. The Qin family was well acquainted with the mountains, having established strong ties with a merchant house in the county through the trade of mountain goods, even forming a connection with an elder cultivator from one of those houses. Only the Lu family remained the most humble among the 4, lacking any official or gentry protection, with merely 200 or 300 acres of land. Yet, Zhou Ping held the greatest trepidation toward the Lu family, solely due to their audacity and resolve. 4 years prior, Lu Ming had gone to the Nanyang prefecture to take the provincial examination, failing for 3 consecutive years, yet the entire Lu family still supported him. It should be noted that financing a full-time scholar in pursuit of fame, covering costs for ink, paper, food, and travel expenses, required significant sacrifices from multiple family members. Not to mention, he had failed 3 years in a row. Moreover, Lu Xiu had garnered the favor of a high-ranking official in the military, and the Lu family had been sending both money and people to support him. Lu Feng had been wandering around Qingshui County, and the Lu family had also been discreetly backing him. Such actions led to the Lu family not only failing to accumulate any wealth over the past 5 years, but also selling off some land, indicating a trend towards disintegration. However, Zhou Ping understood that if even one path were to open for the Lu family, they would soar, transforming into wolves that would devour them all. Zhou Hong shook his head, stating that only Lu Xiu had returned, while the rest of the Lu family had not. Zhou Ping's heart sank. he would have preferred Lu Xiu to return with his kin as a centurion rather than in the current state. Given that Lu Xiu had gained favor in the military, even if he returned injured, he would not have come back with such a modest title. Yet now, he bore the rank of a mere sergeant, indicating that he likely had not received any recognition, but was merely seeking to help Lu Wu and the others establish their foothold in the military. As the village chief, I must extend a warm welcome to the returning veteran. Zhou Ping mused softly, "Brother, you are now the head of our family. Accompanying me to pay our respects would also demonstrate our sincerity." Zhou Ping believed in striking decisively. If there was no assurance of victory, he would refrain from action. Thus, over the past 5 years, the Zhou family had focused on diligent cultivation and maintaining a low profile, fostering a harmonious relationship with the 4 families. Even when the Lu family sold land, they had purchased a small portion at a fair price. After all, once Minghu grew up, their family would naturally flourish. In contrast, the other 3 families had not hesitated to take advantage of the Lu family's difficulties during their land sales, ruthlessly driving down prices, causing significant losses for the Lu family. Chapter 17. Cultivation Techniques. As the 2 men exited the room, they found an elderly man, frail and withered, leaning against a wooden pillar. Amusing a 2-year-old child. 5 years ago, Lin Suelian had become pregnant before Chen Yinxiu and had given birth to a boy named Zhou Changxi, who was a few months older than Zhou Minghu. 3 years later, she became pregnant again, this time with another boy, named Zhou Chang'an, the child that Zhou Dashan was currently entertaining. Thus, Zhou Hong had 3 sons, Zhou Changhe, Zhou Changxi, and Zhou Chang'an. Among them, Zhou Changhe had already begun his studies and was attending a school in the county. Father, Zhou Ping and his brother approached. "There is a matter in the village that we must attend to." "Huh?" Zhou Dashan, with his clouded and dull eyes, turned his head slowly and shouted, "What did you say?" Zhou Ping, filled with concern, gazed at the stooped Zhou Dashan. Even though he had used spiritual energy to nurture him, the toll of his youth had left Zhou Dashan in his current state. He called Zhou Minghu over and whispered, "Go keep your grandfather and brother company." Then, turning to Zhou Hong, he asked with curiosity, "Brother, where is Changxi? You know how much Changxi adores his mother." "He is in the back courtyard," Zhou Hong replied. Zhou Ping nodded slightly, acknowledging that each of his 3 nephews had distinct personalities. Changhe, having endured various hardships in his early years, had developed a deep and resolute character, making Zhou Ping quite assured that he would manage the family's affairs in the future. In contrast, Changxi had been born into a life of comfort, surrounded by many female relatives who showered him with affection, resulting in a gentle and kind disposition, though somewhat indecisive, making it difficult for him to stand on his own in the future. As for Zhou Chang'an, his older brother had discerned the weaknesses of his second son and sent him to Zhou Dashan, hoping he would develop some steadiness. Zhou Ping gazed at his eldest son, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Zhou Minghu was sensible and obedient, cherished deeply, and was the second cultivator of the Zhou family. Yet, from a young age, he had been instilled with thoughts of vengeance by Chen Yinxiu. And by the time Zhou Ping became aware of it, it was already too late to correct him. This had led to a somewhat rebellious character, though he was, in reality, quite courageous, and Zhou Ping feared that such tendencies might lead to trouble in the future. Zhou Minghu sat beside Zhou Dashan, and the grandfather and grandson shared a joyful moment, while Zhou Ping and his brother proceeded towards the front gate. After all, it was merely the village, and Zhou Hong called to a servant preparing to harness the carriage, readying to head to the Lu family. Upon exiting the courtyard, they were greeted by fertile fields on one side and the village houses on the other. Some passing farmers, upon seeing the 2 brothers, cheerfully lowered their heads to greet them. "Good day, sir." 5 years ago, Zhou Ping had extravagantly spent their wealth to avoid attracting thieves. Yet, the Zhou family was small in number, even with servants, barely totaling a dozen people. Even with a 40% rent collection, they could still save a considerable amount of money each year. Zhou Hong had used this money to purchase more land, increasing the Zhou family's holdings to over 170 acres. The Zhao kingdom had long maintained a tax rate of 1/10, which was already quite low. However, for many impoverished families, selling land remained the only means of survival. This was influenced not only by natural disasters and human misfortunes, but also by the struggles of ordinary life. For instance, a farming household with 10 acres and 3 mouths to feed might manage to scrape by if a disaster struck, reducing their harvest, or if they had another child, they would inevitably find themselves short on cash and grain. To survive, they would have no choice but to sell their land to wealthier families for money to live. However, after selling their land, they would lack sufficient resources to sustain themselves. Wealthy families, on the other hand, had fewer people and more land, and even with heavy rents, the poor were forced to rent land from them to cultivate. Yet, those wealthy landlords were shrewd and would never rent out enough land to any single household, leaving tenants barely able to provide for their families after a year of hard work. Unable to accumulate any wealth, if they could not amass riches, they would remain bound to toil for the wealthy for a lifetime. Meanwhile, those wealthy families would continue to prosper, leveraging their wealth to acquire even more land, growing ever more affluent. Like a snowball rolling downhill, Baishi village lay nestled in a valley among the mountains. And despite extensive cultivation, it comprised only about 1,300 acres, with over 800 acres owned by the 5 families, leaving the remaining 50 to 70 households to share the 500 acres. Poor families often had many children, and without selling land or renting it, they could not support themselves. This led to a situation where, even though the Zhou family had never sought to seize land from others, their holdings still grew steadily due to various circumstances. Zhou Ping could not allow his family to be seen as the great benefactor. Not only would kindness be exploited, but it would also invite attacks from the other 4 families. Nonetheless, the Zhou family's rent remained the lowest among the 5 families, only demanding 40%. Even so, they were still complained about by the other families for disrupting the market, as each of them charged over 50%. Indeed, Zhou Ping nodded in response to the tenant, then led Zhou Hong towards the Lu family. As they approached, they could hear the bustling sounds of lively chatter emanating from the Lu family's courtyard. A scene of great merriment. Xiu'er, what's it like in the military? Xiu'er, why is this knife so sharp? As Zhou Ping and Zhou Hong drew nearer, the noise from the crowd diminished considerably. What brings the Zhou family here? A voice, low and murmuring, emerged from a Lu family member. Beside him, another man gestured with his lips, asserting that it was evident they had come to investigate due to Xiao Erge's return home. What of it? The Lu family has committed no wrongdoing. If he arrives, so be it. Can he truly apprehend us? Zhou Ping paid little heed to these whispers, instead striding directly into the Lu family's courtyard, where he immediately beheld a man of formidable presence seated next to Lu Quan. The man bore numerous grotesque scars from blades and swords, and even the slightest movement resembled a centipede writhing in contortion. His eyebrows were long and thick, while his gaze was icy and ferocious, presenting the visage of a hardened warrior. Zhou Ping felt a tremor in his heart, recognizing that this was a true warrior who had faced life and death. He instinctively tightened his grip on the incantation within his sleeve, subtly positioning Zhou Hong behind him as a precaution. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners of the qi refining stage, despite possessing spiritual energy, were still not significantly stronger than mere mortals. It was not uncommon for the arrogant to meet their demise at the hands of ordinary people. Even those at the qi refining stage had been known to perish due to the sheer numbers of the unremarkable. The man turned his gaze towards Zhou Ping and, rising from his seat, bowed respectfully, introducing himself. I am Lu Xiu of the Lu family, honored to meet the village chief. Zhou Ping was taken aback momentarily, then smiled, replying, I have heard of the heroes returning from the military and came to witness the spectacle. Your Excellency jest, Lu Xiu responded with confidence, I am but an illiterate brute, returning home in disgrace. There is no spectacle to speak of. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Ping departed with Zhou Hong. His purpose in coming was to ascertain Lu Xiu's circumstances, and with that knowledge now in hand, it was prudent to take his leave. The commotion among the Lu family persisted for some time before they gradually dispersed, leaving only Lu Quan and Lu Xiu. Elder, Lu Xiu said, glancing around to ensure no one was present. Over the years, I have failed the clan and worse, I have caused Lu Wu and others to lose their lives. I am deeply sorry to the family and to you all. As he spoke, the battle-hardened man broke down, weeping with his hands covering his face. He was acutely aware of his family's sacrifices. They had not only cared for his elderly mother, but had also strained their resources to send him money and provisions, even sending Lu Wu and others into the military. These memories weighed heavily on his heart. He had intended to secure a military position upon his return to repay the family, but now, with his injuries and the loss of Lu Wu and the others, he felt utterly unworthy of his kin and his mother. In truth, Lu Xiao had accompanied Lu Wu and others deep into enemy territory under the command of an officer, and only he and that officer had survived. Yet, he dared not share this news, fearing the repercussions. Instead, he allowed Lu Quan to spread the word that Lu Wu and the others had been entrusted with important duties in the military, hoping to instill a sense of caution in the other families and deter them from rash actions. "Fear not. What matters is that you have returned safely," Lu Quan said, tears streaming down his aged face as he gently stroked Lu Xiao's forehead. "You are all good children of the Lu family, elder. I have failed you all." Lu Xiao knelt before Lu Quan, embracing the frail elder as he sobbed. "I am sorry for Lu Wu, my brother." Lu Quan wiped away his tears with his weathered hands, softly patting Lu Xiao's back. After a long while, Lu Xiao finally composed himself and produced an item from his robes, something the officer had entrusted to him before departing. "This is what my brothers sacrificed their lives for. It is a cultivation technique from the Immortal Masters." Lu Quan trembled, his stooped form suddenly appearing more upright. He had contemplated having his kin study literature and martial arts to forge a path or even engage in mercenary endeavors. But now he thought, surely, the Lu family will one day practice the way of immortality. He eagerly inquired, "How can we assess whether we possess the aptitude?" Although every 3 years, Immortal Masters would visit the county to evaluate the aptitude of mortals, the journey was long, and many had never undergone such testing. What if someone in the Lu family possesses the aptitude and remains unaware? As for seeking Zhou Ping's assistance in testing their aptitude, Lu Quan felt distrustful and hesitant. As long as no new Immortal Masters emerged in the village, the Zhou family's status would remain unchallenged. Zhou Ping would not sit idly by while the Lu family produced an immortal. He feared that, should the truth come to light, they would not only be extorted but also misled. Lu Xiao shook his head, stating, "But the esteemed master said that if one cultivates according to this method and experiences the sensation of energy within, it indicates the presence of aptitude." "Excellent, excellent," Lu Quan laughed heartily. "With this technique, how can the Lu family not rise to prominence?" However, he cautioned, "This matter cannot be rushed. We must devise a long-term plan and ensure that outsiders do not learn of it. Otherwise, the Lu family may face peril. Let us first summon 2 discreet children of suitable age, and during the day, they can study under Lu Ming, while at night, we shall allow them to practice cultivation in the courtyard. Even if it takes 5 or 10 years, the Lu family can afford to wait. Surely, we will eventually encounter a fateful opportunity." Chapter 18. The incident at the Qian family. Zhou Ping had not walked far when he suddenly turned back to gaze at the Lu family courtyard. Sensing that something was amiss, though he could not articulate what, "Brother, I wish to venture into the mountains for a while. You may return home first," Zhou Ping said to Zhou Hong. "Very well," Zhou Hong nodded, understanding that his younger brother had plans in the mountains. Thus, the two parted ways. Zhou Ping's intention in the mountains was to gather several medicinal herbs he had previously discovered to assist Zhou Minghu in his cultivation. Having exhausted his own potential for advancement, he could only focus on refining his limits. However, Zhou Minghu was different. He still held infinite possibilities. Yet, the spiritual energy in Baishi village was too sparse to benefit Zhou Minghu's cultivation. The mountains, though richer in energy, posed dangers, and if spotted by the wrong eyes, they might raise suspicions. Mature medicinal herbs contained a hint of spiritual energy, making them ideal for Zhou Minghu's practice. Ever since Zhou Minghu was a child, Zhou Ping had diligently collected fresh herbs to nourish his body, hoping to solidify his foundation and increase his chances of breaking through to the qi refining stage. The threshold of 16 threads of energy represented a chasm between the mortal and the divine. Success promised longevity and clarity of the immortal path, while failure condemned one to a mundane existence. Zhou Ping had failed 5 times, possessing only 10 threads of energy, and had long abandoned lofty aspirations. It would be better to focus on nurturing the child. However, Zhou Minghu possessed a radiant potential. With more attempts, he was highly likely to breach that threshold. 20-year-old ginseng was indeed a rarity. 10-year-old Reisher could invigorate Minghu's vitality, facilitating the flow of spiritual energy. These were all locations where he had previously discovered medicinal herbs, and today he intended to harvest them. Unfortunately, every herb he found was an ordinary plant, devoid of any spiritual essence. Had even one spiritual herb been among them, it might have elevated Zhou Ping's limits. Still, the harsh environment required for spiritual herbs demanded a high concentration of spiritual energy, and Zhou Ping had only ever seen such herbs at the Qingyun sect's spiritual herb peak. How could they possibly thrive in these desolate mountains? After gathering the herbs, Zhou Ping ventured deeper into the mountains to collect the celestial air. This celestial air was a form of the energy of heaven and earth. And while it was inferior in both price and effect to the malevolent energy, it was easier to obtain, found in the mountains at dawn and dusk. Its gentle nature, unlike the violent and frigid malevolent energy, made it quite popular among practitioners of qi refining. Zhou Ping was not collecting the celestial air for himself, but for his family. Each strand of celestial air required 3 months to gather and was worth 1 spirit stone. In contrast, other practitioners in Qingshui County, if they had a family business, would not toil over such collection, even if they knew the method. After all, retreating from the bustling world to hide in the mountains for months was a tedious ordeal. His diligent efforts were all aimed at paving the way for his family. Given their weakness and rural status, rapid development was essential. Li Mu had operated in the county for decades, naturally boasting extensive connections. Even able to trade with the He family of Pingyun. However, the Zhou family could only produce the most ordinary grains and mountain goods. How could Li Mu be interested? Only Zhou Ping, as a fellow practitioner, could seek rare spiritual treasures to establish a connection with Li Mu. This arrangement was undoubtedly favorable. The Zhou family's grain could be sold directly to Li Mu at a fair price. Naturally, while the celestial air was valued at 1 spirit stone, in the impoverished lands of Qingshui County, transactions were conducted in gold and silver. 1 spirit stone roughly equated to 60 taels of silver. While the Zhou family's annual yield of grain and mountain goods amounted to only 70 or 80 taels. Without Zhou Ping's presence, the Zhou family would have no surplus funds for purchasing land. As Zhou Ping traversed the mountains, crossing streams and climbing ridges, months passed before he successfully gathered a portion of celestial air. Upon returning home, he was pleasantly surprised to find someone in the courtyard. There stood a refined young boy, instructing 3 younger brothers in literacy and writing. It was Zhou Changhe, who had been studying at the county academy. Changhe, Zhou Ping greeted. I have seen my nephew. Zhou Changhe bowed respectfully. Uncle, I have returned. Zhou Ping, puzzled, inquired, Isn't it still too early for the break? Why have you returned? Though his nephew had only begun his studies at the age of 5, he was exceptionally gifted and had mastered various classics within 5 years. Zhou Ping was overjoyed and had promptly enrolled him in the best academy in the county, even renting a small courtyard nearby and assigning a servant to assist him. Those servants had been with the Zhou family for 5 years. And given their relatively young age and the Zhou family's kind treatment, they had naturally developed a degree of loyalty. In a few days, the county examination will take place, and the teacher has allowed us to return home for some rest. Zhou Changhe explained, his demeanor steady and scholarly. If not for his slight stature, one would hardly guess he was merely 10 years old. Zhou Ping nodded. Then you must rest well. The nephew has also come to share good news. Good news? Zhou Ping inquired, momentarily taken aback. Is it from the Qian family? Zhou Ping had exerted considerable effort to gather fresh air in the mountains, hoping to establish connections with Li Mu and expand relationships within the county, all with the ultimate goal of fostering his family's prosperity and eliminating the 4 rival families. Each of the 4 families had their strengths, although the Wang family was rooted in the village. They had relatives in the county who held minor official positions. Zhou Ping encouraged Zhou Changhe to cultivate a good rapport with Lin Zhao, the son of Lin Ruohua, to maintain the friendship between the 2 families. This would provide an opportunity to undermine the Wang family's base in the county. As long as their foundation was severed, the 2 families remaining in the village would be easier to manage. The Liu family had always been cautious, even enduring a significant setback 5 years prior. In the past 5 years, they had remained withdrawn, making them difficult to target. The Qian family, on the other hand, had consistently pursued commercial avenues, becoming well acquainted with the county's merchants through the trade of mountain goods and grains, and had established ties with an elder cultivator. This implied that the rise and fall of the Qian family were closely linked to their business endeavors. Despite Zhou Ping leveraging the influence of Lin Zhu, he had been unable to significantly squeeze the Qin family's business in the county, as the county was connected to the prefecture and the goods sold by the Qin family, grains and mountain products, always attracted buyers regardless of the time. It must be something significant that has befallen the Bai family's business, Zhou Changhe murmured. Recently, several grain vessels belonging to the Bai family were en route to the prefectural city along the Luochuan River when they were raided by water bandits, resulting in substantial losses for the Bai family. Zhou Ping was momentarily stunned, then elated. The head of the Bai family was the very elder cultivator the Qin family relied upon, who had established roots in the county decades ago and had single-handedly built the Sheng family business, gaining a notable reputation throughout Nanyang Prefecture. This was the advantage of being anchored in the county, with its extensive connections to hundreds of villages and neighboring counties, as long as one could establish a foothold. Wealth would soon follow from all directions, much like the Li family, the Bai family, and others, whose scales far surpassed that of the Zhou family. If not for the safety of his family, Zhou Ping would have aspired to establish himself in the county. However, he understood that the county was fraught with dangers, already divided among various families, and any attempt to intrude would come at a heavy price. Most returnee cultivators like him typically returned to their villages as minor landlords or joined existing families. Now, with the Bai family suffering such a severe blow, Zhou Ping surmised that this was not merely the work of water bandits, but rather the machinations of Li Mu and other families. Unable to openly suppress the Bai family, they resorted to underhanded tactics to prevent any further advancements. The loss of several grain vessels, laden with a massive quantity of grain, represented a loss of tens of thousands of taels. One could expect the Bai family would take years to recover, not to mention the numerous smaller families under their banner. The inability to undermine the Qin family's business had stemmed from the Bai family having invested heavily in it. With the Bai family now in such dire straits, how could the Qin family fare any better? They might already be on the brink of collapse. Ha ha ha, come, let us dine, Zhou Ping laughed heartily. Just wait. The Qin family will surely come to us, eager to sell their land. Chapter 19. The decline of the Qin family, damn it. Qian Yuanqing furiously grabbed a horsewhip and began to lash out at the tables and chairs in the hall. While the surrounding members of the Qin family looked as pale as ghosts, their heads bowed low. Recently, the Bai family had been engaging in trade with the major merchants of the prefectural city, successfully negotiating deals for a total of 18,000 stones of grain and various goods, which were to be transported north along the Luochuan River to Nanyang Prefecture. The Luochuan River was a major river within Nanyang Prefecture, known for its navigability, with countless merchant vessels traversing it without incident. The Bai family had always operated with caution, never encountering significant mishaps. It was precisely due to this reliability that the Qin family had borrowed heavily to purchase 3,000 stones of grain, hoping to profit alongside the Bai family. Should this venture succeed, the Bai family would soar to new heights in their relationship with the prefectural city, and the Qin family would reap immense benefits. The higher the Bai family rose, the broader and more promising the future for the Qin family would be. Yet, who would have thought that the Bai family, which had never faced trouble, would encounter such a calamity this time? 3,000 stones? Even if we sold our entire Qin family, we couldn't possibly come up with that much, Qian Yuanqing lamented. Didn't the Bai family have 2 cultivators and numerous capable hands? How could they be raided by water bandits? He gazed at the ancestral tablets in the main hall, his blood boiling, and suddenly his vision darkened as he collapsed backward. Patriarch! The members of the Qin family rushed forward in alarm, quickly helping Qian Yuanqing to a chair to rest. What shall we do? Wailed a female relative. The Qin family had purchased so much grain, incurring significant debts. If they could not repay them, the men would likely be sold into servitude while the women would be sold into brothels. I don't want to be sold into a brothel. Father, please wake up. It's over. It's all over. While the debt collectors haven't arrived yet, we must flee. A group of people surrounded Qian Yuanqing, weeping inconsolably, rousing him from his stupor. He slumped in the chair, surveying the distraught faces of his kin, his heart heavy with sorrow. How could the Qin family be composed of such mediocre individuals? Qian Yuanqing scoffed, Flee? Where can we escape to? Our Qin family's foundation lies here. Where can we possibly go? Shall we become refugees or bandits? only to be hunted down by the authorities? Each word struck the hearts of the Qin family members like thunder, plunging them into despair. At this juncture, there was no hope left. Qian Yuanqing sighed deeply, as if he were about to exhale his last breath, realizing that selling land was their only option. The Qian family possessed 213 acres, with an average yield of 5 stones of grain per acre per year. After accounting for household consumption and taxes, they could accumulate around 200 stones annually. However, with a total debt of 3,000 stones, even if the Qian family liquidated all their reserves, they would still face a shortfall of 1,700 stones. Regret gnawed at him. He had been too eager for quick gains this time. Blinded by profit, wagering the decades of his family's hard work. But who could blame his family for lacking foresight? Each member was short-sighted, and no one had the wisdom to dissuade him from making such a grave mistake. As the saying goes, he who does not die young is a thief, and Qian Yuanqing was a cunning old thief. He had managed the Qian family's affairs adeptly, effortlessly resolving various overt and covert pressures. And the business had flourished. Yet, he bore a fatal flaw, his impatience for quick success. Knowing full well that nothing in this world is foolproof, he still chose to take risks for the sake of the Qian family's ascendance and to secure a foothold within the Bai family's business. Despite the enormous potential rewards, but alas, he had failed and incurred massive debts. He looked at the ancestral tablets, speechless, his throat dry. Years ago, his father, in collusion with several families, had violently subdued the Li family, and the Qian family's foundation had been built through 3 generations of blood, sweat, and tears. Today, it was all on the verge of collapse under his stewardship. Send word to the 4 families. We must sell our land. Qian Yuanqing beckoned to his grandson, suddenly appearing a decade older. Zhou Ping sat in the Qian family residence with his elder brother and a servant, feeling a surge of joy. Over the past 5 years, he had exerted every effort, from searching for goods in the mountains to collecting rent, just to keep pace with the rapidly growing families, and had pinned his hopes of annihilating the 4 rival families on Minghu. Little did he expect that the Qian family would self-destruct. Seated across from Zhou Ping were Lu Quan and the Ridderni Lu Ming, with a few other figures nearby. The Wang family patriarch and the Sun family patriarch. Qian Yuanqing gazed at the predatory looks of the 4, his heart growing heavier. I have gathered you all today because my family has encountered some business troubles and wishes to sell our land to you. To cover the shortfall of 1,700 stones of grain, it would require over 500 taels of silver, given that 1 stone cost 300 won, with 1 tael equating to 1,000 won. However, inferior land was worth only 5 taels, average land 8 taels, and prime land barely over 10 taels. These individuals would undoubtedly drive the prices down. To gather 500 taels, he might have to sell hundreds of acres. The more he calculated, the more desolate and hopeless he felt. Yuanqing, we have been friends for decades. If your family is in trouble, we will certainly assist. The Wang family patriarch chuckled. The Sun family patriarch nodded in agreement. We are from the same village, after all. We must help one another. Only Lu Quan and his grandson remained calm. They were not uninterested in purchasing land, but their Lu family had previously extended support to many, and even if they emptied their pockets, they could not gather much money. Moreover, with their family possessing a celestial cultivation method, they should maintain a low profile. Once they had a cultivator in the family, they would have no reason to fear others. With a strong clan, even if Zhou Ping were also a cultivator, he would hesitate to provoke them. Zhou Ping smiled. Uncle Qian need not worry. No matter how great the challenge, we will surely overcome it. Qian Yuanqing looked at Zhou Ping's youthful face, feeling as if a ravenous wolf was eyeing him, which sent a shiver down his spine. Let us begin. Who among you is interested in purchasing the land of Qian Pulian in the east of the village? That plot is small and peculiar. It is difficult to plow, worth at most 2 taels. The Wang family patriarch shook his head. The Sun family patriarch cleared his throat, though it is indeed a lesser piece. It is closer to my 3rd house. I will add 51. That plot is clearly an acre and 2/10. How can it be worth only 2 taels in the distance? The members of the Qian family shouted in anger. 5 taels? Qian Yuanqing gritted his teeth and declared. Once, he too had pressed down the prices of the lands belonging to impoverished families, yet now he found himself on the receiving end of such treatment. 2 taels and 401. I will not pay a single coin more. Raise it a little higher. The two families immediately fell silent, leisurely casting their gazes about. It was the sellers who were anxious now, not the buyers. As long as they maintained their composure, even the lowest price would force the Qian family to swallow their bitterness. Very well, 2 taels and 401 it is. Under the pressure of circumstances, Qian Yuanqing had no choice but to sell his land at such a low price. In the distance, the members of the Qian family were seething with rage. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping and Lu's two family members remained silent, leisurely sipping their tea. This moment, the four families ceased their bickering, collectively driving down the price, intent on rendering the Qian family utterly destitute. After today, an entire afternoon passed before the four families finally concluded their business. The servant brought by Zhou Ping was diligently recording the locations of the land without a moment's rest. The Zhou family, though few in number, managed to yield a greater harvest each year compared to the other families. And with Zhou Ping's trade of mountain herbs, they saved over 100 taels annually, making them the wealthiest among the four. They spent a total of 200 taels to acquire over 70 acres from the Qian family. The Sun and Wang families each contributed over 100 taels to jointly purchase 120 acres. Only the Lu family, constrained by previous events, could only muster a few dozen taels. Yet they managed to acquire over 10 acres. Thus, the four families collectively purchased 200 acres from the Qian family, leaving them with merely a few dozen acres. After bidding farewell to the four families, Qian Yuanqing slumped into his chair. Regardless of the circumstances, he had finally gathered 500 taels, sparing his family from a fate of servitude. It was then that he noticed his relatives had all gathered around him, some fidgeting nervously. There's something on your mind? One of the relatives mumbled, looking downcast. Clan leader, we wish to divide the family. Qian Yuanqing's mind reeled, nearly causing him to faint. He never anticipated that, at such a critical juncture, his own relatives would demand to split the family. Throughout the years, he had managed the family lands, ensuring their sustenance, yet now, instead of standing together through adversity, they sought to add insult to injury. Qian Dachuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Someone shouted angrily. Yet Qian Dachuan remained undeterred. It was wrong for the clan to seize everyone's land and organize communal farming. Now that we have only a few dozen acres left, I merely wish to reclaim my share. Exactly. I've already sold 4 acres. It pains me to part with them. Another chimed in. You truly have no shame. The clan leader has worked tirelessly to provide for you. And now you would kick him while he is down. Do you even deserve the Qian surname? A youth shouted at the dissenters. The entire household erupted in chaos, fraying everyone's nerves. Yet Qian Yuanqing noticed that more and more relatives were casting their shifting gazes toward him. Silently awaiting his response, he realized that the hearts of the people had already scattered. Divide. Let it all be divided among you, he roared, startling everyone into silence. Clan leader, we cannot divide, someone cried out in despair. Understanding that should they split, the Qian family would be irrevocably shattered. Once divided, uniting again would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. The ancestors of the Qian family had once been rogue refugees and had established their household through violence. Now, in the current climate, such a thing could never happen again. If they split, the Qian family would be reduced to mere impoverished households, scraping by in the fields. Since you wish to divide, let it be so. Take it all. Qian Yuanqing's face turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. That day, the last 40 acres of land belonging to the Qian family were entirely divided among the 3 branches and 8 households. Even the ancestral home was partitioned into sections, this family's east wing for one, the west wing for another. Thus, the Qian family was abruptly fractured into 8 households, once the closest of kin now rendered as strangers or even adversaries. That night, when someone brought food to Qian Yuanqing, they found him hanging lifelessly before the ancestral tablets, eyes wide open in death. In an instant, the reactions among the various Qian households varied. Some wept and wailed in mourning for their relative's folly, while others were indifferent, even cursing the old man for having squandered their land. The Qian family's 4 generations of legacy was reduced to nothing due to a single event, as the clan members, driven by greed, turned against each other, leading to their decline. Chapter 20. The clan is not a family. The Qian family disintegrated overnight, and upon hearing the news of Qian Yuanqing's suicide, Lu Quan and the heads of the Wang and Sun families fell into a momentary silence. Years ago, their forebears had fled to Li family manor, harboring malicious intents, and had conspired with other refugees to massacre the entire Li clan, seizing their lands to establish their own fortunes. The bodies of the Li family had been carelessly discarded into a large pit in the mountains, where even today, a stench of decay lingered. At that time, the four families had been closely knit, and their generation had grown up together as delightful childhood companions. Yet, as more and more refugees settled in Baishi village, clearing and cultivating the land, the descendants of the four families gradually grew apart, prioritizing their clan's interests and suppressing the smaller households, leading to constant friction even among themselves. Now, upon hearing of Qian Yuanqing's death, how could the elders not feel a sense of loss? Little Qing has died, driven to despair by unfilial descendants. Lu Quan sighed, his tone heavy with melancholy. The roots of the Qian family's demise were sown long ago. Lu Ming remarked from the side. They appropriated the land for the clan, organized communal farming, and redistributed the yields. Such a system may have initially favored collective growth, but over time, it would inevitably lead to problems. It fails to differentiate who contributes more or less, merely distributing the harvest equally among the clan members. When everyone receives a share regardless of effort, diligent individuals will become complacent, while the indolent will turn into parasites. If this continues, eventually all clan members will fall into laziness, and even without the trouble of the bi-family business, the Qian family would eventually crumble. Lu Ming paused momentarily, then added with a hint of pride. Though my Lu family may not be as wealthy as theirs, we enjoy harmony and mutual support. We have divided our lands into public and private plots, with public income going to the clan, while private plots belong to each household, requiring only a tenth to be paid to the treasury. This way, clan members are motivated to cultivate the land, and the clan has surplus to care for its members. If a family encounters difficulties, the clan will provide financial and material assistance to help them through. Should our numbers grow in the future, we can establish a clan school and martial arts training grounds, allowing our children to enjoy a carefree childhood and ensuring that elderly and lonely members are cared for. Lu Quan, observing the eloquent Lu Ming, felt immense satisfaction, despite failing the provincial exams multiple times. He regarded Lu Ming as the ideal candidate for the next clan leader, confident he would effectively manage the Lu family. However, a trace of sorrow lingered in his eyes. Qian Yuanqing, though experienced, could not have been oblivious to the vast shortcomings of the system he had implemented. Nevertheless, he persisted, viewing each clan member as family. The collective farming and shared harvests were not merely a clan but a family. Only within a family does every individual yearn for their household to flourish and unite. Yet, loyalty to family does not necessarily extend to clan. Clan members prioritize their own small households before the larger family. He understood that Qian Yuanqing longed for the days of humble beginnings, when the four families supported one another, working together harmoniously. Yet time has the power to alter everything. Not only had the four families changed, but even those sharing the same blood became disparate in heart. Still, Qian Yuanqing deceived himself, believing that regardless of character, all clan members were an inseparable family. The later generations' disloyalty and division cruelly shattered the ideal he held dear, leaving the old man utterly heartbroken. Dying in the past decades, Zhou family upon hearing the news of Qian Yuanqing's suicide, Zhou Ping was momentarily taken aback, feeling both regret and relief. For his family to rise, they needed a stable stronghold. Although Baishi village was barren, it was still excellent for mere mortals. Surrounded by mountains, it was easy to defend and difficult to assault, with over 1,000 acres of fertile land capable of sustaining 1,000 people. However, as long as the four families remained, it would be challenging for his family to establish itself independently. After all, the resources of the land were limited, insufficient for several families to share. If his family produced a qi-refining practitioner, the four families would naturally bow in submission. Yet until such a practitioner emerged, they could only engage in a struggle for survival. Changhe, what do you think of Qian Yuanqing? Zhou Ping asked his nephew. Zhou Changhe pondered briefly. He is a kind elder, but not a good clan leader. Zhou Ping laughed heartily, satisfied. Ah, having seen the world makes a difference. You will manage our family affairs in the future. I have complete faith in you. Uncle is jesting, Zhou Changhe replied with a smile. In time, my younger brothers will grow up. They will certainly surpass me, and when they do, it will be wonderful for them to manage the family. It cannot be said so lightly. You are the eldest son of the main branch, and I have observed your character. This family should, for both emotional and rational reasons, be entrusted to your care. Zhou Ping shook his head. Though my uncle is a celestial master, his cultivation remains humble. With age, he can only provide temporary protection for the family. In the future, it will still depend on you all. The Qian family has now vanished, and naturally, the trade of herbal goods has fallen into disarray. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to summon your maternal kin and recruit a few more members from the Qian family to take hold of this enterprise. When you mature further, it shall be entrusted to your stewardship. Zhou Changhe gazed at Zhou Ping, his heart quivering with uncontainable emotion. His uncle is a celestial master, the very pillar of the family. Without him, he might have perished beneath Lu Dajiao's heel or spent his life toiling in the fields, never to experience the current glory. He had witnessed in the county that although the homes of celestial masters were divided into several branches, the rulers were invariably the offspring of the celestial masters, without exception. Though his uncle had proclaimed since returning home that he would hand over the family to him, would he still hold such thoughts when his cousin matured? Would his cousin be content with this? Zhou Changhe hastily dispelled the chaotic thoughts from his mind. Regardless, his uncle's intentions were genuine. If in the future his cousin desires this family, then it shall be given to him. Uncle, I shall go check on Changxi and the others, Zhou Changhe declared as he rose. Zhou Ping smiled and replied, Go on, go on. You often stay away from home. Naturally, you should spend more time with your younger brothers to foster closeness. Subsequently, Zhou Ping also stood and made his way toward the backyard. Within the confines of their home, Chen Yanqiu, despite being with child, remained seated, engrossed in reading and practicing calligraphy. Since her marriage, she had dedicated herself to managing the household and raising children, while also assisting in the management of a portion of the family business. Yet, lacking knowledge was detrimental, so she took it upon herself to self-study, finding it a means to alleviate boredom. Zhou Ping shared the news of the Qian family's division and his acquisition of 70 acres of land, which left Chen Yanqiu choked with emotion, and she could not help but weep. The demise of the Qian family, to her, was a form of blood revenge fulfilled. Chapter 21. The medicinal herb expedition. The Zhou family residence was currently filled to capacity, with some individuals arriving without even putting down their hose, creating a bustling crowd. Don't push, stand in line, Zhou Hong shouted. Yet he could not quell the surge of tenants until two stewards wielding long rods subdued a few individuals. Finally stabilizing the situation, a distressed voice cried out, Master, why have you restructured the land? Does that mean the land we rented is still valid? Indeed, the sowing season is upon us. We cannot afford delays. Zhou Hong barked, Enough with the noise. It's truly bothersome. The land is right there. Can we not plant it? We merely need to reorganize the land, and once that is completed, it shall be rented to you. He then gestured respectfully to an official at the side. Sir, all the land deeds for my family's fields are here. I would appreciate your assistance. Oh, there's no trouble at all, the official replied with a smile. Entirely different from the ferocity displayed in other villages. He was a minor official in the household department, well aware of the Zhou family's connection with the Lin clerk. Even if the Lin clerk had been nearly sidelined by the county magistrate, he was not in a position to bully the Zhou family. Moreover, the Zhou family had a celestial master, making it unwise to offend them. Follow the land deeds, and ensure no errors arise. A group of clerks, each holding a portion of the land deeds, accompanied the villagers to the fields. The villagers, fearing the Zhou family would not lease the land, were anxious and eager to comply. By midday, the group of clerks reconvened. While the villagers anxiously watched from a distance. In total, there were 234 acres of land, including 31 acres of premium land, 72 acres of medium-quality land, and 131 acres of low-quality land. As the clerks called out, gasps erupted from the crowd. Goodness, how could the Zhou family possess such vast tracts of land in just a few years? They must be incredibly wealthy. We could never accumulate such wealth in generations. Recently, they had purchased over 70 acres from the Qian family, And with other families in dire straits selling their lands to the Zhou family, it was perplexing how they amassed so much. Among the crowd, some were envious and resentful, while others expressed amazement. If the master has so much land and rents it to us at a rate of 40%, I shall rent 2 more acres to save more money. An old man muttered. Zhou Hong, upon hearing the clerk's announcements, felt a surge of satisfaction and gratitude, realizing that his brother would no longer have to toil as hard. Premium land could yield 6 stones of grain, medium land 4.5 stones, while low-quality land typically yielded about 3 stones. By leasing the land to these villagers at a 40% rate, he would receive 350 stones of grain annually. After deducting what the family consumed, he could still sell 300 stones, equating to over 60 taels of silver. Once the family established their business in herbal goods, they would earn dozens of taels yearly, freeing them from the arduous task of foraging in the mountains. Zhou Hong felt both joy and guilt. Had it not been for Zhou Ping's relentless foraging in the mountains, how could the Zhou family have enjoyed an annual profit of over 100 taels, enabling them to purchase land so freely? Though farming was stable, the returns were minimal. Only through small profits gained from extensive sales could they hope to benefit. If they relied solely on slow agricultural practices, the Zhou family could never catch up to the other families, who boasted 200 or 300 acres of land, far surpassing the Zhou family's advantages. They could only exploit their strengths to attack the weaknesses of others. Annually, they would hide in the mountains, gathering herbal goods, trading them with Limu for substantial amounts of silver, allowing them to compete with the other families for land purchases. In previous years, those destitute families in the village had proclaimed the Zhou family as kind-hearted benefactors, purchasing land at prices above market value, yet secretly, they whispered that the Zhou family were fools with too much money, destined to squander it all now, with the land holdings between families nearly equal. The Zhou family had a larger household, leading to greater expenses, while families with fewer members naturally had lower costs. Even relying solely on farming and herbal goods, they earned slightly more than those families. Freeing Zhou Hong from the burden of his brother's struggles, Zhou Hong discreetly slipped a few pieces of silver into the official's hand. "Thank you for your hard work, sir." The minor official was taken aback. Weighing the silver in his palm and feeling its heft, he chuckled. "Lord Zhou is too courteous. Since the land has been verified, we shall not impose further. 1 tael of silver sufficed for a common family's expenses for a month. 3 or 4 taels would allow these clerks to indulge a few times. Having merely run an errand for routine business and receiving such a reward made them beam with delight." Zhou Hong paid no heed to the official's slip of the tongue, instead smiling, "We have prepared food at home. It would not be too late to eat before you leave." "Oh, you are too kind, Lord Zhou," the official replied, and soon, the group entered the Zhou family residence. The villagers, under the guidance of the Zhou family's stewards, each contentedly rented the land, leaving with smiles on their faces. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping led a group of individuals to the entrance of the mountains near Baishi village. Standing atop a large rock, he faced the dense and perilous mountains behind him. Before him stood a mixed gathering, including Zhou Ping's own stewards, his father-in-law Chen Bo, and several sycophantic members of the Qian family. At the outer edge were unfamiliar faces, relatives of his sister-in-law Lin Suelian, namely Zhou Changhe's uncles. After carefully surveying the crowd, Zhou Ping slowly spoke. "I have summoned you all here, and I trust you are aware of the matter at hand. I, Zhou Erlang, am open to discussions. I have thoroughly assessed the situation in the mountains. All I require is for everyone to follow my instructions and proceed accordingly. The spoils we gather from the mountains shall be divided evenly." "Master, but what if there are no gains?" a few members of the Qian family whispered. Zhou Ping cast a glance at them, causing the speaker to tremble in fear and lower his gaze. These members of the Qian family had long developed bad habits within their clan, indulging in laziness and sloth. Were it not for their experience in the lucrative herbal trade, Zhou Ping would have been reluctant to include them in this endeavor. Once his own family acquired their expertise and methods of handling the goods, he would be the first to expel these Qian family members. The second group comprised Zhou Ping's stewards, loyal servants who had been with the family for 5 years, one of whom was known as Zhou Hu. The likelihood of Zhou Hu betraying the Zhou family was minimal. Not only was his indentured contract held by the Zhou family, but he had been raised in their household since he was 13 or 14 years old. And now nearing 20, He had long since pledged his loyalty. In the future, he might become a bit arrogant due to favoritism, but as long as Zhou Ping remained, he could keep him in check. Moreover, there were still Changhe and Minghu to ensure that a mere servant could not rise against them. The third member was Chen Bo, who had fared considerably better since marrying off his daughter. His once stooped posture had straightened somewhat. He had even wed a middle-aged widow and, as rumors suggest, she was with child, though it remained uncertain whether the child would survive. If the Chen family were to have descendants in the future, they could serve as allies to Minghu. Should they fail to produce heirs, it would bear no significant impact. The last group consisted of Zhou Changhe's maternal clan, the Lin family from Linjia village, located 10 miles away. For 5 years, despite the Zhou family experiencing significant manpower shortages and developmental hindrances, they had never called upon the Lin family. This was due to the Lin family being exceedingly populous, boasting over 10 strong men across 3 generations, while the Zhou family had only Changhe in 3 generations. Zhou Ping genuinely feared that should any misfortune befall him and the Zhou family remain weak, the Lin family might seize their foundation. The mountains were fraught with danger. Even though he had surveyed them, caution was still paramount. They must bring defensive tools to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Zhou Ping meticulously offered a few more words of caution before producing the map he had drawn. This map lacked the detail of the original one, with certain territories omitted entirely. It merely marked some locations suitable for cultivating medicinal herbs. The areas indicated on it were places where I had identified the potential for thriving herb cultivation. As long as one harvested them in due time and scattered some seeds afterward, they would flourish anew the following year. Upon hearing this, the members of the Qian family immediately gathered around. Gasping in astonishment, the Qian family had previously engaged in the herb trade and had painstakingly explored the 8 surrounding mountains, even at the cost of several lives, to establish their exclusive business. While Zhou Erlang's map may not have been as detailed as theirs, it was nonetheless remarkably accurate, revealing some territories that even the Qian family had yet to explore, which left them utterly astonished. However, it was understandable. The dangers of the mountains that posed a threat to mortals were mere trifles in the eyes of an immortal master. The Qian family, wary of losing lives and incurring significant costs, had naturally refrained from venturing into perilous terrains. Zhou Ping, on the other hand, could delve into the depths, uncovering the truths within, and even if he encountered low-tier monsters, he could escape unscathed. Yet, for an ordinary person stumbling upon such dangers in the mountains, the best course would be to assess the surrounding feng shui and wait for death. I have already sown the seeds for the new year. You may harvest them when the time comes, but do not damage the root systems. Haha, we are well aware. Lin Daniu, the head of the Lin family, who was also the maternal uncle of Changhe, smiled broadly, though his heart was filled with scheming thoughts. Their family had long been aware of the Zhou family's rise and harbored a great envy. They had considered assisting the Zhou family several times, only to be rebuffed by Zhou Hong. Even though Zhou Erlang was an immortal master, he was not omnipotent, and at present, he was still short-handed and in need of their support. Lin Daniu had already gathered intel that Zhou Erlang's wife's family was non-existent, and the Huang family had also been cut off. Currently, the Zhou family had merely 4 children across 3 generations, 3 of whom were his own nephews. Once Zhou Ping passed away, the Zhou family would be left with but a few stragglers, and they would naturally have to rely on the Lin family, making it easy for him to manipulate the situation. As the group entered the mountains, each harbored their own thoughts, while Zhou Ping cast a few distant glances before turning to head home. The people from all quarters kept a watchful eye on one another, ensuring that no unscrupulous behavior would arise too soon. He merely hoped that Zhou could endure these years until Changhe was capable of standing on his own. At that point, he would ensure his family's prosperity and well-being throughout his life. Chapter 22. The Lu family has an immortal master. When Zhou Ping finally arrived home, he found that the officials had already departed. But he was greeted by 2 unexpected figures. Sun Bo, Wang Bo, what brings you here? The visitors were the heads of the Wang and Sun families from Baishi village. The head of the Wang family was a prosperous-looking elder, while the head of the Sun family was a kind-hearted old man. Both families had connections in the county as officials, which had fostered a close relationship between them. Zhou Hong was also present in the hall. Exchanging glances with Zhou Ping, indicating his own uncertainty regarding the purpose of their visit. As for Zhou Minghu, he had slipped away to the back courtyard the moment he entered, as he was the second immortal master of the Zhou family and the future pillar of their lineage, a secret that must not be revealed to outsiders. We have come today to inform you of an important matter and to hear your family's plans, the head of the Wang family stated with a solemn expression. What is it that you wish to discuss? Wang Bo, Zhou Ping responded, puzzled by the gravity of the situation that warranted the presence of both clan leaders. The Lu family may have an immortal master. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Zhou Ping and his brother widened in alarm. How could the Lu family possibly have an immortal master? Zhou Hong exclaimed, casting a bewildered look at Wang and Su and I. In reality, his mind was racing, trying to comprehend how the Lu family had acquired a cultivator, and how the two families were aware of it. Moreover, their visit likely aimed to draw the Zhou family into a coalition against the Lu family. Now that this information had been conveyed to him, regardless of whether the Zhou family chose to participate or not, they could not distance themselves from the ensuing turmoil. Indeed, if the Lu family were to learn that the two families intended to oppose them, it would not be long before blame was placed squarely on Zhou Ping's shoulders. He felt a pang of frustration at being coerced into this predicament. He should have disregarded their words. After all, the Zhou family merely needed to develop steadily in a decade or so. When Minghu had made progress in his cultivation, he would naturally be able to suppress all nefarious elements without resorting to risky endeavors. However, now that Wang and Sun had divulged this information, there was only one course of action left: to involve themselves in the fray. Informing the Lu family was out of the question. Not only would they likely not believe it, but allowing the Lu family to grow unchecked was also not a viable option. After all, the Qiling realm allowed for rapid cultivation, even with subpar talent. One could reach Zhou Ping's level after a decade of training. For those with decent aptitude, they could catch up within a year or two. Minghu's talent was not particularly remarkable. If he were to truly grow strong, it would require considerable time. As for the hidden immortal master of the Lu family, their aptitude remained unknown. However, the Lu family had managed to ascertain the presence of cultivation potential within mere months without any ability to assess aptitude, suggesting that their talent must be outstanding. Otherwise, they would not have sensed spiritual energy so swiftly. Zhou Ping fixed his gaze on the head of the Wang family and asked slowly, Wang Bo, how did you come by this information? The Wang family head smiled nonchalantly. Your family rose to prominence late and lacks the entanglements of lesser folk. In time, you will understand. As a family grows larger and numbers increase, some rotten elements will inevitably emerge. Lu Quan may be shrewd, but he cannot guard against the whispers of the human heart. Zhou Ping remained silent but gleaned the underlying message. It was likely that a loose-lipped individual from the Lu family had inadvertently leaked the news. He speculated that Lu Xiao might have acquired cultivation methods during his military service, or perhaps Lu Ming had discovered a path while in the capital. Yet, without a means to assess aptitude, the Lu family could only allow a portion of their members to attempt sensing spiritual energy to determine if they had potential. However, the more individuals who were aware, the greater the chance of exposure. With the village being so small, a casual complaint could easily draw the attention of someone with ulterior motives. The head of the Sun family interjected, look at how the Lu family operates in secrecy. There are surely hands at work behind the scenes in their grand estate. Surely, you must have some plans in mind. Zhou Ping fell into deep contemplation, regarding the two cunning old foxes before him. Their visit was likely motivated by a desire to eradicate the Lu family and seize their cultivation methods. Given the Zhou family's current weakness, they posed no immediate threat. Wang Bo, Sun Bo, what are your intentions? Zhou Ping pondered aloud. If the Lu family truly has an immortal master, what do you plan to do? The two heads exchanged glances before turning to Zhou Ping and his brother, and in unison, they uttered a single word: kill. Even though Zhou Ping had anticipated their thoughts, his heart still raced. He had already achieved some success in his cultivation, and the other families were unwilling to expend lives to encircle him. Moreover, the Zhou family was sparse in numbers, which is why these families had turned a blind eye to the Zhou family's rise in their eyes. Once Zhou Ping was gone, the Zhou family would be left with few members and would inevitably decline under their pressure. The prospect of another immortal master emerging from the Zhou family was almost negligible. After all, with so many descendants of immortal masters in the county, None had demonstrated any potential. The Liu family, however, was different. They were already populous and prosperous, and if another immortal master were to arise, the balance of power in Baishi village would shift dramatically. Thus, the best course of action was to eliminate the Liu family's immortal master before he could reach his full potential. After all, an immortal master who had not fully matured could hardly be considered an immortal master. Zhou Ping's lips moved, and with a contemplative gaze, he inquired, "What manner of killing do you propose? Only the immortal master, or the entire Liu clan? Perhaps we should simply force the immortal master into a corner," suggested the head of the Wang family, his heart heavy. Despite his background as a farmer and having grown up familiar with Liu Quan, the thought of slaughtering dozens of Liu family members weighed heavily on him. "Let us not go down that path," Zhou Ping replied, grateful for the suggestion to avoid violence. If they could simply abandon the matter, that would be all the better. The head of the Sun family rebuked, "Old Wang, this is not a time for your compassion. If we are to kill, we must eliminate them all. Otherwise, if we spare one, you risk inviting trouble in the future." He understood that sparing the Liu family's immortal master would only sow the seeds of an unending blood feud, one that could never be resolved. The only way to ensure peace for future generations would be to eradicate the entire family. Besides, they were here for the cultivation methods. It would be naive to believe that simply killing the immortal master would compel the Liu family to surrender their secrets. "I have contacts within the military and have inquired thoroughly," the head of the Sun family stated in a hushed tone. "Aside from Liu Xiao, all others who went into the military long ago have perished. The so-called Liu Wu being favored in the military is merely a fabrication to intimidate us." Zhou Ping felt his heart sink to the depths, realizing that there was no escaping this matter. Yet he remained reluctant. "Is what you say true, Sun Bo?" The head of the Sun family's expression turned grave as he declared, "If my words are false, let the Sun family cease to exist." Zhou Ping stared intently at the head of the Sun family for a long moment before turning to the head of the Wang family. "Wang Bo, what is your perspective?" The portly elder's face contorted with anguish before he revealed an unyielding resolve. "Annihilate them all. Not a single one must escape." Zhou Ping let out a small sigh and then summoned a thread of spiritual energy to pull 3 chairs together. "Sun Bo, Wang Bo, let us sit down and deliberate this matter thoroughly. This surgical technique is the most unrefined form of the art of manipulation, and its application at this moment serves solely to intimidate the two individuals." Naturally, Sun Wang and his companion were awestruck by Zhou Ping's celestial prowess, further solidifying their resolve to eliminate the Liu family and their apprehension towards the Zhou family. The 3 men gathered closely, engaging in a hushed discussion regarding their strategy, while Zhou Hong sat quietly at a distance, his thoughts deeper. Today, the Sun and Wang families were coercing the Zhou family to unite in the eradication of the Liu family. Would they not, on the morrow, conspire together to annihilate the Zhou family? Moreover, how could they be certain this was not a covert scheme against them, aimed at eliminating Zhou Ping and seizing their estate? Zhou Hong couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, recalling that he had dispatched all his servants to the rear courtyard during the visit. Before long, the 3 had finally devised a detailed plan. To completely eradicate the Liu family, they decided to strike on the 6th day, coinciding with the spring plowing that time. Even if the Liu family remained vigilant, their kin would still need to tend to their fields, and by nightfall, they would inevitably be exhausted and their spirits would wane. On that night, the Wang and Sun families would each send 12 men, while the Zhou family would contribute only Zhou Ping. After the midnight hour, they would stealthily assassinate the Liu clan. Once the Sun and Wang families departed, Zhou Hong approached with concern, saying, "Brother, could this be a trap set by the 3 families for us?" Zhou Ping sighed softly, acknowledging the possibility, yet it was unavoidable. How could he not consider that this might be a ruse? Yet, the circumstances dictated that there was no escaping it. Since the 2 families sought to deal with the Liu family, remaining neutral would be the height of folly. To warn the Liu family and stand by while they grew stronger was equally unwise. It was far better to lay some groundwork in advance, ensuring that the 2 families would hesitate to act against the Zhou family afterward. Zhou Ping turned to inquire, "Where is Changhe?" In the rear courtyard came the reply. Zhou Ping made his way directly to the back, where he found Zhou Changhe playfully entertaining Zhou Chang'an. He pulled him aside and said solemnly, "Changhe, quickly pack your belongings. I will escort you and Minghu to the county town. If you do not hear from me, do not return." "Uncle, what is happening?" Zhou Changhe asked, puzzled. Zhou Hong slowly explained the situation to his eldest son, causing Zhou Changhe's brow to furrow in worry as he gazed at the two men. He understood that Zhou Ping's insistence on sending him and Minghu to the county town was a precaution against unforeseen events. Should the three families indeed conspire against them, they could at least preserve their lineage and seek vengeance in the future. Zhou Ping retrieved 100 taels of silver from his pocket and pressed it into Zhou Changhe's hand, speaking earnestly, "Remember, once you reach the county town, trust no one. Minghu possesses celestial potential, and you are mature and composed. Should we encounter misfortune, take Minghu eastward to seek out the Pingyun Huang clan or join a family of cultivators. You must survive." Subsequently, Zhou Ping turned to Zhou Hong and said, "Elder brother, in a couple of days, let sister-in-law take Changxi to the Lin family village for a visit. They should stay for some time before returning. After this matter, if we are fortunate enough to survive, I will not remain at home. Only by my absence will the two families refrain from making reckless moves. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows." Zhou Ping wished to leave his family with a glimmer of hope. Were it not for Chang'an's tender age and the advanced years of Zhou Dashan and the Huang clan, along with Nianqiu's pregnancy, he would have preferred to send everyone away. Yet, he understood that if too many departed, it would surely raise suspicions. As Zhou Changhe was a scholar from the county town, his return would not arouse suspicion, and his sister-in-law's visit could be explained. However, if more members of the Zhou family left the village, discerning eyes would undoubtedly perceive the underlying motives. "I understand," Zhou Hong replied, his mood heavy. "Brother, you must remain vigilant and safeguard your strength. Do not fall prey to the treachery of others. As long as you survive, even if our family perishes, you can avenge us." Zhou Changhe packed his belongings, bidding farewell to his mother and grandparents, and then took Zhou Minghu by the hand. Following Zhou Ping, behind them, the Lin and Huang families lingered, reluctantly watching Zhou Changhe depart, unaware of the hidden dangers. Only Chen Yanxiu, gazing at Zhou Minghu's gradually disappearing figure, furrowed her brow. Despite Zhou Ping's assertion that Minghu was merely going to the county town to broaden his horizons, a mother's intuition warned her that something was amiss. Meanwhile, in the Sun family courtyard, the clan leader felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing his kin's report die. In truth, he had been aware of the rumors regarding the Liu family's potential connection to celestial beings for half a month. However, it was only now that he spoke up, prompted by Zhou Changhe's recent return. The return of Zhou Changhe signified that all 10 members of the Zhou family, along with 3 maidservants and 4 servants, were now present. After they slaughtered the Liu family, they could also eliminate the Zhou family in one fell swoop. In such a scenario, Baishi village would belong to the 2 families, and they could seek celestial potential within their ranks, paving the way for a glorious future. However, now that Zhou Ping had personally sent Zhou Changhe and his son away, while also allowing Lin to take the child with her, their schemes had been thwarted. Yet, it was of little consequence. As long as they could annihilate the Liu family and seize the celestial techniques, it would still be a favorable outcome. If Zhou Ping were to unexpectedly perish on the day of the massacre, it would be even better. The Sun family leader's gaze grew distant as he stared into the vast sky. Chapter 23. A night of rain and murder. The spring breeze stirred, and all things began to thrive. The farmers of Baishi village commenced the arduous task of tilling the soil, heralding the onset of spring plowing. A gentle rain fell from the sky, like silver threads cascading upon the toil-worn backs of those laboring in the fields. Bringing discomfort, Liu Fuguwei, a frail man in his 60s, meandered home with a hoe slung over his shoulder, blissfully humming a tune. Yet, as the rain seeped through his straw raincoat and into his clothes, the old man frowned and muttered a few curses at the heavens. A few months prior, his grandson Liu Maoho had been summoned to the clan's ancestral home, and since that night, the boy had not returned. The clan had cautioned him against spreading rumors, insisting that Maoho was the Liu family's future and a destined scholar, diligently studying under Liu Ming in the ancestral hall. But the old man was not oblivious. He knew Maoho lacked the aptitude for learning. Recalling the recent hushed conversations among a few clan members, Lu Fugui surmised that his grandson might indeed possess celestial potential and was destined to become a celestial master. If my grandson is a celestial master, then I am the ancestor of a celestial master. Lu Fugui chuckled to himself, feeling invigorated as he made his way home. Zhou family Zhou Hong paced anxiously within the confines of his home, glancing occasionally towards the distance, torn between hope and dread for Zhou Ping's return. To ensure safety, he had assigned 2 of his servants to the front courtyard, allowing Zhou Hu and Zhou Shi, who had been with the family for 5 years, to occupy the ear rooms on either side of the east and west wings, mere steps away from the rear courtyard. They were armed for unforeseen circumstances. The 4 maidservants were stationed in the back courtyard, providing companionship to Chen Yinxiu and Huang, offering them some solace. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for having such a meager number of guards. Just then, the door creaked ominously, startling Zhou Hong, who turned abruptly to see a frail figure in the dim light of the night. "Father," he murmured. The visitor was Zhou Dashan, who had aged beyond recognition. His eyes clouded and his hair a patchwork of white, the weight of mortality evident in his every feature. "Where is Pinger?" Zhou Dashan scanned the room, his voice raspy and frail. Zhou Hong steadied himself. "My brother has gone out on an errand." The old man fell silent, slowly settling beside Zhou Hong, gently grasping his son's hand, and the 2 remained in quietude. Zhou Hong, initially preoccupied with concern for Zhou Ping's safety, suddenly felt the warmth of his father's hand, causing his heart to tremble. In his childhood, he had dreaded thunderstorms, and it was Zhou Dashan's grip that had once soothed him to sleep. Now, as an adult, that comfort had become a distant memory. "You and Pinger are both my children. You must take care of yourselves," Zhou Dashan murmured, leaning against Zhou Hong, his hand patting the back of his son's hand. Though the touch grew ever lighter, the father and son sat in silence, gazing into the encroaching darkness as the last remnants of light faded from view. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wall, the women of the Zhou family sat quietly upon their beds, with a sleeping 2-year-old child, Zhou Chang'an, nestled among them. Huang's aged face bore a tranquil expression, though her gaze often drifted towards the outside, revealing the unease that lay beneath. Chen Yinxiu, with her eyes closed, gently caressed her belly, reciting Buddhist scriptures, imploring the Buddha for Zhou Ping's safe return. Although the Zhou brothers had not spoken openly about their concerns, their family understood implicitly. As time inched closer to the midnight hour, Baishi village lay enveloped in an eerie stillness, with only the gentle patter of rain breaking the silence, devoid of even the croaking of frogs or barking of dogs. Lu Fugui, lost in slumber, bore a contented smile upon his weathered face, perhaps dreaming of his grandson Maoho becoming a celestial master, living a life of ease. However, the door to his room creaked open ominously, the sound barely audible over the rain, failing to rouse him from his dreams. 2 burly figures loomed beside his bed, obscuring the old man from view. Then came a dull thud, as a blunt object struck the old man's head, creating a gaping wound, and crimson blood gushed forth, staining the bedding. The old man would never awaken again. Such tragedies unfolded in numerous households across Baishi village. Some were stirred awake by the intruders, but before they could cry out, they too fell victim to the crimson tide. Some, however, have not even awakened, forever lost in the depths of slumber. The thick, sanguine scent is isolated within their respective abodes by the gentle patter of rain, akin to imprisoning the vengeful souls of the deceased in their diminutive cages. In the Lu family courtyard, Lu Maoho is seated in meditation when he suddenly opens his eyes, gazing around in confusion, a sense of inexplicable dread overwhelming him. Beside him, Lu Ming, who was on the verge of sleep, hastily approaches, concern lacing his voice as he softly inquires, "How what troubles you?" Lu Maoho, possessing the potential to become an immortal master, can no longer be referred to by the trivial name of Maoho, but must instead be addressed as Lu Hao in accordance with the family lineage. Lu Hao shakes his head. Despite his youth, he is momentarily gripped by fear. Lu Ming casts a suspicious glance outside, unable to discern anything amiss, when suddenly a thunderous clap reverberates, startling him. It is merely thunder. Yet, children often fear such disturbances. "Fear not, cousin, I am here," Lu Ming gently reassures Lu Hao. Lu Hao is indeed the future of the Lu family, and it is imperative that he remains unharmed. Throughout the night, it is Lu Ming and a few others who take turns standing watch. But at that moment, a thunderous crack resounds, awakening all from their dreams and illuminating the surroundings instantaneously. Lu Hao, in a fit of fright, clutches Lu Ming's hand and cries out, "Cousin, there are people at the door." Lu Ming spins around, his eyes narrowing in alarm. As the lightning flashes, the courtyard is illuminated to reveal a dozen men cloaked in black, their faces twisted in malevolence as they glare into the dwelling. The Lu family members, who had been hidden in the shadows, now lie sprawled in the rain, lifeless. As the thunder fades, darkness envelopes once more. "Run!" he exclaims in horror, scooping up Lu Hao and sprinting deeper into the courtyard. Shouting as he does so, several members of the Lu family, stirred by the commotion, hastily rise, only to see figures emerging from the darkness, ruthlessly striking down two relatives who had barely managed to don their garments. Lu Xiu bursts from his room, seizing a wooden stick to fend off one of the assailants, roaring, "Who dares invade my family's domain?" Yet in the next moment, he finds himself surrounded by several men, all wielding weapons, their intentions clear and deadly. Even as a seasoned soldier, he finds himself at a disadvantage, lacking both suitable weapons and strategic advantage against such overwhelming numbers. In the heat of battle, a beam of golden light erupts from the throng, piercing through his thigh and bathing him in blood. He immediately loses strength, succumbing to several blades that pierce his body, collapsing to the ground with a thud. An immortal master! It is Zhou Erlang. The last thought flickers through Lu Xiu's mind before he succumbs to the void. Awakened by the commotion, Lu Quan stirs from his slumber, his mind clouded. He hastily dons a coat and flings open his door. His bloodshot eyes are met with a gruesome scene, relatives lying lifeless upon the ground, while others grapple with the masked assailants in a desperate struggle. Lu Quan's head feels as if it might explode. Upon seeing the masked men, he realizes that these are no mere bandits, but the scions of the Wang and Sun families. They must have learned of the Lu family's plight and come to extinguish them. "Run! Do not look back!" Lu Quan screams frantically. Lu Ming, cradling Lu Hao, flees deeper into the Lu estate. "Grandfather, come with me." Lu Quan, despite his frail form, summons a surge of strength, pushing Lu Ming back. "As long as you survive, there is hope for the Lu family. Go, protect Lu Hao at all costs." With that, the elder seizes a hoe and charges into the fray, determined to barter his life for Lu Ming's escape. The other Lu family members, too, grasp their makeshift weapons, resolutely advancing against the masked men. They may have been greedy, lazy, or narrow-minded in their daily lives, but they understood the bonds of family and knew that only if Lu Hao survived could the Lu family have a future. A Chance for Vengeance, Chapter 24. The tragedy of the Lu family. Zhou Ping mingles among the chaos, occasionally striking down Lu family members. His formidable prowess instills fear in both the Wang and Sun families. Regardless of how he engages, Zhou Ping always reserves some of his spiritual energy for self-defense. Wary of being outmaneuvered by the two clans, he skillfully avoids entrapment, skirting the edges of the tumult. A few individuals attempt to encircle him quietly, but ultimately fail. Seizing the opportunity amidst the fray, Zhou Ping deftly retreats deeper into the Lu estate. Upon entering the Lu family's backyard, he surveys the surroundings, relieved to find several windows that present a means of escape. From this night forth, Zhou Ping has been careful to avoid peril, meticulously planning his exit strategy. He soon spots Lu Ming and Lu Hao slipping into a room, and he follows closely behind. He cannot believe that after years of operation, the Lu family has no escape route. Lu Ming lifts the lid of a rice barrel concealing a tunnel. He is taken aback to see Zhou Ping approach and immediately exclaims in outrage, "Zhou Erlang, how foolish you are to assist the Wang and Sun families against us. The two families are intertwined. And should the Lu family fall, do you think the Zhou family will survive? In the end, your entire lineage will fall under their blades. You will have brought this upon yourself, perhaps facing death." With his clan facing annihilation, Lu Ming roars in madness, akin to a wild beast in anguish. "Come, kill us. Just wait for your Zhou family to perish." Zhou Ping maintains a calm demeanor as he grasps Lu Ming by the throat and tosses him to the ground. saying slowly, "Who said I intend to kill you?" He then discreetly flicks something towards Lu Hao, though neither of them takes notice. Lu Ming, stunned, lies on the ground, even the pain seeming to fade into oblivion as he gazes at Zhou Ping in suspicion. "You intend to let us go?" Lu Ming asks uncertainly, anxiety creeping into his expression as he looks at Zhou Ping. He has witnessed Zhou Erlang slaughtering Lu family members. Could it be that Zhou Erlang is indecisive, unaware of the necessity to eradicate threats? Or perhaps he seeks to distance the Zhou family from this, planning to take revenge only against the Wang and Sun families later. "What I did today was purely out of necessity." Compelled by the Wang and Sun families, Zhou Ping replies with a feigned expression of grievance. Lu Ming internally scoffs, not believing Zhou Ping's words. However, since Zhou Ping has spared him for the time being, he decides to play along, for survival is the path to hope, to one day exact vengeance. "Let us move quickly. We must not be caught," Zhou Ping urges, then produces several books from his robes and tosses them into the flames. "What are you burning?" Lu Ming asks, puzzled. "Cultivation techniques," Zhou Ping replies calmly. Lu Ming's eyes flicker as he ponders, then he seizes Lu Hao and races towards the far end of the tunnel. Zhou Ping watches as much of his handwritten materials are consumed by flames before he follows suit. If the Wang and Sun families desire these techniques, he shall write them a few. Let us see if they dare to believe and practice them. These techniques are merely a hodgepodge of methods Zhou Ping has concocted from various sources, incapable of attracting spiritual energy, yet able to summon chaotic energies. Even a practitioner at the spirit awakening stage who carelessly gathers such violent energies risks bodily harm or even death, let alone mere mortals. Having destroyed much of it already, it remains to be seen whether the Wang and Sun families will dare to practice the remaining fragments. Amidst the turmoil in the Lu family's front courtyard, several burly men covertly fix their gazes on Zhou Ping, as if assessing whether he has exhausted his strength. Spotting Zhou Ping heading deeper into the estate, they exchange glances and follow suit. The clan leader had instructed that if Zhou Erlang were to enter any place from which escape was impossible, they should surround and kill him. Though the immortal masters are formidable, should they deplete their powers, they become mere mortals. Some among them feel trepidation, yet are firmly gripped by their companions, who hiss, "Fear not. Zhou Erlang is but an ordinary immortal master, hardly superior to us. With our numbers, we could easily overwhelm him. Have you not heard of the immortal master who, 15 years ago, became arrogant and provoked the Black Wolf gang? In the end, even though he killed many, he was still ground into pulp." The clan leader proclaimed that as long as Zhou Erlang is slain, even if one of them were to perish in the attempt, their entire family would be supported, with each household receiving an additional 15 acres of land. Upon hearing this, even those who were initially fearful mustered their courage and pressed deeper into the Lu family courtyard. "Be cautious, brothers. Though Zhou Erlang has expended much power, he still retains some strength. Do not fall into his trap." They proceed cautiously, searching room by room, both for Lu Ming and Lu Hao, as well as for Zhou Ping. However, after scouring the premises, they find no trace of the three. Ultimately, they discover a dark tunnel hidden beneath a rice barrel. Damn it! When did the Lu family dig a tunnel? After them. The leader curses, leaping into the passage. In a wonder they could not find the trio. Despite the guards around the estate, they had escaped through the tunnel. As they descend, they spot flickering flames and catch the scent of burning paper. This is bad. It's the immortal techniques. Panic ensues as they rush forward to extinguish the flames. Even with timely rescue, only a few intact remnants remain. "Brother, Zhou Erlang has vanished. Should we still pursue him?" Someone inquired. "Of course we must pursue him. If we do not eliminate him, how can we swallow the grievances of the Zhou and Lu families?" Several individuals then dashed towards the tunnel. Zhou Ping followed closely behind Lu Ming and his companion, and upon exiting the tunnel, he was astonished to find that it led to a ridge outside the village. With dense forests not far off, a large stone had been placed atop the tunnel, cleverly concealed among the grass and thorns, and surrounded by the land of the Lu family. Had he not ventured here today, Zhou Ping would have remained oblivious to its existence. At this moment, it was still the deep of night, with a persistent drizzle that chilled one to the bone. Lu Ming, pulling Lu Hao, warily observed Zhou Ping, their clothing disheveled and in disarray. Noticing Zhou Ping's lack of action, they cautiously began to move deeper into the woods, eventually lifting Lu Hao and fleeing. Zhou Erlang, you truly are foolish. You do not understand the principle of eradicating the roots. Rest assured, when we return to Baishi village for vengeance, we will grant your Zhou family a swift end. Zhou Ping cast a few glances, and only when Lu Ming and his companion had completely disappeared from sight did he harness his spiritual energy and pursue them into the mountains. His reluctance to kill Lu Ming and his companion stemmed from the hope that they would stray far from the village. When the time came to eliminate them, the Wang and Sun families would be unable to find the bodies, leaving them in a state of suspicion and trepidation. Were he to act within the tunnel, dragging along two corpses would severely hinder his movement, making it exceedingly easy for the Wang and Sun families to catch up, placing him in a perilous situation. Now, with the two having entered the forest, he could dispose of them in a concealed spot, where even the most diligent search by the Wang and Sun families would yield no results. Leaving behind an air of mystery, Zhou Ping conjured his magic, and a dim trail of energy stretched into the darkness of the woods. Lu Ming, panting heavily, clutched Lu Hao and desperately ran deeper into the forest, never daring to pause or slacken his pace. Yet the rain-soaked woods were eerily silent, save for the crisp sound of his frantic footsteps upon the leaves. After fleeing for several miles, Lu Ming finally collapsed to the ground. Allowing the rain to drench him, and with a sense of having survived a calamity, he turned to Lu Hao and declared, "Hao, we will surely survive this. We must." As long as they lived, there remained hope for avenging their kin. To annihilate every last one of their enemies. Thunder rumbled, and flashes of lightning illuminated Lu Ming's fearsome countenance. "Cousin, we will." Even though Lu Hao was but a child, witnessing such terror tonight, he understood that their family was no more, and that their grandfather was gone. His small face was drenched with beads of water, uncertain whether they were rain or tears, as he gazed resentfully towards the direction of Baishi village. Just then, Lu Ming suddenly heard a faint sound amidst the rain, a sound of leaves cracking, so slight, yet it caused his countenance to change drastically. It was Zhou Erlang. He must have implanted some tracking method on him. Lu Ming recalled how Zhou Erlang had seized his throat within the tunnel, and he frantically rubbed and clawed at his own neck. "Hao, when the time comes, I will lead Zhou Erlang away. You must hide well. Do not let yourself be discovered." Lu Ming resolutely instructed Lu Hao, "You are the hope of our Lu family. Remember, you must never forget the vengeance for the 47 members of the Lu clan. As long as we survive, we must avenge ourselves with that." Lu Ming pressed Lu Hao into the grass and then sprinted towards the opposite side of the forest, not daring to linger even when colliding with tree trunks. In the pitch-black woods, he repeatedly crashed into trees and stones, his body covered in blood and numerous small wounds, and he even suffered a severe fall, breaking his left leg. Agonizing pain surged through him. Yet he could not afford to stop. The sound behind him was like a lingering specter, inescapable. Zhou Ping halted at the spot where Lu Ming had just evaded capture, and then summoned a golden light from the nearby bushes. A blade of light erupting with lethal sharpness. A child's scream echoed from the underbrush, quickly followed by silence. To cover his tracks, Zhou Ping had naturally left methods on both individuals, wary of leaving behind potential repercussions. Still feeling uneasy, he conjured another golden light to stand guard at the side of the frail figure. What if Lu Hao's heart lay on the other side? Only then did he rush in the direction Lu Ming had fled. Eventually, beneath a massive stone, he discovered the exhausted Lu Ming. Zhou Ping did not dare to be careless. He stood atop the stone, hidden from Lu Ming's view, and violently hurled a rock downward, hearing a scream from below. For safety's sake, he continued to rain down stones until there was complete silence below, after which he cautiously approached. He beheld Lu Ming, half of his body crushed, blood flowing away with the rainwater. Lu Ming's left hand was tightly gripping a dagger, his eyes wide open in death. Zhou Ping remained silent. Killing was not a new endeavor for him in the past. During his time at Qingyun Gate, he had undertaken missions to eradicate bandits, which were far more insidious than this. Once, he had nearly lost his life, which had instilled in him a sense of caution. He struck the dagger from Lu Ming's hand with a stone, shattering flesh and bone, yet only a muted thud echoed in response. "You shall not die well," came the hoarse voice, as Zhou Ping coldly watched Lu Ming fade away. He then moved both corpses to a precipice. Rummaging through them yet finding no trace of the Lu family's martial arts manuals, he proceeded to dismember the bodies with a blade, ultimately casting the pieces over the cliff.as for the remaining bloodstains. After tonight's downpour, they would be thoroughly washed away, leaving no trace. The following day, the hundreds of villagers of Baishi village were roused from their slumber by the disturbances of the previous night. Filled with anxiety and trepidation, upon learning of the Lu family's massacre, they were even more terrified, lost and flustered, their faces pale with fear. In the grand estate of the Sun family, the patriarch was furious, smashing objects in a fit of rage. "What have you all been doing? It's one thing that Zhou Erlang was not killed, but you couldn't even find the remnants of the Lu family. Do you understand the magnitude of this threat? To not eradicate the roots is truly useless trash." After a prolonged tirade, the patriarch of the Sun family, now hoarse and breathless, kicked several of the cowering men in the hall before collapsing into a chair, his fury boiling over. "Have you searched the mountains?" one man inquired. The brothers have scoured the mountains thoroughly, finding only a trace of mud, but no sign of Lu Ming or the child. "And Zhou Erlang? Has he returned home?" the Sun patriarch asked slowly. "He returned briefly this morning." The clan members on watch were knocked out before they could react. He lingered only a moment before vanishing into the mountains again. "And now we have no idea where he has gone." One man recounted, then looked at the Sun patriarch. "Should we not capture the Zhou family members to force him out?" The patriarch shot him a disapproving glance, disappointment evident in his expression. "Oh, you think Zhou Erlang is a fool? He is precisely hiding because he fears we will capture him. As long as he lurks in the shadows, we cannot touch his family. After all, throughout history, there have been 1,000 days of thievery, but how can there be 1,000 days of guarding against thieves? Zhou Erlang is now hidden in the dark, coiled like a venomous serpent. The moment we harm his family, he will strike back fiercely. He is not an ordinary man. Unless we forsake our lands and abandon our businesses, how can we guard against him? Moreover, there are still members of the Zhou family scattered outside. We cannot afford to act foolishly." The Sun patriarch waved his hand dismissively. "Go spread the word to the villagers. Tell them that bandits invaded the village last night, seeking vengeance against the Lu family." As the men prepared to leave, the patriarch's voice rang out again and summoned back the clan members who were watching the Zhou family. Since Zhou Erlang does not show himself, there is no need to sever ties with the Zhou family. We should first test those remnants of the martial arts manuals to see if they have any effect. "Yes, patriarch," the men replied, then slowly withdrew. The Sun patriarch sat in his chair, his expression grim, muttering to himself, "Have they perished, or have they escaped? I am not concerned about Zhou Ping. His elusive nature has left the Wang and Sun families in a state of trepidation. But what of Lu Ming and that child? Have they fled, or has Zhou Ping killed them? If they have fled, that would spell great trouble." He then rose to seek the patriarch of the Wang family. With such a significant incident in the village, as prominent families, the Sun and Zhou families must take the lead in providing reassurance to AS for shifting the blame for the Lu family massacre onto Zhou Ping and reporting it to the authorities. He had not even entertained the thought. Did he truly believe that the officials were inept? This matter was already fraught with suspicion and could not withstand scrutiny. It was better to quell it swiftly than to report it and invite further complications. Given 3 to 5 years, it would naturally fade from memory. Meanwhile, within the Zhou family estate, Zhou Hong, having gone an entire night without sleep, was invigorated and elated. His younger brother had not only returned that morning but was also entirely unharmed. How could he not be excited? Upon hearing this news, Zhou Dashan's weary, aged face revealed a hint of relief, and he soon fell into a peaceful slumber. In the backyard, Chen Yanqiu and Huang Shi were also overwhelmed with joy, nearly risking the health of their unborn child. The maidservants, blissfully unaware of the events of the previous night, remained ignorant even of the Lu family's tragic demise, believing instead that the household was simply celebrating a joyous occasion. Little did they know that they had also treaded perilously close to the gates of the underworld. Zhou Shi called out, and from a nearby side room emerged a servant, not particularly robust but undeniably well-built. "Young master, "How may I serve you?" he inquired. "Accompany me to the village," Zhou Hong commanded, at once. Having experienced a peaceful night, Zhou Hong was in high spirits, especially after noticing a shadow slip away by the wall. And he began to converse casually with Zhou Shi as they walked. "It has been 5 years since you and Zhou Hu came to our household, has it not?" "Indeed, young master," the servant replied earnestly. "It was the second young master who personally purchased us from the brokers, allowing us to enjoy our current fortunes. You are growing up. Do you have any plans for the future?" Zhou Hong posed. The servant, suddenly anxious, nearly fell to his knees, his voice trembling. "Young master, have I displeased you in some way? I shall improve. Please do not dismiss me." Zhou Hong hurriedly steadied him, chuckling. "What are you thinking? I have no intention of sending you away. It is simply that you and Zhou Hu are now of age, and as the masters of the household, it is time to consider your own families. You and Zhou Hu are good lads. We have witnessed your diligence over the years. What do you think of Chun Lan? Would you wish to take her as your bride?" Zhou Shi, upon hearing Zhou Hong's words, felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he blushed and lowered his gaze. Zhou Hong smiled quietly, knowing full well that Zhou Hu and Zhou Shi had long been captivated by the charms of the maidservant Huixiang Chun Lan, and he was merely acting as a matchmaker in their favor. "In a few days, I shall arrange a wedding for you, and I will also allocate 5 acres of land to establish your family's foundation. How does that sound?" At this, Zhou Shi's eyes glistened with tears. As a child of humble origins, he had endured hardships and had been sold by his parents out of desperation, only to discover warmth and kindness upon being taken in by the Zhou family. Now, with the prospect of land and a family of his own, how could he not be moved? "What is this nonsense about a man weeping?" Zhou Hong laughed as he wiped away Zhou Shi's tears, continuing on his path toward the village. His actions were not without purpose. Having experienced numerous challenges, he realized the household was understaffed and intended to acquire more help. Zhou Hu and Zhou Shi, being trustworthy and familiar, would be trained, one as a steward and the other to manage the household affairs. True loyalty arises from genuine sentiments, and despite Zhou Hong's approach being somewhat transactional, it was rooted in sincerity, offering tangible benefits. Furthermore, their land belonged to the Zhou family, and their wives hailed from the Zhou household, strengthening their allegiance. The Zhou surname had been bestowed upon them long ago, ensuring that even without blood ties, their descendants would carry the Zhou name. This was a pragmatic decision, albeit one that could lead to a power imbalance. Yet, it was a necessary choice. Unlike other families, the Zhou clan was thriving, with ample kin to draw upon for assistance. However, with no one available for employment, they could only rely on servants, making it unthinkable to involve the families of wives or mothers, as such connections could not be easily controlled. Before long, Zhou Hong arrived beneath the village's grandest banyan tree, where a throng had gathered, the air thick with commotion and anxiety. "What has transpired with the Liu family? This morning, as I passed, I nearly retched. The ground was soaked in blood, and there were corpses everywhere, hands and feet severed. It was truly horrifying. Indeed, the old man Liu was nearly 80. His demise was gruesome, with his head rolling into the courtyard, and he must have endured 7 or 8 knife wounds, his innards strewn about. You have no idea. Hearing it makes my blood run cold. You should have seen the Liu family estate. It was a scene of carnage, with some bodies so mutilated they were unrecognizable to the farmer." Perplexed, queried, "What could the Liu family have done to provoke such ruthless vengeance?" Someone nearby glanced around furtively and whispered, "Let me tell you, it was not vengeance but rather that the Liu family had acquired a treasure from the celestial realm, prompting the collusion of the Wang and Sun families to annihilate them. Is that truly the case?" "How do you know?" the man exclaimed. "Lower your voice." The informant hastily pulled him aside, a smirk on his face. "Last night, I had not yet retired and overheard everything." In his glee, he failed to notice that someone nearby had caught wind of his words and cast him a curious glance, as the heads of the Sun and Wang families, along with Zhou Hong, appeared. The crowd fell into an uneasy silence, their eyes fixated on the trio. Among them were those who harbored fear or resentment, their ties to the Liu family compelling them to conceal their emotions from prying eyes. The head of the Sun family surveyed the subdued crowd with satisfaction, a rush of exhilaration swelling within him. Even if all knew that it was they who had orchestrated the Liu family's downfall, who would dare speak out? Who would voice their grievances? The three families then took turns delivering speeches, placing all blame upon enemies and bandits, before swiftly dividing the Liu family's nearly 200 acres of land. Each of the Wang, Sun, and Zhou families claimed 30 acres, while the remainder was allocated among the villagers. Though some may have initially felt apprehensive or outraged, the tangible acquisition of land quelled their desires for justice. For the common folk lacked the means to bring forth grievances against the powerful. The county office, though aware of the Liu family's tragedy, would only act if taxes were collected and no public outcry arose. Turning a blind eye to the matter, categorizing it as an affair of banditry. After all, the absence of significant disturbances within the county reflected positively on their governance. In this way, all parties benefited. The Wang, Sun, and Zhou families gained wealth and status from the Liu estate. The villagers received land, and the county officials enjoyed political capital. Only the Liu family suffered, their entire clan of 49 souls extinguished. Their legacy seized by others. Chapter 26. Zhou Xinya in the blink of an eye. A month had passed, and the Liu family's fate had become mere gossip among the farming folk, fading into obscurity amidst the busy spring planting season. During this time, several events transpired. A drunken man from the Wang family, accompanied by a few brothers, attempted to raid the Zhou household at night, only to be expelled by the servants. On his way home, he seemingly fell into a ditch, injuring his leg. Strangely, a member of the Sun family suddenly perished, burning with fever. It was indeed a curious occurrence. Chen Bo followed a Zhou servant, his face etched with concern. Before he could approach the inner courtyard, the air was pierced by anguished cries. Zhou Hong paced anxiously at the entrance, peering inside intermittently. In the distance, Zhou Dashan stood like a gnarled tree, gazing toward the inner courtyard, mumbling incoherently. This morning, Qian Yanqiu's waters broke unexpectedly, sending the entire household into a flurry of panic, with Lin and Huang families, along with the maidservants, in a state of disarray. Fortunately, anticipating this moment, the Zhou family had arranged for a midwife to stay at their residence a few days prior. "Sister, please be safe," Zhou Hong fervently prayed. His brother had been forced to take refuge in the mountains due to the Sun and Wang families, leaving him to manage the estate. Should Chen Yanqiu encounter complications during childbirth, he would bear guilt for a lifetime. Chen Bo could not help but shed tears. Despite his thoughts of vengeance as a father, how could he not feel anguish for his daughter? As the cries from within grew more desperate, they gripped the hearts of all present. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows surrounding the Zhou residence, several men from the Sun family lay in wait, weapons at the ready, oblivious to whom they were anticipating. Zhou Erlang is truly heartless. Even now, with his wife in labor, he fails to show himself, one muttered in disdain. Why not storm in and seize Qin? I refuse to believe Zhou Erlang would go that far. The leader whispered, "Have you forgotten how Wang Laosi injured his leg?" Zhou Erlang was akin to a wolf lurking in the dark. If his entire family were to perish, how could one hope to control him? He silently surveyed his surroundings, but when joyous shouts erupted from within the house, Zhou Ping's figure remained absent. Reluctantly, he rose, realizing that with Zhou Erlang's absence, there was no need to linger any longer. They had only sought to capitalize on Qian Yanqiu's labor to possibly ambush Zhou Ping. As for directly storming the house, it had already been attempted over 10 days prior, causing Zhou Dashan to suffer a stroke from the shock, and Zhou Erlang had not emerged since. Until a few days ago. Wang Laosi toiled alone in the fields, only to be suddenly and ruthlessly thrown into the ditch by the unexpected appearance of Zhou Ping, suffering a grievous fall. Naturally, the families of Sun and Wang would refrain from rash actions. For Zhou Ping operated from the shadows while they remained exposed, day and night on guard, driving their clan to the brink of madness. Inside the residence, Zhou Hong gazed at the newborn cradled by the midwife, its wrinkled form resembling that of a diminutive monkey, quite unappealing. Yet, he was overwhelmed with joy as he trembled while holding the child close. Mother and child were safe, a hefty boy weighing 7 pounds and 6 ounces. The midwife declared with a beaming smile. Zhou Hong joyfully shouted, "Zhou Shi, take the matron downstairs Immediately, Zhou Shi came running from the side, donned in splendid garments of fine fabric, his demeanor exuding confidence. "Follow me." The midwife, filled with delight, quickly trailed behind, knowing well that the Zhou family was known for their generosity, and rewards would surely be forthcoming. Subsequently, Zhou Hong beamed at the gathered servants and maids, proclaiming, "Today, I am filled with joy. Each of you shall go to the storeroom and receive 201 as a token of shared happiness. Zhou Hu, lead them downstairs." Instantly, the servants and maids erupted in ecstatic cheers, and under Zhou Hu's guidance, they dispersed. Following the massacre of the Liu family, Zhou Hong had purchased several young men and women from the local village to serve as guards for the estate. Zhou Shi was appointed as the steward, overseeing the affairs of the household and training the servants in martial arts. Zhou Hu was tasked with managing the Zhou family's herbal and mountain goods business, collaborating with the Qian and Lin families to forage for medicinal plants. Although Zhou Hu lacked the ability to control various factions, his loyalty to the Zhou family was unwavering, and he had even established a family of his own, his wife, Hui Sheng Chunlan, being a former maid of the household, wholly devoted to her family. All these efforts were aimed at ensuring their family would not be coerced by the Wang and Sun clans. By rewarding the servants, Zhou Hong also intended to inform Zhou Ping, who was far away in the mountains, that mother and child were safe, and he need not worry. Zhou Hong gazed lovingly at the newborn, softly saying, "Xinya, greetings to you, my dear nephew." Meanwhile, several miles away from the Zhou residence, on a nearby mountain, Zhou Ping stood atop a stone, able to overlook the general outline of the Zhou family estate. Observing the tiny figures within moving about like ants, his eyes grew misty. These past few days, he had hidden in the mountains to evade the Sun and Wang families. Yet, even so, Zhou Ping often spotted members of the Sun and Wang families in the mountains, seemingly searching for herbs but truly seeking him and Lu Ming. However, both Lu Ming and he had been dismembered and cast into the unfathomable abyss below the cliff, making them impossible to find. The enmity of today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. Zhou Ping thought coldly as he fixed his gaze upon the direction of the Sun and Wang clans and then set off towards the county town. In the county town of Qingshui, Zhou Minghu timidly inquired of Zhou Changhe, "Brother, when will father come to fetch us?" Despite the potential for cultivation, he was merely a 5-year-old child, having never been apart from his parents for such an extended period, thus feeling fear and trepidation. Prior to their departure, Zhou Ping had repeatedly cautioned him against practicing any cultivation, for the county town harbored several Qi Awakening realm practitioners. Should they sense any fluctuations in spiritual energy, an investigation would surely ensue. Being so young, Zhou Ping feared that those practitioners might abduct him and raise him as one of their OWM. "Oh, not fear, Minghu, uncle will surely come for us." Zhou Changhe reassured him, though he too felt a sense of confusion and dread. Baishi village was several miles away from Qingshui County Town, and aside from the occasional visit from officials collecting taxes or during county festivities, communication between the two places was nearly severed. Even if he wished to learn about Baishi village, he had no means to do so. "Zhou Changhe, would you like to go out and play?" Came a voice from outside. It was Lin Zhaohe, the son of Lin Ruohua, who was slightly older than Zhou Changhe. "Zhaohe, the county examination is approaching. It would be best not to indulge in leisure." Zhou Changhe replied. Lin Zhaohe waved his hand dismissively, laughing, "It's just a child scholar. How could I possibly fail?" His father was the chief clerk, and while being a child scholar might grant some status to the impoverished, for him it was inconsequential. Even if he wrote poorly, the clerks at the county office would likely assist him in passing. After all, a child scholar held no real status or privilege. It was merely a title, less valuable than a favor owed to the chief clerk. Only after passing the provincial examination would the title of scholar confer benefits such as exemption from labor and taxes. This was also the reason Lu Ming had repeatedly passed the provincial exams. Once he succeeded, the Lu family could transfer some of their land into his name, relieving him of all agricultural taxes. Should he pass the county examination and become a recommended scholar, he could even be appointed as a minor official in his respective county. Though he would not rank among the esteemed, his authority would still be considerable. The Sun and Wang families were certainly not scholars. They were merely minor officials in the county, if they had been true scholars. they would have long since become the genuine landlords of Baishi village. Even ordinary Qi Awakening Realm practitioners returning to their hometowns would rank lower than scholars or recommended candidates in terms of status. However, their formidable strength allowed them to easily establish their own family power. Zhou Changhe gazed at Lin Zhaohe with envy, wishing he too could achieve scholarly success. Even if he became a minor official in the county, he could manage household affairs with authority. Yet, he was merely a nameless commoner, not even a child scholar. Zhaohe, perhaps it's best to forego it. I have my younger brother here and cannot leave him alone. Lin Zhaohe, not sensing Zhou Changhe's refusal, assumed it was merely concern for his brother, insisting, just let the servants look after him. After much persuasion, Lin Zhaohe was finally dissuaded. Zhou Changhe sat in the room, gazing at the frightened Zhou Minghu, and sighed softly. He then pulled a book from his desk and began to study intently, hoping to reassure Zhou Minghu. Yet, his heart was tumultuous. The 100 taels of silver Zhou Ping had given him weighed heavily on his mind. With no news from home for over a month, anxiety gnawed at him, making him reluctant to leave the room. He felt as though everyone harbored ill intentions towards them, each person potentially an agent of the Sun and Wang families, intent on eradicating them. Young master, do you require something to eat? A voice suddenly emerged from the shadows. A teenage servant approached, bowing respectfully. Zhou Changhe was startled by the unexpected voice, forcing himself to maintain composure. No need. It's late. You should rest. Yes, young master, the servant replied, his eyes flickering before he slowly withdrew. Only after the servant had completely departed did Zhou Changhe let out a sigh of relief. Although the servant had been with the family for a long time and was named Zhou Yuan, Zhou Changhe had always harbored suspicions about his character, especially since coming to the county town last year. Having witnessed the town's splendor and mingled with various unsavory characters, Zhou Changhe grew increasingly uneasy. If it weren't for Zhou Ping saving Lin Zhaohe and thereby earning a great favor from the Lin family, he might have been more concerned about Zhou Yuan's intentions, especially since they rented a house adjacent to the Lin residence. However, gazing into the pitch-black night outside, he felt a shiver of fear as he approached and firmly shut the door, hanging a bell behind it before finally cradling Zhou Minghu and gently falling into a slumber. As the entire Qingshui County town descended into silence, not a sound could be heard. Yet, in Zhou Yuan's room, 3 individuals sat in a circle, feasting upon wine and meat. One was Zhou Yuan, while the other 2 were Ma Lu, a shifty-eyed scoundrel, and Chen Wu, a burly man with a menacing appearance. Both were local ruffians, idling about, preying on the weak while relying on unscrupulous means to survive in the streets. Unzi, do those 2 little brats really have that much money? Ma Lu asked, his mouth greasy with food as he grinned maliciously. Zhou Yuan wiped his mouth, replying, I've seen it with my own eyes. At least dozens of taels. Just look at what they've got. If I asked that fellow for it, he'll gladly hand over a tael of silver. Ever since he had accompanied Zhou Changhe to the county town, he had been responsible for overseeing Zhou Changhe's daily life and safety, inevitably coming into contact with various individuals. Naturally, scoundrels like Ma Lu and Chen Wu had set their sights on this unfamiliar and extravagant target, enticing Zhou Yuan into a world of gambling and revelry, which only heightened his trepidation, though he still maintained some boundaries. However, with the Zhou family's prolonged silence and Ma Lu and Chen Wu's insistent whispers of gossip from the streets, Zhou Yuan found himself increasingly swayed, eventually contemplating betrayal. Once we finish this score, we'll escape. As long as we leave Qingshui County, it'll be a time of freedom for the 3 of us. Chen Wu chuckled, his face a mask of sinister delight. We must act swiftly. This is a county town. Zhou Yuan cautioned anxiously, if we are discovered, it's merely theft and murder for you 2, likely leading to years of exile or imprisonment. However, as a servant, his indenture was firmly in the hands of the Zhou family, sealing his fate without a doubt. We understand. Ma Lu sneered, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the distance, Chen Wu appeared to be drinking, yet his peripheral vision remained fixed on Zhou Yuan. They had no intention of fleeing to distant lands. After all, was this not an excellent scapegoat before them? A servant rebelling against his master, A sin so audacious it was enough to condemn Zhou Yuan dozens of times over. Once the three had eaten their fill, they casually felt around, then seized wooden clubs and short knives, stealthily making their way toward Zhou Changhe's room. Suddenly, Zhou Minghu, deep in slumber, was jolted awake, fearfully glancing toward the door before hastily shaking Zhou Changhe awake. Groggy and on the verge of questioning, Zhou Changhe was abruptly silenced by Zhou Minghu's hand over his mouth. "Brother, there's someone outside," Zhou Minghu whispered, his voice so soft it could scarcely be heard unless he were right by Zhou Changhe's ear. Instantly, Zhou Changhe was alarmed into full wakefulness. He knew Zhou Minghu was a spiritual practitioner, albeit a feeble one, but he might possess some special abilities. His mind raced as he cautiously opened the window. Though the weather was mild in the transition from spring to summer, the late night air remained biting cold. The chill seeping through his thin garments, causing Zhou Changhe to shiver involuntarily. Yet, there was no time to dwell on such discomfort. He quickly disheveled the bedding, donned no clothing, and, clutching Zhou Minghu, took refuge beneath the bed. Seizing a small object, he hurled it against the window with a resounding crash. Underneath the bed, he held Zhou Minghu tightly, akin to a frightened creature trembling in fear, not daring to utter a sound. The trio outside heard the tremendous noise emanating from within, their faces instantly paling. Chunwu kicked the door open with a forceful kick, the sound of a bell ringing wildly throughout the room. Ma Lu stepped forward, yanking the bell down and tossing it to the ground with a curse. "The little brat was on guard against you." Yuanzied, a cold wind swept through the window, stirring the three into a state of heightened alertness. Meanwhile, beneath the bed, Zhou Changhe and Zhou Minghu were quaking from the cold, the small hands of Zhou Minghu gripping Zhou Changhe's arm tightly. Zhou Changhe sensed the three entering the room, and he dared not breathe, clutching Zhou Minghu, unable to glance outside. Zhou Yuan approached and felt the warm blankets, noticing the clothes left by the bedside. Declaring, "There is still warmth in the blankets. The two little ones must not have fled far. What are you waiting for? Quick, chase them," Ma Lu shouted angrily, striding to the window to scan outside. The surrounding homes were tall, and the two children could not possibly climb over. If they searched the alley thoroughly, they were certain to catch them. Zhou Yuan inadvertently pulled open Zhou Changhe's bookshelf but found the usual pouch of money was absent. Feeling a wave of disappointment, the trio rummaged through the room, turning over boxes and cabinets, while Ma Lu glanced at the space beneath the bed. Yet, in the darkness of night, with no light to guide them, and with Zhou Changhe and Zhou Minghu huddled in the furthest corner, all they could perceive was an impenetrable blackness. Unwilling to relent, they reached in with their hands but grasped nothing. "Let us search the nearby streets thoroughly," Ma Lu growled, and the three departed the room. Zhou Changhe trembled all over. The hand that had just been a foot away from him had sent a gust of wind that he could still feel. The two children curled up. Even though the outside had fallen silent, they still did not dare to emerge. Time passed, perhaps a moment, perhaps a minute. Zhou Minghu nudged Zhou Changhe, "Brother, I can't feel them anymore." Only then did Zhou Changhe carefully crawl out, holding Zhou Minghu tightly as if they had escaped a calamity. Hastily putting on some clothes, Zhou Changhe grabbed a pouch of money from a small compartment and pulled Zhou Minghu along as they dashed outside. However, just as he stepped out the door, he froze in place. It was a night of deep darkness and howling winds. The entire Qingshui County was enveloped in silence, the streets devoid of any soul. Even the slightest sound could carry far, and should they be discovered, could the two children outrun Zhou Yuan and his companions? Moreover, at this hour of the night, where could they possibly flee? Even if the residence of the Lin steward was next door. At such an ungodly hour, knocking would not rouse anyone and might even attract Zhou Yuan's trio. Zhou Changhe glanced back at the room, then resolutely pulled Zhou Minghu into Zhou Yuan's chamber. Beholding the scattered remnants of fine wines and meats, Zhou Changhe's heart surged with fury. Despite his kindness toward Zhou Yuan, such generosity could not satiate that wolfish ambition. Now, he conspired with outsiders to murder his master for wealth. Zhou Minghu gazed at the fragrant morsels, swallowing hard but saying nothing. Zhou Changhe cautiously led Zhou Minghu to hide beneath Zhou Yuan's bed, fearful of disturbing anything that might arouse suspicion. After half an hour, the trio finally returned to the room, cursing under their breath. Damn it, where could those brats have gone? Zhou Yuan grumbled, making his way back to Zhou Changhe's room only to see the clothes on the bed had vanished. It dawned on him. They had been deceived. Damn it, they never left the room. Ma Lu and Chen Wu followed him in, erupting in a tirade of curses. The three scoured every corner of the room, eventually discovering the money Zhou Changhe had hidden in another spot. Is this all they've got? How dare they claim to be in charge? It's laughable, Ma Lu exclaimed, clutching a few taels of silver, which he shoved into his clothing. After thoroughly combing the entire room, they managed to find a mere handful of taels. Those little brats are quite clever. They've played us for fools, Ma Lu remarked. A mix of rage and amusement. Zhou Yuan asked, so what do we do now? What else can we do? Keep looking. If we don't find them, we'll leave tonight and head to the West Wind stronghold. Ma Lu retorted, damn it, we're broke. And you think we can just waltz in and live it up with this meager sum? Zhou Yuan's expression shifted, yet he remained silent. He felt a twinge of regret. Why had he let himself be so easily ensnared? Now they were on the verge of becoming bandits. What, do you wish to stay and be a servant? Ma Lu sneered, sensing Zhou Yuan's reluctance. Those two brats have ties to the Lin steward. You know that better than us. They might not recognize Chen Wu and me, but surely they know you. Zhou Yuan sighed, realizing the gravity of their situation. Once aboard a pirate ship, one could only sail into the darkness. The three continued their search, yet still found no trace of Zhou Changhe and Zhou Minghu. Eventually, they returned to Zhou Yuan's room and consumed the remaining wine and meat. Reveling in their indulgence, as dawn broke, the trio made their way toward the city gate, eager to exit at the earliest opportunity. Unbeknownst to them, while they feasted and drank, two pairs of cold eyes beneath the dark bed watched them intently. Determined to remember their every feature, the city gate, Zhou Ping stood in a corner, patiently awaiting the opening of the gate. Surrounding him were numerous ordinary folk, quietly waiting. Farmers from nearby villages who had risen early to secure good spots for selling vegetables. He had traveled toward the county seat yesterday, but the journey spanned several dozen miles, and by the time he arrived, night had fallen and the gates were closed, forcing him to wait for the guards to open them in the morning. His concern for Zhou Changhe and Zhou Minghu weighed heavily on him. Although accompanied by household servants, he couldn't shake the unease of leaving two children alone. As the sun began to rise, the city gates slowly opened. Zhou Ping entered the city amidst a throng of people, while Ma Lu and his companions blended into the crowd, evading his notice. Upon entering the city, Zhou Ping navigated his way toward the Lin residence based on memory. Meanwhile, Ma Lu and his companions ventured farther, quickly finding themselves in desolate areas, the trees casting dense shadows around them. Brother Ma, what is this West Wind stronghold like? Zhou Yuan inquired. The West Wind stronghold is quite the imposing mountain stronghold. Boasting several hundred brothers. It lies to the northwest of our Qing Shui County, and nearby villages must pay tribute to it. Quite impressive, Ma Lu replied, but his hands were hidden behind his back. Signaling to Chen Wu, what will we be if we go there? Surely we won't just be lowly foot soldiers, Zhou Yuan questioned. When we go, of course, we'll be, Ma Lu began, then suddenly drew a short knife from his sleeve, plunging it into Zhou Yuan's abdomen. Simultaneously, Chen Wu struck Zhou Yuan from behind with a heavy blow to the head. Blood gushed forth. Zhou Yuan barely had time to react before pain overwhelmed him. He flailed his arms, desperately trying to strike back at Ma Lu. Yet, after delivering the blow, Ma Lu retreated a few steps, watching as Zhou Yuan slowly succumbed. You tricked me, Zhou Yuan shouted hoarsely, but a torrent of blood poured from his wound. And with the blow to his head, his mind felt as if it were about to explode, a growing haze enveloping him. He attempted to lunge at Ma Lu and Chen Wu, but his vision darkened, and he finally collapsed to the ground. Ma Lu stepped forward, spitting a few times, and both he and Chen Wu, still uneasy, delivered a few more stabs before discarding Zhou Yuan's body into the nearby woods. Then began to search more thoroughly. Finally, they managed to extract a few taels of silver from the corpse, and their faces lit up with joy as they wiped the silver clean on Zhou Yuan's clothing before pocketing it. Who would want to become a bandit? What a naive fool, unable to even grasp his own identity. Subsequently, The two individuals meticulously divided the silver, and then leisurely made their way towards the town of Qingshui. Chapter 28. Father, Ming Hu wishes to cultivate. After considerable effort, Zhou Ping finally located the house he had rented beside the Lin residence, a smile of joy illuminating his face. Chang He, Ming Hu, I have arrived. However, upon gazing at the wide-open door, he was met with an unsettling silence, causing Zhou Ping's expression to shift drastically as a sense of foreboding took root in his heart. He hurriedly dashed inside, anxiously searching through several rooms. Chang He, where are you? Ming Hu, father is here. Where are you? Meanwhile, beneath the bed, Zhou Chang He and Ming Hu had long succumbed to slumber after a night fraught with fear. The drowsy Zhou Chang He vaguely heard someone calling his name, gradually awakening to the sound of Zhou Ping's voice, and instantly cried out in ecstatic relief, "Uncle, we are here." Zhou Ping, who had been engulfed in despair, was overwhelmed with joy upon hearing Zhou Chang He's weak voice, and he rushed towards their direction. Upon pushing open the door, he was met with a pungent odor of alcohol and food, and the sight before him was a chaotic mess. Zhou Ping's eyes brimmed with tears as he witnessed two figures crawl out from beneath the bed, and he rushed forward to embrace Zhou Chang He and Ming Hu tightly. "I am late. I have caused you to suffer. Father, I am hungry," came the tender voice of Zhou Ming Hu, accompanied by a faint rumble of his stomach. "Father will take you to eat right away." Zhou Ping gently caressed Zhou Ming Hu's head, leading the two towards the outside a street stall selling baked pancakes. Zhou Ping watched Zhou Ming Hu devour his food ravenously, his heart aching profoundly. How much suffering had they endured during his absence? Chang He, what exactly transpired? Zhou Chang He swallowed a mouthful of pancake and recounted the events in detail. What a treacherous and ungrateful wretch! Zhou Ping exclaimed with fury, his heart seething with indignation. Zhou Yuan is an elder of our household, and he was well behaved at the old residence. I never imagined that upon arriving in the county, he would conspire with outsiders to betray his master for wealth and life. Do you remember his two accomplices? Zhou Chang He, although frightened, had observed them closely from beneath the bed, asserting, even if they were reduced to ashes, I would recognize them. His gaze revealed a hint of resolve. If Zhou Yuan and his companions ever fall into my hands, I will ensure they experience unimaginable suffering. Come with me to find Lin Zhu. We can have them confirm the identities of those two before making a decision, Zhou Ping said slowly. I will follow Uncle's lead. Zhou Chang He nodded. By the way, Uncle, I still do not know how the family is faring. Are grandfather and father well? A month ago, the Liu family, consisting of 49 members, was exterminated by our three families. Zhou Chang He trembled at the revelation but quickly regained his composure. The Liu family's downfall had been inevitable ever since the news had leaked. Had it not been for the presence of his uncle, they would likely have shared the same fate. A thought struck Zhou Chang He, and he gravely inquired, did the Liu family's celestial techniques fall into the hands of the Wang and Sun families? Or were they not found? Zhou Ping shook his head slowly. They were not found, but I left behind several modified techniques, which the Wang and Sun families have acquired. The whereabouts of the Liu family's cultivation techniques remained unknown to both Zhou Ping and the Wang and Sun families. As if they had vanished entirely, they might have been taken by someone or hidden away somewhere. Zhou Chang He breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that the Wang and Sun families had not obtained the techniques. Though their family was sparse in numbers, they had his uncle, a celestial master, and the legacy of celestial techniques, along with the gifted Ming Hu, ensuring their future ascendance. The four families, well aware of the Zhou family's possession of cultivation techniques, refrained from demanding them, knowing that Zhou Ping would never comply, and even if he did, they would not dare to cultivate them for fear of his interference. Even within Qingshui County, all returning Qi Awakening Realm cultivators kept their techniques closely guarded, unwilling to share them with others, even if their own kin lacked the aptitude for cultivation. This was all due to the scarcity of resources. After all, resources in Qingshui County were limited. Each newly awakened Qi Awakening Realm cultivator signified the rise of a new family. Despite the current presence of over 100 villages in the 8 townships of Qingshui County, only a handful of families were established by Qi Awakening Realm cultivators. If techniques were disseminated indiscriminately, in due time, they would occupy the entirety of the 8 townships, leading to a fair division. After all, cultivating in the Qi awakening realm posed little difficulty. As long as one possessed aptitude and a technique to guide their energy, even the most mediocre talent could reach the pinnacle of the Qi awakening realm within a decade or so. For this reason, families naturally regarded techniques as treasures, never willing to impart them lightly. Even Zhou Ping, upon entering the Qingyun sect, only practiced the most rudimentary technique for energy gathering. It was only upon leaving the sect, after spending years contributing, that he exchanged for a respectable technique, intending to pass it down as a family heirloom, and would never casually share it with others. Now, individuals from the Wang and Sun families were practicing the technique he had left behind, with some even meeting fatal ends. Zhou Ping chuckled. The technique he provided to the Wang and Sun families was indeed genuine, albeit extracted from certain methods of gathering heavenly energy. There was one individual from the Sun family who met a fiery demise, having drawn the purest yang energy into his body, ultimately incinerating his internal organs. Pure yang energy was something even Qi cultivators dared not recklessly gather, let alone mere mortals. Zhou Ping was aware of the gathering methods but would never dare to attempt them. The fact that someone from the Sun family could gather pure yang energy indicated their aptitude, yet their ignorance led to their untimely demise. Once both had satisfied their hunger, Zhou Ping stood and declared, "Let us go find Lin Zhu and bring those scoundrels to justice." Suddenly, a small hand grasped his arm, and turning his head, he found Zhou Minghu gazing at him. "Father, Minghu wishes to cultivate. Will you teach Minghu?" Zhou Minghu looked at Zhou Ping with innocent eyes. Zhou Ping's heart trembled, filled with guilt. After all, Minghu was still quite young, even when he had taken him under his wing. He often found himself distracted, failing to impart the teachings adequately. Now that Minghu was actively seeking to learn, it was undoubtedly the pain endured over the past month that had stirred a longing in his heart. As a father, how could he bear to see his child suffer so? Very well, father will surely teach Minghu. Chapter 29. The bonds of friendship diminish. Even if he were to formally instruct Zhou Minghu in cultivation, it could not possibly take place within the county town. After all, there were numerous celestial masters in the county, highly attuned to the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Even if a cultivator practiced openly, they would mostly be individuals of known background. Should an unfamiliar aura suddenly appear, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention and trouble. Zhou Ping brought the two to the Lin residence, where Lin Ruahe, having not yet departed for the magistrate's office, was overjoyed to hear from his subordinates that Zhou Ping had arrived, and he promptly came out to greet him. "Ping Di, you should have informed me of your visit in advance." "That would have been the proper thing to do," Lin Ruahe smiled. Since Zhou Ping saved Lin Zhaohe, bringing joy to the entire Lin family, even after many years, the bond of gratitude had not diminished significantly. However, Zhou Ping understood that until his family possessed sufficient strength, it was wise to tread carefully regarding this friendship. After all, the disparity in power between their families meant that such bonds would only deplete over time. Had the Zhou family been powerful, the ties would have only grown stronger. Although he was a Qi awakening realm cultivator with formidable martial prowess, he still bowed low before Lin Ruahe. This was solely due to the fact that the Zhao Kingdom's court stood behind Lin Ruahe in terms of both status and strength. Qi awakening realm cultivators were not much different from martial artists on the fringes of society. They had not truly transcended the mundane world, thus remained subject to the court's regulations. Only upon reaching the refining Qi realm would the court recognize them as part of the celestial lineage, allowing them to govern a territory independently. Consequently, the court seldom appointed cultivators as officials, both due to their scarcity and to prevent low-ranked cultivators from wreaking havoc among the human populace. In contrast, mortal officials were far easier to control. Any mistakes could be swiftly dealt with through execution or confiscation. This resulted in a peculiar situation where the court managed mortal officials, who governed territories while also overseeing the families of cultivators, wealthy landowners, and countless common folk. "I came early for the sake of my child's safety," Zhou Ping said apologetically. Lin Ruahe did not take it to heart and led the three into the house. Upon hearing Zhou Ping recount the events of the previous night, Lin Ruahe suddenly sprang to his feet, exclaiming in anger, "How dare bandits act so brazenly within the county, right under my nose? Ping Di, rest assured, you are the savior of my Lin family. I will ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution to this matter." As he spoke, Lin Ruo, he covered his face and wept, lamenting, Ping Di, you saved my son Zhao He, preserving the lineage of the Lin family. Yet now, just beyond the wall, a grave incident nearly occurred. Brother, I am deeply ashamed. Zhou Ping observed Lin Ruo's tears, which appeared genuine, but his heart sank. Lin Ruo's words were, in fact, an attempt to trade their past friendship for this current favor. Even if their families remained in contact, it would no longer be as cordial as before. This shift was inevitable due to the Zhou family's weakened position, lacking both power and influence. Zhou Ping also discerned Lin Ruo's nature, proud and insincere. It is no wonder that he has been marginalized by the county magistrate, nor that the cultivators within the city are reluctant to rescue his son. Zhou Ping earnestly proclaimed, it is those three individuals who are vile and treacherous, and they bear no connection to my elder brother. Ping Di, Lin Ruohua called out, his eyes seemingly on the verge of shedding tears. I shall summon someone at once to bring those three to justice. Thank you, elder brother. Zhou Ping expressed his gratitude. Lin Ruohua slowly continued. It is still early. Why not be my guest at home? I would like to treat you well. Suddenly, he turned sharply to gaze at Zhou Changhe. Ping Di, this must be your nephew, yes? He gets along quite well with my Zhao. Gently patting Zhou Changhe's head, he added with satisfaction, having been in the county town for so long, it is indeed my failure as an uncle to have been too preoccupied with official matters to come and see you. In just a few days, it will be the county examination. You should accompany my Zhao to take the test. Thank you, elder brother. Zhou Ping replied with a respectful bow. He understood that after this incident, the bond with the Lin family would be irrevocably severed. Lin Ruohua's mention of Zhou Changhe now was a subtle indication that he would grant him the status of a student. However, such a status would hold no value for the Zhou family. To exchange a mere token of goodwill for a life-saving favor is truly characteristic of Lord Lin. Zhou Ping silently scoffed, while maintaining a cheerful facade. Initially, he had intended to reserve this favor for a time of greater peril for his family. However, the three individuals in question had blended into the crowd, leaving only the government officials with any hope of tracking them down, compelling Zhou Ping to seek Lin Ruohua's assistance. After all, those three had cast such a long shadow over Changhe and Minghu that a tragedy had nearly unfolded, and Zhou Ping could hardly endure it. If they did not swiftly apprehend those three, the hope of capturing them in the future would be in jeopardy. If the bond were lost, it would be lost. A powerful family would naturally attract friendships. Yet, if he could not personally exact vengeance upon his enemies, the flames of anger within Zhou Ping would remain unquenched, and the fears of Changhe and Minghu would linger. As the constables approached Zhou Changhe to inquire about the appearances and names of Ma Lu and Chen Wu. It took only a few hours for a lead to emerge. After all, Ma Lu and Chen Wu were notorious ruffians known throughout the neighborhood, and the authorities had long been aware of their misdeeds. Reporting to you, my lord, this morning at the break of dawn, Chen Wu and the others departed the city. Zhou Ping listened on the side, instantly filled with regret. He had entered the city this morning and had nearly crossed paths with the very villains planning to harm Changhe and Minghu. After an hour had passed, Ma Lu and Chen Wu returned to the city, but Zhou Yuan was nowhere to be found. The two were now reveling in Chen's gambling den. They had amassed quite a fortune today, leading to suspicions that Zhou Yuan had been murdered for his wealth. The clerk of the inspection office relayed the information meticulously. The inspection office, responsible for maintaining order within the county, was indeed well informed. Shall we apprehend the two now? Lin Ruohua asserted with righteous indignation. How can we tolerate such rampant rogues? We must swiftly capture them and throw them into the dungeon to await judgment. Instantly, several constables rushed towards Chen's gambling den, drawing the curious gaze of the townsfolk. Emma Lu and Chen, still hooting and hollering at the gaming table, were abruptly seized by the constables, who pressed them firmly against the table. Within the dungeon, my lord, I am innocent, Ma Lu wailed, crying out for his mother. Do not attempt to argue. Zhou Yuan is not a victim of your schemes. Did you not rob the Zhou family of their wealth? The bailiff reprimanded. With tears streaming down his face, Ma Lu pleaded, my lord, Zhou Yuan indeed left the city with us, but we parted ways at Ma Jiape. How could we have committed murder? He understood that as long as he maintained his innocence regarding murder, he would only face charges of theft, which would merely result in a few dozen strikes with a cane before being locked away for a time. If he were fortunate enough to encounter a year of amnesty, he would be released immediately. The bailiff scoffed. There was indeed no evidence to prove that Ma Lu and the others had killed Zhou Yuan. However, since the chief clerk demanded their deaths, even a theft charge would suffice without the need for convoluted procedures. Humph, it is precisely because of you ruffians, who are content with a life of gambling and theft, that our Shui County has descended into chaos. After all, administering punishment requires finesse. If administered lightly, even hundreds of strikes would merely serve to stretch one's limbs. But if dealt harshly, even 10 strikes could prove fatal. Bring forth 50 strikes for each. In the next moment, several jailers entered, forcibly pinning the two down on the benches. Initially, Ma Lu appeared composed, but once the first strike landed, his expression contorted in agony. Unleashing a heart-wrenching scream, the skin on his backside split open, his clothes instantly soaked in dark red blood, his face paling to an extreme. The robust Chen Wu was rendered utterly pale, losing all semblance of his fierce demeanor. Outside the cell, Lin Ruohua and Zhou Ping quietly observed. Zhou Minghu, terrified, shrank into Zhou Ping's embrace, trembling at every dull thud and anguished cry. Changhe, though frightened, still fixed his gaze intently, a fierce and vindictive expression emerging on his face. Lin Ruohua, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Changhe and Zhou Minghu's reactions, ultimately settled his gaze upon Zhou Ping's countenance. Although Zhou Changhe's temperament was fierce, and he bore the makings of a ruthless person, what of it? In this world, it is not merely ferocity that matters, but rather the strength to instill fear in all. Zhou Ping observed quietly, though he was not one to revel in bloodshed. After 10 years of cultivation and 5 years of returning home, having encountered numerous tribulations, he was naturally unperturbed by such brutality. Ultimately, it was only upon the 17th strike that Ma Lu succumbed to death. As for Chen Wu, despite his robust physique, he only managed to endure until the 26th strike. Although it seemed he was but a stone's throw from 30, the jailers, intent on their demise, would ensure they did not survive. Even if they withstood 30 strikes, the dark and damp dungeon would claim their lives. Pingdi, are you satisfied? Lin Ruohua inquired with a smile. Zhou Ping bowed deeply, expressing, thank you, my lord. He then sought an excuse to take his leave. Recognizing that the government office was no place for them to linger, as he watched Zhou Ping and the others depart, Lin Ruohua gradually withdrew his smile, pondering silently. This Zhou Ping is not a fool who cannot comprehend the situation. He is quite astute, by sacrificing the lives of Ma Lu and Chen Wu along with the status of a student, he aims to settle his debts of gratitude swiftly. After all, this is merely a trivial matter. Easily managed. Should the Zhou family encounter troubles in the future, he would not wish for the Lin family to suffer alongside them. Yet, it would not do to distance themselves too much. Should the Zhou family rise in prominence, the Lin family could still benefit from their connection. Chapter 30. Return home in the blink of an eye. 3 days have passed. Zhou Ping and Zhou Minghu rested in a tea house, with the county office visible in the distance. At this moment, the county office was heavily guarded, surrounded tightly by constables. Outside, a multitude of common folk gathered, their heads held high in hopeful anticipation. The county examination is the first threshold for scholars seeking to attain official recognition. Only by passing this examination and obtaining the status of a student can one qualify for subsequent tests. For many impoverished families who support their children's education, attaining the status of a student is already a significant achievement. After all, a student is recognized as a scholar by the government. In some remote villages, even the local tutors who provide initial education are merely old students themselves. Following the county examination, there are the prefectural and provincial exams. Only by passing all three can one attain the title of a xiuzai, which exempts them from certain taxes and grants them certain privileges. After passing the provincial exam comes the county examination. Those who succeed become jurand in many county offices, apart from the county magistrate, who must be a jinshi. All other officials can be local jurin. Just like Lin Zhu, who is merely an old jurin. Yet, it is this series of barriers that obstructs the vast majority of scholars across the land. Even among those who can become xiuzai, they are but a rare find, let alone Jurin or Jinsher. Currently, in this small county examination, only a handful will be nominated, and that is only because Qingshui County boasts over 2,000 scholars. However, Zhou Ping is not worried that Zhou Changhe will fail. This is not due to his confidence in Zhou Changhe's knowledge, but rather because of Lin Ruohua's promise. The title of a mere student, devoid of power or profit, is merely a title. Lin Ruohua can easily grant it. This is an unspoken secret among officials. They protect one another, resulting in the children of officials typically becoming students, with the exceptional ones even rising to the status of Shotsai or Jiren. Even if their offspring are nothing but good-for-nothings, they must still acquire a title to inherit their positions. Zhou Changhe is now among the beneficiaries, naturally sharing in the glory. Zhou Ping gazed at the throngs of people outside, their fervent excitement palpable, and could only shake his head slightly. How many of them will ultimately find their hopes dashed, relegated to a life of toil? Each year, only a fraction, 1%, are nominated, and only after satisfying the children of officials. As well as various landlords and wealthy families, will the children of commoners be considered? In other words, for an ordinary child to attain the status of a student, they must excel remarkably. Otherwise, success is exceedingly difficult. Of course, this reckless favoritism only occurs during the county and prefectural examinations. After all, the title of a student is merely a name, merely a qualification. However, once it comes to the provincial examination, these officials would not dare to act in such a manner. Due to the privileges already granted to the scholar, such as exemption from taxes, the requirement to bow before officials, and the alleviation of corvée labor for himself and 2 relatives, the stakes were high. Should they dare to commit any transgressions during the scholar's examination, the court would undoubtedly purge all wrongdoing. "Father, how much longer must we wait?" inquired Zhou Minghu. Zhou Ping gently caressed Zhou Minghu's head and replied softly, "It will be soon." Once Zhou Changhe completed the county examination, Zhou Ping would take them back to Baishi village. Even if Zhou Changhe were qualified to take the provincial examination, the likelihood of his success was slim. After all, Lu Ming had failed after years of attempts. Moreover, Zhou Changhe was still quite young, and Zhou Ping was apprehensive about sending him to the distant provincial city for his studies. It would be wiser to invite a private tutor to teach at home, who could also instruct Zhou Minghu and Zhou Changxi. Zhou Ping had never harbored ambitions for Zhou Changhe to attain fame. He merely wished for his descendants to be literate. After all, he believed that by nurturing the talents of his offspring and ensuring steady progress, his family would eventually ascend to greatness, rendering the pursuit of titles superfluous. Out they come. They are emerging. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted from below, with countless individuals rushing toward the county office. "Why hasn't my grandson come out yet?" An elderly man gazed around in confusion, jostled by the throng, but a farmer shouted from a vantage point, "Where? I am here." In the distance, a simple youth heard the call and joyfully dashed toward the farmer. "Son, how did you fare in the examination?" An elderly woman cautiously fanned a young scholar with a bamboo fan, only to be brusquely pushed away by him in frustration. "Stop fanning. I have failed." The woman was instantly struck dumb, as if thunder had struck her, while those nearby cast pitying glances. After years of hardship and support, to ultimately fail was a source of profound sorrow. After a long moment, the woman regained her composure, watching her son's lips move, yet no words emerged. "Son, you have failed. Let us try again next year. I have made your favorite mushroom soup. Come home with me." The young scholar, already regretting his earlier push, took hold of the woman's hand and slowly made his way homeward. Among the crowd, some rejoiced while others despaired. Some were brimming with confidence, while others hung their heads, unable to meet the eyes of their kin. Zhou Changhe emerged alongside Lin Zhao, the two strikingly different in demeanor. One a carefree young gentleman, the other resembling a taciturn elder. "Changhe, now that the examinations are over, would you care to join me for some leisure?" Lin Zhao asked. "After all, a student cannot escape his duties. Let us play for a while, Zhao. I shall not accompany you while elders await my return." Zhou Changhe replied slowly. He had previously joined Lin Zhao but found the company of the children of officials to be utterly unpalatable, leading him to refrain from future outings. Rumor had it they had mockingly dubbed him a country bumpkin. Consequently, Zhou Changhe never again ventured out with Lin Zhao. Very well, Lin Zhao responded, a hint of regret on his face as he turned to depart with his servants, his expression suddenly shifting. What a true country bumpkin. I wonder why my father insists I befriend him? Are there not plenty of families like the Zhou in the county? As the saying goes, like father, like son, and Lin Zhao was far from the amiable facade he presented. Although he was dissatisfied with Lin Ruohua's directive to befriend Zhou Changhe, he complied without hesitation. Tio Zhou Changhe, Lin Zhao appeared to be a kind and friendly elder brother, unaware of the darkness lurking within. Changhe, Zhou Changhe turned to see Zhou Ping approaching with Minghu and greeted him respectfully. Uncle. Zhou Ping nodded slightly, observing Lin Zhao's departing figure. Though he had not clearly discerned the youth's demeanor in the tea house, he sensed that the boy was far from as benign as he appeared. Truly, a tiger's offspring. Uncle, what is wrong with Zhao? Zhou Changhe inquired, puzzled that it's nothing. It's always prudent to be cautious when dealing with him. Zhou Ping replied. How long until the examination results are announced? 3 days. But Zhao has already given me the student token, Zhou Changhe said, carefully revealing a corner of an item from his sleeve before tucking it away again. Although it was an unspoken truth that the children of officials often passed, it was wise to avoid flaunting it in public, as it could incite public ire. Do you have confidence in passing the provincial examination? Zhou Changhe shook his head, fully aware of his inadequacies. Zhou Ping nodded in acknowledgement and then said, let us return home. We will hire a tutor to help you study diligently. It had been several days since he had left Baishi village. And though he believed the Wang and Sun families would likely not dare to act against them, he still felt a sense of unease. He thought of his newborn child, whom he had yet to see. Let us go home. Hooray, we are going home, Zhou Minghu exclaimed joyfully, having repeatedly expressed his desire to find their mother over the past few days. Minghu, your father has something to tell you. You are going to be a brother now? So you must take good care of your little brother. Hooray, I am a big brother. I will certainly protect my little brother well. Chapter 31. A gesture of goodwill in the Sun family estate. The head of the Sun clan sat at the forefront, surrounded by numerous clan members and the head of the Wang family. However, their brows were furrowed in concern, gazing at a figure sprawled on the ground. Despite the sun shining warmly, the individual was clad in thick cotton clothing, trembling in the sunlight, as if trapped in an icy abyss. Clan leader, I can no longer practice this celestial technique. If I continue, I shall perish, he pleaded, his voice quivering, exhaling faint wisps of white vapor. The head of the Sun clan remained silent, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Clan leader, I believe the issue lies with this celestial technique. Otherwise, why would there be such dire consequences? A clan member asserted, having witnessed one of their own perish from overheating just days prior, and now this individual was rendered nearly frozen. If we continue, it could lead to further catastrophe. More and more clan members echoed the sentiment, their previous pride in acquiring celestial methods now replaced by fear. They had initially hoped to cultivate their own celestial masters to challenge Zhou Ping and seize the Zhou family's wealth. Yet now, with only 2 members possessing any aptitude for cultivation and one having died, and the other now in such a state, it was clear that continuing was perilous. Old son, perhaps we should advise the clan members to cease their practice. The head of the Wang clan interjected with concern. We know nothing about celestial affairs. We cannot simply stumble through this blindly. How many lives might be lost in the process? The Wang family had also faced similar issues. Some clan members had sensed their potential through rudimentary texts, but after a few days of practice, they exhibited alarming symptoms. Blood oozing from their orifices, fluctuating temperatures, and signs of impending fatality. The Wang patriarch had swiftly intervened, fearing further tragedies. Yet the Sun family remained steadfast, despite the recent loss of life. Now, witnessing this alarming situation, their resolve only appeared to strengthen. The head of the Sun clan rose, his eyes scanning the room like a wolf's, instilling fear in the hearts of his clan members, who instinctively recoiled. The opportunity for celestial fortune is before us. Our chance for resurgence is at hand, and you would forsake it out of fear? What do lives matter? A little discomfort is nothing. He stood tall, reprimanding them. Do you not understand? If our 2 families produce even a few celestial masters, The nearby villages will submit to us, and those esteemed families and officials in the county will regard us with newfound respect. Though we may appear prosperous in Baishi village, have you ever seen any of the families in the county regard us with respect? We toil endlessly in the fields, yet we lack any standing. Why does the Lin clerk speak to Zhou Ping with such deference, while we are treated with disdain? It is because Zhou Ping is a celestial master with extraordinary abilities, and thus we tread carefully around him. He then sank back into his seat, letting out a soft sigh. What we lack is not manpower, but power and influence. Only by producing celestial masters can we stand on equal footing with the great clans, pursue scholarly opportunities, and establish our own schools. You do not comprehend, the head of the Sun clan lamented. These laborers only possess brute strength. They lack vision. Just recently, some mocked the Liu family for their efforts to support Liu Ming, only to see no return on their investment. For farmers, expending such effort and resources to educate one person seems wasteful. They would rather toil in the fields for more crops, however, without a path forward. And without seeking one, they are condemned to a life of endless labor. Now that the celestial techniques lay before them, the opportunity to change their family's fate was within reach, and despite the hardships, he was unwilling to let it slip away. Old son, I understand your intentions, the head of the Wang clan sighed, but we cannot proceed recklessly. We are utterly ignorant of celestial matters. Blindly feeling our way through this could lead to disaster. I fear there may be celestial taboos at play, or that the technique itself is flawed, which is why we are facing such dire consequences. The patriarch of the Sun family sighed deeply. How could I possibly be unaware of this? Yet, what recourse do we have? If we were to consult those immortal masters, it is likely that both our families would be consumed entirely. He is indeed aware that the techniques of the immortals are closely guarded secrets. Those masters, in their quest to preserve their own status, may well resort to annihilating the Wang and Sun families altogether. Patriarch, why can we not cultivate a friendship with the Zhou family and have Zhou Erlang teach us the ways of immortality? Inquired a clan member. The patriarch of the Sun family offered a wry smile and replied slowly, how can you be certain that Zhou Erlang will not play tricks? Why would the Zhou family trust us? Zhou Erlang is no fool. He knows that he alone is the immortal in Baishi village, which is why the Zhou family remains unscathed. In fact, he dares not show his face, fearing that the two families might conspire to eliminate him. Patriarch, we could use the lives of the Zhou family members to coerce Zhou Erlang into teaching us the immortal arts, persisted another, unwilling to relent. The Wang family patriarch, unable to remain silent any longer, interjected, if Zhou Erlang is ruthless, even if we were to sacrifice our entire family, lurking in the shadows with a predatory gaze, we would only forge an indelible blood feud. Ultimately, being from farming stock. Unless they could eradicate future threats as the Liu family had done, they would always deliberate cautiously, seeking ways to retract their steps. Even now, their actions against the Zhou family are merely minor skirmishes conducted in secrecy. For a moment, the hall fell into a contemplative silence. After a brief period of reflection, the Sun patriarch turned to one side and said, Sun Hong, you shall visit the Zhou family to ease the tensions between our two families. Yes, patriarch, a young man on the side replied as he slowly retreated. Old son, are you truly willing to concede? The Wang family patriarch asked, astonished. Since the immortal arts are of no use to us, it would be prudent not to escalate matters with the Zhou family. After all, they will weaken after Zhou Erlang's demise, the Sun patriarch stated, his words concealing a deeper plan. Realizing that the immortal arts were futile, he understood that to secure a future for his clan, they must strategize with the Zhou family. Initially, they had not known that there was someone within their family with a connection to the immortal realm, so they had waited for Zhou Ping to pass away, intending to consume the Zhou family whole. However, now that they were aware, they must seek the Zhou family's trust to ensure Zhou Ping willingly imparts his knowledge to both families. It was fortuitous that he had heard Zhou family's eldest grandson had come of age, and he had several eligible daughters in his own family. He would devise a plan for the two families to become in-laws. Perhaps in time, they could effortlessly consume the Zhou family. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping had returned to the entrance of Baishi village with Zhou Minghu and two elderly men in tow. One of them was an old scholar who had long given up on the imperial examinations. having been invited by Zhou Ping with generous remuneration to serve as a tutor for the children. The other was a hobbled old soldier, whose murky features still bore an intimidating aura that inspired trepidation. The reason for inviting the old soldier was to impart martial skills to the household guards. As long as the guards were formidable enough, even in Zhou Ping's absence, the Wang and Sun families would think twice before acting recklessly. Though Zhou Ping was aware that having too many guards with too few family members posed certain risks, after all, human hearts are unpredictable, he could afford no such reservations at present, with no guards to protect his home. His own safety became a significant concern, rendering the notion of risks moot. Chapter 32. Reclusion in the mountains. What are the Wang and Sun families plotting? Zhou Ping mused, hidden within the forest. His brow furrowed. Having escorted Zhou Changhe and the others back home, he not only failed to spot any traces of the Wang and Sun families, but also learned from Zhou Hong that the Wang and Sun families had actually come to mend fences, even suggesting a potential alliance through marriage. Was it possible they discovered flaws in their techniques and sought to appease me in order to lower my guard? Zhou Ping speculated, also receiving news that a member of the Sun family had died unexpectedly, while another had succumbed to an unnatural chill. The Wang family had also suffered a similar fate, with one member unable to endure the cold, ultimately abandoning their practice. He had not anticipated that 3 individuals from the Wang and Sun families possessed potential. This knowledge intensified his wariness. Thankfully, he had retained a measure of caution, burning and discarding the method of gathering earthly energy, allowing them to misappropriate it as a technique for cultivation. Had they truly obtained the Liu family's techniques? How could he hope to contend with the 2 families? Moreover, Zhou Ping had chosen the 2 most potent methods for gathering earthly energy, the Yin moonlight and the Yang sun essence. These 2 forms of earthly energy are not only beyond the capabilities of ordinary mortals, but also require extreme caution even for those at the qi refinement stage. The fact that these individuals could sense them indicated their potential. However, the month it took them to do so suggested their aptitude was quite poor. After all, if it took them so long to perceive such powerful energies, how strong could their potential truly be? Conversely, the one who had been boiled alive, Zhou Ping suspected, must possess a potential exceeding 2 inches of spiritual radiance. Ironically, it was this very potential that led to their demise at the hands of the Yang Sun essence, truly a case of fortune mingled with calamity. Regardless of the schemes concocted by the 2 families, he would not make a hasty appearance. As long as he remained hidden, the Wang and Sun families would dare not act too brazenly. Yet, where had the Liu family's techniques vanished to? Had they been picked up by someone else, or were they concealed in some shadowy corner? Zhou Ping preferred not to dwell on this and proceeded deeper into the mountains. In previous years, he had scoured the forest and discovered several concealed locations far from Baishi village. He intended to take temporary residence in one of those spots, returning to the village periodically to subtly guide Minghu's cultivation while simultaneously serving as a deterrent to the Wang and Sun families. After all, he had spent many years wandering the mountains, and he could still adapt to such a life. On a cliff shrouded in dense foliage, the distant outline of the diminutive Baishi village was visible to the east, while the majestic and imposing Daong mountain range loomed to the west, exuding an overwhelming aura. Between 2 massive rocks on the cliff, thorns and brambles were abundant, and beneath the thorns lay a small opening leading to a cave of modest size. Zhou Ping's fingertips emitted brilliant golden light, swiftly refining the cave's edges until a stone bed and several stone stools materialized, which could later serve as tables and chairs. Once he completed this task, he collapsed onto the ground, pale and fatigued. As a cultivator with remarkably poor aptitude, Zhou Ping possessed only a few strands of spiritual energy. Even the most basic techniques could be executed only 6 or 7 times, while the more powerful golden light technique could only be unleashed 4 or 5 times. This meant that if besieged by mortals, he could at most dispatch a dozen or so before exhausting his energy and falling prey to their attacks. This was precisely why Zhou Ping was hesitant to reveal himself to the Wang and Sun families. He genuinely feared they might conspire to eliminate him, given their willingness to eradicate entire clans. He settled into a meditative posture, diligently absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. The deeper recesses of the mountains naturally possessed more potent energy than Baishi village, enabling him to recover more swiftly. In the Zhou family estate, A dozen robust men clad in gray uniforms were vigorously wielding blades and spears, raising a thunderous battle cry. A distant cluster of wooden stakes and straw dummies lay in tatters, evoking a sense of awe and fear. Put more effort into it. Has your master not provided you with enough food? An old soldier with a limp, seated nearby, scolded vehemently, his slender bamboo staff striking the men to highlight their errors. From a distance, Zhou Hong observed with trepidation, though as the current patriarch of the Zhou family, he could not display fear before his servants. A leader must maintain an air of authority and keep a distance from subordinates to foster respect. Changhe, what are your thoughts on Su Bo? Zhou Hong inquired, stroking Zhou Changhe's shoulder. Su Bo has lived a solitary life and was injured on the battlefield. It was my uncle who brought him back from the market. Feeling pity for his old age, to teach the household guards martial skills, Zhou Changhe replied, at least he seems decent for now, but one must never let their guard down. Human hearts are inscrutable. Zhou Hong nodded approvingly. Your ability to discern this is commendable. Remember, aside from our family, never trust others wholeheartedly. Always remain vigilant. I have already assigned Zhou Shi and Zhou Hu to manage our internal and external affairs. But they do not share our blood, so I remain uneasy. You are growing up now. It is time for you to begin handling some family matters. Starting tomorrow, you shall learn alongside Zhou Shi. Do not become complacent. Yes, father, Zhou Changhe replied with respect. Oh, not be afraid. Your mother and aunt will be here as well. If you have any questions, feel free to consult them, Zhou Hong reassured him. Recognizing Zhou Changhe's nervousness and apprehension, he was reluctant to thrust such responsibilities upon Changhe at a young age, but circumstances left him no other choice. The Zhou family was severely understaffed, and both Zhou Dashan and Huang Shi had aged considerably, requiring constant assistance from servants. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping had to retreat into the mountains to guard against the Wang and Sun families. Only Zhou Hong, Lin Shi, and Chen Yanqiu remained to manage the vast family estate. The Zhou family possesses over 200 acres of land, and it is far from merely renting it out for income. They must also collect a 10% land tax, navigate the intricacies of tenant disputes, and attend to numerous other minor matters. Furthermore, there is the trade of medicinal herbs, with Zhou Hu leading expeditions into the mountains to gather them, ultimately purchased by the Zhou family. The myriad complexities involved require a person of considerable stature to maintain control and quell the ambitions of the four factions. Additionally, the position of village head demands the urging of villagers to pay taxes or fulfill labor duties, alongside various village affairs. Zhou Hong is reluctant and dares not entrust any aspect solely to an outsider, fearing they might be openly or covertly usurped. Thus, he takes on the responsibilities of the herb trade and village head, while delegating land matters to Zhou Shi, Lin Shi, and Chen Shi, gradually allowing Zhou Changhe to take over. The Zhou family currently has over 10 servants and several maids, creating a situation where the masters are weak and the servants strong. If this continues, they may well be deprived of their estate by the servants, which naturally fills him with urgency and trepidation. Do you think martial training is beneficial? Zhou Hong inquired slowly, gazing at the men practicing nearby. Zhou Changhe couldn't help but recall the time he was kicked away by Lu Da in his childhood and the recent peril he faced at the hands of Zhou Yuan and his companions. Had he possessed some martial skills, he might not have found himself in such dire straits. Naturally, practicing martial arts is admirable. With some skills, even without these guards, we could protect our own. Tomorrow, Changhe would begin training with them to strengthen himself. Ah, my son, well said. Zhou Hong exclaimed joyfully in the storeroom. There are medicinal herbs. I shall consult the doctor tomorrow for a few prescriptions to invigorate the blood and strengthen the body. We must not take any risks with our health. From now on, let us include Changxi and Minghu as well. Even if they cannot master martial arts, enhancing their physical health is still beneficial. Although Zhou Minghu could practice, Zhou Hong refrained from treating him specially, fearing it would draw undue attention. Even their daily training was closely monitored by Zhou Hong to ensure no one else was aware. Changhe understood. Chapter 33. Marriage Alliance. At noon, Baishi village was bustling with activity. Farmers, having completed their morning toil, carried their tools back to the village. After all, the spring plowing season had passed, and there was no need to remain in the fields constantly. Of course, the excitement was heightened by a significant event. Zhou Changhe, the eldest grandson of the Zhou family, was marrying the daughter of the Sun family. At 15 for the groom and 14 for the bride, they were perfectly matched in age. Everyone eat and drink well. The drinks are plentiful. Zhou Changhe, tall and sturdy, was now quite inebriated, struggling to maintain his balance. In the distance, Zhou Hong and the elders of the Wang and Sun families sat at the banquet, smiling as they observed the lively scene. The more people there were in Baishi village, the more comfortable the three families would be. Cousin Xian, isn't Erlang coming? The head of the Sun family casually inquired. Zhou Hong took a sip of his drink, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes, pondering the ulterior motives behind the elder's question. My brother is training in the mountains, elusive and difficult to track down, he replied. The head of the Sun family's eyes flickered as he chuckled. What a pity. We had hoped for Erlang's blessings for the two children's marriage. Internally, he seethed, thinking that Zhou Erlang was excessively cautious. Hiding in the mountains for 5 years, if it weren't for his occasional appearances that instilled fear, he would have already acted against the Zhou family. Despite their current alliance through marriage, should conflict arise, familial ties would not prevent them from being ruthless. 5 years ago, after the failure of magical arts, the Wang and Sun families had sought to ingratiate themselves with the Zhou family in the eyes of Baishi village. The three families appeared to be truly united, which only fueled the resentment of the poorer households who felt they had no chance for advancement. This was, of course, part of the Wang and Sun family's ulterior motive to subtly swallow up the Zhou family. Unable to deal with Zhou Ping immediately, they could not allow the Zhou family to thrive unchecked. Hence, through this marriage alliance, they aimed to gradually consume the Zhou family, ensuring that a century from now, the Zhou name would exist only in name, with all their efforts belonging to the Wang and Sun families. Now that Zhou Changhe was marrying into the Sun family, it represented a blatant power play that the Zhou family could neither refuse nor resist. To refuse would be to offend the Sun family, while acceptance would empower Zhou Changhe with a formidable matrimonial family. The Wang family also subtly indicated their desire to form a marriage alliance with the Zhou family in the future. On the surface, it seemed the Zhou family had gained a lot, not only restoring harmony with the Wang and Sun families, but also securing stability. However, what would happen after Zhou Ping's passing? The Zhou family would soon be completely devoured by the two families, with even their descendants carrying half of another family's bloodline. Despite Zhou Hong's efforts to delay matters, Zhou Changhe still married Sun's daughter at the age of 15, undoubtedly due to the relentless pressure from the Wang and Sun families. After all, in a marriage alliance between families without competitive relations, it would be a strong partnership. However, in the small Baishi village, with the other two families being larger and more numerous, this was not a partnership but a complete takeover. Zhou Hong gazed at his son's triumphant demeanor from a distance, silently hoping that the union with the Wang family could be postponed until Minghu achieved his training. Reducing his apprehension, they were unaware that Minghu could indeed practice. Otherwise, who knew what terrifying actions might arise? The head of the Wang family scanned the banquet, feeling somewhat unsettled. Although the Wang and Sun families appeared harmonious, they were ultimately not one family. Now that the Sun family had taken the lead in forming a marriage alliance, the remaining children of the Zhou family were all still quite young. By the time his own family was to marry into the Zhou family, the Sun family's daughters might already be grown. A slow step could lead to a sluggish approach. In the end, the division of the Zhou family's wealth would inevitably result in disparities. He did not wish for his Wang family to be overshadowed by the Sun family. Only with both families being relatively equal in strength could they maintain a lasting bond. His gaze fell upon a small table where several children and some female relatives and servants were gathered. In the center sat two children around 10 years old. One was soft and reticent, resembling a girl yet robust, while the other exuded brilliance, with an extraordinary demeanor that belied his rural upbringing, resembling a youthful warrior. He couldn't help but envy the Zhou family's fortune, which not only produced a sage but also remarkable children in 3 generations. If left unchecked, the Zhou family might truly rise. He was observing Zhou Minghu and Zhou Chang as Zhou Minghu's skills advanced. Had he not dressed simply and concealed his appearance, he would have stood out even more, easily attracting others' suspicion. Though somewhat exceptional, the head of the Wang family did not dwell on it, attributing it to the Zhou family's good upbringing, especially since they had hired a tutor in recent years. Suddenly, he thought, with so many children of his own, Why couldn't they also receive an education? This would foster early connections with the Zhou family's younger generation. Cousin, the number of children in our village has been increasing year by year. It is not a viable solution for them to toil endlessly in the fields, the head of the Wang family earnestly suggested to Zhou Hong. Now that Heir Lang is absent, you are acting as village head. Why not take the lead? We can pool some money to establish a school in the village, allowing the children to learn some reading and understanding. Zhou Hong, engaged in a conversation with the head of the Sun family, paused, both momentarily taken aback, mentally cursing the head of the Wang family for his opportunism. The head of the Wang family's voice had been neither loud nor soft, but several nearby tables had caught wind of it, leaving Zhou Hong and the Sun family head with no option but to remain silent. Moreover, should a school be established, it would ultimately benefit the Wang family the most, as they had over 10 children in this generation, more than the combined offspring of the Zhou and Sun families. Other impoverished families, even if they charged a small tuition fee, how many would be willing to spend that money? After all, sending a child to school not only incurs expenses but also reduces labor at home, making it quite unprofitable. Ultimately, those who would attend school would be the children of the 3 families and a few others from relatively well-off households. Zhou Hong's mind was racing with curses. They had already employed an old scholar to teach at home, and establishing a school meant that the scholar would also need to be sent away. Teaching a few students versus teaching dozens was a completely different treatment. Uncle Wang, this matter requires further consideration. I will discuss it and seek the opinions of the villagers, Zhou Hong replied slowly. The head of the Sun family echoed, cousin is right. While establishing a school is a noble endeavor, the costs are significant, and it must be discussed thoroughly. The Sun family and the Wang family both had around 40 to 50 members, but the Sun family had only a handful of underage children, significantly fewer than the Wang family. This meant that the Sun family's burden was not as heavy as that of the Wang family, allowing them to accumulate considerable resources each year. He planned to follow the Zhou family's example by hiring an old scholar for basic education, keeping it simple to enlighten the clan while minimizing expenses. However, establishing a school was a different matter entirely. They would need to find a location for it. Even if they sought an old building, repairs would be necessary to make it presentable, along with desks, chairs, and books for the teacher, each of which incurred cost. As a clan leader, even if there were some surplus funds, he could not afford to be extravagant. Prioritizing the family's future, I will cover 40% of the costs, and how about the 2 of you split the rest? Other families can contribute just enough for one child's education. The head of the Wang family said with a smile. Instantly, cheers erupted from several nearby tables. Lord Wang is truly a great benefactor, willing to fund the establishment of a school. Endlessly toiling in the fields offers no prospects. Yet once the schoolhouse is established, I shall, through gritted teeth, ensure my child receives an education. Indeed, should our ancestral grave emit auspicious smoke and a literary star emerge, it would bring glory to our lineage. And in time, we might even attain the status of gentlemen. Although Zhou Hong and the patriarch of the Wang family maintained smiles upon their faces, their hearts were seething with silent indignation. As one of the 3 prominent families of Baishi village, they were well aware of the secrets surrounding the imperial examination. For families like theirs, unless one possessed exceptional literary talent, even the status of a mere student would be unattainable. If one were truly gifted, those in the county would naturally nominate them. Yet to hope for a literary prodigy to arise from a remote valley is akin to wishing for a sprout of enlightenment from one's own household. It is merely the ignorance of these farming families that leads them to express such heartfelt gratitude. The reason these 3 families sought to enlighten their kin was not out of a desire for fame, but rather to prevent the family from descending into ignorance and to safeguard their ancestral heritage. They had never entertained illusions of success in the imperial examinations. However, with the Wang patriarch raising the matter during the grand wedding, Zhou Hong and his companion found themselves in a precarious position. And it would be prudent to proceed with the schoolhouse, especially since the Wang family was financing the majority. Zhou Hong mused that even if the Wang family reaped the most benefits, the fruits of education would be realized only in the distant future. Given Wang Bo's noble intentions, it would be remiss for their families to appear indifferent. Tomorrow, I shall seek someone to repair the Liu family's grand residence, transforming it into our Baishi village schoolhouse. ensuring our children have a proper education. Although the head of the Sun family was taken aback by Zhou Hong's shift in attitude, he himself harbored thoughts of enlightening their kin and thus refrained from opposing the idea, cheerfully stating, "I shall send someone to the county to procure some texts as teaching materials for our school." The three reached an accord, much to the delight of the impoverished families in the distance, who hailed the benefactors as great philanthropists. Thus, the grand wedding, fraught with the calculations of the three families, finally came to a close. Chapter 34. The brothers. As night fell, Zhou Hong and his son sat in the study, where Zhou Hong shared his thoughts with Zhou Changhe. Although the Sun family has now joined ours, their ties to the Sun family remain strong, and we must remain vigilant against certain matters to avoid being ensnared in a web of seduction that could lead to our downfall. The child is not so foolish, Zhou Changhe replied slowly, yet I do believe the establishment of a school is indeed necessary. Oh? Why is that? Zhou Hong inquired, surprised. The Zhou family now has children of their own. We can send Zhou Shi's children to study alongside ours, thereby strengthening our family's influence. Moreover, we could even sponsor the children of some tenants to receive an education, fostering their gratitude towards our family. Furthermore, several surrounding villages lack a decent private school. Like us, those prominent families merely invite a tutor to teach at home. Zhou Changhe approached the table, pointing to a map of the nearby villages, and said, "Since the Wang family wishes for us to take the lead, why shouldn't we seize this opportunity for renown?" Zhou Hong was momentarily taken aback, then elated. He had been so focused on immediate gains that he had overlooked the significance of reputation. The impoverished families are often blindly conformist. Should we earn their trust and respect, it would greatly benefit the Zhou family. With a younger brother by my side, the common folk would be hesitant to defy us. Unlike other families, we do not resort to forceful seizures. We conduct land transactions at fair prices and charge slightly lower rents, gradually earning a reputation for benevolence among the villagers, without strong martial backing. However, even the best reputation is but fleeting smoke. Yet now we have a sage among us, as well as a cadre of robust guards, which enhances our reputation and deters any ill-intentioned thoughts among the guards. Reputation is an intangible asset. It may appear weak, yet it can wield tremendous influence. My son is indeed wise, considering matters far beyond my foresight, Zhou Hong remarked with a warm smile. The hour grows late. You should go and spend time with the Sun lady. Though she belongs to the Sun family, the child she bears will ultimately carry the Zhou surname. I, too, must attend to Minghu and the others in their cultivation. As your uncle has said, once we produce a qi refining sage, we shall gain imperial recognition and no longer live in fear. With that, Zhou Hong made his way to the rear courtyard. Zhou Changhe gazed enviously towards the back, acknowledging that his uncle truly deserved the title of sage, possessing not only great strength but also two children blessed with celestial potential. Alas, why was he not similarly graced? He attributed his uncle's fortune to luck, unaware that even for a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, the likelihood of their offspring possessing talent is merely 2 or 3 in 10. While he envied his two cousins for their potential to become sages, he bore no jealousy as long as his own family thrived. At present, the Zhou family was waning, with few members. They had all grown up together, fostering brotherly camaraderie, and each hoped for the family's prosperity. Yet, should the Zhou family gain power in the future, it could lead to petty squabbles, and perhaps even fraternal discord. Soon after, Zhou Changhe headed to his own room, where the Sun lady awaited him. If only he too could bear a child blessed with celestial potential, their rise would come sooner. Zhou Hong traversed several doorways before arriving at a particular door. As the rear courtyard was strictly off-limits to the guards, only the female members of the family were present, and at this moment, those women were clustered in their respective rooms, leaving the vicinity deserted. He surveyed the area before pushing the door open, revealing Zhou Minghu alongside a 4 or 5-year-old child, Zhou Ping's second son, Zhou Xuanya. Good evening, uncle, the two greeted respectfully. Zhou Hong nodded with satisfaction, pleased that his brother's children possessed celestial potential. Ensuring the family's future, his eldest son, Zhou Changhe, was mature and steady, while his second son, Zhang Shi, though somewhat indecisive in character, was affectionate and had a modicum of talent in martial arts. The youngest, Zhang'an, was a lively and mischievous child but eager to learn. Though the family was not numerous, They were free of the mediocre and wasteful, and prosperity was surely on the horizon. Indeed, Xuanya is truly well-behaved, Zhou Hong remarked, patting Zhou Xuanya's head. Uncle will keep watch here. You both should focus on your cultivation. Although Zhou Hong and Zhou Changhe were not well-versed in the ways of cultivation, they often provided hints to the boys, wary of being discovered by the maids or guards. Very well, uncle, Zhou Minghu replied respectfully, settling into a meditative position to begin his practice. Since experiencing the tumultuous events in the county, he had matured considerably, understanding the importance of discretion before gaining strength. Over the 5 years of arduous training, he had successfully drawn in qi and circulated it within his body, accumulating 5 strands of spiritual energy. Once he reached his personal limits, he could attempt to break through. However, Zhou Minghu sensed that to fully saturate himself with spiritual energy, he would require at least another year or 2. The crux of the matter lay in the scarcity of spiritual energy in Baishi village, which impeded his progress. He planned to master a few techniques before venturing into the mountains, both to accompany Zhou Ping and for his own cultivation. Zhou Ping had been compelled to live in seclusion in the mountains, and though he occasionally descended, such moments were steeped in solitude. As a son, he could not allow his father to endure such loneliness. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanya, the small child, was diligently meditating, practicing the qi drawing technique that Zhou Minghu had taught him. Drawing upon the surrounding spiritual energy, Zhou Xuanya had been born after Zhou Ping departed from the Zhou family. Even if he occasionally returned, how could a young child remember him? Hence, his cultivation had always been guided by Zhou Minghu, who had learned from Zhou Ping. This left Zhou Xuanya with a profound sense of unfamiliarity and even fear towards his father, often crying in terror during their few encounters. "Brother, I've gathered a strand of spiritual energy," he exclaimed excitedly at Zhou Minghu. "Xuanya is truly remarkable." Zhou Minghu smiled, ruffling his brother's hair, yet he suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia. Many years ago, Zhou Ping had praised him in the same manner. Yet now, their father was no longer by their side. "Brother, what's wrong?" Zhou Xuanya asked, tilting his head in confusion. Zhou Minghu snapped back to reality, gently smiling as he replied, "I'm fine. Xuanya must continue to cultivate diligently." Yes, I will," Xuanya assured. Zhou Hong observed the harmonious interaction between the brothers, smiling as he exited the room. He settled on a stone bench in the courtyard, gazing up at the swaying stars, and could not help but muse. The courtyard is growing increasingly cramped. Soon, Zhangxi and Zhang'an will also establish their own families, and we shall need to provide Minghu and Xuanya with separate rooms. It seems we must expand the estate further. Otherwise, it will inevitably feel unsafe. After all, the cultivation of Zhou Minghu and his brother is of paramount importance to our family. Aside from Zhou Ping and his brothers, only Zhou Changhe knew of this, and even among the others residing under the same roof, Zhou Hong dared not reveal it. The cautionary tale of the Liu family serves as a stark reminder: the more who are aware, the greater the danger to oneself. Moreover, the children are growing, and with numerous female and servant members in the household, space is increasingly inadequate. He recalled how, when his brother proposed constructing a larger estate, Zhou Dashan had vehemently opposed it, claiming it was unnecessarily grand. Yet, merely a decade has passed, and it has already become insufficient. How swiftly time flies. Gazing at the crescent moon in the heavens, Zhou Hong could not help but feel a wave of melancholy. He wondered how his younger brother was faring in the mountains. Zhou Ping had sacrificed so much for their family, and now he bore the humiliation and burden of seclusion in the mountains. Separated from his son, the elder brother, Zhou Hong felt not only that he had failed to care for his sibling, but that he had also allowed him to suffer in isolation. How could he not feel shame and regret? Over the years, he dared not show the slightest negligence, nor indulge in frivolity. He diligently managed the family's affairs, feeling a profound sense of guilt towards Zhou Ping. He made every effort to treat the brothers Zhou Ming and Zhou Hu well, even better than his own children, for they were his nephews, and he wished to alleviate the torment within his heart. "Dear brother, it is I who am inept." Chapter 35. The enigmatic fox. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Zhou Ping's appearance had changed little. In fact, due to his tranquil cultivation in the mountains and several attempts to break through barriers, the spiritual energy within him had reached 11 strands, bringing him closer to the threshold of 16. Yet, he found himself at an impasse. His innate talent loomed before him like a towering mountain, cruelly severing any prospects for advancement. This was the sorrow of most practitioners at the Qi awakening stage. It was not that they lacked diligence or effort, but rather that their inherent abilities were woefully inadequate, rendering the path to immortality utterly hopeless, especially after investing 5 to 10 years to reach the pinnacle of the Qi awakening stage, only to find themselves forever estranged from the grand path. How could they not feel despair and heartache? Some resigned themselves to a different fate, establishing families and living as carefree, wealthy individuals after a few more years of unsuccessful cultivation, while others, tenacious in spirit, would persist in their struggles, ultimately withering away on the mountainside, lamenting their fate. Although Zhou Ping felt discontent, he was not one to cling stubbornly to his aspirations. He held his parents and elder brother close to his heart. And now, the entire Zhou family, if the family flourished and descendants thrived, he would find no cause for resentment. As long as Minghu achieves success in his cultivation, I shall no longer need to hide in the mountains. He stood upon the precipice, gazing toward Baishi village, his face etched with longing. He pondered the fate of Xianya, who had been so small the last time they met. He recalled the night he had returned home, hoping to bond with Xianya, only to be met with the child's wails, but a wave of sorrow washed over him. The child does not recognize his father. The family cannot reunite. Over the past 5 years, the constant overtures from the Wang and Sun families had gradually eased Zhou Ping's guard, leading him to consider returning to be with his family. Yet, 2 years prior, a practitioner from the neighboring Lin family had returned home, basking in glory, only to be brutally murdered in his sleep one fateful night, a stark reminder that reverberated in Zhou Ping's heart. How could he afford to let down his guard? As long as his family did not rise, how could he dare to show himself? After all, it was his concealment that kept the Wang and Sun families at bay. Just as Zhou Ping reminisced about his family, he suddenly heard commotion emanating from the nearby woods. Jolting him into alertness, he swiftly conjured a spell, gripping a large blade tightly, his gaze fixed warily in that direction. Having spent so many years in these mountains, he had encountered various wild beasts, even witnessing giant insects and black bears. Although animals generally avoided danger, sensing his presence, he knew he must remain cautious. Suddenly, a striking red fox leapt from the underbrush, its vibrant fur captivating. Upon spotting Zhou Ping, its intelligent eyes flickered with disappointment. What a formidable creature! Zhou Ping's heart raced as he sensed the overwhelming aura of demonic energy emanating from the fox. It was a formidable spirit beast. His body instinctively stiffened, cold sweat beading on his forehead, not daring to move for fear of provoking the fox demon's wrath. Though he felt powerless to fight, he frantically contemplated an escape. This was several dozen miles from Durong Mountain, where even the refined spirits were scarce. How could such a powerful spirit beast appear here? Zhou Ping regretted not having taken more precautions. He glanced at the precipice behind him, though it loomed over 100 feet high. A winding river lay below. If fortune favored him, a leap could lead to survival. Observing that the red fox showed no signs of aggression, Zhou Ping forced himself to suppress his fear. Spirit beasts that had attained enlightenment often possessed human-like qualities. Some even spoke human language under the right circumstances. Given the fox's demeanor, it was likely not a malevolent creature, perhaps even open to communication. Hu Li, a descendant of the heavenly fox ancestor of Durong Mountain, roamed the mountains out of sheer boredom. Upon sensing a decent aura at the foot of the mountains, it had assumed it was a spirit beast, intending to recruit it, only to discover it was a human. Although it had never encountered humanity in its secluded existence, it had heard numerous tales from its elders, so witnessing one was not so extraordinary. Why has a human ventured to Durong Mountain? Zhou Ping was taken aback, astonished that this mountain spirit could indeed understand human speech. Could it be that the great spirits of Durong Mountain had passed down their knowledge? Bowing respectfully, he declared, "I come with no ill intent. My home is not far from here, and I have taken refuge in these mountains. I have never harmed any living beings, and I hope you will show mercy." Hu Li, however, was disinterested. It sensed that Zhou Ping bore no malevolent aura. Unlike the savage beasts of the mountains, it held no appetite for human flesh. Suddenly, a thought struck it. I've heard that your kind prepares many delicious dishes. Procure some for me, and I shall not treat you poorly. Zhou Ping's eyes lit up with delight. Spirit beasts were not as cunning and treacherous as humans, though their nature could be unpredictable. They were often straightforward. From the fox's words, he gathered it likely would not harm him. Moreover, this could potentially become an opportunity for the Zhou family. Derong Mountain held countless treasures, but as a territory of spirits, one would have to risk their life to venture deep within. However, if he could win over this fox, it might casually drop some treasures that could aid his cultivation. I shall certainly fulfill this task. But I wonder how I might find you again. Huli surveyed its surroundings, then looked up at the sky. When the next full moon arrives, I will return. Be prepared. With that, Huli cast a glance toward Baishi village, fearing it was the human's home. This glance sent a shiver through Zhou Ping's heart. He worried that if he could not meet the fox's expectations, it might spell disaster. In an instant, Huli vanished into the forest. The energy in this outer mountain area was exceedingly thin, making it feel uncomfortable. It was only after Huli had completely departed that Zhou Ping felt a semblance of calm, collapsing onto the ground. Panting heavily, his clothes soaked with sweat as he began to strategize. He suspected the fox had been drawn by his aura. Although this place was some distance from Derong Mountain, proximity would inevitably alert the great spirits. Thankfully, it was a benevolent spirit. Had it been a bloodthirsty beast, the mere thought sent chills down his spine. Next time he practiced, he would need to find a more secluded location, ensuring he never returned to this precipice. Calculating the time, he noted that it was already the 13th of June. With less than 2 days until the full moon, it was too late to send someone to the county for provisions. Zhou Ping resolved to go himself. After hastily packing his belongings and concealing his cave dwelling, he set off toward Qing Shui County. Although he had considered informing the authorities, the timing was impractical, and it was unlikely they would intervene. Firstly, the spirit beast had not harmed anyone, and secondly, the fox had remained within Derong Mountain, never encroaching upon human territory. Conversely, Baishi village was situated at the foot of Derong Mountain. Should disaster strike, the authorities would likely turn a blind eye. After all, Derong Mountain was explicitly designated as a territory for spirit beings. Furthermore, the fox was likely a descendant of the spirits residing within Derong Mountain. Should any misfortune occur, even if no conflict arose between the two factions, Baishi village could very well cease to exist in the face of the spirit's wrath. Zhou Ping sighed. All he could do now was take one step at a time. Chapter 36. The magical artifact upon the precipice. Huli savored the pastries Zhou Ping had prepared, its tail wagging in delight. Ah, so this is the exquisite taste of human food. Zhou Ping stood respectfully nearby, not daring to make a sound. After Huli finished the treats, it licked its paws, casting a glance at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping trembled, feeling as if plunged into an icy abyss. You've done well. These treats shall be yours. As Huli opened his mouth, a pile of worn and rusted weapons, including swords and halberds, tumbled forth, appearing as if they could shatter at the slightest touch. These relics were scavenged from the vicinity of Derong Mountain, remnants of the fierce battles fought between humans and demons centuries ago. Having no practical use, Huli deemed it fitting to bestow these treasures upon this human. Zhou Ping was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a gift of ordinary herbs, only to be presented with weapons. Despite their dilapidated condition, these arms exuded an air of power, and there lingered a possibility that they were enchanted artifacts. Little did he know that if Huli were to offer him herbs, it would be met with disdain, for such lowly and damaged weapons held no value for the demons, whereas spiritual herbs could enhance cultivation. A treasure Huli would not part with, even if it were merely a common ginseng. Thank you, esteemed elder, Zhou Ping said, bowing deeply. Artifacts of this nature had once been beyond his wildest dreams, often fetching prices in the hundreds of spirit stones. Moreover, the energy required to wield them was immense. Even at the peak of the qi refining stage, one might struggle to unleash their potential even once. He had not expected that amidst the treachery of humanity, the demon race could exhibit such sincerity. Should any of these weapons prove functional, even if just a couple, they would possess extraordinary might, enabling him to suppress the Wang and Sun families, liberating him from the shadows of the mountains. Next time, I shall prepare some delicacies as a reward, Hu Li remarked, noticing Zhou Ping's delight with a hint of pride. Uncertain of the true utility of these objects, Hu Li had merely heard from the clan elder that humans could wield them, albeit with little strength, rendering them easily destroyable. Initially apprehensive about presenting them, fearing they might be dismissed as mere scrap, Hu Li was a peculiar entity among the fox demons, lacking the bloodthirsty brutality typical of others, and possessing a noble lineage that rendered it notably humane, endearing it to the celestial foxes. Rather than a mere beast, it was more akin to a sentient spirit. Zhou Ping was fortunate. Had he encountered another formidable demon, he might have met a grim fate. Naturally, only Hu Li would venture to the sparsely infused mountains, as other demons preferred the depths of Daong Mountain. I shall certainly comply, Zhou Ping replied respectfully. Yet, upon lifting his head, he found Hu Li gazing intently at him, causing a wave of unease to wash over him. Fear not. I do not consume human flesh. The impurities within are detrimental to my cultivation. Hu Li reassured, its fur shimmering with vibrant hues. Now, examine these items. It feigned disinterest by grooming its fur, seemingly ignoring Zhou Ping. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Ping approached the weapons, scrutinizing them closely. Hu Li, from the corner of its eye, observed Zhou Ping's actions, eager to understand the human's ways. After a thorough search, Zhou Ping uncovered 3 weapons of potential worth, while the rest could only be deemed scrap metal. Perhaps these arms had once been enchanted artifacts or even more powerful treasures, but centuries of wear had rendered their inscriptions ineffective, reducing them to mere objects. The 3 remaining artifacts consisted of a small sword, a palm-sized shield, and a bronze array disc. Notably, the array disc was the most intact. Although its effects remained untested, it promised significant benefits for the Zhou family. In contrast, the sword and shield were in a far worse state. When Zhou Ping infused the sword with spiritual energy, it erupted with formidable power, a chilling brilliance manifesting. However, he quickly felt the numerous inscriptions within the sword deteriorating under the strain, prompting him to withdraw his energy. Even as a novice, he could surmise that the sword had perhaps 3 to 5 uses left before succumbing to ruin. The shield, while slightly better, would offer only a couple more opportunities. Yet, it was precisely because of their dilapidated states that Zhou Ping could utilize them with his meager reserves of energy. Even so, he would need to expend all his energy to unleash their might. It was no wonder that artifacts could only be wielded by those at the qi refining stage and beyond. Not only were they costly, but the energy consumption was immense, beyond the capabilities of a novice. Even the elite disciples of sects, at the qi awakening stage, could manage only a handful of uses before exhausting their energy. If they missed their targets, they would find themselves perilously trapped. In contrast, Zhou Ping's current predicament was different. He faced not cultivators but ordinary villagers, necessitating formidable force for suppression. Thank you, Elder, I vow to repay this kindness 100-fold. Zhou Ping exclaimed, bowing deeply. Hu Li's gift of weapons was akin to a lifeline for the Zhou family, freeing them from the need to hide from the Wang and Sun families. Hu Li, however, found the exchange lackluster. Having sensed the weapon's power, it concluded that they barely matched the strength of a novice qi refining stage strike, hardly capable of piercing its own fjord. It was no wonder the clan elder deemed human artifacts weak. They truly were. Prepare me more delicious food. I have plenty of these as long as you satisfy me. I shall reward you generously. Despite being a demon, Hu Li's naivety resembled that of a 10-year-old child. Preoccupied with trading these rusty relics for delectable human treats, Zhou Ping readily agreed. As long as the weapons yielded even a couple of useful items, any quantity of pastries would be worth it. I shall wait for you here every month, if that pleases you, esteemed elder? Zhou Ping inquired respectfully. After a moment's contemplation, Hu Li shook its head. It would not be wise to frequent this spot. It might arouse the clan elder's suspicions. Moreover, the clan lands are hundreds of miles away, and I prefer not to travel. Every 3 months, then, I shall await your arrival. If I do not come, leave the offerings in your cave. I shall retrieve them, Hu Li stipulated. Zhou Ping quickly added, Elder, these pastries cannot be stored for long. I hope you won't be displeased if they spoil. Hu Li dismissed the concern nonchalantly. If they spoil, I shall send my kin to your village to find you. In that case, another batch shall be prepared. Though it would not directly send demons into the village, the fox clan's innate sensitivity allowed even ordinary foxes to locate it. Your command shall be fulfilled, Zhou Ping replied, bowing. With that, Huli took its leave, disappearing into the forest, heading back to the majestic Daong Mountain. This human's aura is so weak. I wonder if he will perish soon. As Huli paused midway, it glanced back at the cliff, not out of concern for Zhou Ping, but due to the peculiar sentiment he inspired as the first human it had encountered. Akin to a child's attachment to their first toy. Watching Huli's retreating figure, Zhou Ping felt a pang of envy. If only he possessed the cultivation of the qi refining stage, he would not only extend his lifespan but also assert control over his domain. Securing a place among the celestial clans, his deep envy manifested as a sigh, laden with unspoken bitterness. Zhou Ping delayed his return home, intent on thoroughly examining the shield and array disc. Only by understanding their capabilities could he devise appropriate defenses for the current situation. After several tests, he finally unraveled the mysteries of the three artifacts. The small sword consumed over 8 strands of spiritual energy per use, transforming into a flying sword of light, controlled by the wielder, with a maximum range of 10 zhang. However, the farther it flew, the more energy it expended. Most critically, it had only 4 uses remaining, each precious. The shield served as a versatile artifact, requiring over 6 strands of spiritual energy to activate, transforming into a massive shield 1 zhang in size, capable of both defense and offense. It had 5 uses left, and due to its lower energy demands, Zhou Ping intended to entrust it to Minghu for safekeeping. Residing at home, Minghu could catch any intruders off guard. As for the array disc, Zhou Ping, lacking the knowledge of an array master, could not discern its effect. He knew that arrays required auxiliary flags to function, and without them, the disc's potential was rendered moot. With only the disc remaining, even if he understood its purpose, he could not utilize it at present. Rising, he tidied the clothing strewn about the cave, concealing the entrance before setting off toward Baishi village. This time, he was determined to see if the Wang and Sun families would dare to employ deceit. As the daylight lingered, and with the servants and maidservants unlikely to intrude, he settled into a cross-legged position to cultivate his energy, drawing upon the sparse spiritual essence of heaven and earth from all directions. Wisps of ethereal energy gradually coalesced from the 4 corners, formless and intangible, until they finally concentrated into a strand of spiritual energy within the vortex at Zhou Minghu's lower abdomen, emanating a faint white glow before merging into the whirlpool. With a sigh, Zhou Minghu expelled a breath of turbid air, his face lighting up with a joyful smile. Remarkably, he had managed to condense a strand of spiritual energy in just half a month. It was indeed a swift achievement. His internal spiritual energy had grown to 7 strands, and he estimated that with a few more months of practice, he could reach his limit, at which point, with 2 Qi Ling realm cultivators stationed, his father would no longer need to be confined to the mountains. The cultivation of the Qi Ling realm posed little difficulty, especially after the formation of the vortex, which merely required the refinement of spiritual energy to nourish oneself. Once he reached his personal limits, he could attempt to open spiritual acupoints. This was precisely why several families had resolutely exterminated the Zhou family upon learning of their cultivation methods, fearing that a few years hence, the Zhou family might produce an immortal master, making them a formidable adversary. Zhou Minghu pondered, aware that even if he became a Qi Ling realm cultivator, the spiritual energy within him would hardly suffice against many mortals. The Wang and Sun families combined boasted over 100 individuals, with at least 40 or 50 robust young men among them. Even if he and his father, along with a dozen servants, could fight 10 to 1, they would still be outnumbered by half of the combined forces of the Wang and Sun families. Moreover, in times of dire crisis, the loyalty of those servants was far from guaranteed. After all, human hearts are fickle, especially when bound by mere contracts rather than blood ties. Sighing deeply, Zhou Minghu felt a flicker of resentment towards Zhou Hong. Although he understood that his father was confined to the mountains for the sake of the family, why should his uncle's family revel in joy while his father remained isolated, unable to reunite? Just then, he sensed a presence at the front gate, and his eyes sharpened, instinctively activating the golden light technique. One of the most formidable offensive spells left by Zhou Ping it struck swiftly and keenly, capable of cleaving through wooden shields and bones. Who might this cultivator be? Zhou Minghu's heart raced, and he was about to rise and awaken the servants when he felt a familiar aura. "Open the door, I have returned," came Zhou Ping's voice from the entrance, instantly filling Zhou Minghu with joy as he dashed towards the gate. The commotion echoed throughout the manor. "The second master has returned." Zhou Hong was roused by the servants, having no time to don proper attire. He threw on a thin garment and rushed outside, exclaiming in excitement, "Is my younger brother back?" Lin Shi naturally followed closely behind, bowing respectfully, for the family's current wealth stemmed entirely from this uncle. Within a room, Qian Yinxiu wept tears of joy, awakening the slumbering Zhou Xuanya. "Xiao, your father has returned." Ever since Zhou Ping had secluded himself in the mountains, despite Zhou Hong's impartiality, Chen Yinxiu felt her family's loneliness, feeling diminished in comparison to the Lin family. Zhou Xuanya sat up groggily and, upon hearing his mother's words, did not exhibit joy but rather a hint of fear. Having seen Zhou Ping only a handful of times during his childhood, he was utterly unfamiliar with him, even intimidated by that imposing figure. Chen Yinxiu hastily dressed Zhou Xuanya and carried him towards the front door. "Old master, old madam, the second master has returned," a maid called softly before the couple's room. The two elders were momentarily taken aback, then burst into tears, trembling as they made their way to the entrance, nearly stumbling without the maid's support. Meanwhile, Zhou Changhe, accompanied by Sun Shi, excitedly approached the front courtyard. Sun Shi, being her usual modest self, lagged slightly behind. Although she had never met Zhou Ping, she had long heard tales of the second master of the Zhou family. Even her marriage to Zhou Changhe was motivated by the Sun family's desire to curry favor with the Zhou family. Zhou Changxi held the hand of the slightly older Zhou Chang'e, trailing behind his elder brother. They regarded their uncle with a mixture of deference and unfamiliarity. Even Zhou Changxi, having been raised in the back courtyard, was distanced from Zhou Ping, let alone little Zhou Chang'e, who had barely laid eyes on him. Despite the Zhou family being in its third generation, distinctions and closeness had already emerged. Not to mention the distance between the first and second branches. Even the three Zhou brothers experienced some estrangement. Zhou Changhe now managed part of the family's affairs and had started his own family. Even if he had spare time, he was cautious about overseeing Zhou Minghu and his brother, resulting in a somewhat distant relationship with his two younger siblings. As the gates swung open, Zhou Ping stood at the entrance, greeted by a sea of faces, even though the majority were servants and maidservants. He felt a swell of joy. The Zhou family has a promising future. "My son, you have suffered in the mountains." Huang Shi stepped forward, her stooped form embracing Zhou Ping as she wept uncontrollably. Zhou Ping gently patted Huang Shi's back, soothing her softly, "Mother, I am well. I have returned." Zhou Dashan, standing nearby, was in tears but did not rush forward like Huang Shi. He resembled a silent stone, expressing his emotions in quietude. On the day of their extermination, he had stayed awake with his eldest son. He often gathered the brothers Xuanya and Minghu at his knees, not wanting them to feel too much sorrow. Zhou Ping composed himself and addressed his elder brother Zhou Hong. "Elder brother, I am back and will not leave again." "That's good, that's good." Zhou Hong joyfully wiped away his tears, burdened with guilt and hardship over the years, diligently managing the family affairs, never daring to slacken for a moment, fearful of disappointing his brother. Meanwhile, the gathered servants and maidservants lowered their heads, refraining from looking up, each harboring their own thoughts. With the second master returning, the second branch would surely rise in power. These servants, who depended on their respective masters for a living, naturally wished for a better life. If they were to serve under the second branch, they might even receive greater rewards. Many of the servants had already devised plans to seek out Zhou Shi and Hu Weixiang, one managing the household, the other overseeing the women of the back courtyard, hoping that a little financial incentive would secure their places. Such arrangements were undoubtedly Zhou Hong's calculated strategy. Hu Weixiang was Zhou Hu's consort, signifying the family's regard for him while also garnering Zhou Hu's loyalty. Meanwhile, Zhou Shi's consort, Chunlan, managed the women of the front courtyard, ensuring no one faction became overly dominant. "Uncle, let us go home first. It's windy at the entrance, and one might catch a chill," Zhou Changhe suggested. Zhou Minghu's eyes glistened with moisture as he said to Zhou Ping, "Indeed, father, there's no sense in lingering at the gate. It would be much better to be warm at home." Only then did Zhou Ping realize that most of the family members were clad in thin garments, prompting a rush of guilt within him. "Let us go inside," he urged, supporting Huang Shi as they made their way indoors. "Mother, quickly put on more clothing. You mustn't catch a cold." Zhou Changhe turned to Chun Lan. "Sister Lan, prepare a few more dishes. We should celebrate this occasion properly." "Of course, young master," replied a woman in her 20s as she retreated. Halfway inside, Zhou Ping noticed a sturdy old guard standing among the group and bowed slightly. "Su Bo, you have worked hard." "You flatter me, second master. I wouldn't dare to enjoy a life of ease without your generosity," the old man replied, his eyes sparkling with joy at being treated so kindly by his master. He was the old soldier Zhou Ping had hired 5 years ago, who had taught the guards martial skills. The Zhou children had all practiced under his guidance to varying degrees. "What about Zhengbo?" Zhou Ping inquired curiously. "He went to teach at the school established in the village," Zhou Changhe replied. Zhou Ping nodded, saying nothing further, and then his gaze fell upon Qian Yinxiu and the small figure who had been retreating timidly. Their eyes met, and Qin's face immediately flooded with tears, her voice choked with emotion. Despite any grievances she bore, she was merely an ordinary woman. How could she not ache for and long for her husband? Zhou Ping stepped forward to take Qin's hand, intending to comfort Zhou Xuanya at his side, but the child recoiled in fear, leaving Zhou Ping with a mix of emotions, feeling a profound sorrow. "Let us go home. I will not leave again." Chapter 38. The movements of two families. As the Zhou family rejoiced together, news of his return inevitably reached the Wang and Sun families. At the Sun family residence, the patriarch sat in his chair, his brow furrowed in deep concern. How does Zhou Erlang dare to return? Does he not fear being secretly eliminated by our families? "Patriarch, should we send my sister to probe the situation in a few days? If possible, we could directly eliminate Zhou Erlang, and then Bai Shi village would be ours to command," suggested a man standing to the side. The patriarch pondered. Zhou Erlang is not so foolish or reckless. He likely possesses some means of protection against us, otherwise, how could he suddenly return? He originally believed that Zhou Ping would remain in the mountains for a lifetime, and had even planned for the Sun family girl to bear several children, ensuring that their bloodline would occupy the dominant position within the Zhou family, thereby gradually swallowing the Zhou family's foundation. It is only fitting for an uncle to assist his nephew in solidifying their family business, a principle that holds true in any context. However, now that Zhou Ping has not only returned but also intends to stay, it has inevitably given rise to some thoughts in him. After all, although the strategy of waiting patiently to erode the Zhou family's foundation is feasible, the prolonged timeline makes it susceptible to unforeseen changes. Should a child with exceptional destiny suddenly emerge from the Zhou family, or if another path leads to prosperity, their plans would be rendered futile, and they might even find themselves bowing to the Zhou family. Even if this possibility seems remote, given enough time, it remains a potential threat. Moreover, he is significantly older than the head of the Wang family, and fears that after his death, his clan members may become scattered, leading to disarray, while Zhou Ping, in the prime of his life, could ultimately exploit any gaps. After pondering for a moment, the head of the Sun family suddenly had an idea. The most pressing concern is not himself, but rather the head of the Wang family. Recently, the Wang family patriarch had inadvertently caught a chill and has been coughing persistently since. Though it is merely a minor ailment, his advanced age makes it seem as though he is suffering from a severe illness. Even the patriarch himself worries that he may never awaken again. More critically, the young master of the Wang family lacks sufficient prestige to command the 4 branches and 6 houses of the Wang clan. Should he unexpectedly pass away, even if the Wang family can maintain a semblance of stability, internal discord is inevitable. If he were to subtly push things along, it is likely that the Wang patriarch, in his anxiety, would take drastic actions. "Mingxing, go to the village and spread the word that Zhou Erlang has returned." The head of the Sun family waved to the side, then paused to add that Zhou Erlang is in excellent health and capable of subduing both wolves and tigers. A middle-aged man named Sun Mingxing stepped forward. Upon hearing the patriarch's words, he was momentarily taken aback, then seemed to recall something, bowing respectfully as he replied, "Nephew understands." The head of the Sun family watched Sun Mingqing depart. Nodding with satisfaction, he has a few more years to live. If he can cultivate Sun Mingqing into a competent patriarch, he may ensure the preservation of the Sun family's legacy in the future. This is the lament of families like theirs. Despite appearing prosperous, they often lack a strong leader. If the family head does not possess sufficient virtue and respect, he cannot unite the clan members, leading to a trend of disintegration or even division. The Qin family serves as an excellent example. While it seemed the Bai family business's troubles led to the Qin family's bankruptcy, in reality, it was the complete obliteration of Qin Yuanqing's decades-long prestige that rendered the clan members incapable of trust, ultimately resulting in a split. However, as long as Zhou Ping remains, even with the presence of petty schemes, the Zhou family will not face disintegration. For Zhou Ping is a celestial master. Now it remains to be seen whether the old Wang will be deceived and whether he wishes to test the waters of the Zhou family. Should Zhou Ping possess abilities, the Sun family would immediately adopt a more compliant demeanor, fostering harmonious relations as in-laws. But if he lacks such means, the harshness of the world will be unforgiving. Patriarch Wang, behold your great-grandson. A charming young woman presented a newborn infant to the head of the Wang family like a treasure. The patriarch reclined in a rocking chair, his complexion frail, yet a joyful smile illuminated his face as he reached out with his gnarled hands to take the child, only to be seized by a sudden bout of coughing. The urgent sounds echoed, the old man's veins bulging painfully, his face flushed, causing the woman to instinctively pat his back in concern. A middle-aged man with a short beard hurried over, administering the prepared medicine to the old man, bringing him some relief. The man knelt beside the elder, worry etched across his face. "Grandfather, are you all right?" "I am fine," the Wang patriarch replied, gazing at the infant. Yearning to embrace him, yet finding himself utterly devoid of strength, he sighed. "I have grown old and am of little use, grandfather." "You are not old," the middle-aged man said, taking the child and rubbing the elder's hand against the baby's tender cheek. The rough, aged fingers left a red mark on the delicate skin, causing the infant to wail. The man hastily placed the baby back in the woman's arms, urging, "Quickly hold him, lest you disturb grandfather's rest." The woman hurriedly took the child away, anxious not to disrupt the elder's peace. "Adieu. Remember to act with caution. How else can one uphold a family?" The Wang patriarch grasped the middle-aged man's hand. His eyes filled with hope, earnestly advising. This is his grandson, Wang Du, the heir he is most pleased with. In stark contrast, his brother's sons are nothing but idle wastrels, lacking foresight. "Grandfather, I understand everything you say, but I worry for you." Wang Du replied, tears welling in his eyes. "Ah," the Wang patriarch sighed, yearning to live a few more years to secure Wang Du's position as patriarch. Yet now, bedridden with illness, Wang Du's authority is insufficient to command respect from the others. Entrusting the family to him would inevitably lead to chaos. Yet, he is even less inclined to hand the family over to the idle wastrels. During his incapacitation, the fourth and fifth branches have already quarreled over land. And should he die, who knows how fierce the disputes might become. A thriving family has its advantages, but it also brings its share of troubles. The Wang family has stood for 70 years, with some branches having already passed down through 5 generations, undeniably flourishing. However, this growth has led to increasing size while diminishing familial bonds, giving rise to numerous distressing matters. As the elder and patriarch, he can still maintain order among the various branches, but how will Wang Du manage once he ascends? In that moment, the Wang patriarch felt a mounting anxiety, frustrated with himself for falling ill so suddenly and regretting that he had not groomed his grandson Wang Du earlier. Yet, no matter how much anger he felt, it ultimately culminated in a sigh. He then recalled the hushed conversations among the clan members that morning and inquired, "Has Zhou Erlang returned?" Wang Du had wanted to keep this information from the patriarch, instructing others not to mention it before him, but now he could only relay the facts. He returned this morning and claimed he would not leave again, currently hiding in the Zhou family's main residence without showing himself. The Wang patriarch was immediately invigorated, laboriously sitting up. Zhou Erlang's return signals that he may be aware of the patriarch's precarious state, thus unafraid of the two families, or perhaps he possesses some means. As one grows older and nears death, thoughts grow heavier, and the patriarch suddenly found himself contemplating many possibilities. "I asked there anything else?" Wang Du hesitated, eventually stammering that villagers had reported seeing Zhou Erlang that morning, even claiming he had returned with a fierce tiger. The Wang patriarch scoffed coldly. He knew this was merely a rumor spread by Sun Lao Gue, intended to provoke him into acting against the Zhou family. Yet, given that this is a blatant maneuver, he finds himself compelled to engage. He does not fear the Sun family, not only due to their familial ties, but also because the Sun family's circumstances are not vastly superior to the Wang family. They too are mired in petty squabbles. Even if the Sun family wished to act against the Wang family after his death, they would be powerless to do so. However, the Zhou family is different. Although fewer in number, their unity is formidable. He fears that after his demise, his own clan members, in their struggle for power, might unwittingly invite disaster by bringing the Zhou family into their affairs. Or that the Zhou family might strike first, ultimately turning their vast estate into another's garment. "Have you managed the relationships as instructed? How did it go?" "All is in order. There is a man named Zhao Quan among the guards, who is greedy and easily manipulated," Wang Du replied. The strategies employed by their two families against the Zhou family extend beyond mere marriage alliances. They subtly infiltrate the servants and guards, covertly courting the tenants. Were it not for their fear of Zhou Ping, they would have long since absorbed the Zhou family. The Wang patriarch nodded slightly, suggesting they recruit a few ruffians from the neighboring village to test the Zhou family's resolve. "Send Wang Yin too. Instruct him that if he does not return, his family will be cared for by our clan." Wang Du's expression changed slightly. Wang Yin is a member of the Wang family who, years ago, committed murder and went missing. In truth, he had returned to the clan, and few were aware of this matter. "My grandson understands. He will ensure they have no ties to our family." Wang Du's eyes flickered as he slowly withdrew. Though they had heard many rumors of celestial masters being slain, these were merely whispers. The incident in Linjiakan, where a celestial master was stabbed to death in his sleep, was a tangible reality, shattering the reverence surrounding celestial masters among the ignorant villagers, diminishing their fear. The Wang patriarch reclined in his rocking chair, closing his eyes to rest, coughing intermittently. Sun Lao Gue wishes for him to confront the Zhou family and test Zhou Ping's capabilities. He is indeed inclined to act, but he will not allow his own family to take action, for that would leave no room for retreat with the Zhou family. He'll ensure the family's prosperity. One must tread carefully, strategizing and maintaining a faade of diplomacy with the enemy, preparing for all eventualities. If the Zhou family grows strong, the Wang family will, of course, humbly bow in deference. If the Zhou family finds itself in a position of weakness, let it not be lamented that the law of the jungle prevails, for the world is inherently unjust. For the time being, let those ignorant villagers, blinded by greed, pay with their lives to test the resolve of the Wang family. Chapter 39. The father wields the sword, the son holds the shield in the Zhou family mansion. Minghu, come, refine this. Zhou Ping summoned Zhou Minghu to his study and handed him a small shield. Upon receiving the palm-sized shield, Zhou Minghu looked puzzled and asked, "Father, what is this small shield?" After all, Zhou Ping had only taught him the methods of cultivation over the years, leaving him with scant knowledge of the common lore in the realm of cultivation. "This is a magical weapon, one that can only be wielded by cultivators, by channeling spiritual energy into it. It can unleash formidable power," Zhou Ping explained with keen eyes. "With this magical weapon, even if the Wang and Sun families dare to act nefariously, we can easily suppress them. Once refined, it will respond to your will as if it were an extension of your own body." Hearing his father's words, Zhou Minghu's eyes sparkled with excitement, for he knew that with such a treasure, their family would surely be secure. He immediately sat cross-legged and began the process of refining the weapon with his spiritual energy bit by bit. After all, magical weapons are meant for cultivators at the chi refining stage. Not only do they possess abundant spiritual energy, but they also have developed a rudimentary sense of consciousness. Although the consciousness of chi refining cultivators is not particularly powerful or fierce, it is sufficient for refining magical weapons, ensuring they are not easily taken by others. However, Zhou Minghu was merely a fledgling cultivator at the Qi awakening stage, and thus could not fully refine it. For now, He could only saturate the weapon with his spiritual energy to familiarize himself with it for future use. Yet, if he were to confront a chi refining cultivator, it is likely that the weapon would be snatched away and refined by them in an instant. Nonetheless, in the entire Qingshui County, only the Huang family of Pingyun in the east has chi refining cultivators. The west is sparsely populated with spiritual energy, and chi refining cultivators would be reluctant to linger there, so we need not worry. Before long, Zhou Minghu opened his eyes, a look of joy illuminating his face. He felt a surge of spiritual energy within him, and in an instant, the small shield expanded dramatically, transforming into a massive shield nearly 10 feet wide, adorned with numerous menacing cracks, exuding a faint aura of pressure. If the study had not been spacious enough, it would have surely caused quite a commotion. With a mere thought, the shield began to whirl, creating a tempest within the study, sending books and furniture tumbling about chaotically. Truly a marvelous treasure, Zhou Minghu exclaimed in excitement, noting that the force of that strike must have been nearly 1,000 pounds. Striking another would surely result in grievous injury, shattering flesh and organs. Its area of effect was substantial, capable of sweeping through a crowd. This was infinitely superior to his previous golden light technique, truly a method of the celestial beings. Yet, in the next moment, Zhou Minghu's expression changed as he felt his spiritual energy dissipate entirely, leaving him utterly drained. The shield swiftly reverted to its original size, landing in his palm, now marked with several conspicuous cracks on its surface. Zhou Ping chuckled softly from the side. The shield, while requiring minimal spiritual energy to operate, was not something Zhou Minghu could wield freely at this stage. After all, Zhou Minghu currently possessed only 7 strands of spiritual energy, while the shield required over 6 strands. His earlier reckless connection with the shield led to a complete drain, leaving him in a state of disarray. Though both the shield and the small sword were incomplete magical weapons with limited uses, Zhou Ping did not consider this instance a waste. Utilizing even one use to familiarize Minghu with the weapon would increase their chances of victory in combat, certainly worth the cost. This magical weapon is but a fragment, and its uses are limited. Each instance is exceedingly precious and must not be squandered. Zhou Ping cautioned in combat, do not recklessly inject all your spiritual energy. While it may enhance the weapon's power, failing to eliminate the enemy could plunge you into peril. I understand, Father, Zhou Minghu replied solemnly, feeling ashamed for having wasted such a valuable family treasure. Zhou Ping continued, upon my return, the Wang and Sun families will undoubtedly not remain idle. They will take action. When that time comes, we must strike with overwhelming force to deter them, instilling fear so they dare not harbor wicked thoughts, allowing us to live in peace. You speak wisely, Father. Only by becoming formidable enough to prevent them from overstepping their bounds will the Zhou family earn their submission. Zhou Minghu replied respectfully. Zhou Ping nodded. In the future, I will diligently teach you and Xuanya the ways of cultivation and the knowledge of the cultivation realm. Our family is destined to become a great clan, and it is essential that we are well versed in the fundamentals of cultivation. Zhou Minghu, however, felt some confusion. Although their family already had 3 cultivators, it did not guarantee that the younger generation would produce any more. Nevertheless, his father was right. He and Xuanya certainly needed to gain some understanding of the cultivation world. Zhou Ping smiled with satisfaction, then made to leave the room but paused momentarily to say, by the way. Zhou Minghu looked perplexed and asked, is there anything else, Father? Please tidy up the mess you've made. We wouldn't want the servants to see it, Zhou Ping said, smiling as he opened the door to the study and kindly closed it behind him, leaving Zhou Minghu in a daze. Just moments ago, he had wielded the shield with great flair and grandeur, only to leave the study in disarray, a consequence of his own actions. Yet he knew that their family had only recently established itself, and the servants were all hired hands, many of whom could not be trusted. If the Wang and Sun families were to act nefariously, discretion was paramount. One must not only display a formidable strike to intimidate them, but also ensure they pay a heavy price, instilling fear and trepidation towards the Zhou family. People do not develop excessive respect for power, but they will harbor an incessant fear of tyranny. By the time Zhou Minghu emerged, the study was restored to its original state. He scanned the surroundings to confirm that no one was watching before heading towards the back courtyard. However, not long after he left, a servant made his way from the front courtyard towards the back, casually glancing at the study before continuing on his way. Since Zhou Ping's return, the Zhou family had been engaged in extensive renovations, expanding the mansion on both sides to create 2 large courtyards, transforming the entire estate into a massive cross shape. They had even hired skilled masons and carpenters to undertake the renovations. Zhou Dashan, rising from his bed, felt both gratified and pensive, realizing that the family's long-saved wealth was about to be depleted. The Zhou family had built its reputation on kindness and benevolence over the years, owning nearly 300 acres of land, with 40% of the villagers as their tenants. When Zhou Ping first returned home, the family had only a few acres of land and had to rent land from Luda to survive. Even after acquiring land later, the other families did not covet the Zhou family's holdings, as they were merely dozens of acres. But the situation had changed. With nearly 300 acres, the Zhou family now held more land than any of the Wang or Sun families, yet their numbers were few, and their virtues did not match their status. It is not just the Wang and Sun families. Had the Zhou family possessed such land 10 years prior, the 4 families would have likely banded together to eradicate them. This was why Zhou Ping had remained hidden after the Lu family was annihilated. He feared the ruthless nature of the Wang and Sun families, and their substantial holdings made them targets. As wealth has always been a source of temptation, with the construction of the new home, the influx of people created a complex situation, and raised platforms on both sides of the mansion made it easy for misfortune to occur. Should any ill-intentioned individuals wish to enter the courtyard, they could easily leap inside. This was Zhou Ping's opportunity to strike against the Wang and Sun families. After all, it has been said that one cannot guard against thieves forever. Only by making the Wang and Sun families believe there is an opportunity to exploit can they be coerced into acting recklessly, allowing for a decisive show of strength. Yet, despite having such a significant opportunity, the father and son had taken turns keeping watch for over a month, with no sign of any movement from the Wang and Sun families, leaving them feeling somewhat agitated. One fateful night. Minghu, go to sleep. I shall keep watch during the latter half of the night, Zhou Ping said, having donned his clothing and approached Zhou Minghu. They had been alternating their vigil to prevent any foul play from the Wang and Sun families. Ultimately, Zhou Ping was reluctant to tire his son, so he let him rest during the first half of the night. Zhou Minghu, already exhausted from sensing the external disturbances, obediently lay down on the side bed and fell asleep. Zhou Ping sat cross-legged nearby, cultivating his energy while gripping the small sword, ready for any sudden developments. As time passed, the night enveloped the earth completely, and all was silent in Baishi village. After an unspecified duration, a faint sound reached his ears from outside. Crack! Zhou Ping, who had been meditating to maintain his optimal state, suddenly opened his eyes wide, gazing intently outside. Just in time. Chapter 40. The suppression in the side courtyard. Several figures cautiously climbed over the dirt mound into the yard. The leader was a towering man named Wang Yin, whose imposing presence exuded a ferocious aura. Following closely behind him were several others, each bearing sinister expressions with shifty eyes and furtive glances. As the saying goes, one's appearance reflects their inner self. These men were nothing more than idle ruffians from neighboring villages, perpetually engaged in petty thievery and misconduct. Moreover, they had previously been seduced by the wealth of a local landlord from a nearby village, leading to the nighttime murder of a returning Qi awakening cultivator, which had only emboldened their arrogance. Thus, the Wang family had sought them out. If it comes to fruition, it is merely a matter of monetary gain. If it does not, it bears no consequence to the Wang family. In their possession are sharp and fearsome blades, exuding an air of menace. Within the courtyard stands a robust guard named Zhao Quan, who surveys his surroundings before assisting those below one by one. What is the situation? Once all have descended, Wang Yin discreetly slips a silver ingot weighing 20 taels into Zhao Quan's hands and inquires softly. Zhao Quan accepts the silver, his face lighting up with joy as he responds, "Rest assured. I shall stand watch tonight. I will not be discovered. I have also gathered intelligence on the Zhou family. They are usually asleep at this hour, although Zhou Changhe has stationed 2 teams of 4 to guard. As the saying goes, where there are policies from above, there are countermeasures below. These guards will undoubtedly grow lax once the Zhou family has turned in for the night." since I am volunteering to keep watch? The other guards will be more than willing. I merely need to let them in to earn 20 taels of silver, and should the plan succeed, an additional 15 acres of land will free me from servitude. How could Zhao Quan not be tempted? The idle ruffians caught a glimmer of silver in the darkness, their breath quickening and eyes gleaming with greed. Wang Yin turned, speaking in a hushed tone. If the plan succeeds tonight, each of you will receive 30 taels. One among them, a man named Lin Shirtu, sneered, as for the Immortal Master, we are no strangers to killing. It's merely a matter of plunging a blade in and pulling it out. The target falls lifelessly. The rest of the group shared twisted smiles, their weapons gleaming ominously. Strictly speaking, the Zhou family still had some blood ties to them, for Zhou Hong's wife, Lin Shi, hailed from the Lin family village. Yet the slain Immortal Master belonged to their own clan, a fact that had instilled fear among the prominent families, ultimately leading to his demise. As long as the price is right, even kin and friends may be slain, let alone a distant relative like the Immortal Master. Zhou Erlang is in the eastern room of the back courtyard. I will lead you there, Zhao Quan said, tucking the silver away. The group stealthily made their way towards the back courtyard, with Wang Yin bringing up the rear. The Wang family had instructed him to launch a nighttime assault on the Zhou family, not merely to eliminate Zhou Ping, but also to ensure that should they fail, no witnesses remained. It was imperative that the Zhou family could not seize any incriminating evidence. Wang Yin, remember, if Zhou Erlang possesses any formidable powers, you must fight to kill, and do not involve our family. They had warned him before the operation, providing him with 20 taels as a relocation fee. He was originally a fugitive murderer, hiding within the clan to survive. He felt guilty about failing to care for his parents. If he could trade his worthless life for the happiness of a family, it would be worth it. Zhao Quan pressed forward, his expression sinister. Should the plan succeed, he would not only gain wealth, but also free himself from servitude. Lin Shirtu fantasized about how to squander the riches, while the 4 or 5 men resembled greedy wolves, their eyes glinting with a sinister green light. Suddenly, the door separating the back courtyard burst open, flooding the area with blinding white light, leaving the group momentarily dazzled and terrified. Damn it, my eyes! Run! Zhou Erlang is awake. As these individuals panicked, an overwhelming force surged forth. A small sword shot from the back courtyard like a phoenix in flight, slicing through the crowd, instantly causing carnage and screams of agony. Wang Yin trembled, disregarding the visibility of his surroundings, swinging his large blade forward, cleaving into a man's neck, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. With such abilities, Zhou Erlang must not be linked to his family. Zhou Ping, momentarily stunned, did not expect someone to attempt to cover up, but how could a mere mortal outpace a flying sword? His eyes sharpened with focus as the small sword erupted with formidable power, cleaving Wang Yin in two, flesh and blood exploding outward. Ultimately, he had brought disaster upon his own clan. The last vestige of Wang Yan's consciousness faded with regret. Beside him, Zhou Minghu had never witnessed such a bloody and terrifying scene. His body shuddered violently, and he reluctantly closed his eyes. Open your eyes and behold, the world is this cruel. If we do not kill them, they will annihilate our Zhou family, Zhou Ping admonished. He would not permit Zhou Minghu to be timid. Such cowardice could not uphold the Zhou family's future. The sounds of reprimands and agonized cries caused Zhou Minghu to tremble incessantly, yet he forced himself to remain composed, fixating on the mangled corpses. Once the blinding light dissipated, the small sword transformed into a streak of light and vanished into Zhou Ping's sleeve, his complexion slightly pale. Only Zhao Quan and Lin Shirtu remained alive, while the others lay dismembered and scattered across the ground. Upon sensing the arrival of others, Zhou Ping awakened Zhou Minghu, urging him to employ the illumination technique, a minor spell used by cultivators for lighting. Yet, in the pitch-black night, it unleashed astonishing effects. The instantaneous brilliance temporarily blinded the ruffians, leaving them helpless against the onslaught of the small sword, awaiting their demise. The guards in the front courtyard, awakened by the screams, rushed in only to be met with this horrific sight, their faces paling in fear. Some even retching uncontrollably. Zhao Quan, what have you done? Elder Su, dragging his weary frame, approached, As a seasoned survivor of the battlefield, his expression remained unchanged. Upon witnessing the scene, he quickly grasped the situation, dropping to his knees before Zhou Ping, bowing his head in despair. "Second Master, it is I who have failed to teach properly. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Yet I implore you to allow me to personally slay this beast, to repay your kindness with my own life." Zhao Quan, covered in countless wounds and terrified, knelt before him, fervently bowing his head, trembling. "Second Master, spare my life. I was momentarily bewitched. I beg for your mercy, Elder Su." "Rise. This is not your fault," Zhou Ping replied slowly, casting a cold glance at the other guards, causing them to tremble and kneel in fear. Elder Su, bloodied from his fervent bowing, picked up a dagger from the ground. Filled with rage, ready to thrust it at Zhao Quan, he had received favors from the Zhou family. How could he tolerate a guard he had trained to betray his own family? But then Zhou Minghu suddenly stepped forward, radiating golden light from his hands, and pierced Zhao Quan's chest, severing his upper body in half. In that instant, fear rippled through everyone, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. The hidden groups outside the courtyard were equally terrified. Fleeing frantically to their respective homes, the Zhou family not only possessed unmatched immortal powers, but also had a second immortal master. The individuals emerging from the back courtyard were horrified and screamed in terror, while Zhou Hong and Zhou Changhe, suppressing their fear, advanced. Lin Shi too, however, saw Lin Shi in the back courtyard and clung to her like a lifeline. "Sister, it's me, Shi too. Please save me, I don't want to die." Zhou Changhe frowned, kicking him down and sternly ordering, "Stop your nonsense, quickly tell us who sent you." At this moment, not even a distant relative would be spared. Even his own uncle would face death. In the distance, Lin Shi felt a twinge of reluctance, yet dared not speak further in this life-or-death moment. Lin Shi too, fearing he would be too slow, tremulously pointed at the half-corpse of Wang Yin and urgently exclaimed, "It was Wang Yin from the Wang family." Zhou Ping scoffed, well aware of the Wang family's reputation. Wang Yin was a fugitive murderer hidden away by them. Now, with this leverage in hand, he contemplated dismantling the Wang family. The Wang and Sun families had connections within the county government, albeit minor, allowing them to petition the authorities. Thus, any action against the Wang family could not be as extreme as the Liu family's annihilation. It required cunning. But let us not forget, he was the village chief of Baishi village, responsible for law and taxes. With a murderer concealed in the village, it fell squarely upon him. He then commanded the guards, "Take Wang Yin and this fellow to the Wang family to demand justice." The guards, already terrified, fearing retribution from their masters, were eager to flee, hastily seizing Wang Yan's corpse and sprinting towards the Wang family. Not daring to delay, Zhou Ping discreetly placed the small sword in Zhou Minghu's hand as he armed himself with a shield, leading a throng towards the Wang family. After all, the Wang family was numerous and powerful, and his own spiritual energy was insufficient to summon the small sword again. Though the remaining 3 strands of spiritual energy did not suffice to unleash the shield's full power, they could still provide some defense. Once Zhou Ping departed, only a pool of blood remained. The servants and guards dared not lift their heads to meet their masters. Their previous bravado vanished. The distinction between an immortal master and one who indiscriminately slaughters was stark. In the hearts of these servants, an indelible sense of reverence and fear had taken root. "Clean this place up," Zhou Minghu's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping together, prompting the servants to tremble in alarm. Desperately trying to clear away the blood and filth in that moment, he commanded more authority than Zhou Hong and his son, who had served as stewards for years. Meanwhile, upon hearing Sun Mingqing's report that Zhou Ping possessed immortal powers and that Zhou Minghu was also an immortal master, the patriarch of the Sun family fell into deep silence, ultimately exhaling a long sigh. "From this day forth, Baishi village shall bear the Zhou surname. Accompany me to visit the Zhou family tomorrow morning." He comprehended that the celestial techniques capable of instantaneously slaying multiple individuals were far beyond the capabilities of his Sun family. Moreover, with the presence of a second immortal master from the Zhou family, the situation became even more dire. However, He took solace in the fact that his family had not made the first move and maintained a familial bond with the Zhou family. He had already devised a plan to allow his lineage to become a vassal clan of the Zhou family, which would at least ensure the continuation of their lineage. Should the Zhou family prosper, perhaps his own family might also attain fortune. As the saying goes, if the Zhou family were weak, the law of the jungle would prevail. If they were strong, the Sun family would naturally bow and serve as foot soldiers. Chapter 41. A nest of vipers on a pitch-black night, torches blazed brightly as several burly servants hastened towards the Wang family estate, carrying the dismembered bodies of Lin Shitu and Wang Yin, resembling lifeless hounds in by Creek Village. Some families, disturbed by the commotion, were awakened and, upon peering through their doors, were struck with terror, hastily gathering their kin to hide in the grain cellar. In an instant, Bai Creek Village was engulfed in chaos. Zhou Ping, however, remained oblivious to the disturbances emanating from the surrounding homes, continuously channeling his qi to restore his spiritual energy. Although the restoration was slow while on the move, any increment in spiritual energy bolstered his ability to protect himself. Moreover, such matters could not be delayed, for hesitation could lead to unforeseen changes. His target was not the entire Wang family, but rather the patriarch, aiming to sow discord among the various branches of the Wang clan. Naturally, the distance between the Wang and Zhou families, spanning the entirety of Bai Creek Village, incited turmoil among the villagers. Old Chen awoke from his slumber, his murky eyes peering through the crack of the door, widening in shock as an unprecedented glimmer flickered within them. He turned slowly to glance at the bed, where a middle-aged woman and a toddler lay. Why can't my Chen family be present to observe the affairs of the world? Since Chen Yinqiu married Zhou Ping, old Chen had enjoyed a life of comfort, even marrying a middle-aged woman and fathering a robust son named Chen Fuxing in recent years. Although he harbored lingering resentments, they were ultimately the blood feuds of his deceased mother's clan. After all, he bore the surname Chen. By presenting the land deed once held by Chen Yinqiu and the Li family to Zhou Ping, he sought both retribution for his blood vendetta and a brighter future for his family. Now that the Zhou family was on the rise, and given the circumstances of the night, it seemed the Wang family was destined for ruin. Furthermore, with the Zhou family's sparse ranks, they would inevitably require assistance in various matters. As a member of the Zhou family's second branch, he would be far easier to control than the primary Lin clan, which could only bode well for him. Sitting at the edge of his bed, he gently roused the woman. "Old man, what is happening at this late hour?" she murmured, still half asleep and drowsy. "Tomorrow, you and I shall take Fuxing to the Zhou family to visit his sister and a few nephews." Old Chen replied softly. The woman, still bewildered, could only respond vaguely, unaware of the significance this day held for the Chen family. Meanwhile, the Wang family was in disarray. The surrounding houses, all belonging to the Wang family, were filled with figures of various ages, some even hastily throwing on clothes as they rushed toward the main estate. "What is going on?" a man urgently inquired. "The clan leader says that Zhou Erlang has killed our clansmen and is heading this way." This revelation ignited a wave of fury among the Wang men, who were incensed by Zhou Erlang's audacity. "We haven't provoked him. How dare he humiliate our family, even if he is an immortal master? He shall meet his end today. How dare Zhou Erlang act so brazenly? Does he think there are no men left in the Wang family?" The courtyard was now crowded with 30 or 40 individuals, all clamoring in a cacophony. Yet, the six seated at the head of the gathering bore varying expressions. Among them were elderly men and those with short beards, leaders from the 4 branches of the Wang family. While the ordinary clansmen were oblivious to the truth, these leaders were acutely aware. This was a consequence of their own failed assassination attempt, and tonight they would have to pay a price. The Wang family patriarch scanned the 5 surrounding him, including his own brother, who was secretly vying for the position of the main branch's leader, and distant nephews and cousins, all contributing to the chaos within the Wang family. When his father established the family, he had a much younger brother, only slightly older than him. This resulted in the 3 branches of their lineage expanding, while the branch of that younger uncle was consistently marginalized. Yet, the Wang family had produced a minor official from that branch, necessitating a forced alliance. Despite the seemingly prosperous facade of the Wang family, countless petty disputes festered beneath the surface, which he could only tenuously hold together. Upon learning of Wang Yan's death and the exposure of their plot, he hastily summoned his clansmen, hoping to unify them with half-truths and subsequently apply collective pressure to compel Zhou Ping to relent. After all, they had an official among them, and even if he could not aid the clan, should Zhou Ping act recklessly, it would naturally be reported to the authorities. Wang Du stood behind him. Trembling slightly, he was merely a peasant raised in the fields. Even though his grandfather had nurtured him for years, he had never witnessed such scenes. Meanwhile, a portly middle-aged man beside the Wang patriarch appeared indifferent. Sipping tea, if one were to consider relationships, he was the patriarch's cousin, representing the younger uncle's branch, known as Wang Hui on the other side. The patriarch's brother and 3 nephews exchanged furtive glances, each contemplating something. At that moment, the majority of the people in the courtyard united in shared animosity, yet the leaders of the various branches bore different expressions, calculating their own interests. How ironic! The turmoil continued until Zhou Ping arrived with a cadre of servants. 2 guards coldly tossed Wang Yan's corpse onto the ground, blood still fresh, splattering everywhere, causing the onlookers to hastily retreat for fear of staining their garments. Zhou Erlang, you have some audacity. This is the ancestral hall of the Wang family, and you dare to discard a corpse here. Someone in the crowd shouted furiously. Zhou Ping let out a cold laugh. Precisely because this is your ancestral hall, I wish to let him acknowledge his roots. Upon hearing this, several Wang family members surged forward, only to be halted by Zhou Ping's servants, their fierce countenances instilling fear. Among them was a certain Zhao Quan, a rebellious character, who, terrified by Zhou Ping and his son's ruthlessness, sought to perform well in hopes of evading punishment later. After all, the entrance of a ruthless criminal into the estate was a significant dereliction of duty for those tasked with its protection. Yet amidst the crowd, some faces revealed confusion, frequently glancing at the dismembered body, and upon recognizing the blood-stained visage, their expressions shifted dramatically. Some who were in the know maintained their composure, casting sidelong glances at their patriarch. While women and children wept and lamented, "I shall see how long your Wang family can shield a murderer," Zhou Ping bellowed, momentarily silencing the crowd. He then kicked Lin Shitu forward, instructing them to discern the true situation. Lin Shitu stumbled to the ground, his garments soaked in blood, appearing frail yet with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. On the journey, Zhou Ping had explicitly told him that if he pinned the blame solely on the Wang patriarch, he would be granted a path to survival. It was Lord Wang who sought us out, offering each of us 30 taels to go to the Zhou family and kill, Lin Shitu exclaimed, casting a fearful glance at Zhou Ping before suddenly rising, pointing at Wang Yan's corpse and shouting, "It was he! It was Wang Yan who led us." He then threw the 30 taels Zhou Ping had given him onto the ground. Trembling with fear, "The money is right here. I dare not do it again. Lord Wang, I beg you to save me." This revelation caused an uproar among the crowd. All eyes turned toward their patriarch in disbelief. They had not anticipated that their leader would go so far as to hire a killer, and at such a steep price. Surely it must have drained the family's resources. Wang Du, incensed, felt his heart race. He had only given each of them 5 taels, intending to use the Zhou family's wealth for reimbursement after the deed was done. "You speak nonsense. When did we ever instruct you to kill? Cease your fabrications. Furthermore, Zhou Erlang, you merely dragged a couple of people to slander my Wang family. This is an affront." Some of the Wang family members glared menacingly, preparing to encircle them. The crowd, driven by a herd mentality, echoed each other's sentiments. They naturally trusted their own clansmen and rejected outsiders. "Oh? Did I then make a mistake?" Zhou Ping replied with a faint smile, "Is this individual not one of your Wang family?" The crowd fell silent, some seething in anger, while others recognized the truth but were unwilling or unable to speak. Wang Yin, the son of Wang Yueping from the Wang family's 3rd branch, had fled 4 years prior after slaughtering the Li family of Gulin, ultimately becoming a fugitive sought by the authorities. As Zhou Ping continued to speak, an increasing number of Wang family members' expressions shifted, and upon gazing at the corpse, they could no longer deny that it was their own kin. Wang Yan.it is crucial to understand that engaging in clandestine murder and plunder, as long as one was not pursued by the authorities, typically bore no consequences. However, once pursued, the ramifications of their crimes escalated significantly. Should the investigation continue, it could very well implicate the entire Wang family. Zhou Ping surveyed his surroundings, and all members of the Wang household instinctively lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. As the village chief of Baishi village, it is my duty to report any individuals harboring criminals to the authorities. Zhou Ping paced thoughtfully, declaring that the Wang family, led by Wang Du, was not only guilty of sheltering criminals but also of hiring assassins. Their crimes warrant severe punishment. Seize them at once and deliver them to the authorities by tomorrow. With a commanding shout, several burly guards advanced menacingly towards the head of the Wang family. Instantly, the Wang family members erupted in fury, with many brandishing makeshift weapons and standing defiantly, shouting, "Let us see who dares to lay a hand on our patriarch." Zhou Ping tightened his grip on his shield, his voice cold and resolute. So, it seems that it is not just Wang Du's family harboring criminals, but the entire Wang clan. At that moment, the morale of the Wang family diminished significantly. Yet they still did not retreat, resolutely shielding their household guards in the distance. The patriarch of the Wang family sighed in despair, his illness weighing heavily upon him. Yet a faint smile of contentment crossed his face. For at least he witnessed the unity among his kin. However, the remaining 5 stood in silence, all wishing for Zhou Ping to take their patriarch away. Yet none dared voice such sentiments in front of the entire clan. Zhou Ping chuckled lightly, then produced 50 taels of silver from his sleeve, tossing it to the ground with a resounding clink. "This is the money your patriarch misappropriated from the family estate to hire assassins. As the village chief, it is my duty to safeguard the property of all households, and thus I have come to return it to your family." As the glimmering silver fell to the ground, the atmosphere among the Wang family members grew even more somber. If their patriarch truly misused the family assets, then despite his position, he would struggle to command their respect. The family estate belongs to all. And to so casually bestow nearly 100 taels upon outsiders without their knowledge would surely breed discontent and resentment. When personal interests are at stake, all become exceedingly selfish. The expressions of the 5 heads of the various branches shifted, with one slowly rising to speak. They were well aware that this silver was not their own, but rather a blatant gift from Zhou Ping. This suited their desires perfectly, for they had long coveted the position of patriarch. After all, who wouldn't wish to be the head of the family, seeking greater wealth for their own branch? Now, not only could they unseat their patriarch, but they could also gain a handsome sum of silver without any cost. Had Wang Yin and the others not failed to eliminate Zhou Ping, they would not have placed him in a position of righteousness. If they continued their obstinacy, they risked inciting further trouble. It was better to tactfully withdraw. With family connections in the authorities, the worst that would happen would be some minor punishment. Furthermore, misappropriating family assets is a grave offense. Even if they returned safely, they would no longer be fit to hold the title of patriarch. "Thank you, village chief, for reclaiming our family assets," Wang Hui spoke slowly, "but regarding my patriarch's harboring of criminals, this matter requires further investigation. I implore you to remain just." While at first glance this statement seemed to exonerate their patriarch, it effectively solidified the accusations of misappropriation. The Wang family members were disheartened, and some cast cold glances at their patriarch. Their eyes filled with anger and resentment. My mother fell ill and sought to borrow money for medicine from the clan, yet they only offered me a few coins. It turns out they gave it all to outsiders to hire assassins. One man muttered in indignation. Another young man exclaimed in fury, "Our family can barely afford food. The grain we receive from the clan diminishes year by year, and our children go hungry. Imagine how much grain could be bought with all this money." Wang Du shouted desperately, trying to explain to his kin, "Do not listen to his nonsense. I did not give any money, and you say you gave no money? Then how can this real gold and silver be anything but genuine?" A woman rebuked. Wang Du attempted to offer further explanations, but was abruptly seized by his own grandfather. The elder shook his head slowly. From the moment Wang Hui stood, the course of events could not be altered. He managed a bitter smile, fearing that the others would share the same sentiments. At that moment, an elder beside him rose, speaking gently, "My brother would never shelter a murderer. I implore the village chief to thoroughly investigate." Upon seeing his younger brother Wang Feng stand, the patriarch's gaze fell, and he was utterly disheartened. Wang Feng, rest assured, I believe the authorities will surely clear our elder's name, Zhou Ping replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Wang Feng, hands clasped behind his back, chuckled, you speak wisely. Once their elder was deposed, the patriarch's position would naturally fall to him. What was it but a matter of mere years of seniority? He aimed to prove to their late father that he too could govern the family well. Meanwhile, the three brothers of the Wang family watched their uncle and cousin with bemused expressions. Once their elder was removed, their branch, being the most numerous, would certainly claim the patriarchate. Thank you, esteemed uncles, for your understanding. I shall take our elder away now, and I hope you will not hold it against me. Zhou Ping bowed respectfully. At once, the guards surged forward, intent on apprehending Wang Du and his grandson. Those who wished to intervene were halted by Wang Hui's voice. This is merely suspicion. Once the truth is uncovered, my elder will be released. What do you have to worry about? Fear not. With me here, my elder will come to no harm. This reassurance calmed the clan members, for after all, Wang Hui's second son worked in the county. They were family. Could he truly deceive them? Several guards swiftly seized Wang Du, who struggled fiercely but was unable to break free. The patriarch, seated in his rocking chair, was unceremoniously lifted along with it. Already suffering from a chill, Zhou Ping did not wish to inadvertently cause his demise. At the very least, he did not want it to happen on his watch. Let us return home, Zhou Ping declared, leading his entourage away, leaving the Wang family in disarray. As he stepped outside, his back broke out in a cold sweat. The situation had been exceedingly perilous, nearly requiring the use of magical artifacts. Fortunately, he had devised a strategy beforehand. The Wang family factions were inherently fraught with discord, and thus he intended to exploit tangible wealth to sow division. Moreover, he was not intent on committing murder. He merely sought to escort Wang Du and his grandson away, and the Wang family would likely not react too violently. While it may seem that he had not diminished their strength and had even relinquished a substantial sum, in the long run, it would prove worthwhile. The Wang family was powerful, yet rife with internal strife. By removing Wang Du and his grandson, the other factions would undoubtedly engage in fierce power struggles. This was not a matter of short-sightedness, but rather an essential path for a family, for a force to thrive. Only by consolidating power could a family unleash its full potential, or else it would be akin to a pile of scattered sand. Given the current state of affairs among the Wang factions, regaining unity would require several years, and they might even end up like the Qian family, fracturing completely. Had the Qian family vanished? Not at all. They had merely devolved into smallholders, no longer a formidable clan. Zhou Ping had no intention of allowing the Wang family to reunite. A fragmented Wang family was the most advantageous outcome. He gazed at the shield in his palm, feeling a sense of satisfaction, for the price of a few dozen taels had secured him a chance at survival, an undeniably worthwhile investment. After all, while familial numbers may dwindle, wealth can always be replenished. However, the use of magical artifacts is limited, and one must never squander them heedlessly unless absolutely necessary. As the torches illuminated the surrounding darkness, Zhou Ping felt an unprecedented sense of ease. With the Liu family extinguished, the Qian family reduced to commoners, and now casting a shadow over the Sun family while fracturing the Wang family, which household in Baishi village could possibly impede the rise of the Zhou family. Chapter 42. Conspiracy. The next day, Wang Du and his grandson were promptly escorted to the nearby township by a group of guards, who would then hand them over to the magistrate. Zhou Ping was well aware that this journey would not bring them much harm. However, even if the patriarch of the Wang family returned safely, he would no longer possess the authority or eligibility to continue as patriarch. After all, misappropriating family assets is an injustice to the clan. The power struggles among the various branches are a testament to the conflicts of authority. How could one still permit him to hold the title of patriarch? Furthermore, the weariness of travel compounded by his ill health raised doubts as to whether the old man would even return alive. At this moment, the Zhou family was met with two groups of visitors. In the East Wing, the patriarch of the Sun family adopted a conciliatory posture, engaging Zhou Ping in light conversation about the mundane affairs of Baishi village. Zhou Ping slowly remarked, "Uncle Sun, I feel that our Baishi village remains too impoverished. The villagers lead such difficult lives, and as the village chief, I am filled with guilt. The patriarch of the Sun family inwardly cursed. He had not anticipated Zhou Ping's eagerness to seize benefits so soon after their meeting. Nevertheless, he could only force a smile in response. You speak true, but this is an unfortunate reality. Our Baishi village is built upon a weak foundation. Moreover, being close to the mountains, the land is not as fertile as in other regions. And even with the villagers' efforts, they can scarcely yield sufficient grain. Uncle Sun, I must respectfully disagree. Although our village is indeed lacking, we possess over 1,000 acres of farmland, yielding several thousand stones of grain each year. Zhou Ping countered, shaking his head. During bountiful years, we can accumulate quite a surplus. However, our village is too distant from the county seat. Even if the villagers wish to sell their grain for money, they lack a market. Zhou Ping sighed sorrowfully. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the Sun family seethed with indignation, finally realizing Zhou Ping's true intentions. He was after the village's grain in the past, for various reasons. Whenever the villagers had surplus grain to sell, they would mostly only sell it to the 4 prominent families. After all, even if the villagers wished to sell to the rice shops in the county town, the arduous journey over the bumpy mountain roads spanning dozens of miles posed a significant hurdle. Moreover, with their limited quantities of grain, often just a few hundred pounds, whether the rice shops would even consider their goods was uncertain, and they would likely face price undercutting as well. This left them with no choice but to sell to the 4 families, who, despite also offering lower prices, at least operated within a tolerable range. Consequently, around 80 to 90% of the grain from Baishi village flowed into the hands of these 4 families, ultimately enabling them to profit from reselling while also establishing good connections with commercial houses in the county. Just like the Qin family, who managed to latch onto the grand vessel of the Bai family, only to suffer the same downfall as them in the end. Had it not been for Zhou Ping's reliance on the fresh mountain air, it would have been exceedingly difficult for the Zhou family to connect with Li Mu and escape the clutches of the 4 families. After all, the Zhou family initially lacked the necessary scale. The cost of transporting grain to the county town was already substantial, compounded by pressure from the commercial rice shops, leaving them with no option but to explore alternative routes. At times, he couldn't help but lament how advantageous it would be to establish oneself in the county town, where one could gather wealth from over 100 villages in the surrounding 8 townships, while also having access to the county government. Yet he knew well that the county had already been thoroughly divided among various powers, and any attempt to gain a foothold there would likely end in disaster. In a vast place like Qingshui County, how could there not be returning Qiling cultivators each year? Yet, why did only a few powers exist in the county town? This was due to their deep-rooted presence, with interlinked commercial interests and immense influence, not to mention that they often had more than one cultivator among them. This left returning cultivators with merely 2 options: either to join one of these factions as a retainer or to return to a village and become a landlord. Many cultivators, driven by momentary zeal, attempted to carve out a share in the county town, only to end up with their bones left unburied. What plans does Erlang have? The patriarch of the Sun family sighed softly. After last night's confrontation, he had already resigned himself to becoming a vassal of the Zhou family. After all, with 2 celestial masters possessing genuine celestial techniques, how could they, mere mortal gentry, contend with such powers? I propose that our 3 families join forces to establish a team to purchase all the grain and mountain goods at a fair price, then sell them collectively, Zhou Ping stated. This way, the villagers can earn a bit more money, and Baishi village can prosper. Rest assured, my connections with the Li family will ensure that you will not incur any losses on the pricing. Zhou Ping added. The patriarch of the Sun family forced a bitter smile. Though he spoke of a partnership among 3 families, ultimately, the sales would still be conducted under the Zhou family's name. What benefit would his family and the others truly gain? This also implied that they would lose all avenues for profit in the future. Without connections, they would be left with mere land, entirely at the mercy of the Zhou family. What Erlang says is indeed sensible. Let us proceed as my esteemed nephew suggests, he conceded. Zhou Ping smiled. Thank you for your trust. Uncle Sunday, I shall dedicate myself to leading our fellow villagers toward prosperity. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Changhe approached from outside and bowed to both men, addressing them as uncle and grandfather. His wife belonged to the Sun family, making him a grandson in terms of blood relation. Hence the respectful address. The patriarch of the Sun family gazed at Zhou Changhe with a look of satisfaction and gently inquired, "You have been married to Huir for nearly half a year. Why is there still no news?" Though he was aware that Zhou Ping's eldest son, Zhou Minghu, was a celestial master, he had discerned over the years that the next head of the Zhou family would most likely be his granddaughter's husband. The rise of the Zhou family was an unstoppable trend, and if Zhou Changhe's lineage flourished, their Sun family as the maternal kin would undoubtedly benefit as well. Zhou Changhe felt a blush creep onto his face. Remaining respectfully silent, "Changhe, you arrived at just the right time. Stay and accompany Uncle Sun while I attend to some matters," Zhou Ping remarked, raising an eyebrow. "Haha, go ahead, Erlang. What use is an old man like me nearing the earth for company?" chuckled the patriarch of the Sun family, though a hint of melancholy flashed in his eyes. Zhou Ping smiled and departed. The courtyard had been thoroughly cleaned of blood stains, and he soon found himself in the West Wing. Chen Yanqiu was engaged in casual conversation with the Chen family while Zhou Minghu and Zhou Xinyan entertained a young child. "Erlang has arrived," exclaimed old Chen upon noticing Zhou Ping, quickly standing up. Chen Yanqiu gazed affectionately at her husband, while the woman beside her appeared restless and uneasy. In the distance, Zhou Xinyan was visibly apprehensive, slightly retreating behind Zhou Minghu. Meanwhile, the child, Chen Fuxing, looked at Zhou Ping with curiosity, showing no signs of fear. Zhou Ping nodded slightly. "How is your health?" "I am as strong as ever." Old Chen laughed. "That is good to hear," Zhou Ping replied. "From now on, you should not join the medicine-seeking team into the mountains." Old Chen and his wife immediately changed expressions, and he hastily responded, "Erlang, I am in good health. Going up the mountain is nothing. It doesn't trouble me at all." Fearing that Zhou Ping intended to expel him from the medicine-seeking team, he was acutely aware that since Zhou Ping marked those locations for planting herbs, what was once a search for medicine had now turned into a lucrative harvesting venture, inciting envy in many. He and the Qian and Lin families had reaped substantial profits from it, and with the Zhou family on the verge of rising, he certainly would not want to give up his position. "You misunderstand. It's simply that the journey up and down the mountain is too exhausting. At your age, you cannot bear such strain," Zhou Ping gently reassured him with a smile. "Currently, I have already made arrangements with the Wang and Sun families to form a grain transport team. And I was thinking of you, my dear elder." Old Chen was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. Zhou Ping not only did not intend to expel him but seemed to want to utilize him even more. "Erlang, I am in excellent health. I can handle anything," Old Chen declared happily. Zhou Ping smiled in agreement, knowing well that his decision to rely on Old Chen stemmed from careful consideration. Although the Wang and Sun families had refrained from making any more moves, their presence still lingered, and even the declining Qian family had several members left. With his own family being small and now stable, Zhou Ping would naturally encourage Changhe and others to marry and have children in the future. But that would take time. Thus, it was essential to support some controllable individuals to rise in rank and occupy key positions, gradually diminishing the power of the Wang, Sun, and Qian families. Old Chen was an excellent candidate. He was part of Minghu's maternal family and had only a 2- or 3-year-old child, making him easily manageable. Even if he grew stronger in the future, Zhou Ping's family would have already evolved to an unrecognizable extent, making it difficult for Old Chen to dominate. After a lengthy period of reminiscing, Zhou Ping finally sent the Chen family of 3 on their way. Inside the house, Zhou Xinyan gazed timidly at his father, wanting to approach him, but ultimately hesitating in fear. Just as he finally mustered the courage to reveal a secret to Zhou Ping, he noticed his brother had already stepped forward to his father, leaving him dejected. Zhou Minghu approached Zhou Ping's side and whispered, "Father, Chen Fuxing has potential for cultivation." Zhou Ping was taken aback for a moment before regaining his composure, silently contemplating as he watched the gradually receding figures. Chapter 43. The Baishi grain team. In just a few short days, under Zhou Ping's vigorous efforts, the 3 families took the lead, mobilizing manpower from every household, and Baishi village quickly formed a team of 45 members, known as the Baishi grain team. Though the Wang family had their objections, they were embroiled in internal disputes, each faction vying for dominance. Even if they wished to sell grain, their hands were tied as none of the factions were willing to part with their grain, naturally leading to Zhou Ping taking the helm. However, for the impoverished villagers of Baishi, this was a remarkably joyous occasion. Previously, even if they had surplus grain to sell for money, they could only sell it to the four prominent families at a price that was often reduced by 10 to 30%. But now, they could sell directly to the Zhou family at a rate only 0.5% below the market price, which was quite fair, leaving them overjoyed. Regardless of the disputes among the Zhou family and the other prominent families, as long as someone could provide them with a better life, they would wholeheartedly support that person in front of the Zhou family estate. Over 10 ox carts stood neatly lined up, with dozens of people busily loading bags of grain onto the carts. Quickly, quickly! Secure everything tightly. We can't afford to lose any on the way. Qian Fangsu shouted sternly, bustling about at the front and back of the convoy. He was in his early 20s, clever and capable, and belonged to a branch of the Qian family that was not only small in number, but also at odds with the other branches. It was precisely for this reason that Zhou Ping appointed him as a small grain leader within the Baishi grain team, hoping to prevent him from growing too influential and ultimately reviving the Qian family. However, for Qian Fangsu, the situation was entirely different. His branch had always been small in number, and when the Qian family was still thriving, they were oppressed by the other branches. When the family split 5 years ago, the other branches seized all the remaining fields, leaving him with not a single acre and burdening their family with considerable debts. Had it not been for the Zhou family leasing them land to cultivate and lending them some grain, it was likely that Qian Fangsu's family would have perished from starvation 5 years ago. As a result, Qian Fangsu's family was even more loyal than most of the Zhou family servants, hoping fervently for the Zhou family's rise. Zhou Hong emerged from the estate and gently asked Qian Fangsu, "Fangsu, how is the packing going?" "Rest assured, my lord. Everything is in order." Qian Fangsu replied with a cheerful smile. "That's good to hear." Zhou Hong nodded in satisfaction before calling out, "Everyone, gather around." Suddenly, a multitude of men gathered from various places within the convoy. 4 individuals stood at the forefront: Chen Laobua, Qian Fangsu, Sun Mingcheng, and the last was Wang Yichong, the eldest son of Wang Feng, chosen from the Wang family due to their ongoing disputes, selecting the oldest among the younger generation. These were the 4 grain captains meticulously selected by Zhou Ping to maintain balance among the factions, ensuring that no single group would dominate the grain team. The remaining 40 men were stout laborers from other households in Baishi village, each earning a modest sum for their efforts. For them, it was merely a trip that would yield some free money while benefiting their own families, and thus they were more than willing to participate. Zhou Hong stood atop a large boulder and proclaimed loudly, "Today, we shall first test the transport of 300 stones. Upon reaching the township 20 miles away, our task will be complete, and at that time, the Li merchant group will be there to assist us." He then produced a pouch from his sleeve. Inside are 200 coins, the wages promised by the Zhou family, not a single coin less. This announcement instantly ignited cheers and joy among the assembled men, and the 4 leaders felt a surge of happiness as well, knowing that once the grain team was officially established, their own fortunes would rise alongside it. Zhou Hong then touched the 2 small vials given to him by Zhou Ping, containing the mountain essence, which was also the primary reason the Li family was willing to trade with the Baishi grain team. "Let us depart." With Zhou Hong's command, a dozen ox-drawn carts set forth grandly toward the township. Zhou Ping stood upon a nearby hill, gazing at the departing convoy, and he could still see Zhou Changhe guiding Zhou Shi and a few others in the fields. He had known from the start that his elder brother was not particularly adept at managing the household. However, in the initial years, he had to spend considerable time gathering mountain essence and mapping the nearby hills, which took over a month, leaving him with little time. That time, Zhou Changhe was still growing up, so Zhou Hong had to take charge of the family affairs. Consequently, it was only 5 years ago that Zhou Changhe began to manage the household little by little. Although still young, he had the assistance of Zhou Shi and the Lin and Qin families, and he managed to keep the Zhou family well organized, while Zhou Hong focused on acquiring herbs and mountain goods. Yet now, the grain team was of great significance, and the Zhou family needed to appoint the most esteemed person to oversee it, as a stabilizing force. Zhou Ping could not accompany the team continuously. The others were either too young or lacked qualifications, leaving Zhou Hong as the only suitable candidate, while Zhou Hu would handle the collection of herbs and mountain goods. To ensure caution, Zhou Ping had already discussed with Li Mu, agreeing to set the trading location at Baishi Township, 20 miles away, where the Li merchant group had a foothold. After all, the greater the distance, the more likely complications could arise. The route from Baishi village to Baishir township was familiar and secure, thus inherently lower in risk. Once the grain team was fully established, the Zhou family would hold all the bargaining power in Baishi village, fostering a subconscious obedience among the villagers towards the Zhou family. Although the grain team appeared to serve a minor role, the potential returns it could yield were beyond imagination. Zhou Ping even contemplated training the grain team in the future so that when their family attained a higher status, they could easily raise a contingent of clan soldiers. Once the convoy was no longer visible, Zhou Ping returned to his senses and addressed Zhou Minghu at his side, saying, "Minghu, today I will teach you the method of gathering mountain essence." Zhou Minghu asked in confusion, "Father, what is mountain essence?" Mountain essence is a form of the natural energies of the earth, existing within the mountains and forests, Zhou Ping explained slowly. There are countless varieties of natural energies, numbering in the tens of thousands, such as the lunar essence of the moon and the solar essence of the sun, which can be seen day and night. There are also malevolent energies, cold energies, and other forms such as morning vigor, evening energies, the refreshing essence of rivers, the heat of yellow sands, and even the cold mist you see in the morning is a type of natural energy. Furthermore, there are some special types of natural energies, like the energies of battle, blood, human presence, the warmth of fire, and the aura of emperors. Everything in the world possesses energy. It is merely a matter of quantity. Moreover, the various energies interact with each other, with some nurturing and others opposing each other. The practice of refining energies involves transforming these natural energies until certain combinations of nurturing, opposing, or shared origins become the foundation for advancement to the next stage of cultivation. I can understand the nurturing and shared origins, but how do opposing energies coexist? Zhou Minghu furrowed his brow, perplexed. The major sects possess vast repositories of knowledge, which naturally include specific cultivation methods. Zhou Ping sighed softly. The characteristics of natural energies vary, and they manifest in the cultivators, influencing their temperament and mindset. For instance, those who practice malevolent or blood energies, or other strange forms of natural energies, can become ensnared in their own power. Zhou Ping said earnestly, "Minghu, your aptitude surpasses that of your father, and your chances of breaking through in the future are greater than mine. I have 2 volumes of cultivation methods for energy refinement. One is mountain stream, and the other is river surge. Although their offensive capabilities are not particularly strong, they have the advantage of minimal impact on oneself, so you may choose either for your future cultivation. Mountain essence and river essence are among the most common and gentle forms of natural energies, and many practitioners in the cultivation world focus on these 2 methods, resulting in high demand. Our family is close to the mountains, so we must make the most of this resource, whether for your future breakthroughs or for selling as part of our family business. It is extremely beneficial, I understand, Father, Zhou Minghu replied respectfully. Come, I will teach you the secret methods of gathering. Remember, each type of natural energy has its own specific techniques and incantations. A slight mistake can lead to failure, or even injury to oneself. Li Mansion Limu held a small vial in his hand, within which a faint white mist swirled. Mountain essence is not particularly precious, and many people know how to gather it, but it must be collected from vast forests. However, these cultivators either live in luxury for years or are unwilling to trek through the mountains for collection. Additionally, each has their own interests and does not see the value in this small profit. Conversely, the Zhou family, established in the rural mountains, is situated near the majestic Daong mountain range, which brings both advantages and disadvantages to Limu. Having established trading routes with the Huang family of Pingyun to the east, naturally saw the potential in mountain essence to facilitate his dealings. As for the grain and mountain goods from Baishi village, he had little interest in them. He could simply sell them in his county. He murmured to himself while holding the vial, what good fortune indeed. He had learned through the merchant group that the Zhou family had produced a second cultivator. Although Li Mu's family also had several cultivators, he was the only cultivator of the Li surname. As he aged, he worried about the 2 servants seizing the Li family's assets after his death. While the Zhou family faced hardships in the countryside, the emergence of an additional cultivator could ensure prosperity for their descendants for decades to come. On the other hand, he wondered what use his own wealth would be. Alas, Li Mu sighed deeply. As he forged connections with the Huang family of Pingyun, he was also paving a path for his own family. Chapter 44. Sorrow and joy as spring gave way to autumn, and summer heat turned to winter chill. 3 years passed, and the Zhou family estate underwent significant transformation. In addition to the original 3 courtyards, 2 more courtyards were constructed on either side, forming a cross shape. Zhou Hong and Zhou Ping moved out accordingly, leaving the rear courtyard occupied only by Zhou Dashan and his wife, along with a number of servants. The 4 corners of the cross, for relatively simple small courtyards were built, connected to the main courtyard by small gates. Zhou Shi and Zhou Hu welcomed children, and since they were no longer considered lowly servants, they naturally needed to establish their own small courtyards. Additionally, there were granaries, stables, and training grounds for the guards. With the Zhou family's growing prosperity, the affairs and personnel became increasingly numerous. Thankfully, Zhou Changhe managed everything adeptly. He was not like the honest Zhou Hong, as his nature was inherently cold-blooded and ruthless. Through strong-handed methods, he suppressed or promoted various factions, managing the Zhou family exceptionally well, instilling fear in all the servants and guards. If anyone in the Zhou family was feared, it was undoubtedly Zhou Ping, followed closely by Zhou Changhe and Zhou Minghu. Zhou Shi stood respectfully nearby, bowing his head as he spoke. Eldest young master, the beginning of this year has not been favorable. The Zhao family and other tenants are requesting a reduction of half a share in rent. Zhou Changhe, seated at the desk writing about waterway construction, replied without lifting his head, "Do not lower it. Go tell them that starting tomorrow, we will begin road and canal construction, and they will receive half a gene of grain per day." Given the unbearable heat of the past 2 years, the mountain herbs have also dwindled significantly. Should we consider cutting some timber to cover the losses? Zhou Shi inquired. Zhou Changhe placed his brush down and gazed at the map behind him, saying, "Our Baishi village is surrounded by mountains, seemingly abundant in timber, but if we recklessly fell trees, we risk destabilizing the soil and rocks, leading to devastating floods. Given that Baishi village is situated in a low-lying area, floods will inevitably pass through here. How can we still think of cutting timber for profit?" He then stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, and sternly asked, "Is this your idea, or Zhou Hu's, eldest young master?" "I am considering the interests of the family," Zhou Shi replied, trembling and bowing his head. "Humph." Zhou Changhe scoffed coldly, but he did not say anything further. Not to mention the timber trade, even among the grain team. Several grain captains had also been pocketing a fair amount. However, as long as the family continued to profit overall, Zhou Changhe would not be overly concerned. After all, clear waters yield no fish. Moreover, allowing them to indulge in minor profits could foster loyalty towards the family. If he were to maintain an uncompromising stance, it might lead to alienation. Regardless, all of this remained within his control. When someone dared to overstep their bounds, it would serve as a lesson to others. "You may leave now." Zhou Changhe waved his hand, signaling Zhou Hu to inform them to cease their actions. Understanding the directive, Zhou Shi gradually withdrew. Seated at his desk, Zhou Changhe resumed his contemplation of the family's development. Engaging in trade with the Li family business, procuring textiles, tea, and utensils to sell to the surrounding villages, though the profits were meager, would significantly contribute to the family's future growth. "Brother, there have been sightings of ferocious beasts in the mountains recently." At that moment, a delicate and handsome youth entered, his appearance somewhat incongruous with the hunting bow and short dagger slung across his back. He was Zhou Changxi, whose indecisive nature was tempered by the martial skills he had acquired through training under Su Bo. He often ventured into the mountains with a few guards to hunt, exuding an air of authority. "This uncle has already advised me to limit my excursions to the mountains due to potential dangers." Zhou Changhe remarked coolly. "You should also speak to Su Bo, urging the grain team and guards to intensify their training and not to become complacent." A fleeting shadow of desolation crossed Zhou Changxi's eyes. Indeed, his uncle favored his elder brother, seemingly indifferent to the other 2 nephews. "I understand. By the way, the schoolhouse requires some repairs. Discuss it with the village elders and come to a decision." Zhou Changhe gazed at his younger brother, recognizing that despite Zhou Changxi's shortcomings, he had grown up and could no longer afford to be idle. It was essential to take some responsibility for the family affairs. Their third brother, Zhou Chang'an, displayed a certain aptitude for studies, and remained at the academy to diligently pursue his education. Their cousin, Zhou Minghu, now 13, had already taken to wandering in the mountains, tacitly assuming responsibility for the herbal business. The youngest, Zhou Xuanya, merely 8 years old, was spared from labor, allowing him to focus on his cultivation at home. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping refrained from engaging in any responsibilities, as he needed to remain unencumbered by distractions, ensuring he could safeguard the Zhou family and respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Over the past 3 years, monsters had descended from the mountains, yet Zhou Ping had managed to eliminate them just in time. Preventing significant losses to it was his occasional interventions that bolstered his reputation among the villagers of Bai Creek. Understood. Zhou Changshi replied absently before departing. Zhou Changhe opened his mouth to say something, but was left only with the sight of his brother's retreating figure, which transformed into a long sigh in the side courtyard. Zhou Ping cradled an infant several months old, watching as Zhou Xuanya practiced with a long spear. Lower it. That last thrust was too high to be lethal. Zhou Ping instructed. Though he lacked expertise in spear technique, he understood the lethal potential of a spear in skilled hands. Zhou Xuanya remained silent, instinctively adjusting his stance, displaying a hint of brilliance. Satisfied that there were no errors, Zhou Ping glanced down at the infant in his arms, his third son, Zhou Bai. Yet, a trace of concern clouded his features, for Zhou Bai lacked aptitude. Each year, Zhou Ping and his 2 sons could accumulate 3 points of Ding Fire. Thus, last year, they had gathered a total of 21 points, AT that time. Zhou Ping discovered a sign within the system indicating the possibility of enhancing aptitude, but it could only be applied to him, not to his brothers, Zhou Minghu and Zhou Changshi. This meant he could continually improve his own aptitude, but his children could only benefit while still in the womb. Although begrudgingly accepting this reality, he resolved to first enhance his own abilities, intending to seek treasures and spiritual herbs to assist his family once he had progressed. However, misfortune compounded. After consuming 20 points of Ding Fire to elevate his spiritual light to 2 inches and 5 points, Chun Yinxiu became pregnant. Consequently, there were no Ding Fire points left to enhance Zhou Bai's aptitude, rendering him an ordinary mortal. Ding Fire. 4 Spiritual aptitude, inferior cultivation. Qi awakening stage descendants. 3 After many years, Zhou Ping finally grasped the nuances of Ding Fire and the system. He was akin to a source of fire, while his descendants represented the sparks extending from him, yet extinguished. Only by igniting them with Ding Fire could they rekindle their potential. In essence, to acquire Ding Fire, they must be his descendants, and they must have previously undergone aptitude enhancement through Ding Fire. Fortunately, he had come to understand that enhancing aptitude was not insurmountable. Each inch required an increment of 10 points. To elevate a mortal descendant to 9 inches of spiritual light would consume 450 points of Ding Fire. As future generations of cultivators emerged, the accumulation would naturally accelerate. Sigh. Even though the path ahead appeared clearer, Zhou Ping was still consumed by worry. Currently, his spiritual light measured 2 inches and 5 points, with the potential to harness 14 strands of spiritual energy. By sheer luck, a breakthrough was within reach, promising a lifespan exceeding 100 years in the Qi awakening stage. Yet Zhou Bai, devoid of spiritual light, remained an ordinary mortal. In a matter of decades, he could only watch helplessly as his son aged and passed away. As a father, how could he not be heartbroken? Zhou Bai's 2 elder brothers, one with a spiritual light of 1 inch and 9 points, the other with 1 inch and 8 points, boasted decent aptitudes. Should they discover treasures in the future, their chances of breakthrough would not be negligible. As the saying goes, it is not the scarcity of resources that troubles one, but the inequity among them. Thus, Zhou Ping felt an increasing sense of obligation toward Zhou Bai. Buyer, I vow to ensure your life is one of peace and joy, free from worries, Zhou Ping murmured softly. Holding Zhou Bai closer, offering gentle comfort, he resolved that in the future, his lineage would be well ordered, especially among his children and grandchildren, striving to ensure that more descendants possess the aptitude for cultivation. Chapter 45. Concluding the transaction with a deep exhale, Zhou Ping expelled a breath of stagnant air, his body emitting a series of crisp cracks as he slowly opened his eyes, joy unmistakable within them. Since enhancing his aptitude, his capacity to absorb spiritual energy had significantly increased. Generally, 1 inch of spiritual light could accommodate between 7 to 12 strands of spiritual energy, while 2 inches could contain 10 to 15 strands, and 3 inches, approximately 13 to 18 strands. The variations in capacity were often due to certain external factors. Spiritual light originates from true spirit, a predetermined aspect of one's being. Though there exist methods to alter spiritual light, the costs are exorbitant. However, the physical body can be modified postnatally through the consumption of rare treasures or through repeated life-threatening trials, fostering a deeper affinity for spiritual energy and thus expanding the limits of one's capacity. For instance, Zhou Ping previously had a spiritual light of only 1 inch and 5 points, allowing him to absorb merely 8 strands of spiritual energy. Yet, upon reaching the pinnacle of his cultivation, he had attempted to break through the Qi awakening stage multiple times, despite sustaining severe injuries each time. This rigorous process fostered a closer integration with spiritual energy, resulting in his ultimate capacity reaching 11 strands. In other words, he had already attained the peak of his Qi awakening stage, and the additional strands represented the threshold of a mediocre cultivator, a realm that remained tantalizingly out of reach. Although 3 inches of spiritual light constituted the minimum requirement for breaking through the Qi awakening stage, many sects accepted disciples with a minimum of 2 inches and 5 points, as those at this threshold, given sufficient determination and the experience of life-threatening challenges, might still achieve breakthroughs. Now, with his spiritual light at 2 inches and 5 points, his internal spiritual energy had reached 14 strands, an increase of 3 strands. If he attempted a few more breakthroughs, he might indeed attain the Qi awakening stage, potentially establishing his family as a notable sect. Just as Zhou Ping was about to focus and consolidate his energy for further cultivation, he heard Zhou Minghu's hurried voice from outside. "Father, father." Zhou Ping opened the door and stepped into the courtyard, observing Zhou Minghu, drenched in sweat, and inquired with curiosity, "What has happened?" Ever since Zhou Minghu learned the technique for gathering the pure mountain air, the father and son had taken to the mountains regularly. Zhou Minghu, eager to contribute more to the family, often spent extended periods away from home. Moreover, concerning the dealings with the fox demon, although over the past 3 to 4 years, the demon had shown diminishing interest in trivial delicacies, extending the intervals between transactions, it remained the only avenue through which they could procure magical artifacts. Thus, both Zhou Ping and Zhou Minghu placed great importance on this matter, especially with Zhou Minghu undertaking clandestine transactions. During these 3 years, they had acquired several useful remnants of magical artifacts, including the spear Zhou Xuanya wielded. Other acquisitions included a jade seal, a wine gourd, and more. Having calmed the heat within him, Zhou Minghu spoke softly. "The fox demon no longer wishes to trade," stating that it will cease all dealings in the future. Zhou Ping paused, feeling a mix of regret and relief. Regretful, as it meant a loss of potential magical artifacts, yet relieved, for dealings with a demon were fraught with peril. If others were to discover such transactions, he would be branded a traitor to humanity. With the cessation of trade, there was at least some assurance of stability. The fox demon also mentioned something else before parting. It noted that due to the heat in recent years, the creatures within Daong Mountain have become increasingly agitated, potentially leading to a beast tide, and urged us to exercise caution. Zhou Minghu elaborated. This revelation left Zhou Ping momentarily stunned. While the fox demon had been benevolent, he had not expected it to offer such a warning at this juncture. Human hearts, after all, can be treacherous. Even when aware of danger, many choose to stand idly by as others suffer. I have observed this as well. The past 3 years have been unbearably hot. The Bai Creek has dwindled significantly. Zhou Ping acknowledged. The creatures in the mountains are undoubtedly struggling, and the herb-gathering teams have repeatedly encountered ferocious beasts. Your cousin has taken precautions. He has constructed a dam downstream to preserve water and is now preparing to dig a channel to divert water, ensuring that the crops can survive. You should refrain from venturing into the mountains for air gathering. The situation up there is complicated, and encountering a demon beast could be exceedingly dangerous. Zhou Minghu gently nodded. Yet the beast tide remained a formidable challenge. Perhaps I should speak to the households in our village, urging each family to contribute labor and resources to form a defensive team against the beast tide. However, Zhou Ping immediately rejected this notion, stating that merely notifying them would suffice. They were already overwhelmed with agricultural work. If he were to impose upon each household, it would only foster resentment towards our family. Currently, our household has over 30 guards. You and Uncle Su should lead them in digging ditches around our village, wider and deeper. This will not only safeguard us from wild beasts, but also facilitate irrigation for our crops. Father is right, Zhou Minghu acknowledged, bowing slightly. Zhou Ping then inquired, how is your cultivation progressing? Are you encountering any difficulties? 12 strands, yet I remain stagnant, Zhou Minghu confessed, sighing. The more I strive, the more I feel the path to immortality is elusive. I wonder when our family might produce a chi refinement practitioner. If I could attain that level, we could establish our clan and petition the court for a formation, enabling us to gather spiritual energy and cultivate spirit rice. Zhou Minghu dreamed, if we could continuously consume spirit rice, the health of grandfather and the others would significantly improve. Since Zhou Ping had compiled various insights about the cultivation world into a book, it had finally filled the gaps in the understanding of Zhou Minghu and his brother regarding the realm of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping could not help but sigh. He too longed for his loved ones to enjoy longevity and good health. Yet in all of Qingshui County, only the Huang family of Pingyun in the east sold spirit rice. They only managed to harvest a few hundred pounds each year, and even if the Zhou family were to expend great effort, they could purchase merely a little over 10 pounds, barely enough for Zhou Dashan and his wife, let alone the numerous relatives. Furthermore, the spiritual energy required to cultivate spirit rice must reach a certain density. The Huang family possessed a formation to gather spiritual energy from all directions, allowing them to cultivate spiritual fields, in the impoverished region of Baishi village. During the years Zhou Ping returned home, he had turned the surrounding area upside down, yet even in the best locations, they could barely cultivate a few ginseng and spiritual mushrooms, much less spirit rice. However, Zhou Ping had no means to set up a formation, as each formation required at least 100 spiritual stones as a foundation. Those were spiritual stones. The only solution lay in becoming a chi refinement practitioner to establish a clan, through which they could apply to the court and then set up some simple formations. Albeit at the cost of incurring massive debts, he heard that the Huang family of Pingyun still owed the court 500 spiritual stones, and each year, a large portion of their spirit rice went towards repaying that debt. As for chi awakening practitioners, even if they wished to apply, it was impossible. The court was not foolish. They would carefully assess whether one had the capability to repay. A chi refinement practitioner could establish a clan and, with considerable strength, could maintain their position with the power of formations. However, a chi awakening practitioner would likely meet a swift demise, with the formation disappearing without a trace. The court would not take such risks, especially when it came to harvesting immortal clans, for they were not in the business of losing money. Chapter 46. The monster enters the village as the days gradually shifted from late spring to the height of summer. The heat intensified. For several months, not a single drop of rain had fallen. Even the Baishi River had run dry, with barely 30% of its original volume remaining. This was only due to Zhou Changhe diverting water and excavating canals to preserve what little remained. Or else it would have been even less if this continued. It was likely that households in Baishi village would end up fighting over water. The sun was unbearably scorching, and one could only wonder if the crops could survive. Two men from the Wang family sat in the shade of the field ridge, fanning themselves with their hats to cool off. One of them voiced his concerns. If this keeps up, the crops will surely wither. I have no idea what we should do. Why won't this damn weather bring any rain? It's truly pushing us to the brink. After cursing, he gazed into the distance, where the heat shimmered, warping the landscape. Suddenly he squinted, pointing toward the foot of the mountain. Sanner, do you see that? The other man, who had been resting with eyes closed, groggily opened his eyes and followed the direction of the finger. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. Are you seeing things? No, really. There is something moving. Instantly, both men were drenched in cold sweat, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as they seized their hoes and sprinted towards the village. Meanwhile, a towering black bear, nearly 10 feet tall, was charging violently towards them from a distance of about 100 yards. Roar! The bear's blood-red eyes fixated on the two men, its fearsome fangs bared, and its fur glistened with a sinister hue. Its massive frame shook the ground as it advanced. "Help! A black bear has entered the village!" The two men shouted in terror, instantly alarming the entire Baishi village. "Where? Where is it?" Some rushed out wielding pitchforks. But upon sighting the colossal bear, they were instantly paralyzed with fear, fleeing toward the Zhou family's direction. The Zhou family had two immortal masters. Surely they could subdue this black bear. Others, dragging their families in panic, fled for their lives, but were soon caught by the bear, which engulfed them with its enormous bulk. "Ah!" The children screamed in terror, while a middle-aged man, fighting to suppress his fear, furiously swung a sickle at the giant bear. "Damn it, beast! Don't touch my family," however. The sickle merely grazed the bear's tough hide, failing to inflict any damage, instead inciting its fury. A massive paw descended with terrifying force, creating a gust that shattered the man's skull, leaving him lifeless on the ground, blood pooling around him. The women and children were already paralyzed with shock, now screaming in sheer terror as the giant bear tore them apart, scattering their remains across the ground. The black bear ravenously devoured the flesh, its eyes gleaming with savage ferocity. It was clear that this was no ordinary beast, but a malevolent creature that had attained demonic sentience. The entire Baishi village fell silent, for the others had long fled to the Zhou family, while the bear feasted on the unfortunate household. The Wang and Sun families gathered all their kin within their courtyards, bolting the doors tight. Each armed themselves, wary and fearful, prepared for the worst. After all, when the sky fell, they relied on the tall among them to bear the weight. They only needed to look after themselves. It is a curious thing in this world. People dare not swing their swords at ferocious tigers. Yet they are bold enough to conspire against those skilled in slaying them. Previously, they had dared to covet the Zhou family's assets, acting arrogantly. Yet now, faced with a monstrous threat, they were consumed by fear and self-preservation. This was simply because the former were bound by rules, while the latter was a brutal and merciless beast. Zhou Ping and Zhou Minghu quickly found the giant bear at the center of the village, where it was ruthlessly demolishing a mud house, from within which the cries of children could be heard. "Ah, there's a monster!" The mud house was crumbling like tofu under the bear's assault, eliciting pitiful wails from the frightened children inside, who cried out in despair, "Woo-woo, where are you, Daddy and Mommy?" Zhou Minghu's eyes narrowed as he dashed toward the giant bear, a small shield manifesting at his fingertips. Swelling as his spiritual energy surged in an instant, the shield expanded into a massive barrier, radiating an ancient pressure, and came crashing down upon the bear, sending it tumbling several yards away. "You wretched beast! You seek death!" Though the bear was tough-skinned and sturdy, it was left dazed by the impact of the shield. Yet, upon seeing Zhou Ping and Zhou Minghu, the bear's eyes glimmered with greed, for it sensed a delectable aroma emanating from these humans. "Roar!" the bear bellowed, the stench of blood overwhelming, causing both Zhou Ping and Zhou Minghu to grimace and brace themselves, as the bear charged toward them. Zhou Minghu did not retreat but pressed forward, commanding the shield to rain down upon the bear in a frenzy. Initially, the bear attempted to match brute strength with the shield, but as the blows continued, each strike bore down with hundreds of pounds of force, gradually mashing the bear's paws into a bloody pulp. With a sickening crack, the bear howled in agony as its spine snapped, exposing its white bones amidst the blood. With the breaking of its spine, the bear seemed to lose its foundation, crashing to the ground while still clawing at the air, emitting pitiful cries, its bloodshot eyes fixed on Zhou Ping and Zhou Minghu with an eerie intensity. As the shield dissipated, Zhou Minghu gasped for breath, ready to step closer to assess the bear's state, but Zhou Ping abruptly pulled him back. "Minghu, remember, never underestimate an opponent. Although this bear demon has broken its spine, we must not let our guard down until it is truly dead." Zhou Ping pointed to the bear, speaking earnestly. "Look at its legs. They seem weak and powerless, yet they are coiling like a spring, poised to strike. If we approach recklessly, it will undoubtedly retaliate." Zhou Minghu scrutinized closely and indeed saw that the bear's legs were subtly shifting the soil, gathering strength. Had he approached earlier, even from a distance, it could have lunged at him with its remaining power. Given the bear's size, it would have been swift and deadly. Monsters are not like human practitioners. Their bodies are robust and savage, with sharp fangs and claws that can easily tear a person apart. Even a practitioner would be no match for a single swipe. Zhou Ping continued, now that its spine is broken, it cannot escape. We need only wait for it to perish. Desperate creatures on their last legs often strike back, just as humans do. Zhou Ping spoke slowly as the black bear observed the two men maintaining their distance. It unexpectedly lay still, feigning death, intermittently emitting mournful groans, as if it were truly on the brink of death. Yet, Zhou Ping remained unfazed by its ruse, instead casting his gaze towards the distant mountains, his brow furrowed with concern. Since the onset of the year, wild beasts had been descending from the mountains in increasing numbers. It began with wild boars and foxes, but soon escalated to tigers and black bears. This particular black bear had evidently transformed into a formidable creature of the supernatural point. One could only wonder how many more beasts and monsters would descend from the mountains if the drought persisted. Chapter 47. Divide and Feast. Seeing that Zhou Ping and his companion were not easily deceived, the giant bear's eyes glinted with ferocity as it abruptly charged at them, its upper body sagging like a brutal zombie. Zhou Ping and his companion had long been prepared, keeping a considerable distance, rendering the bear unable to approach. After charging several paces, the bear's spine could no longer withstand the strain and snapped with a resounding crack. Collapsing to the ground, its crimson blood staining its fur, accompanied by pitiful wails. After a prolonged silence, the bear fell utterly still. Zhou Minghu, still wary, prodded the bear with a long stick several times to confirm its demise before finally feeling at ease. From afar, villagers who witnessed the bear's fall erupted in jubilant cheers. The black bear is dead. The black bear is dead. A chorus of exultation rang out, with more villagers rushing from the surrounding areas, eager to catch a glimpse of the fallen beast, though many were struck with trepidation at its size. Goodness, this bear is enormous. Its claws are as large as two of my heads, exclaimed one man. Instinctively recoiling, amidst the throng, someone was jostled and pushed towards the bear, causing them to panic and shout, "Who pushed me? Step forward if you dare." "Ha ha, Mahozi, are you scared?" teased another man, eliciting a flush of embarrassment on Mahozi's face as he stormed into the crowd. Causing a stir, the woman lamented, "It is truly tragic for the Li family. They were all killed by this beast. Fortunately, we have the Dong family to protect us. Who knows how many more would have suffered otherwise?" Qian Fangsu's voice rose amidst the crowd, prompting nods of agreement from the villagers. Indeed, were it not for the timely intervention of the village head, who knows how many lives this creature would have taken. Thank goodness our village has a master of the arcane. I heard that the Lin family next door faced a similar fate, with several falling victim to wild beasts at night, and they have yet to capture any. A cacophony of voices arose among the villagers, causing Zhou Minghu to feel a twinge of embarrassment, his face slightly reddening. Zhou Ping cast a surprised glance at Qian Fangsu, noting his astuteness in leveraging the situation to bolster his family's standing, an indication of promise. He then stepped forward, proclaiming, as the village head, "It is my duty to ensure the safety of our community. This black bear is of considerable size and must surely possess some form of essence. Consuming its flesh will be beneficial to our health. Therefore, I have decided to prepare a grand stew tonight so that everyone may partake. What say you?" "Huzzah!" an elder exclaimed. "Zhou family is truly generous." Zhou Ping's intent to share the bear's meat was indeed a thoughtful gesture. With summer approaching and the heat intensifying, the bear's meat would not last long, and preserving it as cured meat would compromise its quality. Thus, it was wiser to distribute it now and gain a modicum of renown in the process. After all, the bear weighed over 1,000 pounds, and even reserving a few hundred pounds would suffice to sustain his family for some time. In the distance, the Wang and Sun families emerged from the courtyard, gazing enviously at the grandeur of Zhou Ping and his son. Younger children looked on with admiration, viewing them as heroic figures. As night fell, Baishi village glowed with light. A large bonfire crackled beneath the village's great tree, beside which stood a massive pot. A dozen men toiled for half an hour, meticulously skinning and butchering the giant bear. Upon prying open the bear's carcass, a wave of foul odor and blood burst forth, sizzling as it dripped onto the ground. The resilient bear hide naturally belonged to the Zhou family. Zhou Ping intended to fashion it into several pieces of armor. Zhou Minghu collected several pounds of the bear's heart's blood, storing it in a gourd, intending to brew it into blood wine. This gourd was a rare treasure acquired from previous exchanges with the fox spirit. It was not a weapon of war but rather resembled a high-grade wine vessel. However, due to its severe damage, it could only be used for nurturing. With the presence of the bear spirit, Zhou Ping could not let this opportunity slip by. The bear's heart's blood contained a trace of spiritual energy. When combined with some herbs and allowed to ferment for 100 or 80 days, it could hardly be considered a spiritual elixir. As the men gathered around the bonfire, they shared laughter and boasted about the arduous task of skinning the giant bear, while the women prepared the meat, adding ginger and scallions to counteract the gamey flavor. There were suggestions for roasting or stewing the meat, creating a lively debate, ultimately leading to both methods being employed. Households brought forth various contributions. The more affluent offered cured meats and wild goods, while those with fewer resources gathered vegetables from their gardens. A merry group savored the delicious meat broth and skewers, filling the air with joyous laughter. Children darted about like it was a festival, bursting with energy. Zhou Minghu and his brothers mingled with the villagers, blending seamlessly into the celebration. Zhou Ping, cradling a bowl of bear meat soup, savored each sip as warmth spread from his stomach throughout his body. Bringing immense comfort, he sensed a subtle increase in his internal spiritual energy. While the bear meat itself could not have such an extraordinary effect, it was likely due to his enhanced capabilities and the fact that he had yet to reach the pinnacle of his cultivation. Consuming the flesh of these extraordinary creatures certainly had its merits. He resolved that once the spiritual wine in the gourd was ready, he would prepare for another breakthrough. At that point, he should possess at least 15 strands of spiritual energy. Though still shy of 16, with the aid of the spiritual wine, he could hope to succeed. The drought was dire, and the frequent descent of wild beasts posed a grave threat. Achieving a breakthrough would surely bring greater stability to his family. Xianya, come here, Zhou Ping called to the distance, where a lad of considerable height approached, clad in a blue robe, exceptionally handsome, none other than Zhou Xianya. Father. Zhou Xianya greeted with utmost respect as he stood before Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping regarded his son with a mix of pride and a twinge of regret. The boy's unwavering respect and obedience stemmed from his own past shortcomings in companionship. Take some bear meat back with you for the family to share, he instructed gently, especially for your grandfather. His health is deteriorating. Prepare some spiritual rice porridge for him and ensure he rests early. I understand, father, Zhou Xianya replied, bowing slightly before turning to seek out his two cousins. Zhou Changxi was seated among a group of young women, while Zhou Chang'an trailed behind a scholar, eagerly absorbing his teachings. Upon learning of their uncle's request, they promptly gathered some attendants to head back home. Zhou Ping remained by the bonfire, observing Zhou Changhe amidst the crowd, surrounded by villagers who either revered or flattered him, engaged in unending conversation. Zhou Shi stood protectively beside him, while several attendants kept watch over the courtyard. Zhou Minghu was encircled by a group of teenagers and children, who eagerly implored him to recount the tale of how he vanquished the bear spirit. Among them were a few children of Zhou Shi and Zhou Hu. A sense of satisfaction washed over Zhou Ping. His family had finally risen to prominence. Chapter 48. Cultivating Qi. The incessant chirping of cicadas and the songs of birds filled the air beneath a high canopy of clouds. The scorching heat had rendered the land unrecognizable. Crops lay wilted and dry, as men labored desperately to fetch muddy water from ditches, carefully irrigating the roots, only for it to dry almost immediately, leaving barely a trace of moisture. Occasionally, wild creatures descended from the mountains, cautiously observing the humans in the fields before crouching in the ditches to drink, despite the water being little more than a layer of mud. Yet, some men brandished wooden sticks to drive them away, fearing both injury from the beasts and the preciousness of the water. Damn it, I can't go on like this, one man exclaimed, utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. Cursing the heavens, if it doesn't rain soon, we won't survive. But after venting his frustrations, he struggled to rise again, shouldering his burden and trudging back to the ditch, continuing the seemingly endless irrigation until the day's end. Such scenes unfolded throughout Baishi village, Baishir township, and across Qingshui County, even extending to much of Nanyang Prefecture, becoming a disheartening norm. For 3 years now, Nanyang Prefecture had grown increasingly scorching and arid. This year has been particularly harsh, as not a single drop of rain has fallen since the beginning of the year. Even the White Creek, which has never run dry in decades, is now parched, revealing its bed. The entire Nanyang Prefecture is engulfed in despair, with some areas already experiencing calamities, displacing tens of thousands and leaving countless to starve in the ancestral home of the Zhou family. Zhou Changhe is directing his household servants in the side courtyard to dig a third well. He does not seek overflowing abundance. He is simply content with enough water for the family's sustenance. 3 years have passed, and the changes in the Zhou family compound have been considerable. The previously low courtyards at each corner have been rebuilt with high walls, connecting to the main courtyard and forming an expansive grid layout that occupies more than 7 acres, measuring over 20 zhang in both length and width. Even the outer walls have been raised to a height of 1 zhang, with watchtowers established in some places. This is a measure Zhou Changhe has taken for the safety of his family. Having grown increasingly worried since the onset of atmospheric changes 3 years ago, he began to curtail the sale of their grain, opting instead to store it in the cellar granaries. He fortified the walls and continuously trained the household guards. Especially this year, the 3 branches of the Zhou family decided collectively to cease the sale of grain. Although they reside in a remote mountainous area and are somewhat isolated from information, they are not naive. In fact, it is the large landowners who are most likely to survive during such calamities. Take the Zhou family, for instance. They have stored nearly 1,000 shur of grain in their cellar. With only 50 to 60 individuals in the household, including the guards, there would be more than enough to last several years if they were to rely solely on their provisions. Zhou Changhe fears that a natural disaster could lead to civil strife and famine, which is why he has prepared for all eventualities. After all, when people find themselves in dire straits, they can resort to desperate measures. Even if they have a celestial teacher in their midst, they might still be overwhelmed by the starving populace. "Young master, we have found water. We have found water," a voice echoed from the depths of the pit, eliciting joy among those present. Zhou Changhe pondered for a moment before commanding, "While the water has not yet risen, dig down another 10 zhang." "Young master has a keen insight," Zhou Shi replied with a cheerful smile. "You all, put in some extra effort and transport this silt to the fields. Let it not go to waste." Zhou Changhe then took a seat to the side, sipping tea with an air of nonchalance, although his peripheral vision was fixed on a small door, hoping for good news from within. Today, on the surface, they are digging a well, but secretly, Zhou Ping is attempting to break through to ensure stability. Zhou Changhe has summoned some guards to this location. Meanwhile, in the second courtyard, Qian Yanqiu cradles Zhou by beneath the pavilion, while Zhou Minghu and Zhou Xinyan sit beside their mother, playfully teasing Zhou Bai and bringing forth the child's laughter, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Yet, concealed within Zhou Minghu's sleeve lies a small sword. Poised for action, beside Zhou Xinyan rests an old iron spear, rusted yet marked with dark red stains, reminiscent of dried blood, exuding a sinister aura. After all, breaking through to the qi refinement stage is no trivial matter. It is the first significant barrier on the path of cultivation, having thwarted countless practitioners. Success promises the hope of immortality, while failure relegates one to a mundane existence. The act of breaking through is fraught with life-threatening risks. A failure could result in backlash from the spiritual energy, leading to serious injuries or even death. Chen Yanqiu perceives Zhou Ping's endeavor as a mere training session, but Zhou Minghu and his brother are acutely aware of the truth. Despite the outward calm, their hearts are filled with anxiety, frequently casting glances toward the interior of the house. Were it not for the steady and robust flow of energy emanating from within, they would have rushed inside long ago. As for the other members of the Zhou family, they remain oblivious to Zhou Ping's attempt to break through, perceiving today as an ordinary day. Inside, Zhou Ping sits cross-legged with his eyes tightly closed, his breath flowing like a serene stream, distant and prolonged. Gradually, he draws a deep breath, sensing an unusual shift within his lower abdomen. The circulating spiritual energy begins to coalesce, transforming into wisps of ethereal mist that radiate a gentle aura. Zhou Ping instinctively empties his mind, dispelling all distracting thoughts, and silently recites his incantation. Clear heart draws spirit, pure soul aids the divine. Enlightened mind perceives essence, blazing fire shines bright. The 15 strands of spiritual energy within him begin to surge, converging into a radiant vortex that emits a blinding white light. Yet, Zhou Ping senses his mental fatigue increasing, a consequence of the energy gathering. Many practitioners with moderate talent have failed their breakthroughs due to insufficient spiritual energy, requiring greater mental exertion. Like constructing a building with limited materials, every ounce of energy must be utilized to its fullest potential, with no room for waste. Ultimately, many have succumbed to exhaustion and failed. Zhou Ping's supply of spiritual energy is already one strand short of the threshold, indicating that his time to break through is diminishing. He must concentrate and control the energy's continuous accumulation, allowing his aura to grow stronger, a faint pressure beginning to emanate around him. From all directions, a faint, ethereal essence slowly converges, flowing into his lower abdomen, causing it to rise and fall rhythmically. The energy vortex intensifies, ultimately coalescing into a small grain of white light. Yet Zhou Ping is drenched in sweat, his blood rushing to his head, his body trembling slightly. Transform the spirit and unify the energies. Open with a resounding shout. The grain of white light suddenly quivers, erupting with an overwhelming force as if something has exploded. A minuscule space is expanded by the white light, filling Zhou Ping with joy, for that space represents the spiritual aperture, the resting place for his spiritual energy. However, just as success seems within reach, the white light falters, its strength waning due to insufficient energy. He quickly seizes a nearby gourd, taking a hearty swig of the pungent, acrid liquor that rushes through his stomach, accompanied by an unbearable metallic taste. Yet within it lies a trace of spiritual energy, continuously being absorbed and refined. Though it barely amounts to a tenth of a strand, it revitalizes the white light, allowing it to gradually expand the space further. Finally, a faint rumble reverberates through the air. Exhausted, Zhou Ping collapses onto the bed, drenched in sweat, yet a joyful smile graces his face. Within his lower abdomen, a cavity the size of a bean appears amidst flesh, an empty void that is the spiritual aperture. After 2 decades of seeking the path of cultivation, he has finally achieved the Qi refinement stage. Chapter 49. Refining the Mountain's Pure AI. In the courtyard, Zhou Minghu and Zhou Xinyan sense a sudden shift in the energy within the house, their faces turning pale as they rush towards the door. Chen Yanqiu, unaware of the cause, cannot react quickly enough, clutching Zhou Bai as she hurries after her sons. Father. Zhou Minghu, though in a state of panic, knows that disturbances during cultivation are most detrimental, so he dares not barge in, instead softly calling out from outside the door. Zhou Xinyan cautiously approaches the window, gently peeking inside, striving to make not the slightest noise. Despite being practitioners, their bodies tremble with anxiety, fearing the worst from within. Come in. I am fine, Zhou Ping's weak voice calls out from inside. Zhou Xinyan peers through the window and sees Zhou Ping lying feebly on the bed, yet his breathing is even and steady. Prompting a sigh of relief, the three stand at the bedside, their expressions etched with concern. Father, do you feel unwell? Zhou Minghu kneels at the bedside, worry evident in his voice. Zhou Xinyan, standing with his spear, remains silent, though his eyes reveal his unease. Chen Yanqiu, now in her 30s, despite her pampered upbringing, bears the marks of life's passage, adding a touch of maturity to her grace. Dear, have you been injured during your cultivation? She leans down, her brow furrowed with worry. I will fetch some medicine from the storeroom. Let the servants brew something to replenish your strength. Only Zhou Bai, cradled in her arms, remains blissfully unaware, gazing at his father with innocent joy. Regaining a modicum of strength, Zhou Ping sits up to embrace Zhou Bai, saying, No need. I am perfectly fine. The two brothers are momentarily taken aback, their eyes soon lighting up with joy. Although they have yet to undergo a breakthrough themselves, they are aware, from Zhou Ping's writings, of the dangers inherent in such endeavors. Should failure occur, it could lead to injury or worse. Now, seeing their father safe, albeit somewhat weakened, could it mean he has succeeded in his breakthrough? Zhou Ping turns to his eldest son, saying, Minghu, go summon your cousin. Yes, Zhou Minghu replies, retreating slowly. Nianxiu, I would like some lotus seed porridge. Please ask the kitchen to prepare a portion. Chun Nianxiu nods her assent and steps out of the courtyard, leaving Zhou Ping and Zhou Xinyan alone. The latter grows increasingly anxious and tense. Meanwhile, Zhou Bai continues to wave his small hands adorably. Zhou Ping gazes calmly at his son and speaks, Xinyan, I am here. Zhou Xinyan responds, lowering his gaze, unable to meet Zhou Ping's eyes. For these years, I have instructed you to conceal your cultivation. Do you harbor any grievances? None whatsoever. Zhou Xinyan replies, I understand that all you do is for the safety of our family. We already have 2 practitioners. It is only natural that we would attract envy. If a third were to emerge, suspicion would arise, and others might covet our family. Zhou Ping nods slightly, his heart aching for his son. You have borne the burden. Once the high-level cultivator from the county arrives to set up the formation, encompassing this vicinity, you will no longer need to remain so secretive. I understand, father. Before long, Zhou Changhe, under the guidance of Zhou Minghu, hastily made his way to the courtyard, unable to contain his joy. Uncle, I hope you are well. Changhe, tomorrow you and Minghu shall visit the county office to seek out the esteemed county magistrate. Inform him that I have become a Qi refinement practitioner and that our Zhou family seeks to enter the ranks of immortals, willingly offering to guard this region. Zhou Ping gazed at his upright nephew with great satisfaction. While you're at it, be sure to notify the Li family as well. 6 months prior, due to the increasingly sweltering weather, the mountain's fresh air had thinned considerably, and with the cessation of grain sales, the trade with the Li family had naturally come to a halt. However, times have changed. Once the formation of the array is set up, we will also be able to cultivate spirit rice and spirit fruits, which will undoubtedly attract the attention of those merchant families. After establishing the formation, we shall inevitably owe a substantial debt to the court, necessitating the pursuit of funds from other avenues to fill this gap. Zhou Ping had also heard whispers of the conflicts within the Li family and other merchant clans. Li Mu, now frail and aged, was contemplating an alliance with the Huang family to ensure the safety of his descendants. With our own family rising, he could hardly believe that Li Mu would remain unmoved upon discovering this. In the prosperous Huang family of Pingyun, there was no lack of resources. The recently ascendant Zhou family, however, had a shallow foundation. As long as one was not foolish, the choice would be clear. After all, aligning oneself with a powerful clan merely results in a position of nominal retirement, while allying with a newly risen weaker clan presents opportunities to become a trusted minister. Ensuring a favorable future, I shall instruct my nephew shortly. Now, everyone may leave. Zhou Ping nodded and handed Zhou Bai to Zhou Minghu. The 3 exited the room respectfully, closing the door behind them. Outside, Zhou Changhe looked joyously at his 2 younger brothers, proclaiming, today is indeed a momentous occasion. With uncle and you, Minghu, by my side, our Zhou family is destined to thrive. Brother, you jest. It is our father who is the true pillar of our family, Zhou Minghu replied with a smile. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhou Changhe rose to leave, for he was responsible for managing the household affairs and needed to give instructions to the servants. However, upon stepping out of the courtyard, he suddenly turned back and sighed deeply, pondering why none of the 3 brothers possessed any connection to the immortal realm. Though their family appeared prosperous, he was acutely aware that their fortune depended entirely on their uncle's lineage. A sense of worry crept in for the future generations. For now, the 2 branches were still closely knit, but as time passed and they began to branch out, the ties would inevitably weaken. If no immortal master were to support their lineage in the future, what fate awaited their descendants? Yet, he was somewhat reassured by the signs of life from Sun's family. He fervently hoped this child would possess an affinity for the immortal path. Inside, Zhou Ping retrieved 3 small vials from a concealed compartment, within which swirled the ethereal essence of fresh mountain air. He possessed only 2 common Qi refinement techniques. One was the mountain stream, and the other, the river surge. Given that Qingshui County lacked large lakes or rivers, he could not find river air. Only to the west, near the Great Banyan Mountain, was he able to collect the mountain air. While other types of natural essences could be sought, Zhou Ping lacked specialized techniques for cultivation, and so he could only practice the mountain stream method. He sat down properly and turned his consciousness inward. His awareness had expanded significantly, allowing him to sense within a radius of 3 zhong. He observed a cavity the size of a bean in his lower abdomen, which continuously drew in the surrounding thin spiritual energy, transforming it into fine threads. Due to the limited spiritual energy during his breakthrough, his cavity could only contain about 100 strands of spiritual essence. In contrast, those with superior talents could have dozens of strands at the Qi awakening stage, and their cavities would be several times larger post-breakthrough. This meant that, in the realm of Qi refinement, he would need to invest significantly more time and effort to strengthen and stabilize his cavity, a process that might consume decades. Meanwhile, those prodigies, once they broke through to Qi refinement, would merely need to refine the natural essences without any hindrance. From the moment one embarked on the path of cultivation, the quality of one's talent became crucial. A slow start would result in a perpetually lagging pace. Zhou Ping was not inclined to dwell on such matters. His immediate priority was to formally commence his Qi refinement practice. With that, he opened all 3 vials and drew the mountain air into his abdomen. Once the mountain air entered the cavity, it began to assimilate the existing spiritual essence, transforming it into a bluish-white hue. Zhou Ping's aura became ethereal and clear, reminiscent of the mountain breeze. What is Qi refinement, if not the process of refining the energies of the world, using these natural essences to forge one's own supreme transformation? The distinctions within the realm of Qi refinement are delineated by the quantity of energy units. For instance, when Zhou Ping refines 100 strands of mountain air, he condenses it into 1 unit of mountain essence, thus becoming a first-tier Qi refinement practitioner. Upon reaching 9 units of mountain essence, he would attain the peak of the Qi refinement realm, and upon acquiring rare treasures from the natural world, he could attempt to merge these energy units to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Naturally, such practitioners are considered the weakest, as their energy units are too singular. Conversely, those who cultivate more sophisticated and profound methods can refine various natural essences, like wind and thunder, water and fire, or even more. Each additional type they incorporate significantly amplifies their combat prowess, resulting in increasingly formidable refined treasures. After a considerable time, Zhou Ping finally expelled a mouthful of turbid air. Within him, more than 10 strands of spiritual essence had already transformed into mountain air. He aimed to reach the first tier of Qi refinement before the arrival of the local practitioners. After all, nothing could signify his status as a Qi refinement practitioner more than the energy units themselves. Chapter 50. The 4 extremes stabilizing formation. A few days later, the practitioners from the county arrived. Accompanied by the county magistrate Zhu Zhan and a host of officials, Zhou Ping had not anticipated the court's promptness. Despite his diligent efforts to refine the mountain air, the few days that had elapsed had yielded scant progress, leaving him somewhat anxious. After all, without even condensing energy units, he could hardly claim to be at the first tier of Qi refinement. Nevertheless, in this brief span, he had distinctly felt the disparity between the Qi awakening and Qi refinement stages. The abundant spiritual energy coursing through him had fortified his physique, rendering his flesh denser and more robust, and his tendons remarkably supple. While spiritual energy would circulate throughout the body at the Qi awakening stage, the meager amounts available then had minimal impact. It was akin to a riverbed that had long been filled with a trickle suddenly being inundated by a torrent. The difference was stark. Though he did not possess the terrifying physique of a beast, Zhou Ping had tested his strength with weapons and found that it now took considerable effort to pierce the flesh. The most significant change lay in his offensive capabilities. Utilizing the same rudimentary golden light technique, Zhou Minghu's cast would only extend a few inches, while Zhou Ping could unleash a beam several feet long. Akin to a bolt of golden light, capable of cleaving through solid wood as thick as a waist. This was comparable to the power he had wielded when commanding a small sword. If he were to command a magical artifact, he was confident he could effortlessly dispatch 100 ordinary men. The Zhou family estate. The area was swarmed with officials and guards, while inside the main hall sat a middle-aged man exuding authority despite his calm demeanor. Dressed in a blue official robe, none other than Zhu Zhan, the county magistrate. His left sat an ethereal elder with an air of immortality. At this moment, Zhu Zhan was in exceptionally high spirits. As county magistrate, maintaining peace in the county was a matter of political achievement, and the emergence of a new cultivation family in the county was an even greater accomplishment. Should he accumulate more such achievements, promotion could well be on the horizon. After all, for the court, an additional faction of immortals meant an additional source of revenue, and naturally, officials under him would be generously rewarded. Thus, upon learning of someone breaking through to become a chi refinement practitioner, he promptly reported to the Immortal Registration Office in Zhaoping County, leading to his swift arrival in Bai Creek Village. Zhu Zhan regarded Zhou Ping with a smile, saying, "I have long heard of the esteemed Zhou Xian's reputation, and upon meeting you today, I can see you indeed possess the demeanor of an immortal, and your youth is remarkable. The path ahead looks promising." "You flatter me, sir," Zhou Ping replied with a respectful gesture. Zhu Zhan chuckled and gestured to the side. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Elder Zhang from the Immortal Registration Office, here today to record your family's immortal status." The elder first inclined his body in respect to Zhu Zhan before addressing Zhou Ping. "I am Zhang Ting, an old Taoist. It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow cultivator." Zhou Ping reciprocated with a bow. "I am Zhou Ping of the Zhou family. It is a pleasure to meet you, Elder Zhang." The reason they both showed such deference to Zhu Zhan, a mere mortal, was due to his backing by the court. Behind the court stood the Zhao royal family and the three clans, ensuring that even sects like the Qingyun sect would not dare to openly defy him. "Ha ha ha, matters of the immortal realm are beyond my comprehension," Zhu Zhan laughed. "Perhaps you two esteemed cultivators should converse in detail while I find a place to rest for a while. It is quite stifling in this heat." Zhou Ping immediately understood and called out to the courtyard, "Changhe, please escort the magistrate to rest. Let us not keep him in discomfort." Zhou Changhe respectfully approached and said, "Sir, please follow me." Zhu Zhan followed Zhou Changhe with a smile, leaving the main hall to a side courtyard, where a stage had already been set up, and freshly harvested fruits from the well awaited them. Refreshingly cool. As Zhu Zhan settled down, the performers immediately began their act. Enjoying the fruits while watching the performance, Zhu Zhan chuckled. Not bad at all. Seeing Zhu Zhan's delighted demeanor, Zhou Changhe couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the previous day someone had made the introductions, allowing him to seek out a troupe based on Zhu Zhan's preferences. "Zhou, sure, go and make arrangements for those officials outside, and also ask the kitchen to brew some refreshing tea to be sent out as well." "The younger one understands," Zhou Shi replied, and then hurried off, leaving only Zhou Changhe and the others to accompany Zhu Zhan in watching the performance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Ting and Zhou Ping were engaged in a lively discussion. Zhang Ting spoke slowly, saying, "Since you have petitioned the court, my friend, you must surely grasp the significance of obtaining a Xianji. However, I still wish to elaborate on the various aspects of entering the. There are three major benefits. First, you may select a mountain peak within the borders of Qingshui County as your clan's sacred ground, where all that lies within will belong to you. Second, all taxes on the land within your clan will be exempt. Third, you may request a method array from the Dingxiansi, and you can pay on credit, repaying gradually in the future." Zhou Ping nodded, acknowledging, "I understand what you say, but may I see the map to make plans?" Zhang Ting chuckled softly, realizing that in his elaboration, he had forgotten to show the map to his companion. He then retrieved a scroll of silk from his sleeve, which, when unfurled, revealed the map of Qingshui County, detailing its mountains, rivers, and numerous towns and villages. Qingshui County stretches 130 li from east to west and over 80 li from north to south, with a mountain peak marked at the far east, labeled Huangshi of Pingyun, while the rest of the territory remained blank, devoid of any significant influence. Zhou Ping studied the map attentively, but his brow furrowed slightly. The entire Qingshui County was rather flat, with most of its peaks being mere hills, none of which were impressive. With a slight sigh, he concluded that he could only choose one of the small hills surrounding Baishi village. Yet, still reluctant, he inquired, "My friend, are there any size restrictions on the mountain peak?" Zhang Ting was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly recalled his arrival when he observed that the village was surrounded by mountains. Though each was only about 100 zhang high, with sparse energy, he then understood Zhou Ping's concern. "I have over 10 large arrays here. You may select one with a broader range, to be established among the small hills to the east of the village, allowing for a wider coverage. But isn't it supposed to be just one mountain peak?" Zhou Ping asked. Zhang Ting replied with a smile, "Not at all. Those two small hills are interconnected by their roots, essentially forming a single entity, merely shaped by erosion. Zhou Ping paused, then listened as Zhang Ting continued. As fellow practitioners, we naturally understand the challenges involved. Why Zhang family resides in the southern region of Fuyang County. I hope our families can maintain a close relationship in the future. Zhou Ping finally comprehended that Zhang Ting was mixing public affairs with personal interests. The size of the mountain range was merely a matter of convenience under his authority. Yet he could leverage this to foster goodwill, achieving a dual purpose. What you say is indeed true. The two exchanged knowing glances and then burst into hearty laughter. Zhang Ting, having set his sights on the Zhou family's prospects, recognized that Zhou Ping was a qi refining cultivator, and his eldest son was also a practitioner, indicating commendable aptitude in the future. An alliance through marriage would undoubtedly open additional avenues. Reflecting on this, Zhang Ting could not help but sigh. His own family had a short lineage of merely 4 generations with just over 100 members, yet only 2 descendants had shown potential. The Zhou family, on the other hand, was fortunate to have a cultivator in its 2nd generation. Subsequently, Zhang Ting produced a jade mirror from his sleeve, saying, "Please refine this." Zhou Ping took it and discovered that the jade mirror was indeed a magical artifact. Zhang Ting spoke solemnly, "This is a supreme artifact of our. Once refined, it signifies your formal entry into the and indicates that your family will become a recognized Xianzhu, leaving a name in the court, henceforth bearing the responsibilities that come with it. My friend, have you made up your mind?" "I understand," Zhou Ping replied, clasping his hands in respect. Although he was aware that becoming a would mean relinquishing personal freedom to protect a territory, he also knew that without becoming one, his family would lack any inherited techniques or treasures, making it exceedingly difficult to rise to prominence. Even securing a protective formation for his family would be impossible to find. He then drew forth a mouthful of blood from his heart, letting it drip onto the jade mirror, causing it to shine brilliantly in an instant. A vast ocean of knowledge surged into his mind, leaving him dizzy. His divine sense swept rapidly, gaining a rough understanding of the content. It revealed the court's means of control over. The court recorded these in the and lured them with merits, leading them to voluntarily surrender the spiritual rice and fruits they painstakingly cultivated, or to exterminate monsters and demonic entities in exchange for merit. Such merit could then be exchanged for various rare treasures. Secret techniques, elixirs, and artifacts die in this manner. Both parties benefited. The court received resources, and the local area enjoyed the protection and stability provided by, while could obtain treasures and techniques in return. Zhou Ping gazed at the information, lamenting the harsh reality. 100 gene of spiritual rice could only be exchanged for 1 spiritual stone, and 1 equated to 1 merit. A single scroll of qi refining technique could start at over 10 merits, while elixirs and artifacts were exorbitantly priced. You may choose from the array section, and repayments can be made gradually in the future, Zhang Ting said gently, mindful that Zhou Ping might become overwhelmed by the extensive lists. Zhou Ping quickly bypassed the numerous options and focused on the array section, discovering over 10 arrays available for exchange, such as the Ghost Shadow Displacement Array and the 3 Yuan Determination Array. Each array was accompanied by detailed descriptions, highlighting their unique advantages, making Zhou Ping's mouth dry with excitement, eager to acquire them all. However, he was acutely aware that without the court's provision for credit, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to select. Ultimately, he chose the 4 Poles Determination Array. Chapter 51. By Shi Zhou Clan. The 4 Poles Determination Array, a mid-grade first tier, required 300 merits. Although the steep price made Zhou Ping's heart ache, he understood that this array was the most suitable for his family. Since Baishi village was surrounded by small hills, lacking towering peaks, choosing any other array would only encompass a single hilltop. Yet, given the small size of the hills, it meant that little spiritual farmland could be cultivated atop them, making it impossible to grow sufficient spiritual rice. To cultivate more spiritual rice and fruits, a broader coverage was necessary. The 4 Poles Determination Array, with 1 main array and 4 secondary array Is, could cover several li around it, far exceeding ordinary arrays. Naturally, such advantages came with drawbacks. Its offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as its ability to gather spiritual energy, were only about 60 to 70% of that of typical arrays. However, for the Zhou family at this moment, The benefits outweighed the disadvantages. My friend, I choose this array, Zhou Ping declared. Zhang Ting glanced over and, upon seeing that it was the four poles determination array, nodded with a smile. You are indeed a perceptive individual. He then surprisingly produced 5 array plates and 18 array flags from his sleeve. Zhou Ping's eyes widened. Previously, he had not noticed anything unusual when Zhang Ting revealed the map and jade mirror. But now, with such a plethora of items, it seemed likely he possessed a storage bag. Storage bags were highly valuable, each worth several hundred spiritual stones, and Zhang Ting, merely a second-tier qi refining cultivator, surprisingly had one. Noticing Zhou Ping's astonishment, Zhang Ting smiled lightly, saying, "My friend, do not entertain any other thoughts. These belong to the imbued with the techniques of a profound elixir master, thus they are secure from theft. Which is why I keep them." Hearing about the means of a profound elixir master, Zhou Ping's expression shifted, quickly dispelling any distracting thoughts. "Please do not take offense," he said. "Haha, it is human nature," Zhang Ting chuckled, then produced a piece of jade, explaining, "This is the array plate and flags for the four poles determination array. Once you reach the designated location, simply activate the jade, and it will arrange itself automatically." Zhou Ping was taken aback and hurriedly asked, "Aren't you coming to set it up?" Zhang Ting chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "If only I knew how to arrange arrays, I wouldn't need to go through all this trouble." Zhou Ping fell silent. Mastering the myriad arts of cultivation was exceedingly difficult, each a foundation for a family, and even he, during his time at Qingshui Gate, was merely a spiritual farmer. With the court aiming to harvest and the striving for longevity, it was destined that the arts of cultivation would remain hidden, cherished by AFEW in the exchange list. Items like elixirs required only a small amount of merit, yet anything related to the transmission of arts was worth hundreds or even thousands of merits. Or more. Zhang Ting stroked his beard, saying, "You should proceed with the setup. Once the array is arranged, I can leave with peace of mind." Setting up the protective array for his clan was a confidential matter, and he would naturally not partake in it. "I was remiss," Zhou Ping said apologetically. "Zhou Minghu, please accompany our esteemed guest." Zhou Minghu stepped forward from the courtyard, respectfully greeting Zhang Ting. "I am Zhou Minghu, and I pay my respects to Senior Zhang. As for Zhou Xuanya, he had been sent into the mountains by Zhou Ping to avoid Zhang Ting sensing his cultivation. A true young talent, impressive in demeanor." Zhang Ting remarked, smiling at Zhou Minghu, already contemplating which of his daughters to marry into the family. The two engaged in polite conversation, maintaining a respectful and harmonious atmosphere, much like a pair of grandfather and grandson. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping hastened towards the eastern side of Baishi village. Nestled between the branches of the Great Banyan Mountain, Baishi village was encircled by mountains, resembling a bowl. To the east, for small hills surrounded a narrow path that extended outward, wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Unless one is willing to traverse mountains and valleys, leaving Baishi village necessitates this singular route. Zhou Ping extended his consciousness into the jade stone and immediately sensed a formidable presence erupt forth, manifesting as an ethereal shadow that bore an overwhelming aura, rendering him breathless. A foundation establishment expert. Zhou Ping's heart trembled uncontrollably as he gazed at the apparition with a mix of dread and despair. Yet, he observed that the shadow appeared remarkably sluggish, akin to a marionette. The specter scanned its surroundings, then with a sweeping gesture, the array plate and flags in Zhou Ping's grasp began to dance, hurtling towards the 4 small mountains. Almost instantaneously, an almost translucent boundary enveloped the 4 peaks, soon fading from view, while the shadow dissipated into the ether. Far away in Nanyang Prefecture City, a powerful figure was inscribing an array plate when he suddenly shuddered. A faint smile gracing his lips, someone had chosen the formation he crafted, allowing him to claim 300 spirit stones from the Immortal Affairs office. Zhou Ping's heart continued to race, yet gradually he regained his composure. Fully aware that the presence was but a fragment of consciousness, destined to execute the commands left by its original form. The primary array plate in his hands emitted a soft, ghostly light, from which he could sense the formation enveloping the 4 mountains, resembling 4 interconnected circles gradually drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. As the master of the primary array plate, he could manipulate the grand formation at will. However, The spiritual energy within the formation remained exceedingly sparse, rendering its might insufficient. Zhou Ping contemplated that once the spiritual energy was sufficiently abundant, and he took command within, even 3 to 5 practitioners of the same realm would struggle to breach it. With this thought, a smile crept onto Zhou Ping's face as he walked toward his home. Upon returning, he found Zhang Ting already gazing at him with a smile, and on the ornate map. A new name had appeared to the west of Qingshui County, Baishi Zhou Clan. Congratulations, my friend. From this day forth, your family shall be recognized as a celestial clan, Zhang Ting remarked with a smile. Take good care of the jade token, for it serves as proof of your celestial identity. Should you wish to exchange anything, you may invoke the jade token, and practitioners will come to assist. However, I advise that unless it is a significant item or of great worth, you should personally handle exchanges in the county city, as the journey is long, and the Immortal Affairs Office demands exorbitant fees. Not to mention the potential for unforeseen events. Zhou Ping understood, he bowed slightly, then thrust his consciousness into the jade token, only to be taken aback, exclaiming in alarm, "My friend, why has it transformed into 500 merits?" Initially, the token indicated 0 merits. Even with the selection of the 4 extremes fixed element formation, he would only owe 300, yet now, he found himself in debt by a staggering 500 merits. Causing great urgency, Zhang Ting sighed, "Do not fret, my friend. This is also why the court is willing to extend credit to us celestial clans, with interest increased by 40%. The 500 merits you owe will require you to pay the Immortal Affairs Office 2,500 pounds of spirit rice every 3 years, equating to 25 merits, which means it will take 60 years to fully repay. Additionally, every 3 years, you must also submit 1,000 pounds of spirit rice to cover the expenses of your Zhou family's practice grounds." Zhou Ping stood frozen in place, finally letting out a soft sigh. Even as a celestial clan, he could not escape exploitation. It appeared that while they were granted a mountain as their practice ground, they remained under the court's constraints, enduring no fundamental change, merely trading mundane taxes for spirit rice. Calculating this, his family would need to deliver 3,500 pounds of spirit rice to the court every 3 years. One could only wonder how much arable land was necessary for such cultivation. "Thank you for your information," Zhou Ping expressed. Zhang Ting waved his hand, producing a manual, saying, "As fellow celestial clans, life is not easy for any of us. Otherwise, I would not have joined the Immortal Affairs Office, enduring such toil. Here is a manual, one bestowed upon all celestial clans by the Immortal Affairs Office, detailing most commonly encountered heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I hope you will cherish it." Zhou Ping accepted it, yet a cold smile flickered within him, not directed at Zhang Ting, but at the court. The court's provision of a celestial treasure manual seemed aimed at ensuring celestial clans could identify treasures and not miss out on harvesting them. Only when celestial clans discovered treasures, devoid of the myriad arts of the immortal families, would they trade them as ordinary materials for merits. Meanwhile, the Immortal Affairs Office could refine these treasures into elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, and formations, thereby continuing to reap from the celestial clans. It was reminiscent of the past, where some backward small nations could only sell cheap raw materials for minimal profit, while developed nations, possessing technology, processed these raw materials into products, thus harvesting the wealth of the smaller nations in return. The two exchanged pleasantries once more, finding a mutual respect for one another. Before long, Zhu Jin emerged from the side courtyard, contentedly bidding farewell to Zhou's family along with a group of officials, with Zhang Ting following suit. All that remained for Zhou Ping were the seeds of spirit rice, the techniques for cultivating spiritual fields, and even a few techniques related to the cultivation of spirit rice. The court sought to ensure that weak celestial clans like the Zhou family remained rooted in their territories, compelling them to toil for generations while reaping the rewards. They also wanted them to guard against demonic beings, safeguarding a region's tranquility. Chapter 52. Celestial Destiny. Once Zhu Zhan and his entourage departed, Zhou Ping summoned Zhou Hong, Zhou Changhe, and the others to the main hall. Zhou Ping addressed Zhou Changhe. "Changhe, take some men to level off a few areas on the mountains at the village entrance and construct several small courtyards. From now on, this will be our family land, and we shall reside in the mountains henceforth, which will be beneficial for your health. Your nephew understands, Zhou Chenghe replied, cupping his hands before departing with the group. Zhou Ping then turned to Zhou Hong, saying, Elder brother, please gather everyone in the village and bring them to the village entrance. We shall depart shortly. I will do so right away. Zhou Hong replied before leaving the hall. Zhou Ping then turned to Zhou Minghu, producing an old land deed, and spoke slowly. This is the land deed from your great-grandmother's family. How to handle it is for you to decide. Initially, he had taken the land deed, believing in the possibility of celestial destiny, thinking that his family could only become landlords and thus placed great importance on land, planning to reclaim it in the future. Now that his family had become a celestial clan and could enhance the qualifications of future generations, ordinary fields were mere mundane possessions, rendering the deed insignificant. Moreover, reclaiming land was now an effortless endeavor for him. However, Zhou Minghu had been greatly influenced by Qian Yinxiu. If he did not allow him to understand clearly, Zhou Ping feared unforeseen consequences. Handing him the deed was not merely about resolving land matters, but about addressing the blood feud. Zhou Minghu took the deed, his gaze cold. I will kill the Wang and Sun families, as well as the Qian family descendants, but not at this moment. He understood that even though they had become a celestial clan, they could not do everything themselves. They still required mortals to carry out tasks, be it business transactions, farming the land, or searching for medicinal herbs in the mountains. Baishi village was already sparsely populated, with only a few hundred residents. If the Wang, Sun, and Qian families were slaughtered now, the village would instantly lose over 100 people, causing panic and fear among the others, ultimately undermining his family's rule. Should word get out, it could tarnish their reputation, and they might even be branded as demonic. In a few years, they would be able to quietly swallow them up. And by then, he would ensure the three families would have a hard time. Zhou Ping nodded. As long as you have made your decision, that is sufficient. If you wish to exterminate the three families, I will accompany you. Zhou Minghu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet he shook his head. If they were to slaughter the three families now, it would instill trepidation in the hearts of those who wished to ally with them. After all, if they ruthlessly massacred even their earliest allies, it would lead to accusations of betrayal and treachery. Let us go and see at the village entrance. Under the great banyan tree at the village entrance, a dense crowd had gathered, with Zhou Hong and a number of family retainers standing at one side. There were large households like the Wang and Sun families clustered together, as well as small families huddled in groups of 3 or 4. Whispering anxiously, their demeanor uneasy and restless, a man muttered softly, "Have you heard? Zhou Erlang has achieved enlightenment. Today so many officials have come, and I even saw the county magistrate treating Zhou Erlang so courteously. He must have attained the Tao." Another farmer scratched his head and replied, "I heard from others that once an immortal master reaches enlightenment, they gain immortality and become an immortal being. Who knows how true that is? It must be true. Our county's Huang Laozu. My grandfather encountered him while wandering, and he attained the Tao back then. He is still alive to this day. Wow, then we cannot speak carelessly anymore. We must address Zhou Erlang as an immortal. Qi practitioners have a lifespan of 120 years, and with spiritual energy nourishing them, their appearance changes slowly. To mere mortals, who live only half that long, Qi practitioners appear as immortal beings, capable of anything. Meanwhile, on the other side, the patriarch of the Sun family leaned weakly on a cane, requiring the support of son Mingcheng. Mingcheng, now that Zhou Erlang has become an immortal, you must not harbor any thoughts of rebellion. My murky eyes can no longer see clearly, and my body is as frail as a withered candle in the wind. The Sun family is the wife clan of the Zhou family. As long as we remain wholeheartedly loyal to the Zhou family, we shall come to no harm. I do not have many years left to live. Once I pass, you will become the patriarch of our family. Remember, from now on, the Sun family will be a vassal of the Zhou family, nothing more than a dog to them. Do you understand?" Had Zhou Ping not achieved enlightenment beforehand, he might have thought that a century later, both families would still be vying for power, as the lifespans of ordinary immortal masters were not vastly different from those of mortals. However, with the lifespan of an enlightened immortal master extending far beyond 100 years, and Zhou Erlang being merely in his 30s, what could they possibly contend with? Mingcheng remembers. Sun Mingcheng bowed his head. Despite the resentment simmering within him, He could only bury it deep in his heart, daring not to voice it. After 3 years of overt and covert struggles, the Wang family had split into two factions, one led by Wang Feng and the other by Wang Hui. The three brothers of the third branch had long been incited to turn against each other, their bond shattered. "Cousin, what do you think Zhou Erlang summoned us for?" Wang Hui asked, smiling at Wang Feng. Yet, with one in his 60s and the other in the prime of his 40s, they appeared less like cousins and more like father and son. Wang Feng, however, stood there, seemingly indifferent, exuding an air of calm confidence. Wang Hui's gaze darkened. This old man, relying on his age, stubbornly contested for the position of clan leader, and now treated him with such disdain. He vowed to make this old fool regret his arrogance sooner or later. As for the old clan leader of the Wang family, he had passed away shortly after returning. When Wang Du returned to the village, he aspired to become the clan leader, but for reasons unknown, he fell gravely ill, becoming timid and cowardly. Uncle Chen and Qian Fangsu were surrounded by a crowd, for in times of fear and uncertainty, people naturally sought refuge in the strong. Thanks to the Zhou family's favor, these two had gradually gained respect and status within the village. Just then, a gasp rippled through the crowd. The immortal has arrived. As Zhou Ping and his son appeared in sight, the ordinary villagers shrank back in fear and reverence, while the influential figures approached with smiles, though they dared not speak much. Zhou Ping responded with a smile and stepped forward. "I apologize for disturbing you all today. I bring good news to share. A few days ago, I, Zhou Ping, attained enlightenment and have been graced by the emperor, receiving an official title from the court." As he spoke, a jade mirror in Zhou Ping's hand shimmered, casting a golden light that illuminated the air. The Zhou clan of Baishi. Witnessing such a display, many were so frightened they knelt down, murmuring in awe, causing an uproar. "An immortal," Zhou Ping called out, "from now on, the 4 mountains at the village entrance shall be renamed Baishi Mountain, coming under the governance of my Zhou family." He then pointed subtly towards Baishi Mountain, secretly activating a formation. The 4 small mountains trembled and roared, a colossal ethereal barrier emerging, causing the ground to quiver slightly, terrifying the villagers into a state of shock as they knelt in fear. An immortal. Truly an immortal. Such earth-shattering displays led them to believe an immortal had descended upon them. Sun Mingxing pressed his forehead to the ground, hearing the thundering beats of his heart, his mind in turmoil. This was an immortal who had achieved enlightenment. Zhou Ping's expression remained calm, although the court had only granted him 4 small mountains. Baishi village was nestled within them, making it an undeniable prize that he could not forsake. Though my Zhou family is now an immortal clan, we will not forget our fellow villagers. I have decided to assess the aptitude of the village's eligible children. Should any possess the potential for immortality, my family will take them along to cultivate. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Is what Zhou Xianren said true? They genuinely wished to take our children? The families of Wang, Sun, and Qian were struck with astonishment, quickly turning to elation. For if one of their own became an immortal, their futures would be secured. In contrast, members of the Zhou family, including Zhou Minghu, wore anxious expressions. Zhou Minghu, although aware that immortal clans often recruited outsiders, knew this was only feasible when the clan was strong and the outsiders weak. With only 3 cultivators in their family, he feared they might fall victim to an outsider's encroachment. However, since it was Zhou Ping's decision, they dared not voice their opposition. Zhou Ping's choice to select potential immortals from among the villagers was a calculated one. Every 3 years, they were required to pay 3,500 pounds of spirit rice, which could only be cultivated under the guidance of cultivators. They could not simply abandon cultivation to grow rice. By selecting children with potential, he aimed for them to assist in rice cultivation. Moreover, children were easier to control due to their young age. As long as the system was in place, it was certain that future generations would produce cultivators, enough to keep the outsiders at bay. Any child aged 5 to 10 with potential will be taught our methods and brought to Baishi Mountain for cultivation. Zhou Ping declared again, eliciting nods and expressions of gratitude from the villagers. "Immortal, I will fetch my child immediately," one villager shouted, causing a frenzy among the crowd. "Hurry, hurry." After a considerable time, over a dozen children of varying heights lined up before Zhou Ping, nervously gazing up at him. Chen Fuxing was naturally among them, looking bewilderedly at his uncle. Zhou Minghu stepped forward to assess each child, having received Zhou Ping's discreet instructions. If their spiritual light measured under 2 inches, it was to be announced. If above, it was to be concealed until a means to eliminate them could be devised. Beginned, a small child, guided by his father, trembled as he approached. Zhou Minghu placed a hand on the child's shoulder, letting spiritual energy flow through him before calmly stating, "Next." The man beside him displayed disappointment, picking up his child and walking away. Soon, cries reminiscent of death echoed, deepening the crowd's silence until it was Chen Fuxing's turn. After 3 years, Zhou Minghu again placed a hand on Chen Fuxing, his own nephew. As the spiritual energy circulated, his expression fluctuated between joy and concern. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, no longer concealing the spiritual light erupting above Chen Fuxing's head. Chen Fuxing possesses aptitude. Below, Uncle Chen was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he embraced the elderly woman beside him, shouting jubilantly, "My Chen family will produce an immortal master. My Chen family will produce an immortal master." Those nearby gazed at him with envy, particularly the Wang, Sun, and Qian families, who wished fervently that the immortal belonged to them. Yet Zhou Ping remained as calm as still water, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. For the spiritual light above Chen Fuxing's head measured a remarkable 2 inches and 2/10. Such a light, with the right opportunities, had a significant chance of breaking through to the qi refinement stage. He cast a deep gaze at Zhou Minghu, understanding that familial ties had influenced his decision. However, now that it was spoken, he couldn't take it back. As the remaining children were assessed, the results were largely disheartening. Until a pleasant surprise emerged at the end. Was Wang Hui's grandson, named Wang Dashi, whose spiritual light measured only 1 inch and 4/10, still quite poor even among the lower ranks. Yet, this made Wang Hui beam with delight, while Wang Feng's expression darkened considerably. Ultimately, as the assessments concluded, no further candidates with potential were found, leaving the Sun family patriarch disheartened. Qian Fangsu sighed softly but quickly regained composure. Realizing that as long as they aligned with the Zhou family, their own family would maintain wealth and prosperity, rendering the matter of spiritual potential rather inconsequential. Chapter 53. 8 acres of spirit fields in the blink of an eye. More than 2 years had passed. Baishi Mountain had transformed, not towering in height but shrouded in mist, exuding an ethereal aura. Through the hazy clouds, one could see numerous cleared areas atop the mountain, where several pavilions and buildings had been constructed, not grand, but undeniably impressive. The 4 mountains, originally derived from a single peak, had been renamed by Zhou Ping as the 4 peaks, Ming, Jing, Qing, and Qi among them. Ming Peak stood the tallest and most magnificent, featuring the most elaborate courtyards, serving as the new residence for the Zhou family. The old courtyard in the village, though still tended to by servants, had become the place where Zhou Changhe and others descended to manage affairs. The other 3 peaks had only roughly constructed a few shelters for residents. Scattered throughout the slopes of the 4 peaks were fragmented plots of land, with some measuring as much as half an acre, while others were merely a few feet across. This constituted the entirety of the spirit fields that the 4 peaks could offer, only a mere 8 acres. The scarcity and fragmentation arose from the varying concentrations of spiritual energy due to the rugged terrain within the Great Formation, leading to inconsistent energy levels across the land. Some areas boasted sufficient density to qualify for cultivation, while others merely represented favorable land. On Qi Peak, a child of 7 or 8 years infused spiritual energy into water, then poured it onto a plot of land, one small section of which took half an hour to irrigate. Exhausted, he plopped down on the ground, gleefully shouting into the distance, "Minghu, I have finished watering." Nearby, Zhou Minghu wiped the sweat from his brow, smiling, "Uncle is amazing." Once Zhou Minghu had finished watering the spirit fields, he led Chen Fuxing to the next plot. Although Zhang Ting had left behind methods for gathering rain and directing water, only Zhou Ping among the Zhou family could wield such arts. Given the fragmented distribution of the spirit fields across the 4 peaks, and the immense consumption of spiritual energy required for irrigation, Zhou Ping could only focus on watering the larger, concentrated fields. As for the smaller and more scattered plots, He left them to Chen Fuxing and a few other qi refinement cultivators to nurture meticulously. Meanwhile, down the mountain, Zhou Changhe was distributing porridge to the villagers of Baishi. With grains sourced from the Wang, Sun, and Zhou families, along with provisions sent by the Li merchant group. "Young master, this cannot continue," Zhou Shi said, furrowing his brow. Zhou Changhe, holding a bowl of sparse porridge, replied calmly, "I know this is not a solution, but look at the chaos outside. Only in the depths of our Baishi village are we shielded. Otherwise, we would have already faced the onslaught of the disaster-stricken. If we do not provide porridge to the villagers, by this time next year, surely half of Baishi village will starve to death." Zhou Shi lamented, "But we do not know how long this drought will last. We cannot always play the role of the great benefactor. The persistent drought has rendered the fields barren, and not only are the crops suffering, but even the water for human consumption has become scarce. The entire Nanyang prefecture has transformed into a desolate wasteland, with countless living beings succumbing to the harshness of starvation and exposure. Baishi village, surrounded by mountains, has its only road to the outside world buried beneath a massive landslide. Fortunately, the few families there had stocked enough provisions, and with the exceptional management of Zhou Changhe, they have avoided the famines that plague other regions. Yet Zhou Changhe dismisses any notion of complacency, urging others to look beyond immediate circumstances. While it appears that he is performing acts of charity, in truth, he is merely using food to placate and control the villagers. Each day, he prepares large pots of thin porridge. But in return, he ensures the tranquility of his domain. However, this is not to be a free meal. The villagers must labor to repair roads and channels within their territory. Currently, Baishi village has seen little change in its core. Yet the surrounding areas have undergone a remarkable transformation. In those fields, intricate networks of deep channels have been excavated, 9 horizontal and 9 vertical, each 7 feet wide and 8 feet deep, stretching for miles and connecting to the Baishi River. This not only reorganizes the farmland but also facilitates future irrigation in the parched riverbed of Baishi River. Around 100 men toil vigorously, deepening and widening the riverbed. Zhou Changhe envisions creating a small lake here to ensure the village's sustenance in the future. Additionally, a series of stone steps emerge from the foot of Baishi Mountain, extending towards the 4 peaks, ultimately vanishing into the mists above. The leveling and cultivation of these peaks, alongside numerous courtyards and pavilions, are also the result of Zhou Changhe's directives to the villagers. The Zhou family has only contributed 1,000 stones of grain towards this, half of which comes from the Wang and Sun families. While Zhou Changhe cannot bear to see the villagers starve, the 500 residents of Baishi village require over a stone of grain daily just to survive, amounting to around 100 pounds. Zhou Changhe contemplates as he swallows another mouthful of porridge. With 500 stones of grain remaining, once he dispenses another 100 stones, he will cease the porridge distribution, for he has already achieved the necessary repairs and constructions within Baishi village. From that point on, their survival depends solely on fate. After all, during such dire years, the landlords of other villages have long shut their doors, fearing the destitute might covet their resources, leaving no surplus grain for labor. In some areas, famished refugees have even stormed landlords' homes, resulting in tragic casualties. It is only due to the Zhou family's collaboration with 3 others that there remains any surplus grain for labor in Baishi. However, trapped within the mountains, news of their situation cannot escape, and thus, they are shielded from the influx of disaster-stricken individuals. Just then, distant shouts reach their ears. The celestial being is sending rain. Hurry to collect it. Instantly, the crowd erupts into a cacophony, the previously dispirited villagers springing to life as they clutch bowls and jars, rushing towards the source. No shoving, no shoving. A man pushes forward but is swept away by the throng. While women and children caught in the middle cry out in desperation, a burly man forcefully clears a path, shouting, "Make way for me. I'm here for the water." They are all parched, suffering from severe dehydration. In this drought, not only do the crops fail to thrive, but the lack of drinking water threatens to starve and dehydrate them. Even though the thin porridge provided by the Zhou family contains some water, it is but a drop in the bucket. Only every 3 to 5 days does Zhou Ping invoke magic to summon water and bring rain, thereby preserving the villagers' lives. The crowd continues to jostle. But it is Zhou Ping's aura that finally calms them. If this noise persists, "There will be no rain today," it's he once. The crowd falls silent, shrinking back in trepidation, afraid to gaze at the figures on the platform. Once he sees the hush settle over the throng, Zhou Ping begins to chant his incantation, channeling his energy. In an instant, streams of air converge from all directions, coalescing into a substantial cloud overhead. Soon after, light raindrops begin to fall, igniting joy among the villagers as they dash forward, desperately trying to catch the rain in their bowls and jars. Many tilt their heads back, allowing the sparse droplets to land on their parched lips, eliciting expressions of contentment. The Wang and Sun families also rush forward, eager to collect the precious water, fearful of losing their chance. As for the Zhou family, throughout the year, Zhou Ping has been persistently gathering water vapor, resulting in several deep ponds on Ming Peak, sufficient for the family's water needs. The difference in energy expenditure between summoning rain and condensing spiritual energy from rain is monumental. Summoning rain consumes only 20 strands of spiritual energy, whereas gathering a single instance of spiritual rain could exhaust all of Zhou Ping's energy. Given this, it is naturally more prudent for Qin Fuxing and others to handle the irrigation, as it requires less effort. However, gazing at the cloud forming above, Zhou Ping cannot help but sigh. The clouds appear to be diminishing with each attempt. If this continues, he may not be able to summon rain at all. After all, summoning rain involves gathering water vapor from all directions to release a nourishing downpour. But if the surrounding area remains completely dry, no amount of gathering will yield rain. He gazes far into the horizon, his brow furrowing. This drought has lingered for far too long, an excessively unusual duration. He recalls tales from his time at Qingshan Gate, where he heard legends of mighty beings capable of altering the weather and transforming the world with a mere thought, akin to deities. Yet, at that time, Zhou Ping was merely a menial worker, and such powerful figures felt distant and mythical to him. Now, however, 6 years of relentless drought in Nanyang Prefecture, growing increasingly severe and terrifying, leads him to ponder, could it be that a mighty being is on the verge of a breakthrough? Chapter 54. The lineage. The sporadic raindrops fall for less than a quarter of an hour before ceasing. The villagers stretch their necks, gazing longingly at the sky, only to be met with disappointment as they protect their water containers with all their might, fearing that even the slightest mishap could cause their precious supply to vanish. Zhou Changhe instructs Zhou Shi, "First, let the villagers take the water home, then they may resume their work." "Young master, you truly are a great benefactor." Zhou Shi chuckles, patting his chest. "Rest assured, I will keep watch here. We will certainly dig a deep pit today." Zhou Changhe merely grunts in acknowledgement, then walks away, hands clasped behind his back. Though he is yet to reach 20, he has managed the household for 7 or 8 years, and his long-standing position of power has instilled a sense of authority that commands respect and fear from the villagers. 2 years prior, with the birth of his child, he has become even more composed. Zhou Shi, after watching Zhou Changhe depart, straightens his posture and calls over a servant. "Go tell those slackers to get back to work. If they try to shirk their duties, they'll have no porridge to eat." "Yes." The servant humbly retreats, but upon reaching the villagers, his demeanor shifts entirely, adopting a fierce countenance. "Get up. The master is generous and kind-hearted. He fears you will starve in this calamity, so he provides you with grain. Yet here you are, ungrateful, dawdling while you should be digging channels and lakes. This lake will benefit you in the future, but you clearly do not appreciate it. Hurry up," at the mention of no porridge. The weary crowd begins to stir, groaning as they pick up their hoes and picks to start working on the riverbed. In the distance, Zhou Ping and Zhou Changhe lead a group up the mountain, fully aware of the commotion behind them. While Zhou Shi may be somewhat overbearing, he is nonetheless loyal to the Zhou family, skillfully managing his role. The distribution of porridge serves as a benevolent act, while Zhou Shi's pressure maintains order. It is the balance of both that ensures respect and fear among the villagers. This is Zhou Changhe's method of governance. After all, sometimes the reputation of the celestial beings cannot compare to the effectiveness of these servants. Zhou Changhe, lagging half a step behind Zhou Ping, whispers, "Uncle, in a few months it will be time for us to deliver the spirit rice to the family. But the outside world is in chaos, rife with disaster-stricken people and bandits, making it quite precarious." Should we not consider spending a bit more to have someone from the Spirit Regulation Bureau come to collect it personally? Zhou Ping, walking ahead, treads heavily on the stone steps leading to Ming Peak, his thoughts weighed down. Although he possesses 8 acres of spiritual fields, the harvest of spirit rice accumulated over the years is disappointingly meager. After all, the yield of spirit rice is heavily dependent on the density of spiritual energy. The richer the spiritual energy, the higher the yield of spirit rice. During his time at Qingshan Gate as a spirit cultivator, the abundant spiritual energy of Qingshan Mountain allowed for an average yield of 800 pounds per acre. Baishi Mountain, however, lies in an area deficient in spiritual energy, and the first-level formation here is far less effective than that of Qingshan Gate, resulting in the Zhou family's fields yielding less than 300 pounds per acre. Furthermore, a portion must be reserved for the family's consumption, and some set aside as rewards for the Qian and Sun families, leaving only around 1,300 pounds each year. If they were to summon someone from the Spirit Regulation Bureau, it would require an additional 400 pounds, equivalent to 3 years of unharvested grain, which pains Zhou Ping deeply. Yet, given the current turmoil, with disaster-stricken individuals rampant across Nanyang Prefecture, Zhou Ping is reluctant to send his family to deliver the grain. After all, even cultivators in the awakening realm cannot contend against the overwhelming numbers of desperate individuals, let alone the possibility of facing other factions seeking to seize their resources. As for Zhou Ping himself going to deliver the grain, that is out of the question. He is the backbone of the Zhou family and cannot afford any missteps. If he were to leave, the formation would fall under the control of Zhou Minghu, and should any qi refining cultivators attack the mountain, it would spell doom for the family. Though the likelihood of such an event is slim, one must always be vigilant, preparing for the worst-case scenario. What if some power is indeed watching them? Zhou Ping sighed deeply. After a while, once this season's spiritual rice ripened, he would have the emissaries of the Immortal Administration collect it. Although the submission of spiritual rice was entirely voluntary, how many feeble immortal clans would dare take such risks? Especially for a family like the Zhou clan, which had only a single qi refining cultivator. Any unforeseen mishap could plunge them into an abyss of despair, leaving them with nothing but regret. The court was indeed well aware that these weaker immortal clans would not dare to take risks, which is why they had set the quota at 400 pounds, not so high as to deter them completely, yet painfully burdensome. It effectively drained their savings, making it exceedingly difficult for the immortal clans to rise. Fortunately, Zhou Ping's parents were currently able to enjoy spiritual rice daily, and their health was gradually improving. Reflecting on this brought Zhou Ping a measure of comfort. The Ming Peak stood only 100 zhang tall, and after merely a quarter of an hour's walk, they reached the summit. The 4 peaks were shrouded in mist. Without guidance, even a spirit awakening cultivator might lose their way within. Several villagers had previously wandered aimlessly while constructing their courtyards on the mountain, ultimately suffering the consequences of their disorientation, which instilled a profound sense of reverence for Baishi Mountain among the common folk of Baishi village, rendering them reluctant to venture even a step further. Rumors began to circulate in the village that residing on Baishi Mountain could prolong one's life, which excited the village elder of the Sun clan, leading him to cling desperately to the Zhou family in hopes of one day residing on the mountain. This was, of course, a notion propagated by Zhou Changhe. Although living in an area rich in spiritual energy indeed provided certain benefits to mortals, it would only extend their lives by a few years at most. Yet, this did not hinder Zhou Changhe from winning the hearts of the villagers of Baishi. He had even invited Uncle Chun and Wang Daxi's parents to live on the mountain, not only to win the favor of Qin Fuxing and Wang Daxi, but also to demonstrate something to the villagers. The combination of joyous spirits and the subtle influence of spiritual energy made the few individuals appear considerably younger, which further stimulated the elders. Otherwise, how could the Wang and Sun families so readily deliver their grain? It was precisely because they saw the potential for longevity that the elder of the Sun clan and Wang Feng eagerly rushed to submit their grain. At the summit, several courtyards stood, and a few children frolicked in an open area, naturally supervised by maidservants. Upon seeing Zhou Ping and his companion arrive, the children rushed toward them with elation. "Daddy!" Zhou Bai joyfully exclaimed, clutching Zhou Ping's leg and gazing up with eyes as bright as a starry sky, pure and innocent. "Where did you go, Daddy? Why didn't you take me along?" Zhou Ping chuckled as he picked up Zhou Bai and gently replied, Daddy went down the mountain to bring rain. For this third son, who lacked aptitude, Zhou Ping always felt a bit more patience and affection. Bring rain. What is that? Zhou Bai tilted his head in confusion. Bringing rain means helping the people below live better lives, Zhou Ping explained. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai's eyes sparkled, and he waved his small hands, shouting, Then I want to bring rain too. I want Daddy, Mommy, Grandpa, Grandma, and Uncle and Brother to all live well. Zhou Ping, gazing at his exuberant son, felt reluctant to disclose the harsh reality. In Zhou Changhe's arms was another child, barely 1 or 2 years old, who looked around with innocent curiosity, babbling incomprehensibly. This was Zhou Chengqian, the 4th-generation heir of the Zhou family. The name was bestowed by Zhou Hong, hoping that his eldest grandson would inherit and further the family legacy. As for the character Cheng, it was determined by Zhou Ping for his own generation. Since their family had ascended to the ranks of immortal clans, as long as no calamity befell them, their future prosperity seemed assured, much like the thriving Huang clan, which boasted thousands of members. However, a larger clan often leads to scattered hearts. Thus, for the sake of familial cohesion and to maintain order and inheritance, Zhou Ping decided to establish a naming convention based on generational characters starting from the grandchildren. The characters he designated for the males of his lineage were Chang Shi, Xiu Wan, Jing Yuan, Zhan Ting, Chang Sheng, Yong, and Zhou Chengqian was the first of the Chang generation. Moreover, Zhou Ping also established a naming convention for the females of his family: Qian Yu, Qing Xiu, Jia Zhao, Yi Jin, Yu Rui, Ying Ji, intended for the next 12 generations. As for what would happen after the 12th generation, Zhou Ping could not foresee whether he would live to see that day. Nonetheless, he believed that if he were still alive, or if the Zhou family remained strong, others would continue the lineage. Chapter 55. Family Feast. Affectionately, Zhou Changhe pressed close to Zhou Chengqian and gently urged him toward Zhou Ping, saying softly, Chengqian, call your uncle. With clear eyes, Zhou Chengqian looked at Zhou Ping and called out, Uncle! His voice was tender, and his words were still somewhat unclear. Zhou Ping responded, momentarily lost in thought, then filled with joy. At just over 30, he had already become an uncle. It was quite a delightful surprise. If this were his previous life, he might not have even been married at this age. Come, let us greet your great-grandfather and great-grandmother. Zhou Ping smiled and headed toward the grandest courtyard at the center, with Zhou Changhe following closely behind. Holding Zhou Chengqian, the remaining children dashed off to a nearby smaller courtyard, where the offspring of Zhou Shi, Zhou Hu, and other servants played. The Zhou family did not discourage maidservants and household workers from forming families, and even subtly encouraged it. Those who left the Zhou household were generally more loyal than those from the Wang and Sun families. Some virtuous and honest individuals were even granted the Zhou surname, both as an honor and to strengthen the Zhou lineage. For Zhou Ping, this served to conceal his branch of the family, preventing unwanted attention. As Zhou Ping entered the courtyard with Zhou Bai, he saw servants bustling about preparing dishes. 2 servants respectfully greeted. Second master, young master. Zhou Hong, seated on a side chair, smiled and said, I just heard by Er's voice and knew you had returned, so I had them bring out the dishes. Zhou Hong was several years older than Zhou Ping, now in his 40s, with many strands of gray hair and a face that had lost some of its youthful vigor from years past. Zhou Ping replied with a smile, just in time. I was feeling a bit peckish. Let us call everyone to the feast. The nearby servants dispersed to summon the family members from various households. Soon, Zhou Dashan appeared, trembling and supported by Zhou Hu. Ever since the drought, the Zhou family's herbal business had ceased, and Zhou Hu, not wishing to fall behind Zhou Shi, had become Zhou Dashan's personal servant. Zhou Shi had managed the household for many years and was deeply favored by Zhou Changhe. Thus, no amount of competition would allow Zhou Hu to surpass him, leading him to seek alternative paths. Zhou Dashan was now nearing 70, his skin pale and mottled, a shadow of his former self. Fortunately, thanks to daily consumption of spiritual rice and the nurturing care from Zhou Ping and his sons, his health had gradually improved, unlike 2 years prior when he seemed frail and decrepit. Huang Shi, on the other hand, appeared to grow younger. Were it not for his head of silver hair and weathered skin, no one would believe he was over 70. Zhou Ping's sister-in-law, Lin Shi accompanied Zhou Chang'an. During a nighttime raid a few years ago, several ruffians from Lin's family had met a tragic end in Baishi village, which had understandably incited resentment among many in Lin's village. During Lin Shi's visits to the village, she had endured much scorn from the families of the deceased. Caught between her natal and marital families, Lin Shi found herself in a difficult position, ultimately developing a heart ailment that aged her significantly in just a few years. Although Zhou Changhe and his sons had fervently advised her against returning to her family, they could not dissuade her. After all, it was still her family. It was only 2 years ago, when Zhou Ping broke through to the qi refining stage, that the Zhou family suddenly transformed into a recognized immortal clan. The Lin family's various branches quickly changed their attitudes, with all manner of relatives suddenly seeking to ingratiate themselves with Zhou Ping through Lin Shi. Only then did Lin Shi's heart ailment begin to improve. But she could never return to her former self. Zhou Chang'an, now 13 or 14, had matured into a graceful young man, well-read and possessing an air of cultured elegance. Zhou Ping was pleasantly surprised to discover that his nephew had a certain talent for study. It was not impossible that the family might eventually produce a scholar. Following closely behind was Zhou Changxi, who was accompanied by a woman, exuding affection. However, the woman appeared somewhat rugged, unlike the gentle demeanor typical of rural maidens. Zhou Changxi had been raised in the courtyard, influenced by the women of the household, resulting in a delicate and indecisive character, making it difficult for him to stand on his own. With Zhou Changhe and Zhou Minghu present, there was little need for Zhou Changxi to take on any responsibilities. He had also trained under Su Bo in martial arts, acquiring skills sufficient for self-defense, allowing him the freedom to roam the mountains, hunting and reveling in nature. One day, he returned from the mountains with this woman, claiming she was the daughter of a hunter named Mu Lu. Zhou Ping had initially harbored suspicions that Mu Lu might be a spy sent by some faction. But her sole focus on her affection for Zhou Changxi and her rare departures from their quarters alleviated his concerns. He decided to let it be, though he still instructed Zhou Xuanya to remain vigilant, ensuring nothing went awry. Following them were Chen Yinxiu and Zhou Xuanya, a harmonious and affectionate mother-son pair who greeted everyone before taking their seats beside Zhou Ping. Soon after, 3 women emerged from the rear courtyard, one being Zhou Changhe's legal wife, Sun Shi, and another, Qian Fangsu's sister, Zhou Changhe's concubine. The 2 women showed considerable respect toward the last woman, slightly stepping back in deference. The final woman was Zhou Minghu's concubine, a daughter of the Wang family and also a granddaughter of Wang Feng. When the Wang family sought a marriage alliance, they initially aimed to form a connection with Zhou Hong by marrying Zhou Changxi. After all, the Wang family was well aware that Zhou Minghu was a celestial master, likely to look down upon their daughter. If they were to force the issue and face rejection, it would only result in humiliation. Thus, a more prudent approach was to seek a secondary option. At that moment, Wang Feng was still engaged in conversation with Zhou Hong, who, naturally, was evasively playing the game, unwilling to decisively determine his son's marriage. Their dialogue stretched on for quite some time without reaching a resolution. It was then that Zhou Minghu stepped forward, proposing to take her as a concubine. Wang Feng, of course, was more than agreeable, as it was evident to any discerning eye that, despite the Zhou family being led by the eldest branch, the true power resided with the second branch. Moreover, Zhou Minghu, being a celestial master, was far superior even as a concubine compared to being the wife of Zhou Changxi. Later, Zhou Ping inquired of Zhou Minghu about his thoughts on the matter, especially considering he had previously declared his intent to eliminate the Qian, Sun, and Wang families, and now he was to wed into the Wang family. I would rather he resent his father than his uncle, was Zhou Minghu's response at that time. The Wang matriarch bowed to the gathered guests and finally addressed Zhou Ping with a respectful nod. Father-in-law. Zhou Ping, returning to the present, nodded in acknowledgement. Outside, Zhou Minghu hurriedly arrived, first greeting Zhou Dashan and others before sitting closely beside the Wang matriarch, their proximity resembling that of a loving couple. The Wang matriarch looked at her husband with a blissful gaze, as if savoring the sweetness of candied dates. She understood that Zhou Hong had been reluctant to allow her to become a daughter-in-law, but it was her husband who stepped forward to save face for the family. After their marriage, he showered her with affection, inciting envy among others. She felt certain that she had accrued blessings from a past life to merit such a fortunate union in this one. Zhou Ping watched his son and daughter-in-law with this endearing demeanor, ultimately burying his own thoughts. Regardless of Zhou Minghu's actions, as a father, he would silently lend his support. Zhou Dashan surveyed the surroundings, noting the abundance of children and grandchildren, and saw the great-grandchildren joyfully cheering, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Everyone's here. Let us dine," he proclaimed. Chapter 56. Delivering grain as autumn descended, Zhou Minghu stood upon the ridge, directing the household servants in the harvesting of spiritual rice. A closer inspection would reveal his pallid complexion and that his left arm was bandaged. Just days prior, Zhou Minghu had been unwilling to comply with the decree of the Celestial Office regarding grain collection, as it amounted to a substantial 400 pounds of spiritual rice. Thus, he secretly led a group to venture down the mountain, hoping to reach the cities of Xiaoping or Qingshui. However, he encountered a scene of desolation, a hell on earth, where the land was scorched for miles. After walking merely 10 miles east, he found nothing but barren fields, dry rivers, and the bodies of the deceased strewn about. The famine-stricken people resorted to boiling the corpses for sustenance, while wild dogs gnawed on bones by the roadside, their eyes gleaming with an eerie green light. Even the desiccated trees had been stripped bare, leaving only stark trunks standing. He witnessed individuals with grotesquely swollen bellies collapsing to the ground, their mouths spewing forth nothing but dust. The mere appearance of Zhou Minghu and his entourage naturally drew the covetous glances of the starving populace. After all, the Zhou family still appeared prosperous, their figures robust, in stark contrast to the emaciated villagers who viewed them as delectable prey. As they passed through a village, they were soon encircled by a throng of desperate souls. Had it not been for Zhou Minghu wielding a small sword, carving out an escape, and the villagers being too famished to pursue them, their survival would have been in jeopardy. Nevertheless, 2 of the household servants lost their lives, devoured by the mob, leaving Zhou Minghu with injuries to his arm. Having never witnessed such a year of famine, he was unaware of its terrors. Thus, he had clung to the hope of retaining the 400 pounds of spiritual rice, harboring a sense of luck. Had he known the horrifying reality of a world beset by starvation, he would never have risked venturing forth. Upon his return, he faced Zhou Ping's ire for his reckless actions. Zhou Minghu gazed into the mountains, seemingly haunted by the ghastly images he had witnessed, and sighed deeply. Alas, when will this drought come to an end? If this parched season persists, our own lives may become untenable. The opportunities for rain are dwindling. Soon, we may not even coax forth a single drop. Why then? Even if we possess grain, survival will be impossible. The hundreds of souls in Baishi village may perish, and we cannot say how many of our own servants will endure, let alone our family. Third young master, the harvest is complete, Zhou Shi reported respectfully, gesturing toward the neatly stacked piles of spiritual rice. Although spiritual rice required the attention of cultivators for irrigation, it differed little from ordinary rice in terms of the harvesting process, and mortals could certainly partake in the task. Zhou Minghu stepped forward, plucking a stalk of spiritual rice and rubbing the grains between his palms, only to furrow his brow in dismay, culminating in a long sigh. The grains were far too scarce. It seemed the drought had severely impacted the yield of spiritual rice. He instructed the workers to search the fields thoroughly, ensuring not a single stalk was overlooked. Turning to Zhou Shi, he added, "Furthermore, pack these into bags and transport them to the storeroom for threshing, being careful not to spill any grains during the journey." "Understood," Zhou Shi replied, bowing his head in acknowledgement. Yet, Zhou Minghu lingered, silently observing the laborers at work. He could not afford to be indifferent. With the dwindling production of spiritual rice, every grain was precious. Missing even a few pounds could lead to tears of regret. However, if this decline continued, what would become of them in 3 years? Meanwhile, in other regions of Baishi Mountain, Zhou Xuanya and Zhou Changhe personally led teams to harvest spiritual rice. The entire Zhou family regarded this matter with utmost seriousness, eagerly awaiting the final tally to determine if it would suffice. If not, they would have to resort to bartering with other goods. Zhou Ping was also seen in the mountains, gathering the fresh air of the highlands, which not only aided his cultivation but could also be used to mortgage a portion of his merits. Amidst the bustling activity, they managed to complete everything by the end of September. Receiving a piece of good news, Although this year's yield of spiritual rice was diminished, the combined total over 3 years still amounted to 4,000 pounds. Zhou Ping then activated the Jade Mirror, preparing to await the arrival of the Celestial Office's representatives. On the third day, a small boat measuring a yard in length landed at Baishi Mountain, from which 2 individuals emerged, one of whom was Zhou Ping's old acquaintance. Zhang Ting. Zhou Daoist, we have arrived, Zhang Ting called out, brandishing a token that made Zhou Ping's jade mirror flicker incessantly. Zhou Ping then opened the formation, granting the 2 entry while keeping the formation plate concealed on his person, ready to activate the array should the need arise. After all, one must remain vigilant. Even 3 years prior, when registering for the Celestial roster, Zhou Ping had sent Zhou Xuanya into the mountains to avoid detection of his potential. Despite the imperial endorsement, matters of murder and robbery were fraught with uncertainty, and it was wise to exercise caution. Zhang Daoist, Zhou Ping greeted with cupped hands. 3 years without seeing you, your cultivation has indeed progressed significantly. Congratulations, Zhang Ting replied with a smile. The moment he descended, he sensed Zhou Ping's aura had reached the first level of qi refinement, abundant and unblemished, evidence of his relentless dedication to cultivation. He felt no envy. For those with lesser aptitude, refining qi was not particularly daunting, whereas nourishing and expanding the spiritual apertures was the true challenge. Zhang Ting had achieved qi refinement at the age of 36. Yet after 40 years, he had only reached the 4th level. Over 30 of those years had been spent nurturing his spiritual apertures, with only a handful of years dedicated to genuine qi refinement. Despite appearing to have over 40 years of life remaining, and seemingly having hoped to reach the pinnacle of qi refinement in his twilight years, the reality was that as one progressed, the nurturing of spiritual apertures became increasingly arduous. Even if he were fortunate enough to attain the pinnacle of qi refinement by that time, his vitality would have waned, making breakthroughs to the foundation establishment realm even more elusive. Observing Zhou Ping's diligence reminded him of his younger self. He could only hope that decades from now, Zhou Ping would still maintain such fervor. Zhang Ting couldn't help but reflect on this. Then gestured to the robust middle-aged man behind him, saying, "Allow me to introduce my colleague from the Celestial Office, Li Qing. We, at the Celestial Office, always collect merit resources in pairs, and this time, it is Li Qing and I who have come together." This statement also served to reassure Zhou Ping not to feel apprehensive. "Greetings, Daoist Li," Zhou Ping acknowledged. Although Li Qing was also a practitioner of qi refinement, he appeared somewhat awkward, responding, "Greetings, Zhou Daoist." After exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Ting, Zhou Ping led them to the depths of the storeroom, where a mound of spiritual rice awaited them. "Daoist, behold, this is the spiritual rice my family has prepared for submission, totaling 3,900 pounds. Zhang Ting stepped forward, inspecting the rice and nodding in approval upon observing its excellent quality. "Haha, Zhou Daoist, you have certainly been diligent. To amass such a quantity in just 3 years is truly remarkable." The Huang family of Pingyun County, a few years back, had to barter with treasures due to insufficient spiritual rice. Li Qing's eyes sparkled at the sight of the spiritual rice, akin to a farmer gazing upon a bountiful harvest. He promptly retrieved a storage pouch from his waist. Zhang Ting, not to be outdone, began to chant incantations, causing the mountain of spiritual rice to levitate gradually before flowing into the storage pouch like a tidal wave. Zhou Ping looked on enviously, recognizing that the technique Zhang Ting displayed was a unique method of qi refinement. Zhou Ping has only managed to master 2 or 3 techniques of qi refinement, all of which pertain to the cultivation of spiritual rice, which is quite disappointing. However, there is little that can be done. After all, Zhang Ting enjoys the backing of the Divine Immortal Bureau, which naturally makes acquiring techniques easier for him. Nonetheless, this comes at a cost. Zhang Ting lacks the time to tend to his own family, resulting in the Zhang clan being rather mediocre at present. Fellow Daoist, 3,900 caddies is neither too much nor too little. This is merely the surplus, Zhang Ting remarked with a smile, placing the excess spiritual rice back on the ground. Using mundane measuring tools will inevitably yield some discrepancies, but when Zhang Ting employs his techniques, although there are still some inaccuracies, they are far more precise than the measurements taken by the Zhou family. Soon, the jade tablet in Zhou Ping's hand showed a slight change, yet he still owed 475 merits. Fellow Daoist, since we have completed the transaction, I shall take my leave, Zhang Ting said, bowing respectfully as he observed the changes in the jade tablet. Zhou Ping, however, urged him to stay. We have prepared food and drink at home. Considering the arduous journey, it would be better to feast before departing. Zhang Ting waved his hand, saying, in this year of great calamity, with chaos and danger everywhere, it is best for us to return early to report back. Fellow Taoist, this great calamity is so unusual and has persisted for years, not resembling a natural disaster at all. May I ask what has caused it? At this moment, Zhou Ping voiced his concerns, causing the expressions of Zhang Ting and his companion to shift slightly. Zhang Ting clasped his hands and replied, it is perhaps best that you remain unaware, but I can tell you that this calamity will last at most until the year's end, after which things shall return to normal. Observing the change in their demeanor, Zhou Ping grew more resolute in his suspicions, fearing that a great power was indeed in the midst of cultivation. Yet, the certainty that it would cease before the year's end felt rather peculiar. However, since the two were unwilling to divulge further details, Zhou Ping found himself at a loss. Before long, the two took their leave. But just as they were about to depart, Zhang Ting discreetly transmitted a message to Zhou Ping. The calamity is connected to the Qingyun sect. Zhou Ping gazed at the departing flying boat, lost in contemplation. Chapter 57. Guarding the wilderness. When Zhou Ping was still at the Qingyun sect, he had gained a general understanding of the Zhao Kingdom. The Zhao Kingdom lies at the juncture of the human and demon realms. Established several centuries ago by a great power who vanquished the local demon king, using the remains of the demon king to create a dynasty for humanity atop the ruins. The descendants of that great power formed the current royal family of Zhao. The Zhao Kingdom is vast, spanning 8,000 miles, divided into 18 prefectures, each over 1,000 miles in size, inhabited by millions of human beings. The factions are as numerous as the stars, with those that dominate a prefecture and possess high-level practitioners being considered superpowers. Aside from the royal family, there are only 14 such formidable forces in Zhao, hence it is also referred to as the 3 clans, 4 sects, and 7 gates. The superpower in Nanyang Prefecture is the Qingyun sect, located 2,000 miles away from Baishi Mountain. Yet, even these dominant forces dare not act recklessly within their own prefectures due to the overwhelming power of the royal family. The 3 major royal clans all adhere to the royal family's commands. And there are legends that the great power is still alive, which naturally deters these factions from causing trouble. This is why no one dares to provoke the divine Immortal Bureau and why cultivators hold mundane officials in high regard. For they are backed by the court and the royal family. Could it be that the ancestors of the Qingyun sect are on the verge of a breakthrough? Zhou Ping pondered, quickly dismissing the thought. Back then, he was merely a servant disciple at the Qingyun sect, having rarely visited the main peak and seen few foundational practitioners. Even if an ancestor were breaking through, he would not know who it was. Moreover, even if he did know, what could he do? It is better not to overthink it, for it is said that those high-level practitioners can sense their names being spoken. Perhaps that is why Zhang Ting and his companion were reluctant to reveal more. Yet, he felt somewhat reassured, at least knowing that the drought might possibly end before the year's end. Though he remained uncertain of its truth, it was better than seeing no end in sight. After all, if the drought were to persist, his own family would be doomed. However, once the drought concludes, how many people in Nanyang Prefecture will still be alive? How many will lie dead by the roadside? Zhou Ping walked towards the courtyard, choosing not to share the news of the potential end of the drought with his family, as it was merely an uncertain possibility, 1,000 miles away. A majestic and colossal mountain towered over the land, exuding a powerful and overwhelming aura, with its peaks obscured by swirling clouds. Yet, the once lush and verdant mountain now appeared scorched, its surface marred by countless charred remains. Resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, leaving no vitality in its wake. Numerous palaces and courtyards that once adorned the mountain had been relocated over 100 miles away. This was the former Qingyun sect. In a pavilion, 2 figures were engaged in a game of chess. The elder dressed in robes played with white pieces, while the armored general commanded the black. The general made a swift and aggressive move. Pressing the white pieces into a corner, it has been nearly 6 years, yet the senior has yet to break through. Perhaps it would be wise to awaken him, the elder smiled as he countered the general's move. neutralizing the impending threat. My senior brother is currently at a crucial juncture of breakthrough. Any interruption would be ill-advised. I beg your pardon, my lord. The general replied coldly, I come at the behest of His Majesty. Specifically for the sake of the senior. Do you wish for me to return empty-handed, thus failing to live up to His Majesty's expectations? The general captured a white piece, altering the board's momentum. But as 6 years have passed without success, the plight of the people in Nanyang Prefecture has worsened, with corpses littering the land. Your esteemed sect must take responsibility for the countless innocent lives lost. The general insisted, the elder sighed. He was the second elder of the Qingyun sect, Qing Xuanzi. However, my senior brother is at a critical juncture. Any rash interruption may cause irreparable harm. I implore you to be understanding. Divine General. The general, Zhao Yuanmu, was the foremost divine general under the current emperor of Zhao. Hemph. Zhao Yuanmu snorted. A wave of fierce killing intent surged towards Qing Xuanzi, his terrifying aura suddenly enveloping the vicinity, suppressing all the Qingyun sect cultivators nearby, regardless of their cultivation level, from foundational practitioners to servant disciples, were instantaneously immobilized, as if plunged into an icy abyss, their hearts racing with terror. They gazed toward the pavilion, all filled with dread. That the legendary divine general, a foundational practitioner, lay prostrate, unable to lift his head, only able to glance at the figure within the pavilion through his peripheral vision. Qing Xuanzi's expression shifted, and he unleashed his own power to counteract, only to discover that he was being suppressed by Zhao Yuanmu. His complexion changed drastically. How many years had Zhao Yuanmu been cultivating to become even more powerful than he? Zhao Yuanmu slowly rose to his feet, appearing like a towering mountain, instilling fear in all around him. In his hands, a long spear materialized, and an overwhelming aura of slaughter spread in all directions. His armor radiating with brilliant light as he stepped into the void, shaking the very heavens. He raised the long spear and hurled it at Qingyun Mountain, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the mountain, revealing a hidden bronze chamber within. Inside was an emaciated elder clad in blood-red robes, exuding an intense black flame. However, the might of the spear awakened him, causing an internal turmoil that he struggled to contain, resulting in his body exploding, shattering the very mountain and causing the heavens to tremble. You little demon, seeking death. A cold, sinister voice echoed through the heavens and earth, and a figure gradually re-emerged. It was the blood-robed elder. Though his form was now in tatters, and his soul was affected. Had it not been for the protection of powerful means, he would have surely perished. Elder. It is the elder. Countless Qingyun sect cultivators exclaimed with joy. Zhao Yuanmu, however, remained unperturbed, the long spear reappearing in his grasp, his imposing aura radiating with overwhelming might, shaking the universe. The esteemed elder Qinjianzi has failed to break through after several years, yet has brought disaster upon the people of Nanyang. Committing heinous crimes, I come at His Majesty's command to apprehend you. Considering it an unintentional mistake, I hereby sentence you to guard the wilderness for 500 years. Chapter 58. A time of reconstruction. Qinjianzi stood suspended in the void, the space around him fracturing and collapsing under the weight of his terrifying aura, causing all present to tremble in fear. The wounds upon his body healed continuously, yet a particularly grotesque and terrifying scar remained. One that pierced both his body and soul. As Qinjianzi stepped forward, the space buckled under his immense pressure, shattering like a spider's web, his overwhelming might radiating outward. You, a mere junior at the second transformation of the Xian Dan, think to punish me? His voice was cold, filled with intense fury. He was at a critical moment of breakthrough when Zhao Yuanmu's intervention caused his Dao to falter and recoil against him. Though he managed to shield his body and soul in time, the damage was severe, leaving him with no hope of further breakthroughs. To sever one's path to the Dao is akin to murdering one's own parents. How can one not be enraged? Zhao Yuanmu's armor erupted with a brilliant blood light, a manifestation of the countless demons he had slain, and he coldly declared, Your cultivation has altered the heavenly signs of Nanyang Prefecture, turning it into a scorched wasteland and causing untold suffering. I come at His Majesty's command to escort you to the southern wilderness to guard for 500 years, atoning for the sins committed against the millions of souls in Nanyang. Nonsense. Those ants are dead or alive. It matters not to me. Qinjianzi scoffed. If I were to achieve transcendence, I would see if Zhao Zhun would dare to speak so brazenly. You dare to be so impudent. His Majesty's name is not to be uttered lightly by you, a mere sinner. Zhao Yuanmu's fury surged. You have failed to break through for 6 years, yet have plunged the people of Nanyang into despair. Old rogue, your crimes are punishable by death. Prepare to meet your end. In an instant, he brandished his spear and charged towards Qinjianzi, behind him manifesting a colossal figure of a golden-armored deity, towering over 1,000 feet. Its presence shaking the heavens and the earth, exuding an aura of terrifying might. Countless cultivators below trembled in fear, their spirits gripped by dread. How arrogant today! I shall slay you and see what Zhao Zhun can do about it. Qinjianzi scoffed coldly, as his sleeves whipped through the air, conjuring a fiery cloud that enveloped the sky, igniting the atmosphere with a sudden heat, flames materializing from thin air to scorch the earth and incinerate all in their path. This is bad. Below, Qingshu's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly gathered numerous palatial structures into his sleeves, leading the disciples of the Qingyun sect to flee into the distance. He understood that if a great battle erupted, the centuries-old foundation of the Qingyun sect would be reduced to ashes in the aftermath. It was only when they had retreated a considerable distance that he felt a modicum of relief. Gazing silently at the two diminutive figures in the sky, ultimately letting out a long sigh. One was his elder brother, the supreme elder of the Qingyun sect. The other represented the reigning monarch. He neither wished to intervene nor dared to do so. Brother, the Qingyun sect needs me more. His brother's breakthrough into the transcendental realm was a boon for the sect and for the Zhao kingdom. However, the path he practiced was of the fire element, intertwining with the heavenly principles, which had led to a devastating 6-year drought in Nanyang Prefecture. How could the Qingyun sect fail to see the tragic events unfolding there? And how could the entire Zhao kingdom remain oblivious? Yet, a single transcendental master was immensely beneficial for the Zhao kingdom. Thus, the monarch tacitly permitted his brother's breakthrough, even at the cost of countless lives. But 6 years had passed, and his brother had yet to achieve his breakthrough, having missed the optimal moment for it, with hope now dim. The monarch would certainly not allow Qinjianzi to break through either. He must atone for the suffering of the millions in Nanyang Prefecture, guarding the southern wilderness to slay demons and expand territory for the human race and the Zhao kingdom. Should he rise to assist his brother, it would be tantamount to defying imperial orders, punishable by death. If both of them were to venture to the southern wilderness, the Qingyun sect would be left without a transcendental master to defend it, jeopardizing their standing in the Zhao kingdom. In the skies above Qingyun Mountain, the divine manifestation and the fiery cloud faced off, as the two entities' auras gradually surged, shaking the void. Qinjianzi was acutely aware that this was the punishment he deserved. However, he felt resentment towards Zhao Yuanmu, wishing to impose some form of retribution. Moreover, this was the Qingyun sect, and although Zhao Yuanmu acted on behalf of the royal family, if the ancestral elder did not take action, it would only lead to disappointment among the disciples of the sect. Besides, since he had already become a sinner, even injuring Zhao Yuanmu would be of little consequence. As for the notion of slaying Zhao Yuanmu, Qinjianzi merely spoke in jest. After all, even though his actions had caused the deaths of countless mortals in Nanyang, the Zhao kingdom had merely sent him to guard the southern wilderness, recognizing the pressing need for strong individuals to conquer and expand territories amidst the myriad of demons and ferocious beasts still lurking in the world. Yet, contemplating the horrors of the southern wilderness, even Qinjianzi could not help but feel a sense of dread. Suddenly, the fiery cloud ignited the heavens, unleashing a cataclysmic force that obscured the sun, attempting to refine the golden-armored divine manifestation. However, the manifestation wielded its spear, filled with murderous intent like an ocean, its overwhelming aura piercing the heavens, directly penetrating the fiery cloud and shattering the firmament with its ferocity. Boom! In an instant, a titanic battle erupted. Shaking the heavens and earth, the void shattered, and Qingyun Mountain was devastated, countless boulders cascading down, the summit obliterated. before long, a figure plummeted from the void, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Clad in battered armor, the spear shattered, and the scene was one of utter carnage. Flesh and blood splattered, giving rise to a few resilient grasses, rich in spiritual essence, yet suffused with a chilling aura of death. Qinjianzi hovered in the air, gazing down at Zhao Yuanmu, his eyes cold as ice. Were it not for the imperial authority, he would have relished the opportunity to slay Zhao Yuanmu and vent his pent-up rage. Zhao Yuanmu struggled to rise, his grievous wounds rapidly healing, revealing a bitter smile. Even though Qinjianzi had suffered a setback and his strength diminished, he was still beyond Zhao Yuanmu's capacity to contend with. Despite both being at the same realm, their strengths were like heaven and earth apart. He retrieved a decree from his robes and shouted, "By the decree of the emperor, Qinjianzi is sentenced to guard the southern wilderness for 500 years. Instantly, a torrent of golden light erupted, and a towering, majestic figure manifested in the heavens, akin to an emperor of the world, its imperial might overwhelming and suppressing all beneath it. Even the cultivators of the Qingyun sect, hundreds of miles away, felt a sense of submission and fear, some even dropping to their knees in terror before the apparition. Qinjianzi's expression shifted as he sensed the vast pressure surging from all directions, pinning him in midair. He had not anticipated that the monarch would possess such terrifying authority, capable of subduing him with but a decree. With a faint sigh, he bowed and clasped his hands. This sinner, Qinjianzi, receives the decree. The apparition coldly looked down at Qinjianzi, and then the decree transformed into a speck of golden light, entering Qinjianzi's consciousness, becoming a binding contract. Only after Qinjianzi fulfilled his 500-year tenure guarding the southern wilderness would this binding dissipate. The beating Zhao Yuanmu endured was not without purpose. It was a gesture of face afforded to the Qingyun sect by the royal family. The apparition then surveyed the world, as if witnessing the harrowing plight of the countless common folk in Nanyang Prefecture. A hint of compassion flickering in its eyes as it bellowed at the distant cultivators of the Qingyun sect. The lives of the beings in Nanyang are in dire straits, and all must strive to revive it. Its voice resonated like thunder, echoing through the heavens and the earth. Qinjianzi bowed in response, "We understand." Subsequently, the apparition dissipated into the void, while Qinjianzi and Zhao Yuanmu transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the south. Meanwhile, the members of the Qingyun sect endeavored to stabilize the chaotic energies of Qingyun Mountain. A wood element cultivator raised his hand, causing countless plants to sprout, infusing the entire mountain with vibrant life. As for the entirety of Nanyang Prefecture, the oppressive heat that had pervaded the atmosphere began to dissipate quietly, as the waters and clouds from the surrounding areas flowed into Nanyang, seemingly nurturing the promise of revitalization. Yet, how many years would it take for this scarred and charred land, littered with bones and desolation, to return to its former glory? Chapter 59. The downpour in mid-November, the sky grew dark. Zhou Bai was playing outside the courtyard with his nephew Zhou Qingqian, alongside several other children of a similar age, including Zhou Liang, the son of Zhou Shi, Zhou Sisi, the daughter of Zhou Hu, and a few other servants' children. Zhou Bai laughed heartily, calling out to Zhou Liang, "It's your turn to be the eagle." Among the 3 generations of the Zhou family, none were as fortunate as Zhou Bai. The other 5 in the family had all faced their share of misfortunes, as the family had yet to firmly establish itself during that time, with Zhou Ping often having to hide in the mountains to safeguard his own. However, since Zhou Bai could remember, the Zhou family had already ascended to the status of an immortal clan. Even during the drought, it did not affect the privileged life of this young master. Coupled with Zhou Ping's indulgent affection stemming from guilt, and the pampering from Zhou Minghu and others towards their younger brother, Zhou Bai lived a carefree life filled with joy. A child clad in coarse linen sat on the ground, throwing a tantrum. "I don't want to. I've been the eagle several times already. Let someone else do it." Zhou Bai approached and kicked him, exclaiming, "You lost? You are the eagle." Zhou Liang, rolling on the ground, was suddenly caught off guard by the kick, causing him pain. Being a child, and influenced by Zhou Shi's arrogance as the steward of the Zhou family, he immediately got up in anger and charged at Zhou Bai, only to be quietly restrained by Zhou Sisi. Though only 5 years old, Zhou Sisi had witnessed her father serving Zhou Dashan like a lowly servant. making her far more mature than the average child. She understood the hierarchy of status and whispered, "What do you want to do?" Zhou Liang finally regained his composure, noticing the gaze of the guard maid in the distance. Instantly, he recalled a lesson from his father, who had warned him that even if Zhou Bai and Zhou Qingqian hit him, he must endure, for they were masters and he was merely a servant. Before he could thank Zhou Cixi, Zhou Bai called him over. Zhou Bai pulled Zhou Qingqian to a puddle and excitedly shouted, "Cixi, let us make clay figures." Even in such a drought, the Zhou family would do their utmost to indulge Zhou Bai's whims. The servants in the distance looked at the puddle, licking their lips. While the Zhou family ensured the servants would not lack water, the amount each could drink was still quite limited, of course. This was far better than the villagers of Baishi village down the mountain. "Sure," Zhou Cixi timidly agreed, her voice as melodious as the sound of tinkling bells. Watching this scene, Zhou Liang felt a surge of indignation. Why was it that he was born a master while he was but a servant? Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky, drawing everyone's gaze upward. Suddenly, a gentle drizzle began to fall. "It's raining! It's finally raining!" The nearby servants erupted in joy, tilting their heads to catch the falling raindrops. Zhou Bai looked up at the sky, arms wide open to feel the cool drops. Murmuring to himself, "Is this the rain my father brought? How amazing!" A seed, long sown in the depths of his heart, quietly sprouts and flourishes at this moment. The rain intensifies, and a multitude of servants hastily carry Zhou Bai and the others into the courtyard. Zhou Ping and his companions stand beneath the eaves, gazing at the rain cascading like fine threads from the heavens, and the immense weight that has pressed upon their hearts finally lifts. "Father, it is finally raining now. Surely the great drought has passed. How shall our family proceed?" Zhou Minghu inquires softly. Zhou Ping, stroking his short beard with a faint smile, replies, "As for the family's development, I have faith that Changhe can manage it well. Your current task is to take good care of the Wang family. With her condition advancing, it is imperative to be vigilant." Several months prior, Zhou Ping had discovered through the system panel that the Wang family was with child, possessing an innate spiritual aura measuring 1 inch and 6/10. This marks the Zhou family's genuine first connection to the celestial realm. After 6 years of accumulation, the Ding fire had also amassed to 22 points. Zhou Ping decided to utilize this to enhance the yet-to-be-born grandchild's potential, elevating their aptitude to 2 inches and 6/10. What the family lacked was not an ordinary awakening realm practitioner, but another Qi refinement cultivator. If another Qi refinement cultivator emerged, one could guard Baishi Mountain while the other transported the offering of spiritual rice to Xiaoping County, thus eliminating the need to pay an additional 400 pounds of spiritual rice. 400 pounds of spiritual rice, if retained, could nourish the family's physique or serve as rewards to win others over. Far better than directly giving it to the Ding Xian division, I understand. "Child," Zhou Minghu responded with a bow. Zhou Xinyan had also grown into a handsome young man, carrying a long spear on his back, remaining silent. Suddenly, Zhou Ping felt the jade mirror tremble. Upon retrieving it and probing with his spiritual sense, a mixture of joy and concern crossed his face. This jade mirror was a subsidiary artifact of the Ding Xian division, inherently possessing communication capabilities, yet it could only interact with the Ding Xian division, linking solely to the master artifact. Now, it conveyed a message from the Ding Xian division. Nanyang Prefecture has encountered a great calamity, and as everything lies in ruins, the populace suffers. All celestial clans must educate and shepherd the people under their care, widely tending to other regions to rescue the masses from their dire straits. They shall be the guardians. This statement served to inform all celestial families that amidst the calamity, should they manage the afflicted areas, those territories would belong to the celestial clans. How could Zhou Ping not feel elated? If his family could manage the disasters of several villages, once order in Nanyang Prefecture was restored, they would be able to govern over a span of more than 10 miles. Receiving offerings from all sides. After all, strictly speaking, the Zhou family's true territory was only Baishi Mountain. Even Baishi village at the mountain's foot did not belong to the Zhou family. It was merely encircled by Baishi Mountain, unbeknownst to the outside world. Zhou Ping thus considered it within his jurisdiction. However, he would not let this rare opportunity for territorial expansion slip by. Yet, alongside joy, there lay concern. Following a great disaster, a great plague would inevitably follow. With monsters and demons rampant, celestial clans ought to be exemplars, safeguarding the safety of their domains. In any era, a major calamity would invariably lead to a great plague, but in this world, it would be even more terrifying. The countless lives lost would gather their resentment and malevolence, ultimately transforming into malevolent spirits and evil entities that linger in the world. Some beasts and humans would feed upon the corpses of the deceased, ultimately becoming monstrous beings. Such creatures would inevitably emerge in times of calamity, varying in strength and unpredictability. It was no wonder the Ding Xian division generously permitted the celestial clans to claim land. They sought to have these clans eliminate such bizarre evil. After all, while mortal armies might be formidable, they are ultimately flesh and blood, struggling against malevolent entities. Cultivators, however, even the weakest awakening realm practitioners, possess spiritual energy within. Granting them numerous means to contend with these malevolent beings, Zhou Ping sighed. Suppressing malevolent entities was fraught with danger, and should anything go awry, regret would be too late. Nonetheless, danger often accompanies opportunity. The items tainted by malevolent spirits or the remains of monsters serve as excellent materials for cultivation and can be exchanged for spiritual stones and merits at the Ding Xian division. Moreover, Zhou Ping could not forsake this rare opportunity for territorial expansion. In the future, many mortals could emerge within the family, and having more territory would provide ample sustenance and comfort for future generations. Furthermore, while mundane items may be inexpensive, once their quantity reaches a certain level, they too can be exchanged for cultivation materials. Just as he once traded spiritual stones for gold, he could do so again, albeit at a greater cost. He gazed into the distance and declared, "It is time for our family to vanquish demons and occupy land to establish our lineage." Chapter 60. Eastward bound. This rain persisted for several days, as if it were cleansing 6 years' worth of heat in one breath. Torrential rain fell upon the earth, washing away the remnants of the deceased, cascading onto the shivering survivors and exposing them to cold and ailments. Countless decaying corpses were swept into the parched river, flowing eastward. The clattering of bones created a stench that filled the air, yet strange little creatures lurked among the remains, feasting on the putrid flesh and maggots. In a dilapidated old temple, a dozen ragged, emaciated disaster victims huddled together, seeking warmth through their collective presence. Yet within the broken statue of the temple, a ghostly figure was hunched over a corpse, incessantly gnawing, its eyes glowing an eerie green, its body covered in filth and hair. The faint crunching sounds of its feeding were drowned out by the rain, leaving the disaster victims oblivious. Such occurrences proliferated throughout Nanyang Prefecture. There were lurking ghosts that devoured human souls, beasts that feasted upon humans, ultimately transforming into monstrous entities that terrorized the land. Furthermore, malevolent cultivators exploited the chaos to harvest blood and vitality. Meanwhile, at Baishi Mountain, Zhou Ping summoned the members of the Zhou family. Gazing at the still falling rain outside, he turned to Zhou Changhe and asked, "Changhe, how are things down the mountain?" "There are 437 people remaining, including 213 able-bodied men, 190 women and children, and 24 elderly." Zhou Ping nodded slightly upon hearing this. In this year of great calamity, Baishi village had lost fewer than 100 lives, which was indeed a stroke of luck. Had it not been for their family, perhaps even 100 or 200 would not have survived. "You few will descend the mountain shortly to gather all the able-bodied men from the village. We shall advance eastward to claim land." He then turned to Zhou Minghu and added, "You must keep that shield close to you. Should you encounter any malevolent entities or difficult situations, exercise utmost caution and do not act recklessly." "We understand, Father," Zhou Minghu and the others responded in unison. Among them, Zhou Changshi was robust, bearing a hunting bow and wielding a sharp sword. Zhou Xinyan was tall and elegant, holding a long spear with a piercing aura. Zhou Ping knew that such matters required a family member to lead. If left solely to subordinates, there was a high likelihood of losing control once they passed the eastern region. Now that Zhou Hong had grown older, he must remain stationed at Baishi Mountain, leaving these nephews to take charge. "Bring all the guards with you. We cannot allow our family to be placed in peril. Especially you, Changhe and Changshi, ensure you bring more guards to guard against those disaster victims." Zhou Ping urged earnestly. After all, both of his sons were cultivators, equipped with protective artifacts. As long as they did not become encircled, they would be safe. However, Changhe and his brother were merely mortals, and if anything were to happen, he would feel guilty for a lifetime. Zhou Changhe chuckled, "Uncle, we are no longer children. We understand these principles." He was well aware of Zhou Ping's concerns as a senior family member and sought to reassure him. "You young lads seem to find your uncle's words tedious," Zhou Ping jested. His worries alleviated somewhat. Zhou Changxi and Zhou Xinyan exchanged glances, their expressions dimming. Among the 3 generations of the Zhou family, only Zhou Changhe dared to speak to Zhou Ping in such a manner. Although Zhou Minghu was close to Zhou Ping, he was still a son and would not speak so freely. Zhou Changxi held a deep reverence for Zhou Ping, feeling an overwhelming distance. As for Zhou Xinyan and Zhou Chang'an, they regarded Zhou Ping with a degree of trepidation. "All right, I shan't linger. You all should head down the mountain." Zhou Ping waved his hand, assuring them that as long as he was at home, nothing would go awry, so there was no need for concern. Zhou Changhe and the others bid farewell and led the 48 guards of the Zhou family down the mountain, including Zhou Shi and Zhou Hu among them. These guards were all eager and filled with fervor. This was due to the Zhou family's promise that once they claimed the Eastern Territory, they would be granted land to establish their own households as landlords. Zhou Hu's expression was particularly fierce, vowing to showcase his abilities during this eastward expedition and earn the family's recognition. As an elder of the Zhou family, he had been overshadowed by Zhou Shi, and naturally, he felt a pent-up frustration. Zhou Shi, however, seemed disinterested, unlike the other guards who were so fervently enthusiastic. After all, he was the first person outside of the Zhou family, even receiving some regard from Zhou Changhe's concubine, Qian Shi. As long as he did not defy the Zhou family and remain loyal, he could firmly maintain his position as the foremost person. Thus, his objective for this journey was not to seek merit, but merely to avoid mistakes. Zhou Ping watched the departing figures and turned towards the courtyard. Though the guards had left, there remained numerous maidservants within the Zhou family, ensuring that daily life could proceed without concern. Only when Zhou Hu departed did the Lin family arrange for a maidservant to attend to the ailing patriarch in the courtyard. Zhou Dashan, now frail and aged, hunched over in his rocking chair, his body speckled with white spots, while a maid named Chuyue stood attentively beside him. Yet, as Chuyue gazed at the decrepit Zhou Dashan, her eyes sparkled with an unusual glimmer, and unorthodox thoughts began to stir within her. What if she were to bear Zhou Dashan's child? Would that not elevate her status, granting her access to wealth and nobility? Zhou Ping could hardly have anticipated that a mere servant would dare entertain such ambitions regarding Zhou Dashan. All the able-bodied men of Baishi village were summoned together. Though they appeared gaunt and emaciated, devoid of any semblance of nourishment, the Zhou family's policy of labor relief had ensured that these men still possessed a modicum of strength, far superior to the despairing victims of the calamity outside. As they looked up, they beheld around 40 to 50 guards of the Zhou family, clad in uniform and wielding weapons, causing trepidation to ripple through the hearts of the villagers. One man murmured, "What do you think the Zhou family has summoned us for? And why are they all armed? It's drizzling now. Even if they intend to dig a canal, we cannot possibly begin," called out a member of the Qin family nearby. "Surely they do not intend to execute us?" A timid man quivered in fear, only to be met with a sharp slap from another. "Mind your tongue. The Zhou family has been nothing but kind to us. They provided us with food during the great calamity. Do you think they would go through such trouble to kill someone as insignificant as you? You re no prize, even if they did. Indeed, the Zhou family is far too benevolent for such acts. Speak out of turn again, and I shall silence you myself." The deeds of the Zhou family over the past few years were etched in the minds of these villagers, with some even considering the Zhou family as their benefactors. Thus, despite their fears upon seeing the armed guards, they did not flee in panic. In another corner, members of the Sun family gathered around Sun Mingxing, whispering, "Patriarch, do you think the Zhou family has called us here for some significant matter?" Since the death of the Sun family patriarch a year prior, Sun Mingxing had taken on the role. "Let us remain silent and attentive. This could be our chance to rise," Sun Mingxing replied thoughtfully. Though uncertain of the Zhou family's intentions, he speculated on their plans. After all, with the external turmoil caused by the calamity, the Zhou family would undoubtedly take action now that the disaster had passed. As long as they aligned with the Zhou family, they were bound to benefit. Meanwhile, the Wang family appeared nearly divided into factions. Following the recruitment of Wang Dashi, Wang Hui's grandson, by the Zhou family, many had gravitated towards him. Conversely, Wang Feng was not to be outdone, with his granddaughter marrying Zhou Minghu, thus attracting a following of his own. "Uncle Hui, what do you think is afoot today?" inquired one of the three brothers of the Wang family. "Say no more, just follow my lead. I would not lead you astray," Wang Hui replied quietly. Having gleaned bits of information when Wang Dashi descended the mountain recently, Uncle Hui speaks wisely. Another man grinned, though inwardly he was filled with curses. The rift among the three brothers was a direct result of the actions of Wang Hui and Wang Feng. And by the time they realized their miscalculations, it was far too late for regret. In the distance, Qian Fangsu had also formed his own coalition, albeit not with the Qian family, but with other smallholders from the village. Standing atop a flat stone, Zhou Changhe surveyed the gathering crowd, cloaked in an ominous haze, and spoke slowly. "The court has decreed that the great calamity has passed, and commands the Zhou family to venture eastward to aid the people and pacify the villages. Should we succeed in calming the disaster-stricken populace, they shall be under my governance. Would you all join me in this endeavor?" The villagers below erupted in murmurs, clearly reluctant to march towards peril. However, Sun Mingqing and a few others discerned the underlying implications and quickly shouted in unison, "I am willing." In this desolate expanse, where land was abundant yet sparsely populated, if they could claim territory, even if all sustenance ultimately went to the Zhou family, they would still benefit from the scraps. The villagers, though initially confused, gradually grasped that this was undoubtedly advantageous for them, igniting their enthusiasm to cheer. Zhou Changhe nodded, then bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and gather your tools." In an instant, the villagers rushed home to fetch sickles, hoes, and even axes and hammers. When they reconvened, a ragtag band of laborers emerged. Zhou Changhe looked towards the east and commanded, "To the east, to aid the people." Chapter 61. Niujia village, nestled between the Mingjing peaks, lay a narrow winding path, scarcely 2 or 3 men wide. Serving as the sole connection between Baishi village and the outside world, was this very path that had allowed Baishi village to remain insulated from external conflicts. Had the patriarch of the Li family not sealed off the routes and barred the refugees from entering the mountains, perhaps the subsequent tragedies at Li's estate could have been averted. Yet, there are no what-ifs in this world. At this moment, a band of individuals clad in raincoats, armed with weapons, traversed the path hand in hand. The raindrops cascading off their garments, creating a mist in the mountain. It was none other than the people of Baishi village. These rural men glancing about with a mix of curiosity and reverence. Though the mountains flanked them closely on either side, they felt a peculiar haze enveloping their surroundings, as if they were shrouded in a mystical veil, leading them to believe that should they stray from the group, they would lose their way and never find it again. How astonishing! Were it not for the Zhou family leading us, we might never have found this path, one villager marveled, glancing about. Indeed, this must be the work of celestial beings. Another remarked in awe, "I wish we could produce a sage in our family. Look at that old man Chun. He allied with the Zhou family and has risen to great fortune. Even his children are said to be sages. Truly remarkable luck." One man whispered conspiratorially, "Let me tell you, just days ago, old man Chan descended the mountain, and from a distance I saw him. He looks at least decades younger, no longer hunched over. Rumor has it he plans to father another child." "Another child? He is over 60. Can his body withstand that?" exclaimed a robust man nearby in disbelief.